On a dark night, in a dim room that was nonetheless gently lit by moonlight streaming through the window, the room's occupant sat motionless on the bed, head bowed in deep thought. Suddenly, hearing someone's scream echo, she quickly turned her head towards the source of the sound and worriedly thought to herself, "The screaming is getting closer. He'll be here soon. He's already in the next room. It'll be my turn before long." Having finished her thoughts, she opened a drawer, reached inside to grab something, and mumbled, "No, it's fine. It'll be fine." Once she had taken it out, she immediately raised it high and, with a furrowed brow, thought to herself, "This is all I need."
Suddenly, a blond young man, exuding a murderous aura, entered her room and coldly asked, "Are you Layla Hildegar?" Seeing a bit of blood on his icy face, Layla couldn't help but be terrified. She immediately pretended to be naive and forced a smile as she replied, "No, who is that? You've got the wrong person." He coldly retorted, "No, I saw it clearly." Hearing this, Layla couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking to herself, "If you already know, why ask? Are you trying to provoke me to the very end?" She tried to feign calmness, pointed directly at him, and loudly proposed, I have something to say." He coldly asked again, "Your last words?" She immediately replied, "Something like that." He coldly urged, "Speak." She continued in a serious tone, "Please spare me." He growled in refusal, "No." Seeing him draw his sword, preparing to deal with her, she immediately cried out to stop him, Wait, isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? To be honest, I also intensely dislike the people in this family, so even if you spare my life, there will be no repercussions later." After hearing Layla's words, he involuntarily paused and pondered for a moment, before asking in a deep voice, "Do you want to live that badly?" She frantically affirmed, "Yes, I truly want to live." He suddenly glared and growled a proposition, "Then extract all the Hildegar blood from your body, and I will spare your life." Layla tried to smile to show that she was fine, but deep down she was incredibly annoyed and thought to herself, "Who are you kidding? What a temper and such a terrifying demeanor." After thinking this, she immediately spoke up to compromise. All right then, let me ask you one last question. Hypothetically, just hypothetically, if I could prevent the accident related to your death 10 years ago, would you spare me now?" He coldly asked again, "Even if you prevented it, it wouldn't matter."
She quickly bit her lip, thinking worriedly to herself, "No, all my efforts are meaningless now." Next, she stammered, "That." Then she quickly closed her eyes, thinking resentfully to herself, "He said he would drain all my blood, so what's the point of trying? That bastard has no intention of sparing me." He suddenly reproached her, saying, "All right, this is truly the last sentence. You talk too much." Layla questioned loudly, "Hey, do you know you're mean?" He asked back in surprise, "What?" As she raised her middle finger, she cursed loudly, "I find it horrible to see you again, so let's never meet again, you terrible bastard." After that, she secretly resolved in her heart, "Before I die, I must say everything I need to say." Just then, for some reason, she covered her mouth with her hand, coughed a few times, then widened her eyes and cried out, "Ugh, it hurts." Then she collapsed to the ground and thought to herself, "It hurts this much. I hadn't expected it. But if I can live, please let me escape from that man. There's only one death I want, to be in a spacious, warm room, listening to the special song I like, saying a final goodbye to my beloved family members. But that dream clearly cannot come true. Because I am the daughter of a brutal, ruthless villain, all my misfortunes began one day when I was 10 years old, at that villain's mansion." Layla softly asked, "Father, who is he?" He immediately replied, "He's just a child. You don't need to worry about him." As I watched him, I blushed and thought to myself, "He's so handsome. He's so handsome." Upon our first meeting, I noticed his doll-like handsome appearance. But out of curiosity about him being locked in the basement dungeon, I went down there to meet him. A piercing scream as if tearing through a throat rang out, and the strong smell of blood made me excessively afraid, so I ran away. Not long after, I heard that the boy had died, and this incident became my nightmare for many years. And then, 8 years later, news of a hero who eradicated evil caused a stir in the world. I was certain that hero was the boy who came to the Marquis's mansion all those years ago, because they were astonishingly similar. But no one in the mansion believed my words. They didn't even know him, and carelessly scoffed. How can someone who's dead come back to life? Layla, snap out of it. And so, 2 years later, that hero appeared at Hildegar Mansion after eradicating evil and saving the world to seek out everyone in the Marquis's mansion and exact revenge. Layla suddenly sat bolt upright, then couldn't help but wonder to herself, did it work? Reincarnated? I really have reincarnated. This is exactly 10 years ago. Before I died, I risked my life to steal it and finally managed to use it. It was one of the items Father had stolen, a mysterious treasure that could send the person who swallowed the stone back to the past, the reincarnation stone. I had intended to sell it for capital to get by, if I could live without using it. There was no other way. Life was the most important thing. Besides, there were many valuable items in my room at the mansion anyway.
If I stayed in this villainous family, I would eventually be killed by that bastard. Either way, I didn't want to stay in a place that treated me so badly anymore. All right, I've taken everything. Cruel family, a bunch of bastards.
I ran away, and from now on you all can deal with your own futures, but I realized I couldn't escape. In my first reincarnation, I was killed by a coachman while holding gemstones and fleeing. I realized that fleeing alone as a child was too dangerous. So in my second reincarnation, I fled at 16, but it was also unsuccessful. I even went to a distant kingdom across the ocean that I hadn't known of before, yet that bastard still found me and completed his revenge against the Marquis Hildegard family. In my third reincarnation, I decided to get married as a way to discard the Hildegard surname, but it was also unsuccessful. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't be forgiven unless I drained all the Hildegard blood from my body, as he said. That damn bastard. This is now my fourth reincarnation. Or does he find pleasure in constantly finding and killing me like this, feeling refreshed inside? No matter what I do, I'll just die anyway. What else is there for me to do? What's the point anymore? A servant unexpectedly knocked on the door and announced loudly, "Miss, the Marquis has sent word for you to come to his study immediately." A moment later, in Hildegard's study, seeing that Layla had arrived, he immediately questioned her. "I hear you haven't been very clear-headed lately. If you don't want to be expelled, explain yourself, whatever it may be."
She asked again, looking distraught. "What kind of person are you, father? Why did you do those things?" "Layla Hildegard. Yes, that damned Hildegard surname. Why did I have to be born into this Hildegard family? Nothing I do works. Leaving home, getting married, no matter what I do, I'm still your daughter. That fact cannot be changed. How can I remove this blood from my veins? If I could remove the Hildegard blood from my body, would I then be spared? Please, father, tell me how. I want to live. I'm utterly sick of death." Faced with Layla's accusations, he not only didn't get angry, but coldly said, "All right, you look seriously ill. You should rest at the South Villa." 10 years later.
Seeing him come to deal with her again, Layla could only raise her middle finger, flashing an extremely confident smile, and thought to herself, "There, I knew it, I admit it." Before long, Layla had reincarnated for the 5th time. She could only scoff at the tiresome ways of the world. And then she sat up, gloomily thinking to herself, "Even if it's a face I don't want to see, I know I can't escape him by just running away." Thinking this, she suddenly burst out laughing for some reason. She laughed so loudly that it seemed no humanity was left in her. Then finally, she switched to a wicked laugh, thinking to herself, "All right, let's meet sooner this time." "You wretched bastard." After transitioning into her 5th reincarnation, Layla immediately pulled herself together, hurriedly sat up, and thought to herself, "This time, I can't waste any time.
I need to calculate very carefully before meeting that bastard. Damn it. In this reincarnation, I've also had a bit more time to think because I'm confined to the mansion. Based on the current situation and what I already know, there are a few things to consider. First, if I can reincarnate multiple times, what are the conditions for reincarnation? How many times can I reincarnate? If I die a natural death, will I return to the past, even if I live to be 90 years old? Anyway, I don't know for sure, so I need to protect myself from dying a meaningless death. It's also possible this is my last reincarnation. Second, the time I reincarnate back to is fixed, the 11th of May, year 332 of the kingdom's calendar. The time is 6 p.m., and the location is in this room, on this bed. Perhaps this is something that will never change. Third, preventing that incident from happening is impossible. That incident is when father had the orphanage, that child's home, burned down. And that madman, the survivor of the orphanage, came to my house. The moment I opened my eyes after reincarnating, the orphanage had already been burned to ashes. Even if I were to die 100 times, it couldn't be prevented. So for now, let's set this aside. Fourth, I cannot precisely recall the moments before death. This is truly, extremely, incredibly fortunate, overwhelmingly lucky. If I could remember all of that, I would have gone mad a long time ago. Who in this world could possibly not go insane remembering the memories and pain experienced from dying and coming back to life multiple times? Even if there were such a person, I would treat them as well as family. But then again, who could die and come back to life so many times? Anyway, the most important thing, fifth, is how I can avoid death 10 years from now. Indeed, there's only one way I've overlooked. It's about time, isn't it? The next morning, seeing Mr. Hildegard had returned, the children immediately clamored, "Father, you're back! Father, you're back! After such a long journey, you must be tired, right? I'll tell the maid to prepare bathwater for you." "No, prepare warm tea first."
While others were vying to show their filial piety to him, Layla, feeling bored, thought to herself, "How curious, how many half-siblings live in this castle?" She had never considered them her siblings anyway, those cruel brats. One of them suddenly asked curiously, "Father, what is that?" Another immediately added, "Oh, that's the one who—" Layla, with a hint of anticipation, thought to herself, "It's finally here."
The one who had asked earlier quickly questioned. The one who looks like that, different from us. Someone hearing that immediately scolded, "Are you stupid? It's just dirty." He suddenly pushed him forward and asked with a hint of disdain, "Do you mean it?" The moment their eyes met, Layla's face turned pale, and she thought to herself, "So scary. My heart is racing just like the first time I met this madman. Before it was because he was too handsome, but now my heart is racing for a different reason." He suddenly kicked him and continued loudly, "It's not someone you need to pay attention to. Throw it into the dungeon." Layla was stunned by this, thinking to herself, "This crazy old man, even treating him kindly now might not be enough. No, wait, this is an opportunity." Layla immediately sat down and called out, "Hey, you!" Suddenly meeting that incredibly familiar gaze made her shiver, and she thought to herself, "Ugh, that look. It's the look he had when he wanted to kill me. No, look closely. Now he's just a child brought to the castle. If I don't want to meet that persistent bastard who wants to kill me every time he sees me, I need to do something now." After thinking that, she smiled and asked, Hey, are you all right?" At her unexpected kind gesture in question, he was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, at that moment, a smack sound rang out. It turned out that the sound was caused by him hitting her hand. Before this disrespectful act, he clicked his tongue and demanded, "He's causing trouble. Beat him until he confesses." Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to herself, "What? No!" And she frantically called out, "Father, father!" He growled, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Layla didn't answer, sweat breaking out. She thought to herself, "I have to say that I'm not hurt, and he shouldn't be punished. But why does it feel like something is blocking my throat? In this fourth reincarnation, I no longer care about life or death. He said he would spare your life if you drained all the Hildegard blood from your body. Even so, I couldn't believe Father was such a person." But when she was confined to the southern villa, when she learned that her father had ordered his subordinates to kill him if he didn't admit his fault, a fear entirely different from the one she felt facing that madman earlier overwhelmed her. Anytime, anywhere, just one word from her father could mean her death. The fear of a deranged, inhumane villain rendered her speechless, unable to utter even a harmless plea for the child. He suddenly stroked her head and asked, "You don't want him to be beaten, do you? You hope not, right?" She thought to herself, bewildered, why is Father suddenly being so kind? Then she replied softly, "Yes." He asked curiously, "Why? Because he looks pitiful?" She replied again, "Yes." He stroked his chin and continued, "All right, I understand how you feel. Compassion is an emotion everyone has, even if it's useless. But Layla, think carefully. He abused you. That means he challenged me in Hildegard. Even so, should I still not beat him?" Layla didn't answer, but thought scornfully to herself, "This crazy old man again. Is that really abuse? Hitting my hand is called abuse? In reality, he just doesn't want his honor and his family's honor to be insulted. I have to say it. I have to say it." She replied softly, "No." He gave a cold laugh and asked, "So what should be done now?" She replied with a slight hesitation, "He must be severely punished until he recognizes his wrongdoing. That is Hildegard's method." Then she secretly scoffed to herself, "That's the wretched method you always use." He continued smugly, "Good, well done. From now on, remember well what you just said, and don't make me out to be a bad person. Take him away." That evening, in Layla's room, she suddenly sighed and said, Damn it.
The strategy is to win over that madman, so that later, when he comes to the mansion looking for me, he will spare my life. After that, I subtly furrowed my brow, pondering inwardly. But then I did the opposite. Is this much enough? I thought it would be easy to win the heart of a child, but it seems I was wrong.
At times, I even thought about dying and starting over, but I'm not sure I could come back again. For this very reason, I have to try my absolute best. I certainly don't want to go back to that dungeon in the basement. If I get caught, it's all over for me. Seeing her, the prison guard immediately asked, "Oh, Lady Layla?" Seeing that he was the guard, she couldn't help but secretly rejoice. "Thank goodness, it's Hans' shift as expected." She cheerfully said, "Hello, Hans." He asked curiously, "Lady, what brings you all the way here?" She explained in a low voice, "Of course, Father doesn't know about this, but I don't want Hans, whom I cherish, to become a murderer." He stammered, That matter." With tears welling up, she continued, "The boy in there, Hans, you hit him, didn't you? It was on Father's orders, but Hans, you're a good person. You can't just beat an innocent child to death, can you?" He hesitated, continuing, but, as she raised her hands to form a heart shape, she whispered pleadingly, "The medicine is colorless, so it won't leave any traces. I'll be out right away, so please, I'm counting on you, Hans."
Her lantern-bright eyes stared at him. He could only hand over the keys to her, then said with an embarrassed smile, "Here are the keys. The guards will change shifts in about 2 hours. Please leave before then." She smiled contentedly and replied, don't worry. Afterwards, she thought to herself awkwardly, oh dear, how embarrassing. Then with a little hesitation, she asked, may I take a lamp with me? He immediately replied, yes, you may. Seeing him shirtless and lying motionless on the floor, she couldn't help but feel pity and thought to herself, yes, it's terrible. A child tormented to this extent, yet he doesn't complain at all. As she opened the medicine pouch, she mumbled, you're quite stubborn. That's why you'll become a hero later. If you hadn't killed me, I would have been completely infatuated with you. But now, that's not going to happen. Holding the medicinal leaf in her hand, Layla frowned and thought to herself, how can I make him take this medicine? How can he swallow if he's unconscious? Thinking this, she suddenly felt a little reluctant and murmured, do I have to use these soft, lovely hands? Well then she quickly put the medicinal leaf into her mouth and thought to herself, there's only one way. After thoroughly chewing the medicinal leaf, she quickly put it into his mouth and mumbled, although I've applied medicine, this kind is very good. Just take it. It's a bit shocking, but getting well is better, isn't it? As she gently touched his back, she thought to herself, if you notice, he's small like this now, but in 10 years he'll be incredibly tall. No one would believe me if I said that. Layla suddenly fell silent for a moment.
Then she stood up and thought to herself, all right, time to go back and rest. Not only am I tired, but I also feel dizzy. It must be due to too much stress. Just as she turned around preparing to leave, he unexpectedly woke up and grabbed her ankle, preventing her from leaving. Layla quickly turned her head back. Sweating, she gasped, damn it. Then she wondered suspiciously, wait, did he just grab my ankle? A little flustered, she explained, hello there. To avoid any misunderstanding, I didn't mean to harm you. I just wanted to give you medicine. Before she could finish her sentence, he immediately spat out all the medicine in his mouth, causing her to yell furiously. Hey, do you know how valuable that is? Why do you care that I chewed it? Why? Do you know how clean my mouth is? How ungrateful. As he struggled to his feet, he questioned, why do you always do useless things?
Layla was stunned by this, thinking to herself, always? You said always? Right, I was beaten because of you. But do you really have to curse at me just because I gave you medicine? I risked my life to get here, even though I was truly afraid that madman would hit me. Just then he called out again, hey you. Layla flinched, quickly turned her head to look at him, and involuntarily thought of his cold face as an adult. She barely managed to utter a damn it before he pulled her to the ground, and she couldn't help but think uneasily. I'm in big trouble. His adult image kept overlapping with his current image, making her body unable to move as she wished. No, this can't be happening. I still have to face that madman in the future, too. If I keep trembling like this, I won't be able to do anything properly. After thinking this, she immediately demanded aloud, let go. I said let go of my hand. Seeing Layla suddenly dare to raise her voice at him, he was a little shocked.
But right after that, he quickly let go of her hand. Seeing this, she immediately turned and ran away, not bothering to look back at him even once. As she hurried back to her room, Layla pondered, thinking to herself, I'm scared. But what I'm scared of is the madman I'll have to face in the next 10 years, not the child currently locked in the basement. No, I'm wrong. No matter what, they are still the same person. That weak, tiny gaze will gradually grow and then kill me. I'm truly scared. It's not fair at all. It's hateful. Instead of standing up against that brat, I have to survive by living at his mercy. Is that the only way? Layla suddenly let out a loud scream. Ah! After that, she fell silent for a moment, then continued to think to herself, but I still want to live, so what should I do? Even if it's the worst way, ultimately, I still desperately want to live. I'm so tired. Have I cried too much? My neck hurts, my eyes are heavy, I'm dizzy, and my hands hurt too. I'll just sleep. Crying like this won't make him spare me. I have to live. I promised Lara. The next morning, after waking up, Layla quickly sat up and mumbled, time to get up. Even though yesterday was terrible, today will be different. That means I'll struggle to find a way to live again. As she started her day, she wondered to herself, it seems like last night, when I was half awake, half asleep, I heard someone talking. Was it a dream? Then she mumbled with a sigh, I don't know. It's not that important anyway. Do I look that desperate to survive? The child is alive, and he looks unharmed. Luckily, my father has also started to ignore him, so I can move around the house without being noticed. I bought food, water, ointment for wounds, and herbs to aid recovery and healing. Anyway, I'd bought him everything he needed. I was scared, but didn't show it. Only smiled, encouraged him, talked, and checked if his wounds were healing. If he hadn't killed my parents, I would have been very happy. But after all my efforts, a change appeared. That madman hated me more and more intensely. Why would that be? Shouldn't he have opened up to me? But he also didn't take what I offered. Was he tired? Oh dear, look, I see it now. A future of misery and uncertainty is clearly before my eyes. Mr. Hildegard suddenly spoke. I think I'll go hunting this morning. Layla, hearing this, uttered a surprised, "Huh?" He continued, "The departure won't be delayed, so whoever wants to go should prepare quickly." Meanwhile, she sighed, thinking to herself, I wondered why everyone was called down so early this morning. So this is the reason. Everyone excitedly chattered, "Wow, a hunt! How long has it been since Father went hunting? This time, I'll definitely catch a wild boar." Hearing this, she thought with a hint of mockery, they don't even know that later, they'll go from being the hunters to the hunted. What's there to be excited about? It's just going into the forest to scare animals and kill them with spears or arrows. I forgot. Today, he was sold.
I can't let this happen. How could I forget this day? I just want to stay put and wait for a chance for revenge. What should I do? I have no way to stop it. Maybe there's still a way? A moment later, Layla ran forward, happily thinking to herself, "All right, it's time. It's time for my lifelong dream to come true." The bespectacled young man said, a little awkwardly, "I'm a busy man. I don't have time for your trivial games." She seriously asserted, "It's not a trivial game." He broke out in a cold sweat and asked in astonishment, "That's even worse. Are you telling me to steal the Marquis's bracelet?" She quickly gave him 2 thumbs up, smiling encouragingly. "Yes, you can do it," he replied with some apprehension. "That's not a matter of whether I can do it or not. It seems you don't like me, but I won't let myself get fired over these trivial games," she explained softly. "Don't misunderstand. I just want you to work safely and long-term beside the Marquis, Wilhelm. That's why I didn't tell my father about you forging books."
Wilhelm, sweating awkwardly, explained, "What are you talking about?" Lila calmly continued, "I'm talking about the autumn 2 years ago, when you conspired with 2 stewards to create fake books. The money you embezzled was used to buy herbs." "Wait," he quickly raised his hands, lowering his voice to appease. "Please, keep that a secret." She replied with a crinkling-eyed smile. "You don't need to worry. If you do as I say, I'll forget about it right away." Wilhelm heard that, clicked his tongue, and said, "All right, wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately closed the door and left. A moment later, as Layla ran out to the carriage, she felt a little self-reproachful and thought to herself, I feel a bit sorry for Wilhelm, but anyway, our messy 3-year relationship will be exposed starting now. Wouldn't it be better for my life to take advantage of it? A servant suddenly asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Layla asked curiously, "This is the way to the hunting grounds, isn't it?" The servant asked back, bewildered, "Yes, but what's wrong?" Layla happily replied, "I'll take this one." A moment later, Layla was now sitting in the carriage on the way to the hunting grounds, but it seemed he didn't know she was also in the carriage. As she secretly glanced at him, she smirked and thought to herself, "Good, I got into the carriage without any problems. Everything is going smoothly. Before my reincarnation, I heard that madman had died. I found a servant to ask for the reason. They said he had gone to the hunting grounds and was shot by a sharp arrow with blue fletching. Now that I know the reason for his death, I just need to prevent it. If I become his savior, he will surely behave less disgracefully, because now I have this bracelet, I can do it." At this moment, at the hunting grounds, someone suddenly urged loudly, "Hurry up, we must be ready before the Marquis arrives. Hurry!" Layla quickly hid behind a nearby tree and thought to herself, just as expected, they led him into the forest. I must follow them. After chasing them for a while, Layla, panting, thought to herself, how far do they intend to go? Ah, they've stopped. Catching snippets like don't and come from their conversation, Layla couldn't help but wonder to herself, what are they saying?
From this distance and amidst all the surrounding noise, how am I supposed to hear anything? I can't make out a single word they're saying. I guess I'll have to move closer. He just stands there like a statue, completely unaware that this place will be his grave. Well, it won't be if I know what to do. Just as Layla finished her thoughts, he suddenly turned his head. That startled her so much that she let out a small gasp. Then she gaped, thinking, what? How long has he known? Could it have been from the very beginning? He growled, questioning, what's going on? Why have you been following me all the way here? She quickly rubbed her nose, thinking, surely not. Then, with eyes crinkled in a smile, she said, where do you think we are? We're in the forest, you know. He growled, demanding, leave at once. She forced a smile and replied, I don't want to. Then thought, this isn't a prison where I'll just leave because you tell me to. You're probably agitated, aren't you? You're furious because I'm not afraid of you anymore, are you?
Sion used to glare at me as if he wanted to devour me alive in that damp, moldy prison, making me exclaim, that's horrifying. I didn't have the courage to endure both, so I ran away miserably. But in a lush and beautiful place like this, I'm fine. Of course, it's not that I wasn't scared, but now that I think about it, it's strange. I was the one who kept getting killed. Why did he have to glare at me like that all the time? Thinking this, Layla immediately voiced her question. But why do you hate me so much? Seeing that he didn't bother to acknowledge her question, she asked again, did I do something wrong?
If you were beaten because of me, he coldly interjected. No problem. She asked, bewildered. What? He glared, emphasizing. That's irrelevant. She frowned and asked, then what do you care about? He replied indifferently. It's useless. Give up. Hearing that, she was stunned and blurted out, Oh. He seriously emphasized, nothing you do will change anything, so stop. Everything. She asked in a small voice, perhaps he'll never stop hating me. Then she quickly clenched her fists and thought to herself, unbelievable. This is the signal. For some reason, she suddenly rushed forward, hugged him tightly, and they both fell to the ground. At the same time, out of nowhere, a cursed arrow suddenly flew in and plunged straight into Lila's back, making her scream loudly in pain. Then she secretly exclaimed to herself, damn it, did I succeed? Did I succeed? She suddenly sat up and yelled, Ah! Then she quickly checked the desk calendar and asked herself, did I succeed? Then she thought to herself, year 332 of the kingdom, May 11th, the 6th reincarnation. She frantically clutched her head and gritted her teeth, saying, I'm back again. Did I really die from that arrow again? 1. Stealing the bracelet can leave a signal by using Wilhelm in splitting it in half. While stealing the bracelet, he mumbled, stealing the Marquis's bracelet. If we get caught, we're dead for sure. 2. When the chase catches up to me and that madman, Wilhelm will send a signal through the bracelet. It's time. I'll take the arrow for that madman. Lila's imagination. My love. Stay put. 4. The madman will be moved by my sacrifice and open his heart. Importantly, he'll say with teary eyes, I misjudged you. She'll whisper in response, it's okay. 10 years later, I'm the survivor. He'll give a thumbs up and loudly say, my benefactor. On my 90th birthday, I'll celebrate.
Life begins at 40, a super perfect plan. But what's the point if you die right then? It was just 1 arrow in the back. Some knights even took 4 arrows in the back. And some warriors shielded their children while their backs bore 5 spears. Yeah, I just had bad luck this time. So let's try again. Layla suddenly stood up and cheerfully mumbled, actually, this time is better than last time. This time I'll start on the right foot. If I start from when he was brought to the castle, I bet. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. She didn't know how much time had passed, but as soon as she opened her eyes and woke up, she vaguely heard someone calling, Damn it, my lady, are you all right? My lady? Layla's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked with a slight start, did I die again? The brown-haired maid replied blankly, Huh? Layla asked again, No way, Marie, what day is it today? What time is it? She immediately replied, Today is May 12th, 10 a.m. Hearing that, she felt a stir of unease within her, thinking to herself, so I didn't die, I was just unconscious for a whole day. It's now 10 a.m. on May 12th. Marie broke out in a sweat and quickly announced, But young lady, now is not the time for this. The Marquis has already returned and is on the first floor. As she dashed away like the wind, leaving Marie bewildered, Layla thought to herself, just in time for Father and Shane's return. A little faster, just a little more. It's okay to be late, but missing it is not an option. If his mood is bad today, I might have died by his hand instead of that madman's. Pant, why is running so hard? Is it always like this, or am I just out of practice? But at least I made it in time. Ha, I've escaped death.
Thinking this, Layla immediately spoke up. Father, I apologize for being late. I wasn't feeling well, so I was a bit delayed. Then she couldn't help but anxiously think, will I be scolded for being late? Mr. Hildegard suddenly clicked his tongue, then burst out laughing, which made her utterly bewildered, thinking, he's laughing? Has he gone mad? He chuckled faintly and exclaimed, truly admirable, to still come and greet my return in such a state of health. How interesting. Hearing this, Layla broke out in a cold sweat. Stunned, she thought, state of health? He's... Suddenly feeling something flowing from her nose, she immediately looked down, then confusedly uttered an "oh" inwardly. Seeing her dress inexplicably covered in blood, Layla couldn't help but be shocked, thinking, suddenly? Blood on my dress? What's going on? While she hastily took a handkerchief to wipe away the blood on her face, Mr. Hildegard praised her, saying, to rush down here in such a state of health proves your filial piety. I grant you one wish. She quietly asked again, a wish? He immediately replied, yes. Do you want anything? She awkwardly requested, yes, I want... Then she couldn't help but think to herself, wishing, of course, make him kneel and beg that madman, apologize for his sins, and pray for foreseeable consequences. Especially, he must profusely apologize to me for ruining my life. That's all. But if I say that, I'll definitely be thrown into prison. No, maybe I should recover first, then speak.
Having finished her silent thoughts, Layla immediately smiled brightly and continued, Can I tell you later, Father? I'm so happy to see you back that I can't think of much right now. Hearing that, he immediately said, All right then. She lowered her head deep in thought and mused to herself, a wish? I thought it would be great if I didn't get scolded, but isn't this too perfect? A moment later in Layla's room, as she looked at herself in the mirror, she marveled to herself,
Wow, this is serious. My face is as pale as someone about to die, and my hair is a mess. Is this blood? Did I have a nosebleed? Why did that old man find it amusing to see me like this? Seriously, everyone in this house is crazy.
Marie suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "My lady, please drink this first. It's very good for energy recovery, so please don't waste a single drop." She calmly continued, "Energy recovery is extremely important. Thank you, Marie. I'll change my clothes first." Marie said with a slight choke in her voice, "You don't know how shocked I was this morning. The Marquis returned so soon, so I had to wake you up, but you had been bleeding from your nose for a while. I wanted to wipe your face first, but I wasn't sure if it would be overstepping to change your clothes as well." Layla didn't respond, but rubbed her chin, thinking to herself, so it was a nosebleed, as if something had fallen before I fainted. Then she smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "You did very well, Marie. It's only serious because it got on my dress." Marie continued, a little surprised, "I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad that everything went smoothly." She calmly picked up the teacup and drank, then thought to herself, "Because I didn't change my clothes, I ended up getting blood all over, then caught Father's eye and got a wish." She didn't know what the tea tasted like, but it made her turn pale, exclaiming, "Ah!" Then she asked in a panic, "What kind of tea is this, Marie?" Marie immediately replied, "I told you it's health recovery tea." She asked again with a trembling voice, "No, what are the ingredients?" Marie replied, "Well, it was brewed by the chef. Why did you skip meals yesterday? No wonder your condition deteriorated so quickly. Just drink it." She exclaimed in horror, "Oh!" Then at a loss for words, she thought to herself, "Marie is so foolish. My nosebleed wasn't because I skipped meals, but because I fainted. Explaining it like that is useless. But am I really that weak? I get a health checkup every year and everything is always fine. If I were reincarnated again, I wouldn't be this sickly."
Yes, this is a condition caused by mental stress. Constantly dying and being reborn creates pressure. Picking up the teacup, Marie said with a smile, "You've done a great job. From now on, I'll bring tea at this same time every day." Layla asked aghast, "What? You mean this kind of tea?" Marie, her eyes crinkling with a smile, suggested, "Or perhaps I should bring it when you've just woken up, or when you're about to go to sleep." She replied indifferently, "Never mind, just bring it whenever it's convenient for you." Marie continued to suggest, "Please lie down and rest. Rest is very important." She quickly walked towards the bed and replied, "Mm-hmm." Then she quickly lay down on the bed and smiled, thinking to herself, "The taste is awful, but the cup is so warm, even though it's quite a distance from the kitchen." Then with a squinting smile, she said, "Marie, if you ever do anything wrong, I'll overlook them immediately." She asked, puzzled, "That's odd. What kind of mistake?" She replied with a faint smile, "Oh, nothing in particular. But if you're going to make a mistake, make it a really big one." She continued with an embarrassed smile, "You're saying something peculiar." She closed her eyes and chuckled to herself, thinking, "Next year, when you sneak into my bedroom and steal my jewelry, remember to take the clothes from the dressing room too." A week had passed. In my sixth reincarnation, I didn't go to the place where that madman was imprisoned. This time, he couldn't do anything to me, even though I didn't want to meet him in prison at all. Instead, quite randomly today, she decided to save him and arrange everything at once, though of course she wasn't sure if he would die this time. Suddenly hearing the door open, Layla immediately turned her head to look. Someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, hurry up, unload the luggage and tie up the horses." She broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, "They must be leaving, I have to hurry." Just as she climbed out, she suddenly met Sion's gaze, which made her widen her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh!" Then she dazedly thought to herself, "Why is he looking at me? Am I being noticed? Oh, that surprised me." Suddenly someone loudly yelled, "Didn't I tell you to move faster?" making her shriek, "Ah!" in fright. After that, she quickly jumped down from the carriage and asked, "What are you doing?" The brown-haired man saw her and replied, "Oh, young lady?" Layla instinctively glanced at him and thought to herself, "Why are they treating him like that when they should be caring for me? This family truly has problems, and the servants are no different." After her silent thought, she immediately growled an order, "Apologize at once." He asked back, stunned, "What?" She continued to growl her demand, "Apologize to the man you just hit at once." He asked back, flustered, "But young lady, you said—" She threatened coldly, "If I report this to father, will you apologize? A servant who dares to disregard a Hildegar's words?" Rubbing Sion's head, he reluctantly said, "Sorry, I meant to pat your head, not hit you." He decisively pushed his hand away and challenged, "Go ahead and hit me." The other servant, seeing this, sneered, "See that? How pathetic, damn it." He immediately turned around and grumbled, "Anyway, we're late. Follow me." Layla frowned, thinking to herself, "Because I caused so much trouble for the servants, the guards. I didn't hear clearly what they said before. This time I need to get closer. Even a tiny clue will do."
She tiptoed forward, then hid herself behind a nearby tree trunk and thought to herself, "Can I hear from this distance?" The brown-haired man suddenly spoke, "Listen carefully." Hearing this, she couldn't help but rejoice, thinking to herself, "Good, I can hear." He continued, "Don't even think about leaving this forest. If you step out of here—" She wondered to herself, "Out of here? What will happen?" He emphasized in a harsh voice, "Dozens of arrows will be aimed directly at you at once. Hearing this, she was utterly shocked, thinking to herself, "What?" He sneered and continued, "If you're curious how many arrows are aimed at you, just try it and see. I'm curious too." Layla gnashed her teeth in indignation, thinking to herself, "These madmen, giving such a warning to a child no older than 10? It must be a message from my father, both cruel and disgusting. But I mustn't get agitated now. Focus on the signal. I must save him. If possible, I hope he gets shot in the left arm." Just as Layla rushed forward, preparing to shield Sion from the arrows, he suddenly embraced her tightly and turned around.
She gasped, stunned, thinking to herself, "This is crazy. We avoided it. We succeeded. But, we avoided it, so why is there still an arrow in his back? Ah, it seems that man said at the time, dozens of arrows will be aimed straight at you all at once. I was foolish. If you're curious how many arrows are aimed at you, just try and see. Father came here with the intention of killing him today. It's not just for sport. He's targeting him, which is why the servants were told not to leave the forest. On the other hand, arrows could be shot here at any moment. If we keep doing this, both he and I will die. In that case, there's no other way. To save both him and myself, I have to confront Father directly. It's so heavy, like my back is about to break, but I can't stop or I'll die. Just a little more, just a little more." Seeing him and his retinue in front of her, Layla immediately called out, "Father!" "A wish. I will state my wish right now." Marquis Hildegard frowned. He looked at his daughter, struggling to carry someone on her back, with an incredulous gaze. You're going to make a wish right here, right now?" Layla, tears streaming down her face, gasped and replied, "Yes." She looked up at Marquis Hildegard with an extremely pleading gaze. "Please save this child." After saying those words, Layla collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. She secretly felt grateful for her own efforts. I said it. Night fell at Hildegard Manor.
Layla wearily and unhappily followed the servant who worked under Marquis Hildegard. As she walked, she grumbled, "Ugh, that old madman. I know he's a scoundrel, but this is too much. After the arrow incident in the forest, he calls me right after I've just woken up, when I can't even come by myself, and he calls his daughter to his study from such a distance from her bedroom?" She complained to the heavens and earth, muttering to herself, "I don't know, he's always like this. Anyway, I hope this twisted individual at least respects my efforts. Nothing more, nothing less than a mad father. This is the story of how he saved me." Thinking as she walked, she finally arrived. The servant knocked on the door and announced, "Marquis, I have brought the young lady." Marquis Hildegard's voice echoed from within, "Come in." Inside the room, where only a few flickers of light emanated from the single candle on the desk, Marquis Hildegard rested his chin on his hand, gazing straight ahead. Layla seriously greeted him. "Father, did you call for me?" Marquis Hildegard, expressionless, told Layla, "Come closer." Although Layla's feet and body had to obey his command, a sense of dread still lingered in her heart. "I truly hate this."
He's giving me time to calm down. Should I thank him for not preserving humans like stuffed animals? Marquis Hildegard tilted his head and raised an eyebrow, asking Layla, "Why did you do that?" Layla clenched her hands. She hesitated, pondering, "What should I say? It's hard to answer because I don't know how much he knows now. Did Wilhelm fail to return the bracelet?" However, without waiting for her to think further, he suddenly said, "Getting into the carriage without permission and sneaking into the chest. I ask you why?" Layla then realized her plan had succeeded. Thank goodness, Wilhelm succeeded. The moment she fell into the chest, Wilhelm quickly ran up and hid the bracelet inside his shirt. He's truly talented, whether as an embezzler or a thief.
Lila finally felt relieved and replied, "Actually, it was because of that child. I got into the carriage to see him and then I was brought to the bed." Marquis Hildegard asked her again, "The child you asked me to treat?" Lila replied, "Yes." However, Marquis Hildegard immediately exposed her mercilessly. "But I heard you got into the carriage before the child did. You said you couldn't help but get in first." Lila pouted and thought, "Did he interrogate the servants while I was unconscious? What a scoundrel." But she still had to try to act normal when answering to avoid suspicion. "That's because I knew the child would go inside. I heard everyone talking in the hall." Lila lowered her head, pretending to still be remorseful, but secretly thought, "No matter how inhumane he is, he won't know this is a lie. They wouldn't mind keeping a secret for a child being used as a target." Then she added, "I was just curious what the child looked like. That's why I'm sorry." Marquis Hildegard suddenly asked her, "Just curious?" "Not only curious, but you also seem to like him a lot. You didn't just follow him into the forest, you also hugged him tightly." Lila grimaced and looked at him uncomfortably. "So you saw it, but you still drew your bow. Don't tremble, there's nothing to be surprised about. I always knew he wasn't human, so what else is there to be surprised about?
Layla immediately knelt down. She thought, I just need to do what I have to do. Her action surprised the Marquis. What's this? Layla, defying everything, truly dared to confront him face to face. I deeply regret it. I accept any punishment you give me. I will accept it all. But the child I saved with my wish, please return him or her to me. If you do that, I won't care about birthday gifts next year or any other year. Marquis Hildegard crossed his arms, slowly tapped his fingers, then suddenly asked her, If I give it to you, what do I get in return? Layla asked back in surprise. Pardon? Marquis Hildegard's voice deepened, repeating the question once more. I'm asking, what can you give me?
Lila now understood the meaning behind his question. I will become a more obedient daughter than anyone. However, immediately after, Marquis Hildegard objected to her idea. I already have enough obedient children. His words startled Lila. Damn it, he was right. Who in this house wasn't an obedient and capable child? Otherwise, they wouldn't exist in this world anymore. Lila lowered her head, thinking as she replied. In that case, Marquis Hildegard leaned forward and frowned, asking Lila, You have nothing? Lila was determined. She quickly replied, No, I do. Father will like it, I promise. Marquis Hildegard was naturally pleased with her reaction. Really? Tell me. Lila said confidently, In less than a year, I will. She continued to speak, using body language to make him understand. In the end, judging by his expression, it was clear that he had agreed to it. Lila softly replied, Yes. Marquis Hildegard asked her again, Is this a promise you can keep? Lila replied, Of course. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What if you lie? Lila replied without any fear, I swear on my honor. Finally, Marquis Hildegard could only agree with her. Very well then.
I accept your words. That child is yours. Now it is your property. Do with it as you wish. Lila quickly replied to him, Yes, father. Marquise Hildegard continued, with words that were nothing short of a threat. But remember, this agreement is separate from your oath. You may leave now. Lila bowed her head and replied, Yes. However, in her heart, she incessantly cursed him. Dream on, you bastard. Ha, it's fine. I've been through this a few times already. Lila calmly left the room and closed the door. It seems that child was saved somehow, but that doesn't matter. He didn't intentionally save me, did he? I don't owe him anything. Even if he's not my savior, since there's still time, I must conquer his heart. What if I treat him both kindly and intimately? His heart will. Ha! Even though he has never opened up to me, not even once, somehow I've already succeeded. Yes, everything will be fine.
Lila returned to her room and climbed into bed. She struggled to find Sion's room. Oh, now that she thought of it, Marie said the child was on the first floor. Following the blood-stained clothes in the maid's hands ahead of her, she thought to herself, Is that the room? He's already destined to be mine, so a quick look won't hurt, right? The maid was surprised. Milady, why? Lila casually replied, I'm just bored. A little noise probably won't bother him, especially since there's already been so much commotion. Lila opened the door and stepped inside. She came to visit him but still hesitated like a recently released criminal. The bandages looked quite clean, so the wound probably wasn't deep. She looked at Sion on the bed, his eyes closed as if in a deep sleep. But why did his breathing seem so weak? He was also sweating a lot. Lila touched her own head, then awkwardly tried to do the same with Sion. He didn't have a fever, so was it a cold? That's probably better than a fever, right? Lila suddenly stood still and stared at Sion. Compassion suddenly welled up in her again. Lila thought to herself, I must become a priest. I could leave him alone, but I don't want to just walk away. She helped Sion wipe the sweat from his forehead. If you wake up, I at least want a little gratitude. This isn't volunteer work, you know. Suddenly she heard Sion whisper something from his mouth. S-E-L. She was surprised. Huh? Lila unconsciously moved closer to him and strained her ears to hear clearly. She only heard Sion's broken sounds. S-C-C-Lee. Lila thought again. Is he talking in his sleep? Cecile? Is that his friend?
She suddenly heard Sion call out again, Father, brother, sister. At this moment, tears streamed down Sion's cheeks as he sobbed, Don't die. It's my fault. Layla suddenly felt a chill run through her. She was stunned. He has a family? She frantically stumbled back a few steps. But I thought he was from an orphanage. Layla clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. If an orphanage is a home, then the people there are family. The feeling of losing the home she had lived in with her family right before her eyes overwhelmed her. She immediately ran out the door and disappeared into the night.
Lila scolded herself. No, don't think about it. It has nothing to do with me. I was just a child back then. The one truly at fault is someone else. Suddenly, a hero appeared before her. She stopped. It's that man again.
Lila gritted her teeth, fearfully backing away step by careful step. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here again. She collapsed onto the cold ground, then raised her eyes to watch the sword slowly plunge towards her. Is that what he felt? Because those memories clung to him, no matter how far he tried to run. Is that why you're crying? It was morning. Dewdrops clung to the leaves outside the window. Lila woke up from her bed and gently rubbed her eyes. Her hands were damp with tears. Sympathizing with an enemy who tried to kill me hundreds of times? I must truly be destined to become a cleric. A voice called from outside. Young lady, are you awake yet? Lila quickly replied. Oh, Marie, good morning.
Marie entered the room, smiling as she greeted Layla with some useful news. The child the young lady was worried about had regained consciousness. Layla flinched, sitting bolt upright. Really? She gasped. It was beyond her imagination. Immediately, Layla rushed off to find Sion and told Marie, I'll have breakfast later. If anything is needed, I'll call. You should rest. This time, it was Marie's turn to be startled. What, young lady? Young lady, please drink 3 cups of tea when you return. Layla felt like she had just escaped a near-death experience. All right. Because she had run too fast, she only now felt tired upon stopping. Whew! Layla bumped her head on the door. She was still very afraid to face Sion. Even though her heart's calling told her to become a priestess, it was truly still very frightening. Sin was one thing, but life was precious. But then she still had to calm herself down. Layla slowly opened the room door. No, I have to do this. I can do it. I'm forced to fight evil, so what's the big deal? She remembered the gaunt face of Marquis Hildegard when he asked her, What can you give me? Layla cleared a throat. She stiffly waved hello to Sion. Hello. There was no reply, but she could do nothing but smile at Sion. Layla then enthusiastically asked about him. How's your wound? Does it hurt much? Is it still uncomfortable? Sion remained silent, not bothering to acknowledge her. Layla felt very dissatisfied. Is he ignoring me? The doctor said there would be no lasting effects. All right, let's see how long this lasts. Layla, for some reason, then rattled off a long string of questions. How's your wound? Does it hurt much? Is it still uncomfortable? Have you had breakfast yet? If you have trouble moving, I can come help you. You can also tell me to run some errands for you.
No matter how much she danced and twirled, she only received Sion's distant gaze. He's really stubborn, but I have my own way. Then Layla used her special move. Oh my, I almost forgot to thank you. Thank you for saving me in the forest. Sion actually turned his head and looked at her. Layla was startled by his intense gaze. Then she heard Sion reject her thanks. I didn't. Layla remained very persistent. I want to see who's more stubborn. Thanks to you blocking for me, I wasn't hit by the arrow. Sion continued to argue stubbornly. I didn't block for you. Layla attacked him again. So it was just a coincidence? Sion replied firmly. Yes. Layla bit her fingernail lightly, looking awkward. Well then. However, she was secretly cursing his ancestors. I know, how could you have known when the arrow would come to save me? The important thing is that we've started talking. Layla sincerely bowed her head and replied, but still, thank you very much.
Whether it was a coincidence or not, the fact that I dodged the arrow thanks to you is an undeniable truth. Sion is truly stubborn, absolutely refusing to take credit for it. I didn't do anything. But Layla wouldn't let him off so easily. She said, You're my life's benefactor, so from now on you'll be treated accordingly. Let's be closer from now on, and in the future too. Save me quickly. Seeing the sparkling light of enthusiasm around Layla, Sion turned his head to look at her. He hesitated before speaking. Why? Layla asked him surprised. Huh? What did you say? However, Sion said to Layla, Forget it. Layla smiled gently, clinging to him like a leech. No, what was it? Tell me. Before she could even finish her sentence, she saw Sion's killer gaze shoot towards her. Layla knew when to retreat. She quickly backed away towards the room's door. I definitely didn't hear anything.
Although the atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward, Layla was the type of person who was optimistic. But we're still making some progress, aren't we? He didn't tell me to go away. He must know what fear is now that death is near. Layla cautiously approached and sat beside Sion's bed. Oh, right. That reminds me that we don't know each other's names. Outwardly, she said that, but inwardly, she thought differently. Of course, I already know your name, because you are truly a great hero, a favorite subject for poets to sing, dance, and for artists to depict in their paintings. All the people, from commoners to nobles, talk a lot about you. Of course, your name is deeply etched in my mind. But stating one's name is still the most basic of basics. She quickly introduced herself to him first. My name is Layla. If no one else is around, you can just call me Lady Layla. What is your name? Sion nervously clutched the blanket on the bed. He remained silent, not answering.
Layla struggled with her thoughts. Please, just say your name, don't you want to? Layla was truly annoyed. This guy was genuinely awful, both mean and incredibly petty. Maybe a little teasing would be fine. Then I'll call you whatever I want, okay? Layla enthusiastically told him about her childhood. When I was little, I had this super cute bunny. Its name was Cassian. How about that? Layla was secretly smiling, pleased that she had successfully teased Sion. He must be shocked, right? Because she had sat his real name, which he had never told her, so he must be a little flustered, huh? But then, when she saw Sion's utterly horrified expression, Layla truly realized that her own thinking had been too simplistic. Frightened, she unconsciously stepped back. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I make a mistake by saying his real name? I have to fix it. Layla clamped her mouth shut, looking at Sion in confusion. I'm sorry. Her actions and reactions startled Sion. He tried to regain his composure. Suddenly, he looked at Layla and uttered a name, Sion. Layla was very confused. Huh? Sion avoided Layla's gaze. You asked for my name. It's Sion. Sion's beautiful memories with his loved ones at the orphanage suddenly flooded back. That was when his eldest brother Cassian and everyone played in the sun, swam in the river, gathered around a fire for warmth, and enjoyed the joyful white winter. When spring arrived, they discussed many things together. Cassian called out, "Is everyone here? The reason I called you all here is, I've thought of an official name for Sunshine."
Adele immediately raised her hand in agreement. I get goosebumps calling the boy Sunshine. What do you think, Sunshine? Have you thought of a name yet? Sion snapped back to reality, telling Layla that she had asked for his name, and it was Sion. Layla repeated again, Sion. He confidently replied, yes. Layla cautiously moved closer to Sion. May I call you by that name? Sion immediately replied, yes. Layla stared at Sion, thinking to herself, when I called you Cassian, you looked like you wanted to devour me. Now you say I can call you Sion. Aren't those two things the same? Well, at least the hostility in his eyes is lessened, so that's somewhat better. I'm sure that's fine, because I don't understand him anyway. Layla smiled brightly. Thank you for letting me call you by your name. Layla flew straight towards the door. She didn't forget to remind Sion, well, I'm leaving now. Remember this important thing. Get some rest. Sion silently watched her antics. Layla opened the door and shouted back, see you later, Sion. Sion's bedroom door closed softly. Sion sat motionless in place, not stirring. He mumbled, Cassian, brother. When a child lived homeless, countless people would ask the child's name, or kindly inquire, oh dear, how old are you? Usually, when living on the streets, people often forgot how old they were. That boy was Sion. He innocently answered that question. I'm 5 years old. Even so, the child knew his exact age. The woman gave him a delicious loaf of bread. Some even asked, are you a boy or a girl? You look so cute. At that time, Sion took the bread and looked up to answer, I'm a boy. The boy was confused because they couldn't tell his gender at a glance, but he still answered immediately. That was an easier question to answer than his age. The woman's husband came over and asked, what are you doing with a beggar? These kids carry a ton of germs. The compassionate woman replied, but they're pitiful. They took Sion to the Sunshine Orphanage. Now an urgent meeting was taking place to welcome the new member. A name? Cassian waited silently for Sion to answer. But how would a homeless boy know about a name? He looked at Cassian with an innocent gaze, as no one had ever asked him about that. Sion bowed his head, trying to recall an impressive name. Then he suddenly spoke up, startling Cassian. Beggar? Cassian looked at Sion, bewildered. What? Sion looked at Sion in surprise. Isn't it? He rattled off a string of things others had called him, which he now thought were his name. Then it's disease, pile of trash, filth. Cassian couldn't bear it any longer. He quickly cut Sion off. Enough, that's enough. You don't have a name, do you? Sion remained silent as Cassian cupped his cheeks. Sion innocently asked, aren't those what people call names?
Cassian explained to Sion, you shouldn't think of such things as names. What you're referring to are not names. Sion seemed a little disappointed, asking Cassian, so I don't have a name? Cassian looked at Sion, sighed, and smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Later, you can choose any name you like. In fact, I chose my own name too, which is Cassian. Sion looked at him with a naive gaze and called out Cassian. Cassian diligently reminded Sion, when you call me, remember to add an honorific. Sion, however, only knew how to call him by his name. Cassian chuckled happily, telling Sion, well, let's let you get used to it gradually. You need time to remember names first. All right, from now until you choose a name for yourself, we'll need a temporary one. Since your hair shines like gold, I think Sunshine would suit you. Before he could even rejoice, Adele leaped in from outside, scoffing. Ew. Cassian looked at the radiant girl. Adele, when did you get here? Adele burst inside. I just arrived. More importantly, I think I heard something really strange. Cassian asked her, huh, what's wrong? Adele suddenly shrieked, hey, everyone, come here. Everyone was present within seconds. Adley scratched his head and asked, what's up? Is something wrong? Cecile asked everyone, who is this?
Cassian answered Cecile's question. Everyone knows the baby will be living with us starting today, right? Here he is. Someone gasped. Oh, is this him? Adele greeted Sion. Hi, nice to meet you. Cassian continued. These are your siblings. You can call them by age order. Adele, Ashley, Mike, Ray, and Cecile. For example, I'm the oldest, 14 years old. Adele crossed her arms and looked at Cassian. The name isn't the issue right now. Cassian gave the boy a name. He is Sunshine. Ashley exclaimed, horrible. Cecile reached out, refusing. No good. Ray shared the same opinion. That's disgusting.
Mike, sitting next to Sion, also exclaimed, "What was he thinking?" Seeing everyone's reactions, Cashin awkwardly tried to smooth things over. "It's fine. Even though you all have objections about this name, why don't we ask the boy? Sunshine, our little sunbeam, what name do you like? I'm curious if you like the temporary name Sunshine that the bank gave you. Answer me, Sunshine." Someone grumbled discontentedly. "How many more times are you going to call him Sunshine?" Suddenly, Sion smiled and replied, "Brother, I like it. Sunshine is nice." Adele felt dizzy and lightheaded. She screamed and then fell down. "Unbelievable." Ashley quickly ran to support her. "Hang in there, Adele." And so the small orphanage named the baby Sunshine. After that, Sion told everyone, "I am Cashin."
The person called Cassian immediately asked Sion, "What?" Sion innocently replied, "I like Cassian." The eldest brother yelled at Sion, "Hey, that's my name." Adele seemed quite pleased, saying, "So what? Honestly, Cassian, it looks like Sunshine suits that name better than you do." Cassian yelled back in dissatisfaction, "What? What's the problem?" Watching the two eldest siblings argue, Sion chuckled with amusement. Everyone should have a name that suits them. A good name suits a beautiful person. Cecile hugged Sion and said, "That's right. From now on, Sunshine should be called Cassian instead." Cassian once again shouted in annoyance, "Cecile, you too." And so the house became even noisier. Ashley lunged forward, grabbed Cassian's collar, and shook him. Cassian should just give his name to Sunshine. Give it. Adele wouldn't back down either. "Have some conscience. It doesn't suit you at all." Cecile cheered. "Change your name to Ugly. Ugly suits you better." The expression on Cassian's face twisted in pain. "Sion, you were joking when you said you liked the name Cassian, right? Do you really like the name Cassian?" Before he could finish his sentence, someone's finger poked straight into his nostrils. Sion remained silent, not answering, but her determined gaze said it all.
Cassian yelled at Sion, "You traitor, how dare you? I raised you with so much effort." Adele burst out laughing, telling Cassian, "Don't be silly, the boy is already grown up." At this moment, Sion suddenly spoke, making everyone freeze. "So it will be Sion. That will be my name." Cassian looked as if he had just been freed. "You mean Sion, not Cassian, right?" Sion smiled happily. "Yes." Cassian also sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I almost named him Ugly." Adele said to Cassian, "That's terrible. You should have paid the price for naming the boy Sunshine." Cassian remorsefully, "I was just kidding." Ray, standing nearby, chuckled. "You fool, Cassian." Cecile hugged Sion tightly, whispering to him, "Sion, so you're not Sunshine anymore, but Sion, right?" Sion replied to her, My name is Sion." For Sion, this place was home, a warm place that gave him a name, a place that taught him what family was, and a place with people who were no different from his biological parents, surrounding him with love. But that happiness did not last long for Sion. Sion had to watch helplessly as the orphanage was engulfed in flames. Father, Mother, Cassian, Adele, Ashley, Mike, Ray, please, wait a little longer. I will save everyone.
What the child cherished was swallowed by the flickering flames. Outside the market, the atmosphere was incredibly bustling. "Ah," Cecile said. "Sion, look, it's a rooster. They sell a lot of meat here, don't they?" He replied, "Well, it's a market." She wondered, "But why are we going to the market at dawn and on your birthday morning, no less?" Sion replied, "Well, it's my birthday, and there are a few things I want to buy." He asked her shyly, "Do you have any money?" She covered her mouth and chuckled. She happily held up her money pouch and said, "Cashin gave me a few coins as a birthday gift. He already had a job and an income when he was just 19. He was surprised. "So you ran off as soon as you got it?" She turned away and sighed. "I've always wished I could buy gifts for both my father and mother. Basically, I want to use money I earned myself to buy them. But in a way, the money Cashin gave me is also my money." Hearing that, he gave a reluctant smile. "What's with that? Ha-ha." She pulled his arm, laughing. "Anyway, help me choose gifts. Hurry up." Sion replied, "All right, Cecile, slow down." The two walked hand in hand to the shops, first to choose clothes.
Next, they went to choose shoes. Then together they tried bread. They also went to see a circus. Sion turned to look at her and said, "Oh my, Cecile." She asked, "What's wrong?" Sion immediately replied, "We can't waste time like this. They said the travel fare doubles in the afternoon." Hearing that, she was stunned. "Oh, that's right, isn't it?"
Both of them ran in a hurry. Sion said, "That's why I told you we should have talked to Big Brother first." He helped her onto the carriage. She said, "Do you think everyone is worried? Like they think we went to catch them?" He replied, "I hope so." Once they were both in the carriage, she suddenly remembered. "Oh, by the way." He turned to look at her and asked, "What is it? Is something wrong?" She recalled what happened earlier. The paper he used was so crumpled that Adele thought it was a rag and was about to use it to wipe the floor. She thought, "So I was planning to spend some money to buy you new paper and charcoal pencils." Hearing that, he said, But if I wanted to, I could buy them myself." She asked, "Huh? Where would you get the money?" Sion looked at her. "No, I have money. It's a secret."
Sometimes I follow Big Brother Cassian out to work. She said, I guess you're super strong. Super, super strong. Hearing that, she smiled happily. Hee hee, so you can buy new paper and pencils yourself then. Instead, I'll save money to buy you a whole set of art supplies. He asked, That's very expensive, you know. She happily replied, Then I just need to earn a lot of money. The two linked pinkies. She said, But you have to come to the market with me again. Promise? He replied, It's no big deal. After saying that, she leaned her head on his shoulder. Next time, let's go during the day. I'm too sleepy to go early in the morning. He said comfortably, Go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we arrive. In the darkness, Sion thought, I'm sleepy too. He looked outside in surprise, where there was a fire. Huh? He was bewildered. Fire? That's where our house is, and there's a burning smell rising. He quickly shook the person next to him awake. Cesarel, Cesarel, she mumbled sleepily. Are we there yet? He lied. Cesarel, still half asleep, said, I really need new papers. I'll tell the driver. She asked, But I don't know where to buy them. Let's go together, Sion. He quickly stood up and said, It's a secret. Big Brother seems to be preparing something for your birthday. I'm going to help, so come back late tonight. She looked suspicious. Sion, you're lying. Aren't you hiding something? He quickly told the driver, Sir, please take us back. I forgot a few things here. As soon as he finished speaking, before the car could even turn around, he quickly jumped out and said, The money on the seat should be enough. She called back, Sion, come with me. Seeing his actions, the driver said, This kid is too brave. All right, let's go quickly. He said, Thank you, sir. He hurriedly ran towards the fire. She, still in the car, shouted, Sion! Looking around, everything was being consumed by the flames. They exclaimed, What a beautiful fire. This is why dog kennels aren't built near forests. Another one said, Stop talking nonsense. Keep an eye out. If any of them survive, we're dead for sure. What a beautiful sight. They suddenly flinched. Sion returned. Seeing him, they said, What's that? A kid? He's so fast I couldn't even see him. They sneered. Forget it. If he wants to burn with those others, then let him burn, if that's what he wishes for.
He cried out in agony, Father, Mother, Cassian, Adele, Ashley, Mike, Ray, hang in there. Having said that, he quickly ran into the fire. I'm coming to save everyone right now. He plunged himself into the blaze that was consuming the house. All around him was fire. He cried and shouted loudly, Father, Mother! He despaired. Where am I? Where is everyone? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene before him. He was stunned. No, no, it can't be! He collapsed to his knees, crying out in pain. 2 streams of tears flowed profusely. He was in immense agony, watching his house slowly burn to ashes. Those people stood indifferently outside when they saw him emerge. Huh? They laughed. What the hell? You're still alive? He grabbed his wrist tightly, making him cry out. My wrist! His accomplice said. Jeff, you're too careless. He angrily said. Are you kidding me? He said. Just a brat like this. He angrily punched him with a painful blow. They were surprised. What the hell is this brat? He has terrifying strength for his age. This isn't good. Attack him all at once. Sion paid no mind. Quite impressive, a voice spoke up.
Hildegard clapped and said, It's truly astonishing that you can do that to my soldiers. Sion asked, Your soldiers? So he's behind all of this. You run ahead. Go to hell. He said, The carriage, which was initially coming here, turned back. I'll send someone to check what happened. Sion asked, What? He crushed Sion's head down. He said, It's very troublesome to have witnesses, so I'm considering eliminating them. What do you think I should do? Sion trembled and said, Don't. Sion bowed low and pleaded, Don't chase the carriage. Hearing that, he asked, Don't chase the carriage? Then what do you have for me? Sion replied, Anything. Anything I can do.
He ordered them to chase the carriage, check inside, but only to verify identities, nothing else. They replied, Understood, sir. He ordered, Stand up. You must come to me on your own 2 feet. He leaned close to his ear, his voice savage. I've prepared a special grave just for you. After that, Sion followed the Marquis's words without any resistance. He voluntarily went to the prison, only to realize that the one who brought him there was Marquis Hildegard, and that place was the mansion where he lived. That was the reality. Sion shed tears of pain. Lying down, he blamed himself. It's my fault. If I hadn't gone to the market, if I had returned earlier. He clenched his fists, blaming himself. Even if I sensed the danger, what was the point? In the end, I still couldn't do anything. He clutched his head, trembling. I couldn't save anyone. No, I killed them. A voice echoed. Dinner! A piece of bread and a cup of water were placed down. Sion sat up. He looked at the bread, telling himself, I have to eat. He chewed ravenously. Even if forced, I still have to eat and live. He remembered the man's earlier words. Remember this. Your life now belongs to me. If you commit suicide, I'll throw the girl in the carriage to the dogs. Sion's eyes gleamed with hatred. That bastard will do exactly what he said. He'll kill Cesarel. He was in pain. Sion panted wearily, feeling despair, his whole body aching. I want to die, he thought desperately. I want to go to where my family is. A week later, the guards were urging each other. Hurry up, we must be ready before the Marquis arrives. One of them ordered him, move faster. They said, listen carefully. He held a whip, threatening, Don't even think about leaving the forest. If you step out of here, thousands of arrows will be aimed straight at you at once.
Sion looked ahead, thinking, this is it, this grave. He looked around the forest. Sion felt this wasn't too bad a place, not terrible. He made up his mind. I've done what he wanted. Cesarel is probably safe. An arrow struck Sion's chest. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he closed his eyes. So it's over. Everyone, I'll go meet them. Suddenly a voice called out, "Wake up, wake up."
There was a call for Sion to awaken, descendant of angels. He wondered, what? I'm not dead. He touched the wound from the arrow that had struck him. This feeling was certainly not an illusion of being shot in the chest. Why was this happening? A voice woke him. The descendant of angels has awakened. He wondered, what? Thousands of people knelt before him. Descendant of angels, descendant of angels, descendant of angels. He skeptically asked himself, what is this? He touched his throat, intending to speak, but this isn't my voice. He looked at his body and wondered, what is this? What the hell? Everyone around him was kneeling and calling Sion, descendant of angels, descendant of angels, descendant of angels. He asked, am I a descendant of angels? Someone behind him replied, yes. He said, by lineage, you are the sixth descendant of angels. Every 1,000 years, a divine being will be born to fight against the evil that has broken the seal they created. Descendants of angels awaken with heaven-bestowed powers, unlocking their abilities upon turning 18. He explained, if they die before the age of 18, their souls will be preserved, and upon reaching the age of awakening, they will reincarnate as a descendant of angels. He looked outside, realizing this was how they were resurrected. He touched his body and felt, this feels strange. Why am I so tall, and why is my body so muscular?
Sion touched his chest, thinking his pectoral muscles felt like he was wearing armor. He asked the old man, so what should I do now, fight the evil god? The old man respectfully replied, no, according to the prophecy, the evil god will appear in the next 2 years. Until then, you should train to control your power better. He asked again, you said train. The old man cheerfully said, besides that, we have also prepared a place for your training. Please follow me. He looked at the old man hesitantly and asked, can I use my power? The old man replied, yes. He remained silent, not mentioning the issue again, and simply said, let's go to the training ground. He added, oh, and also, Sion said, please find me a few people. Just as the prophecy from the church foretold, the evil god appeared, turning the sky to ash. You human insects, this is the final struggle. He bravely faced the evil god, saying, you didn't say that 1,000 years ago, did you? Hearing his challenge, the evil god became furious. Sion confronted the evil god, and that battle shook both heaven and earth. The evil god angrily said, you arrogant brat. During the half-month-long battle, Sion realized the truth. He was stabbed by the evil god, but realized that he possessed a body no ordinary human could match. Sion's body could not only withstand wounds, but also possess the ability to regenerate. Even though the evil god attacked him fiercely, he could still recover. As long as his heart was still beating, or his mind was still rational, the rest of his body, even if shattered, would be fine. Sion's eyes were filled with determination. Although the sensation of physical pain was still vivid, he said to the evil god, let's end this. He lunged forward, touching the evil god, but he was struck down by the evil god's power. He said, am I falling? Into the abyss again? Falling again? Finally, both of them collapsed. Sion, exhausted, lay on the ground. Under the dazzling light, he opened his eyes. Sunset. He looked forward. Had half a day already passed? So, I guess I'm about to die and return to a normal life. He raised his hand, looked at the bloodstains on it, and thought, when one dies, only one thing disappears.
It was strange that 1,000 lives appeared before his eyes. He opened his eyes wide. The church priest said that descendants of angels are born with 2 lives, so why did he have 3? He felt confused. It was truly complicated. If he wanted to die, he would have to die 2 more times. Anyway, fighting against the evil god, he would never do it a second time. When the evil god was sealed, the sky had turned to ashes, turning everything back as if nothing had ever happened. Noticing the sky's transformation, the cathedral announced that the evil god had been sealed. As expected, the crowd began to cheer when the hero returned. Leaders of different nations were desperate to keep the hero in their country. They offered him a higher position, marriage into royalty, and even adoption by nobles. However, the hero refused all those invitations. There were rumors that during the fierce battle with the evil god, the hero had been so severely wounded that he wouldn't live much longer. His voice, even as he refused the invitations, had become drier and more emotionless than ever.
The more he thought, the more he remembered that the public didn't know the person's name. Could they tell us what it was? The hero was incredibly honest, answering the question about his name, Cassian. He thought it was Cassian, or at least he assumed so. 3 months later, Sion returned to his hometown, the place he had departed from. As a citizen, not a hero, Sion felt he had to visit that place. He looked up at the distant sky and told himself Cicero was still living in this country.
When Sion asked the cathedral to search for Cicero 2 years ago, they found her within a few days and informed Sion. He looked at the letters in his pocket. The cathedral was quite far from this country, so they couldn't meet in person, but fortunately both sides exchanged letters. He was very surprised to learn that Cicero had become a countess. Sion thought this was quite hard to imagine, because in Sion's mind, Cicero was still a mischievous child. According to the explanation in the letter, it was a contract marriage. Although Sion didn't quite understand, he still tried to accept it. After all, Cicero seemed happy. He was thinking that meeting Cicero was the top priority when suddenly he was startled. Two things prevented Sion from doing that. First, he dismounted his horse and looked to the side, at a grave, which must have been Cicero's. He touched it. If it weren't Cicero, it wouldn't have been written like this. He slowly and tenderly touched it. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged beside the grave. Sion looked towards the grave and said, "I'm sorry I'm late."
He told himself, "I want to come sooner, but there are a few things I need to finish first. I don't really understand what it is, but they say I'm a hero and that I have to fight evil gods. It's strange that I can't even protect my own family, yet I'm asked to save the world," he chastised himself. Then Sion said, "So you introduced yourself as Cassian. The idea of me becoming a hero someday is ridiculous, isn't it? If it were my brother, it would make much more sense." After speaking, he fell silent. Sion touched his thigh. "I'm leaving now. Don't be angry that I'm leaving so soon. There are a few things I need to do." Having said that, Sion turned and left, telling himself, "I'll be back. Next time I'll bring flowers when I visit." At this moment, in the dark palace, Sion held his sword and screamed, "Eh!" Everyone was terrified. "A monster is a monster." The servant hastily said, "We must tell the Marquis." He ordered, "No need to tell him." Sion slashed each of them once and said, "I'll go myself." The other guards, terrified, said, "You bastard, dispel the barrier immediately." Sion coldly said, "We've met before, haven't we? You tried to leave, though we're blonde, right?" The other man was scared, but still said, "Don't falter. He's just one of them. If we combine our strength, we can defeat him." He also said, "If he dies, the barrier might—" Sion said, "Even if I die, the barrier won't disappear." Hearing that, they were confused. "What?" He said, "This barrier was created by the cathedral's jewels. Even evil gods cannot escape it."
Hearing that, they hastily said, "Run now!" Before they could even run, Sion's blade struck them, and they cried out desperately, "Ah, please!" Sion had dealt with everyone. In front of him was an armored soldier. He trembled in fear. "Ah," he said, "please spare me. I'll do anything." He said, "Let me ask a few questions." He knelt at Sion's feet, trembling. He asked, "Where is the Marquis?" "Mainly in the main hall." Hearing that, Sion said, "I understand. In the end, he was still killed. Thanks for telling me."
The door slowly opened. Sion leaned his face closer, then slowly stepped inside. As soon as he stepped in, he was surrounded by a squad of soldiers. An arrogant old man was waiting, saying, "This is the grave for your arrogance." He continued, "Even if you regret it now, it's already too late. My elite knights and battle mages, who can stand against an entire army, will charge forward and attack you." He proudly declared, "You won't get a single step closer to me. Die without leaving a trace." Hearing him say that, Sion took the sword from his shoulder and swung it once. The old man was horrified, blood splattering onto his face. "What? Everyone is dead?" he asked himself in disbelief. "What the hell is this?" Sion advanced towards him. The old man fearfully asked, "Wait, what do you want? Tell me what you want. I can give you anything." He trembled. "Money, power, or women? If it's women, I have a daughter who is quite—" Before he could finish, Sion asked him, "Why did you do it?" Sion's eyes blazed. "How dare you burn down the orphanage 10 years ago and kill everyone inside?" Hearing this, the old man frowned. "What? An orphanage?" He defended himself. "What are you talking about? No, that was a mistake, not intentional. But I will apologize, even if it wasn't on purpose." A malicious intent appeared in the old man's eyes. As Sion approached, he brandished a knife and yelled, "Die!" Even though he was stabbed with the knife, Sion was unharmed. Sion stabbed him back, and he cried out, "Ah!" He said to the old man, "You don't remember." Sion continued, "You don't even remember who I am. Death is so trivial to you." Sion wiped the blood from his face, looked up at the sky. It was truly empty. Finally, the entire castle was drenched in red blood. Sion stepped out. This room must be the last wall. He opened the door, stepping into the bedroom inside. Sion saw a woman. He asked, "Who are you?" Then he continued, "Are you Layla Hildegard?" Hearing that name, she casually said, "You have the wrong person." She was a strange woman, he surmised. Did she really think he was asking because he didn't know? He didn't think she would answer so casually when asked if she was Layla Hildegard. He thought she knew exactly that she was. He asked, "Do you have anything to say? A wish, for example?"
Perhaps that's why I'll give her a chance to make a wish, because she is a woman.
Of course, the woman before me would kneel and beg for her life, saying, "Please spare me." But Layla was different. She flatly said, "No." Sion looked at her. "So you have decided your own fate." He looked at her and asked, "Do you really want to live?" Instead, I mustered my last bit of mercy and offered her the only way out. He said, "If you want to live, just drain all the Hildegard blood from your body. Do that, and I will spare you." Even though I said that, she didn't care. "Layla, ask you one last question." He thought. The woman showed a resigned expression as she asked her final question. She said, "If 10 years ago I had tried to prevent that accident and your death, would you forgive me now?" Her voice pierced straight into my mind. Looking into her eyes, he thought, I thought no one remembered the fire at Hildegard Castle back then. I was quite surprised that this woman still remembered the old grudge. But so what? Even if she tried and failed, no. Sion thought about the incident. Nothing has changed. I lost my family. And if the woman before me is the child of my enemy, I have no intention of forgiving her, regardless of the effort she put in. At that moment, she spoke. She said, "Hey, do you know you're nothing but a pathetic wretch? Meeting you makes me sick. Don't ever let us meet again, you crazy dog." She spoke with a very fierce expression. After speaking, Layla covered her mouth, as if she had said something wrong, with those words. He watched her reaction. The woman then swallowed something and writhed in pain on the floor.
He looked at her, feeling that something was wrong. He wondered, not knowing where the error lay, but his intuition told him so. And when he touched Layla and swung his sword, he woke up in a cramped, dark place. He looked around. Where was this? Was it the luggage compartment of some carriage? Sion was bewildered. Where had that woman gone? Why was he suddenly here? A voice rang out. "Has this road naturally gotten longer, or have you forgotten the way?" Sion felt a sense of familiarity. This voice.
"I apologize, Marquis. I will be more careful." Hearing this, Marquis Hildegard nodded in satisfaction. Sion was skeptical. What's going on? Marquis Hildegard should be dead, shouldn't he? He touched his body. Now that he thought about it, his body seemed to have shrunk, as if he had returned to being 10 years old, before his resurrection that night. He found it ridiculous. Haha, no way. This is too absurd. Maybe I'm just having a nightmare. Suddenly he thought, or maybe it's because I've never had enough sleep since awakening my angelic power. He didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? I feel so sleepy. When he woke up, the carriage was already parked in front of Hildegard Castle. After that, he was again locked in the dungeon, just as he had experienced before. He then thought, and a week later, I was shot dead in the forest. Then he was again locked in prison, and a week later, he was shot dead in the forest again. He recalled everything. The angelic descendant has awakened.
Furthermore, there was also a battle with the evil god. He looked around, so this isn't a dream. He looked at the evil god and asked, "Let me ask you one thing. Did you send me back to the past?" The evil god said, "What you're saying is absurd, human. If you're trying any tricks, it's useless, so just die quickly." Hearing that, Sion felt, so it wasn't you. All right, I was just suspicious, and now I must seal you. After the second battle with the evil god, this time he didn't pass through any more countries but went straight to his final destination, to meet the biggest suspect, Layla Hildegard. He searched around the castle, but Layla wasn't there. He asked a servant, "What?" The servant replied, "It's true. Ever since she disappeared 4 years ago, none of us have heard any news from the young lady." He even swore, "I swear to God." Before he could finish, Sion killed him. He wondered, missing? No, Layla Hildegard wasn't missing at all. She must have suspected his arrival and fled beforehand. Suddenly, one fine day, he found her. "So you're here, Layla Hildegard." He killed her, then returned to that carriage. The familiar voice still echoed. Did this road just naturally get longer, or did you forget the way? He opened his eyes. Again, the scene was like when he was at Hildegard Castle.
He thought it must be that woman, the one who sent him back to the past. She left the castle, concealed her identity. She knew he would appear at Hildegard Castle and kill everyone. He looked at his hands. Moreover, as soon as he killed her, he was sent back to the past, just like the first day he stabbed her back at the castle. A cheap time reversal trick. Sion thought, does she send me back to the past every time I kill her, so I constantly have to experience the death of my family, killed by my enemies, and have to fight the evil god? Is that her plan? Does she think that with this kind of repetition I will give up and forgive her? He gnashed his teeth in anger. No, never. I swear to God, no matter how many times I go through that horrible period, I will not let a single drop of Hildegard's blood survive. After dealing with the evil god for the third time and heading straight to Hildegard Castle, he was no longer surprised not to find Layla Hildegard. Not finding her, along with the conversations, further raised suspicions that she was indeed the one who reversed time. He left the castle. His condition was abnormal. His heart raced, extreme tension. He felt his heart pounding and his anxiety rising, as if he had swallowed some kind of flame. He felt everything blurring. Sion broke out in a cold sweat.
Was it because he had experienced the feeling of losing his beloved family thousands of times, or was it due to the pain he endured fighting the evil god? Whatever the reason, it simply meant he felt angry. He thought things would have gotten better after turning Hildegard Castle into a grassy mound. Normally things would get better, even if just a little.
If this continues, sooner or later I will lose my mind. He comforted himself, needing to pull himself together. He made a resolution. This time, reviving while going mad, he would act recklessly without obeying the Marquis's words, which could put Cecil in danger. He sighed. Sion held the horse's reins, and of course the consequences thereafter were unpredictable. He thought, before things went awry, meeting Cecil first would be better. At the mansion, welcome to the Count's mansion. It's been a long time since we last met. Cecil came out to greet him. You've really changed, Sion.
She looked at him and said, You've grown up tall and handsome. The two sat down at the table opposite each other. Sion also said, You too, and you've even become a countess. She laughed. Hee, I look quite different from when I was a child, don't I? He thought, I'm glad I came to visit her. He touched himself. Good, just maintaining this clarity is enough. While the servants were setting out the food, she asked, I've heard a few things lately. You seem to have become quite famous. Are you all right? He replied, Of course, it's quite difficult to explain in detail, but there's nothing much to worry about. She asked, But Sion, there's something I want to ask. He asked, What is it? She was tense. They say it's true, don't they? She added, About Hildegard Castle. She looked at him. They say no one survived there, not even the kitchen dog. Some people say they saw you leave the castle. Did you really kill everyone? Sion naturally said no. She was happy. I knew it. Strange rumors always surround famous people. He said, I didn't kill the dog. Sion said, There wasn't any dog in the kitchen. Hearing that, she was stunned. She couldn't believe it. You... She angrily clenched her fist. He asked, What's wrong? He looked at her and said, Cecil, you wouldn't know. Marquis Hildegard was our enemy 10 years ago. She replied, I know.
She said, After becoming countess, I also investigated this matter. The castle is not only inhabited by Marquis Hildegard, but also by many more innocent people. Hearing her say that, he asked, What do you mean, Cecil? He said, No innocent person lives in Hildegard Castle. She angrily exclaimed, Are they all criminals then? That's absurd. What exactly is their crime? He said their crime is having Hildegard's blood in them, having signed his contract, working safely under his command, and working for his benefit. Hearing that, she frowned. Sion said, Only criminals are there, Cecil. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. She covered her forehead with one hand and sighed, Oh my. He, sitting opposite her, still cheerfully said, Don't worry, Cecil, you won't be punished. Hearing that, she asked, What? While cutting meat, he said, They say that those who receive punishment from God will have their limbs torn apart, suffering extreme pain, and sometimes I might not even see my family in heaven. He continued, But in the end, when I turned every page of the Bible, there was no record of this punishment. If there is a price to pay for this power of revenge, I am willing to bear it alone. Sion, while eating, said, After all, I've had my limbs torn apart many times while fighting the evil god, so you don't need to worry. Hearing him say that, she was bewildered. What are you talking about? Cecil worried. Do you really think you'll receive punishment from God? That punishment isn't important now. Many people have already died.
Sion was silent, looking at her. Cecil frowned and asked, Do you really not have any regret? Not only do you not feel guilty, but you also don't care who you killed. After saying that, she bluntly told him, You're crazy. As soon as she finished speaking, Cecil suddenly realized she had blurted it out. She quickly covered her mouth, while Sion silently watched her. Cecil quickly explained, I didn't mean to criticize you, Sion. He replied, No, I understand. So that's how it is. After saying that, he smiled. You're right. Thank you, Cecil. After that, he quickly stood up to end the meal. Sion said, What I mean is, I'm glad to see you again. She was surprised. Huh? What do you mean? He picked up his cloak, put it on, and said to her, I have a few things to do. I'll go ahead. No need to see me off.
She called him Sion. He said, Oh, that's right, I need to tell you something. He turned away and said, If we ever happen to meet again somewhere, call me Cassian. That is the name of the hero who sealed the evil god. Having said that, he strode away. Cecil called out loudly from behind, Sion! He stood outside, thinking, Thanks to Cecil, I have nothing to worry about anymore. I kept worrying I would go crazy, but then again, if I'm already crazy, what's there to worry about? He looked out the window, wondering, or am I perhaps getting crazier and crazier? Is there a madness index? In that case, he thought, I don't want to go too far either. At this moment, inside, Layla was being hit by a man, crying out loudly, Ah! He brutally grabbed her hair. Layla felt terrified. He glanced at the person outside and asked, Who's there? Who dares knock on my bedroom door without permission? He stepped in, coldly stating, I don't need permission. Having said that, he stabbed the man once in the stomach.
A guard stepped in and said, "Guards, seize this bastard immediately." Splashes of blood splattered onto Layla's face. The man lay on the bed, surrounded by a pool of blood. He looked at the woman beside him. This woman.
Sion thought, so in this life, she was abused by her husband. He saw her hands trembling. He only hit her in places that couldn't be seen. Seeing the hidden wounds inside her, he thought she must have endured this for a very long time. Sion thought, did I let him off too easily? He should have suffered torture little by little. He gritted his teeth. Wait, he closed his eyes tightly. But I have a reason to kill him. Why am I thinking this? He looked at her and thought, could it be because of Cesarel? His memories of this woman and Cesarel were intertwined, which was why he felt disgusted seeing her being beaten. He concluded there was no other reason. He drew his sword, unable to think of anything else. She looked at him with fearful eyes. Then she cried and laughed at the same time. Ha, I'm really crazy. What kind of person is my father? Does he know how to clean blood? Does he know people will let me live if I clean the blood in the Hildegard mansion? Dying like this is too tiring. If I have to endure something so painful, I might as well go to the southern villa to recuperate.
Lady Lila, Countess Hildegard, ordered people to live in the south. She is not here. Lila Hildegard, I will never give up. Whether in a mansion or in hell, I will kill you again. Sunlight streamed through the window until she gave up on turning back time. He stood before her bed, sword in hand. Having lost the chance to live, he swung his sword. Lila smiled, raising a finger at him. Time flows on. Father, what is that? Do people often look like that? They are so different from us. Look, I don't even know if they're human. Is this it? It's not your business. Keep those thoughts to yourself. Hey, are you all right? Before that, when they were children, the two had met. Sion looked at her with hatred. They must be punished continuously, without stopping until they realize their sins. That is a true Hildegard. She brought him food. He was truly rude. He'll probably become a hero later anyway. She applied medicine to him and said, if you hadn't tried to kill me, perhaps I would have become one of your worshippers, but now that thought is useless. After speaking, she turned and walked away, leaving him behind. He grabbed her ankle tightly. She said, hey, hello, in case you misunderstood, I'm not doing anything to harm you. He thought, what is she saying? She explained, it's just a little medicine. Hey, he asked, why do you always do useless things? Sion felt confused. Why is she giving me medicine? Is she trying to beg for her life? Is it truly from sincerity? Doesn't she know what I've been through? She said, let go. He still held on. How can someone bearing the name Hildegard?
She cried out loudly, weeping, let me go. He looked at her, released her, then turned his face away. She quickly ran away in fear. He thought, that's right, even if she was a countess like Cicero was all he should feel. But when they entered the forest, she blocked the arrow for him. Are these women truly insane? A flash of insight sparked in his mind, and immediately he had to relive what he had already experienced once more. Did this path just naturally get longer, or have you forgotten the way? My apologies, Marquis. I will be more careful. It was still that voice. He sneered. He thought, if I'm scared, who saves whom, and by which arrow? Did she save me? She knew exactly how many times he had killed her. Has she truly gone mad? Does she want to live that badly, to the point of protecting her killer and accepting being hit by an arrow? He thought, it doesn't matter if she planned to win his favor and survive this time. She truly blocked the arrow for him. Wait, what? In that moment, Layla Hildegard smiled. He thought, now I understand. Layla Hildegard had planned to save his life to win his favor. Entering the palace, she had said, Father, I apologize for being late. But she didn't expect to lose her life in that moment. There was no reason for that woman to take his place in death. He thought, I was too foolish. Everything he had done until now had become meaningless. He even thought she was the one causing time to loop.
The fact that Layla Hildegard was shot by an arrow while saving her and accidentally traveled back to the past, that means the condition for Layla Hildegard to return to the past was not her desire, but because she had died. He thought, to delve deeper into this phenomenon, the power of the temple would be very useful. When he woke up at the temple at 18 again, he would ask them to lend him their power. He made up his mind. But first, to ensure she didn't return to the past again, he had to protect Layla Hildegard from death. He took the arrow for her, so Layla Hildegard had to live until he returned, without fail. An elderly woman with a pained expression, a worried tone, holding a handkerchief, asked about the situation. Where does it hurt? Why are you bleeding like this? Sion, are you all right? The woman didn't see the other person respond, even though she had called many times, so she called his name once more. Sion! The person called finally showed a slight reaction. A phrase appeared directly in his mind. Mother. But before he could touch the woman, her figure had already moved towards the house. The surroundings also began to be engulfed by a large fire. Witnessing the scene, the person was stunned, trying to save everything that remained but was powerless. Ah, no, it can't be.
The more he thought, the more he couldn't accept the truth, and he cried out, jolting awake from his thoughts. No! Seeing the dark ceiling above him, Sion's eyes welled up with tears, falling continuously like pearls from a broken string, and he panted as he realized, it was a dream! Once completely calm, Sion turned over, his eyes still moist with tears, and looked in surprise at the mysterious object beside his pillow. He didn't think much, reaching out to touch it. It seemed like just a gentle touch, but Sion immediately clutched the handkerchief tightly, his body trembling violently. Mother! Not stopping there, he hugged the handkerchief tightly to his chest, curled up, his voice trembling. This nightmare will never end.
Time flew by, and Sion had endured a night of agonizing pain. He looked out the window and sighed. This is a big problem now. He sat up, ignoring the white bandages still wrapped around one shoulder, with a gloomy face, feeling that life held no more regrets. He should have died after being hit by that arrow. It would be better to die once and wake up in a shrine than to live in such an uncertain period. Then Sion thought of something, and his eyes sharpened. In this weak 10-year-old body, Cecirel, who had not yet become the Countess, was pushed into an even more dangerous situation. Now everything was nothing short of a mess. Immediately after, he switched to another topic, Layla Hildegard, who only ever did useless things, even so. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Layla appeared out of nowhere, smiling brighter than a flower, asking about the situation despite the owner's dead fish eyes. How's your wound? Does it hurt much? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Have breakfast, and if you find it hard to move, I'll help you. How annoying. While chattering away, she remembered something and became serious. I almost forgot to thank you. Thank you for saving me when we were in the forest. But Sion immediately denied it. I didn't do that. Ignoring his words, Layla held firm to her belief. But thanks to you blocking it, I wasn't injured. Faced with such ignorance, Sion vehemently denied. I didn't. These words made her doubt and ask herself, so it was all just a coincidence? Only then did he confirm. Yes. Despite his confirmation, Layla didn't pay much attention and chirped on. But I still thank you very much. After all, it doesn't change the fact that I was hit by an arrow thanks to you. Every single word earned a judgmental look from Sion. Truly childish. Am I really arguing like a 10-year-old? No longer joking, Layla became serious, smiling brightly as she expressed her gratitude. You are my benefactor. Not stopping there, she smiled brightly and declared, so from now on, you will receive appropriate treatment. Sion didn't quite believe these words. Observing Layla's smile brighter than the sun for a moment, he turned his head in exasperation. So you're giving up on saving me and trying to win my favor? After thinking for a moment, Sion fell completely silent. After pondering for another while, he asked in confusion, Why are you like this? That question caught Layla's attention. Huh?
Unable to believe what she had just heard, Layla asked for confirmation. What did you say? Hearing this, Sion closed his eyes and shook his head dismissively. Forget it. Serving someone who has tried to kill me multiple times, just to stay alive. At those words, Layla froze awkwardly. I'm a little curious, but it's probably better not to ask. Sion then observed the pleasant cream-colored room, his mind filled with thoughts. There's no need to tell her I'm from the past. She's the type of person who would take an arrow for me. Who knows what reckless act she'll do next? Not letting the silence linger too long, Layla proactively asked, Speaking of which, we don't know each other's names yet, do we? At that question, Sion refused to answer, turning his head away. I must stay as far away as possible to keep Cecirel safe. Layla felt a bit awkward, but didn't give up. My name is Layla, and when others are around, they usually call me Lady Layla. What's your name? Sion fell silent once more. Deep in his mind, he imagined her as a nagging person. Layla, naturally unaware, added, You don't want to tell me? Pausing for a moment, Layla began to say, Then I'll call you whatever I like, okay? When I was little, I had a rabbit doll I especially cherished, and that rabbit's name was... Hearing this, the image of her actively hugging a rabbit and bringing it before him appeared. A moment later, she spoke a name, Cassian.
The moment that name was uttered, Sion's gaze sharpened. Layla, completely oblivious, asked for his opinion. What's wrong? He turned to look at her, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What? How dare you use that name? How dare you use the name of someone who was killed? Looking at Layla before him, he couldn't help but recall a madman and asked himself, How closely related are you to him? Layla then suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, raising a hand to cover her mouth. She coughed, drawing his attention. Ahem. Realizing his impropriety, Sion awkwardly scratched his face. Damn, I almost forgot. I shouldn't overreact like this to such a small matter. After scratching for a moment, he lowered his hand and convinced himself. The only reason she used that name is probably because I used it in my previous life, if she knows me by the name. With the decision made, he uttered a name. Sion. That name made Layla incredulous. Huh?
That reaction made Sion speak seriously once more. Did she ask my name? It's Sion. Hearing that name, Layla was half believing, half doubting. Sion? His dead fish eyes affirmed once more. Yes. A moment later, she hesitantly asked, "May I call you by that name?" He replied curtly, "Yes." After speaking, Sion once again retreated into his own world. Based on how she kept mentioning the life-saving benefactor, perhaps she didn't want to die so soon. The thought of others using the name Cassian was unbearable for him, so it was better to just use Sion. Having gotten what she wanted, Layla smiled brighter than a flower. "Thank you for telling me your name." In her heart, Layla let her imagination run wild. Perhaps next time, she would thank him for allowing her to breathe. Thinking of that, Sion sighed helplessly.
He thought of something, then silently clutched the blanket. A moment later, Sion brought his hand to his face, staring at his palm. After all, it was just the name of a coward who couldn't save his own family. The information she needed was already obtained, so she then hastily made an excuse and left. "Well, I'm leaving now. I just realized I have something to do. Take care." This suddenness left Sion at a loss. Without waiting for him to say anything, Layla glided away like the wind, leaving behind the words, "See you later, Sion." Once she was completely gone, Sion sat on the bed and remarked briefly, "A frightened foal." Thinking of this, an image of a reluctant Layla appeared. It was curious. She was so scared, as if she had encountered a monster instead of a human, yet she still forced a smile, probably unaware that her hands were trembling like a leaf. As soon as this thought arose, Sion immediately dismissed it. "Goodbye. Why would I think that? Go away, you troublesome thoughts. Go away quickly." Having calmed down, Sion turned, intending to get out of bed. He stood up and walked to a nearby table. Sion opened the drawer, inside which was a neatly folded handkerchief. Staring at the handkerchief, Sion once again fell deep into thought. After gazing at it for a long time, he raised his head and said to himself, "I'm truly sorry. Seeing this is so disheartening. It's frustrating to see someone who should have died keep coming back to life again and again." No longer standing by the table, Sion returned to the bed and buried his face in it. "But don't worry, I will find out why time reversed and find a way to end it. I'm sure those who deserve to die will never be resurrected again." Suddenly thinking of something, Sion lay on the bed, a more satisfied smile than ever spreading across his face. And finally, "I can't wait to see everyone again. What a disgrace." Outside at this moment, a voice rang out, informing Lady Layla about the illegal intrusion and the slave accident during the hunt. The owner of that voice was the mansion's butler. He closed his eyes, as was proper etiquette, and stated each matter one by one. "The Marquis has imposed appropriate punishments. Firstly, your allowance will be reduced by 1/10 for 3 months. Secondly, you are forbidden from leaving the Marquis's mansion for 1 month. Thirdly, for 1 week, you will only be allowed 1 meal per day." These words made Layla narrow her eyes, completely displeased. It's truly despicable to cut someone's food. In the end, Layla, powerless, could only accept the truth. Fine. It could have been worse, like being whipped. This is lucky. Having finished the announcement, the butler put away the paper and added, "Furthermore, this punishment will be shared with that orphan slave, especially the 1 meal per day part. The 2 of you will share this meal." Every word made her so furious that she gritted her teeth. "Are you crazy? We're both at an age where we need to eat a lot." Nevertheless, she could only carry the simple food tray to Sion, muttering, "You utterly cruel person. You filthy scum. You trash. He's testing how far I'll stand by him."
Knowing the reason, Layla instantly transformed into an enraged piglet. "They must have thought I would selfishly eat alone and leave that child to die. Who do they think I am, you pigs?" The more she thought, the more she gnashed her teeth in anger. They think they can control me? Even when she entered Sion's room, she was still trembling with anger. This devilish punishment will only last for 2 more days at most. I'm so hungry that even walking is difficult. For the remaining 2 days, I'll ask someone to bring me food. After setting down the food tray, Layla's attention shifted to a crumpled piece of paper on the floor. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she bent down to pick it up. What's this? Did Sion throw it away? Before she could pick it up, Sion appeared, staring intently, which made Layla freeze. "What are you doing?"
Being asked like that, Layla's heart almost leaped out of her chest. She quickly stood up and explained, "There's just some trash on the floor." Observing the scene, Sion was speechless. A few seconds passed, and he pointed towards the shelf, instructing, "Don't touch the drawers, especially the first one." Being instructed like that, Layla smiled brightly like a flower and replied, "Yes, all right. If you prefer, I'll inform the servants." Then she disappeared like a gust of wind, saying, "Well then, eat up. I'm leaving now." Even after leaving the room, Layla still pondered the warning she had just received. Not to open the first drawer of the bedside table? What could be hidden so carefully in there? The more she thought, the more she couldn't contain her curiosity. How truly curious.
Then she remembered Sion's terrifying gaze, as if he wanted to devour her alive, and timidly left the room, thinking, "No, don't, just leave. There's no need to cause trouble and get into trouble now." Having made up her mind, she slowly closed the door and completely left the room.
It turned out Layla had miraculously managed to snatch a scroll. As she left the room, she took it out and stared at it. I have to check this first. Observing the scroll in her hand, Layla began to assess and speculate on all possibilities. The crumpled paper looked like scrap. There must be a reason it was crumpled like that. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but recall the past. Layla approached Sion's bed with a similar food tray, but he said nothing and showed no expression. Sion had been moved near her bedroom 2 days ago. He sat there with an expressionless face, a state that had lasted for 4 days. After sitting for a while longer and seeing Sion not speak, Layla felt disheartened, and she yawned. And the more she looked, the more she felt the need to plan Sion's education. When this idea emerged, Layla imagined herself elegantly teaching Sion. The plan was to teach him how to write while she was cutting steak. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but come up with some wicked ideas. This plan was simple. She would educate the disheartened man and become his teacher. It would surely be harder when the target he needed to kill was his own teacher, not a friend or an enemy's daughter. But life is not like a dream. Sion chewed his bread and refused without much thought. "I don't need it." That blunt refusal made her flustered, but she stubbornly persisted. "Oh, come on, Sion, just listen to me." Sion continued to chew his bread indifferently. Seeing that he said nothing, Layla took the opportunity to offer many reasons. "If you know how to read and write, you can do many things." Without letting her say more, he took her hand, surprising Layla. Sion then, without a word, used his finger to draw a few lines on her palm. Reading the characters he wrote on her hand, Layla was so astonished that her mouth fell open, 1,000 questions racing through her mind. Layla Hildegard? He knows how to write? How could a commoner be literate? Having proven himself, Sion sat up straight and asked for her opinion. "Is that enough?" Asked like that, Layla, though momentarily stunned, quickly replied, You can write? And your handwriting is incredibly beautiful, truly." Back in the present, after leaving Sion's room, Layla went down to the garden and stood beneath a tree, pondering. I gave Sion paper and a pen to keep him busy. After reflecting on it, she held the paper, her face contorted in an ugly grimace as if it emitted an unclean energy. How short-sighted of me! What if he writes something cursing my father on this? And what if a servant finds another piece while cleaning? In Layla's imagination at that moment, Sion, with an unchanging heart amidst a changing world, let 2 maids pull him away, despite Layla's desperate pleas. Oh, what a human catastrophe! Putting that matter aside, Layla's attention turned to something else. Did Sion know how hard she had tried to keep him alive? Starving, then desperately trying to prevent her father from having a bad impression of her. A few minutes earlier, in Sion's room, as he quietly sat chewing bread, Layla just sat there, clutching her empty stomach. Wasn't it strange that he only ate 1 meal a day? His face was getting thinner and thinner. He could have asked her why, but he just silently ate his portion. Back in the garden, Layla leaned against the tree. Her stomach rumbled incessantly. She wanted to speak out so badly, but doing so felt pathetic somehow. It would be better to wait for the punishment to end and then talk slowly. Thinking everything through, she became resolute and stood up straight. Now to check this paper. She wasn't allowed to rest, really. It was as if doing so would make her faint immediately. Even though she had convinced herself, Layla couldn't help but imagine fainting and lying sprawled in the garden. If she really fainted and someone misunderstood this paper, then both of them would be in big trouble. If the young lady were to wake up and find out, the Marquis would kill someone immediately. Snapping out of her thoughts, Layla clutched the crumpled paper tightly. A plan formed in her mind. She could check Sion's desk drawer tonight. It would be a huge problem if there was a similar paper in there too. The decision was made, and Layla quickly found a reasonable excuse for herself. "Hello, is anyone there?" No one, right? Not stopping there, she also set a condition. If you don't show your face within 5 seconds, you'll go bald. Immediately after that, a cool breeze swept through. Noticing nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief and opened the paper to examine it. There really isn't anyone. But what if it's not about my father, but about me? Thinking about that, she felt relieved. That would probably be better, just a little bit hurtful. Then Layla saw something on the paper that made her eyes widen in surprise. Oh, this isn't a curse, it's... On the paper was a detailed drawing of a mansion, a simple, small, and peaceful house. Staring at the house, Layla quietly gripped the paper tighter. After confirming everything, she smiled contentedly and folded the paper. Well, that's lucky. If it's just a drawing like this, and not a curse or insulting words, no one who sees it will care. There's no need to burn it. Pausing for a moment, she turned and walked away, talking to herself as she went.
No need to check the desk doors either. They're probably all the same. Just random drawings or something. I don't know, but it's really lucky. After a few steps, a gust of wind blew, making her hair flutter. But Layla's face, even after confirming everything, was still furrowed with a hint of reluctance. Why do I feel so uneasy? I'm not really happy about this. She began to imagine herself standing in front of that house's door, feeling lost as she watched Scion play with everyone. The house Scion drew looked very peaceful. She could even smell the delicious soup from inside. Would Scion run inside with an eager face? After thinking for a moment longer, Layla frantically brought her hands to her stomach. Scion was dead. Her already gaunt face, her body losing all strength, slumped down. Oh God, she really shouldn't have thought about soup. She was about to faint. Suddenly, her attention was caught by a glistening, juicy strawberry on the grass. Huh? Layla then hesitantly turned her head everywhere, searching for the origin of the fruit. Where did it come from? Before long, she found a bush full of similar fruits. Fruit! They looked perfectly normal. She could eat them, right? Without much thought, Layla moved to the bush and picked a fruit. Mushrooms were usually poisonous, but fruits, at least if they came from a garden, should be safe. Who knows, maybe something like bread grows here too. After comforting herself, she brought a fruit to her mouth. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips. This is delicious. How could there be poisonous fruit on the premises? Her joy didn't last long before Layla had to widen her eyes in surprise. She then covered her mouth, her body swaying. Here it is. The scene before her eyes began to blur. It's here, damn it. Meanwhile, Scion was sitting peacefully in his room when he heard the panicked voices of the servants outside. Lord Elvin, please save the young lady, please. Calm down, Marie. Take the young lady back to bed first. This commotion made him wonder. Not letting himself wonder for too long, Scion got out of bed. What's wrong? Is Layla Hildegard dead? As soon as this thought appeared, he immediately dismissed it, not thinking much. No way. If she were dead, I'd be back in the carriage, not in this bedroom. Thinking of this, he turned around. It seems she's determined to cling to life, but why does she keep pushing herself into near-death situations?
The more he thought, the more dissatisfied Scion became. How annoying. Lila Hildegard, do you really want to live? The person mentioned was now lying weakly on the bed, breathing faintly. Seeing her like that, the maid grew even more anxious. My lady, oh dear, what should we do? Scion had appeared at some point, standing with his arms crossed by Lila's bed. He thought to himself, I want to check on the situation, as if she's about to die. His appearance caught the doctor's attention. The doctor looked at him wondering, who is this? When asked, the maid hesitated before answering. Ah, that boy. She thought for a moment, then said, he is the young lady's slave. This phrase surprised the doctor. A slave? The maid added, though the young lady seems to care for him very much. Hearing this, the doctor looked at Scion and began to assess him. He wondered, would a noble young lady look so desperate when a slave is hit by an arrow? Anyway, if the young lady cares about him, then I suppose it's nothing serious. Breaking free from his thoughts, the doctor turned and advised, if you wish to stay, you should be discreet. He observed Lila's pale face on the bed and then diagnosed. It seems the young lady has been poisoned, not the kind of deliberate poisoning, but rather food poisoning from fruit or plants. After speaking, the doctor proactively suggested, I will prescribe several types of herbs to neutralize the toxicity. This type isn't very toxic, so the young lady should regain consciousness within the next few days. Hearing those words, the maid breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much. Just when it seemed like everything would end there, the doctor added, but there's a problem far more serious than the poisoning. The young lady is severely malnourished. From my perspective, it seems she hasn't eaten anything for 3 days. Every word made Scion freeze. As soon as these words were spoken, the maid retorted, that's impossible. She might eat very little, but she has never skipped a meal. These words caught the doctor's attention. Eats little? The maid then added more information. The Marquis imposed several punishments after that hunting trip. One of them was a reduction in food portions. Saying this, she pointed to Scion beside her to finish. She only eats 1 meal a day and has to share it with this slave. These words greatly surprised Scion. After hearing this, the doctor temporarily understood. So there's no reason for her to be completely starved. There are also some health-related conditions that prevent the body from absorbing many nutrients. It's best we wait for her to wake up and then consult. As soon as he finished speaking, a butler appeared with a tray of medicine. The doctor continued to speak calmly. For now, I will prescribe medicine for her, and please report to me if the young lady's condition improves. At that point, we will change the treatment.
Holding the medicine bottle in her hand, the maid bowed her head. Thank you very much, Sir Elvin. Witnessing this scene, the doctor politely said, You're welcome. After the doctor left, the maid began to cry, lamenting, Why is life so hard for the young lady? Why hasn't she eaten anything all day? Then, when the other 2 people left, the maid called Scion. Hey, come here. She then gave him some instructions, and he nodded, showing that he understood. I will prepare warm towels, so please keep an eye on her. If anything happens, pull the cord hanging right above the bed. Scion watched as the maid's figure gradually disappeared. When the maid had completely left, he began to speculate. She hasn't eaten anything for at least 4 days now, and it's been 5 days since she brought me food, 1 meal a day.
Breaking free from his thoughts, Sion propped himself up on the bed and softly called, "Layla Hildegard."
Sion propped himself up on the bed, staring at the unconscious Layla, and called her name, Layla Hildegard. He frowned, sweat trickling down his cheek, asking himself, as well as the unconscious Layla, "What the hell are you doing? Why did you have to go this far?" As soon as he asked, Sion began to sink into his memories, recalling when he pretended to sleep while Layla busied herself preparing food. Over the past 5 days, since returning from the hunting trip, Layla Hildegard had brought him food once a day at the exact time. After preparing the food, Layla, with her gaunt face and empty stomach, left the room. But whether she brought him 3 meals a day or 1 meal every 3 days, he hadn't cared from the beginning. He even felt happy if she didn't feed him anything at all. Immediately after she left, Sion woke up, but instead of getting up to eat the prepared food, he turned his head away. Layla Hildegard brought him food, her own dishes, but in the end it was all just futile effort. Thinking of this, an image of his adult self appeared, covered in blood, sword in hand, while she lay sprawled on the ground. He continued to wonder, why is she like this? I truly don't understand. Then a voice echoed in his memory, "What have I done to you?" The scene shifted again, to adult Layla, her face terrified as she saw something. Sion also appeared behind her at that moment. Every time the past repeats, I again and again, always try to overcome it for a purpose. Back in the present, Sion propped his hands beside Layla, his face contorted, thinking of all sorts of things. Even though you fear me, you still save me time and again. Even though you're trembling with fear, you still treat my wounds, and now you're starving to death for me. Looking at a weak, unconscious Layla, her face contorted, 1,000 different questions popped into his head. They say that to live, one must fight, but trying to gain the trust of the one who killed you, would anyone be willing to give up their life for such a person?
The more he thought, the more confused he became. But why would she? Just then, Layla, who seemed to have fainted, spoke up. "Sion." Those words startled him, pulling him out of his deep thoughts. Not stopping there, Layla opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling, and asked random questions. "Why am I in this room? Is this a dream?" In response to her question, Sion stood by the bed, silent. It seemed like things would stop there, but she turned over, still panting, and began to ramble. "I ate some kind of fruit and fainted. Did someone save me? I'm so grateful. But if this is my room, Sion shouldn't be here. Ah, this must be a dream if Sion is in my room." After a moment of panic, Sion returned to his usual demeanor, his eyes blank as he watched the girl rambling on. This was truly unusual. Her consciousness was slowly returning. Noticing this, and remembering the instructions given earlier, he reached out to touch the cord by the bed. He should inform someone, after all. Earlier, they had said to pull this cord if anything happened. As Sion's hand was about to grasp the rope, he paused, remembering something. Wait a minute. He stopped, looking at the large but cold room, a thought flashing through his mind. Why is this? Why was no one here from the beginning? It had been quite a while since Layla Hildegard fainted and was brought here, and the doctor had also arrived, so this news must have been reported by now. Thinking about that, Sion kept his hand by the rope, turned his head to observe his surroundings, and wondered. Not a single one of her siblings had come here, let alone the Marquis and Marchioness. Only the assigned servants were allowed to look after her. At this thought, he turned to stare at his hand holding the rope, contemplating different scenarios. If he pulled this rope and let them know that Layla Hildegard had woken up, would anyone come to this room? And if not? Suddenly, he remembered Layla in the past, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke about her situation. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Actually, I also despise the people in this family. That means if they spare me, there will be no consequences. Returning to the present, Sion opened his mouth, understanding everything. So that's what you meant. However, not letting himself get carried away, Sion clenched his hand into a fist, deliberately cutting off his train of thought. No, don't think about it anymore. The nascent understanding was instantly crushed to the depths by him. No matter how terrible a situation Layla Hildegard might fall into, it wouldn't concern him, as long as it was Hildegard's bloodline. Thinking this, Sion looked at Layla, whose hazy eyes were staring at the ceiling, and resolved in his heart, she was also the last person he had to kill. Having thought everything through, his hand, which was holding the rope, tightened even more. No matter how she was treated in this castle, it didn't matter. That wasn't the case at all, but before Sion could carry out his intention, Layla spoke up. "Hey."
Layla paused, staring at Sion, who was standing beside the bed, and asked the question on her mind. "Why are you in my dream?" This question, as soon as it was uttered, stunned him on the spot. After asking, Layla closed her eyes, gasped for breath, and said with difficulty, "It's horrible. A nightmare. I wish I had woken up already." Hearing those words, Sion involuntarily imagined a future Layla angrily raising her middle finger and saying, "Idiot, idiot, take this." Though speechless, he could only sigh. "Is that what you want to say even in a dream? If it were me, I'd scream in his face and strangle him to death." Before Sion could say more, Layla continued to ask, "Do you feel guilty?" Pausing for a moment, she posed a fatal question. Your family is dead. Do you regret being alive? This question stunned Sion, making him disbelieve his own ears. When his soul returned to his body, he leaned down and stared at her face, his eyes seeming to want to devour Layla alive. His voice also became more terrifying, and his hand, clenched tightly by the bed, trembled incessantly. What did you just say? Layla, with still hazy eyes, did not answer.
Staring at the person in front of her, Layla slowly drifted into thought. Was it because it was a dream? She had said so much, but normally she wasn't like that. Not thinking about this issue anymore, she leaned against him to sit up, bowing her head in contemplation. Although it was just a dream, it was still too frightening. Touching Sion, she turned to stare at him and began to think. What can I do? Left her hand on his chest and began to tell the story. I promised my sister. These words stunned Sion. When he regained his composure, he frowned and asked, What? But without getting the information he wanted, she deliberately ignored the question. Don't worry about it. After she answered, Sion began to sink into thought, doubting himself. What am I doing? Reacting to her meaningless words mumbled in her sleep.
Not letting this situation drag on for too long, Sion proactively turned and left. He thought, I should stop and leave. There's definitely someone out there. No matter how she's treated, she's still Hildegard, so they won't abandon her. Thinking it, Sion didn't hesitate to turn and leave. He told himself, I shouldn't have come here in the first place. If Layla Hildegard dies, both of us will start over. But before he could take a few steps, Layla, sitting on the bed, continued to speak, making Sion stop. I promise to live until I'm 90 because my sister asked me to. Bringing up this matter, she visibly wilted, staring at her blanket, her hands clutching it tightly. That was the day everyone had to leave far away. I knew they might not come back, so I wanted to go with them. The more she spoke, the less Layla could hide her pain, her eyes welling up with tears. But I couldn't, because my sister told me to stay. Everyone left, and only I am still alive. At this point, Layla once again sank into her thoughts, where a girl smiled very gently, beckoning to her. Did I do something wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong. My precious sister, she wouldn't want me to do anything wrong, because she told me to stay. I don't want to refuse her wish. As she spoke, an image of Sion appeared, heartbroken, tears streaming down his face, trying to chase something. Layla continued, So you didn't do anything wrong either. It's not your fault, Sion. You didn't do anything wrong. Every word made Sion utterly displeased, even a little hateful. A moment later, he could no longer suppress his anger and turned to shout, questioning as if he had never shouted before. What do you know? But seeing Layla weakly closing her eyes on the bed, all the words he wanted to say fell silent. Seeing her so weak, he clenched his fists, wondering to himself, What's wrong with you? Standing beside her bed, Sion asked bitterly, No what?
Time flew by, and Lila finally recovered from her illness, a satisfied smile on her face as she held a bowl of soup. Finally, she could eat. Raising the shiny spoon, ready to eat, Lila couldn't hide her excitement. It turned out that being unconscious for 2 days was a good thing after all. The punishment ended as soon as she woke up. After eating the first spoonful of soup, she was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. Now I can eat 3 meals a day, right? I'm so happy, so happy. It's a bit bland, but I'm still very happy. After only a few bites, Lila remembered something and asked the maid beside her, Oh, by the way, where is Sion? The maid, asked this, looked puzzled. Sion, Lila smiled brightly and explained, The boy in the room next to mine, his name is Sion. After receiving the information, the maid asked back, Why do you ask? Lila didn't answer, but asked further, Did you bring him breakfast? The maid pondered for a moment before replying, Well, if he's hungry, he'll come to the dining room himself or ask someone to bring it to him. Hearing this, Lila felt utterly disappointed, as if there was nothing left in life worth caring for. So no one checked on him? No? Receiving that confirmation, she stood up and proactively offered, I'll go check on Sion. This sudden urgency startled the maid. My lady.
Inside Sion's room, the sunlight streamed in very pleasantly. Layla tiptoed to the doorway, observing. Seeing Sion lying gaunt on the bed, she judged that he looked even thinner than usual. She surmised he hadn't eaten anything. Without thinking much, she walked to the bedside and called out to wake him. Sion! Sion sat up, rubbing his head, and asked, What? Without beating around the bush, she went straight to the point. Do you want breakfast? Sion lowered his head and without much thought refused. No. Hearing these words, Layla hesitated. You know, she said, you don't want to live? Are you only alive because I happened to save you, and now it feels like I'm forcing you to live? Knowing what she was thinking, Sion turned his head away. Then he thought of something and turned back. Layla hesitated for a moment, then finally suggested, Would you like to go for breakfast?
Saying this, she gently smiled and explained, I haven't been able to go to the dining room until yesterday because circumstances didn't allow it, but starting today, I can go. Just as I thought, I couldn't ask that. When asked, Sino got out of bed. As you wish. Saying this, he walked away, leaving her stunned. Seeing her still standing there bewildered, he wondered, What are you doing? Didn't you say we were going to the dining room? Ah! Only then did Layla compose herself. Oh, right now. Layla and Sino were currently having breakfast in the mansion's dining room. She suddenly looked away and thought to herself, was my earlier thought a mistake? When he was in bed, I thought he wasn't feeling well, and that he didn't call for a servant, probably because he wasn't used to it. But what if all of this is because he no longer wants to live? So what should I do? The reason I wanted to save Sino's life, give him a comfortable bed, and take care of him was only to save myself. That's also why I always wanted Sino to feel grateful to me, even just a little. I hoped that gratitude would accumulate more and more, and eventually that gratitude would turn into affection. Therefore, when he returns to this castle, I at least hope he will spare my life.
But if he didn't want to live from the very beginning, then I was out of options. After silently mulling everything over, Layla asked, Are you done eating? Sion coldly replied, Yes. She, a little flustered, asked with a strained smile, How was it? Was it good? He coldly replied, It was all right. She gave a forced smile and suggested, Would you like some more? Perhaps some dessert? He flatly replied, No need. Layla didn't ask further but observed him for a moment, then thought to herself, Could it be that he's reacting this way because he no longer cares about anything? He has given up on everything, so there's no longer any reason for him to be annoyed or angry with me. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like he's doing this out of affection for me. Seeing Sion suddenly stand up, Layla immediately asked, Hey, are you going back to your room? Then she couldn't help but worry and think to herself, I really want to have a proper conversation with Sion.
But now, I don't know if I should be happy with this situation anymore. I'm not sure. A moment later, in Layla's room, Wilhelm suddenly walked in and respectfully asked, Miss Layla, did you send for me? Do you need something? Layla turned to look at him and happily suggested, Why don't you come in and talk? He quickly frowned and refused. No, thank you. Seeing that he wouldn't come into the room to talk, she then spoke up in praise. I'm truly very grateful to you for the last hunt, Wilhelm, and for the bracelet too. The cleanup afterward as well. I can't express how much your help meant. He frowned, trying to stop her. Don't mention that. I don't remember. She didn't continue speaking, but silently observed Wilhelm's expression, then silently mused. Look how cautious he seems. Well, Wilhelm must have worked very well with his father. Perhaps he knows best what would have happened that day if things had gone wrong. After her silent thoughts, Layla then sighed and said, If you're wondering, I didn't call you here today to ask for help like last time. I called you because I need advice.
Wilhelm frowned suspiciously and asked, Really? You're not planning to drag me into a room and demand something else by saying that, are you? She replied in a low voice, I swear, but I thought it best to ask for your opinion because you are the smartest and most capable person in this castle after all. Wilhelm suddenly offered cheerfully, Well then, all right. Tell me, what is this problem that requires advice from Wilhelm, the smartest and most capable person in this castle? Layla froze, secretly thinking, he must be the type who's easily swayed. She said with some hesitation, Well, you see, first let's sit down. Wilhelm quickly sat down on a chair and asked, Are you hesitating because of what you're about to say? She continued in a low voice, It's just, how does one begin to want to live? He stared in astonishment and asked again, What? She slightly bowed her head and repeated the question. I mean, when someone doesn't want to live, how do you change that? He suddenly called out loudly, Lady Layla. She startled and replied, Yes? He looked at her with teary eyes and asked in shock, Are you struggling? Since when? Has it been long? Oh my goodness, is that why you suddenly acted that way a few days ago? You're right, this life is difficult, but you're only 10 years old. Layla quickly interrupted him. Wait, Wilhelm, it's not about me. He immediately replied, Yes. She emphasized in a serious tone, The person who doesn't want to live isn't me. He asked, stunned, Then who is it? She replied in the low voice, Someone I know. Go back to your seat. Then she mused inwardly, No need to mention Sion. If I say it's Sion, he'll ask who that is, and then I'll have to say he's a slave, and I really don't want to call him that.
Wilhelm immediately voiced his thoughts. So, the person you know doesn't want to live, and you want to change that. She immediately replied, Yes, that's right. He asked curiously, Do you know why that person doesn't want to live? She immediately replied, No, I don't. He then asked, Have they encountered anything terrible recently, like being seriously hurt or losing a loved one? She uttered an ah, then thought to herself, Sion has experienced both, but the biggest reason is probably... Then in a serious tone she replied, They lost someone.
Wilhelm quickly asked, The closest? Layla immediately replied, Family.
He quickly voiced his speculation. Did they lose their family recently? She didn't answer immediately, but bowed her head sorrowfully, thinking to herself, now that I think about it, the biggest reason is that Sion lost his family not long ago. I understand now. It seems that person is suffering from what is called grief disorder. Wilhelm immediately speculated. Grief disorder? Layla immediately continued. Grief disorder is a mental illness that occurs when you lose a loved one, such as a family member or sometimes a pet. If the symptoms are severe, the person may feel they no longer want to live, and sometimes they might even act in unexpected ways. Can this illness be cured? Wilhelm confidently patted his chest and said, Who do you think I am? At the very least, I know how to alleviate the symptoms of grief disorder. Layla frowned suspiciously and asked, Alleviate? Do you mean it can't be completely cured? He quickly explained, It depends on the individual, but if the symptoms improve, it will help them escape that feeling of not wanting to live. But Lady Layla, with my abilities, wouldn't Alvin be more suitable for this, since he's always around? She immediately shook her head and replied, Elvin can't do it. I want to help him myself. Then she quickly remembered him and thought to herself, knowing Sion's personality, if I made him see Elvin for mental treatment, he might not feel comfortable. He might even end up taking his own life. It would be better if I learned a few treatment methods and helped him little by little.
Seeing her silent, head bowed in thought, he immediately laughed teasingly and asked, Are you thinking about that person? Is that right? She sighed and replied, Not to that extent, then thought dejectedly to herself, It's like I'm just trying to survive. He suddenly clasped his hands together and said seriously, Miss Layla, this might be a bit much, but... She asked impatiently, Yes? He emphasized in a serious tone, Don't get too close. I'm only saying this for your own good. Layla smiled faintly, thinking to herself, He's realized who I'm talking about. After that, she gave a faint smile and said, It's fine. Close? That could never happen. Hearing her say that, he replied, I understand.
Anyway, I'll tell you the ways to alleviate the symptoms, from the equally reliable and intelligent Wilhelm. After receiving suggestions from Wilhelm about the illness of sorrow, I started doing my own research. Fortunately, there are 3 most basic things to overcome this illness of sorrow: regular walks, eating proper meals, and frequent conversations. Those are the ways I can prevent it. However, the biggest problem I think I'll have to face is convincing Sion. Layla smiled and suggested, Sion, the weather has been really nice lately. Would you like to take a walk in the garden? Sion replied coldly, All right. She asked again, startled. What? He urged coldly, Let's go. Sion didn't even refuse. He agreed to go without hesitation. As Sion walked, Layla cheerfully asked, We've already gone out for a walk, so how about lunch? Sion continued coldly, Right. Sweating, she asked with a smile, Then how about we have dinner together? He replied coldly, All right. As they walked, she asked with a forced smile, And then if you can't sleep, can I come to your room? He replied coldly, As you wish. Every day at noon, Sion and I would walk in the gardens. We both had lunch and dinner together, and finally, when the moon shone brightly at night, I would visit Sion and chat about the day. After maintaining this routine for about 2 weeks, I looked even more like a patient, feeling as if I were about to die. As she rubbed her hollow cheeks in the mirror, Layla muttered to herself, Should I take a little rest? Then she suddenly knelt down and bowed her head, thinking to herself, Actually, the schedule isn't too strenuous, but the problem is that I've had to be with Sion all this time. His constant presence makes my head ache, and my chest feels like it's being stabbed.
Thinking this to herself, she suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then she unexpectedly ran her hands through her hair in frustration, continuing to think to herself, During meals, my mouth always feels rough and irritated by everything. Even when I tried to make a slight adjustment, he has always made me miserable all this time. More than anything, being in the same space as him makes me feel like I can't breathe. He used to tell me to leave after a short while, but now he doesn't say that anymore. Layla let out an involuntary sigh and then mumbled, I don't know if this is because my condition is improving or if it's getting worse. It's almost time for a walk. Well, a walk is still better than dying anyway. Let's go. It's time to cure this melancholy. First, I'll have some cold water. Layla quickly thought to herself, cold water is best for calming the mind. All right, before meeting Sion, I should relax my facial muscles a bit.
While she was trying to motivate herself, one of her brothers suddenly walked in and sarcastically said, Who is this? Isn't that Layla Hildegard, the disgrace of the family? She didn't respond, but calmly scowled and raised her middle finger. Then she quickly turned her head to greet him. Hello, Thomas Hildegard. He angrily corrected her. Not Thomas, it's Tommy. She coldly chuckled and replied, I see, I wasn't aware. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and let out a growl. Then he sneered and said, I heard you've become stupid, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. You can't even remember people's names correctly? Shouldn't you ask Melvin to check on you? Layla calmly turned to leave and said, I was going to, but seeing what I shouldn't see is hurting my eyes too much, so I'm leaving. Afterwards, she couldn't help but think with disgust. Lately there have been too many annoying people looking for trouble. It must be because of that day. I couldn't stand being seen positively by my father,
but at least I saved Sion as a reward. The fact that they call me stupid is probably because of that. She hadn't even taken a few steps when Tommy spoke up, taunting, "Are you going to become mute again, Layla Hildegard?"
Rumors are everywhere that you've recently been keeping a mute slave by your side. In the dining room, at fundraisers, in the garden, there's nowhere you haven't taken him, right? Where are you going today? After speaking, he felt a little excited and thought to himself, good, a reaction. Layla didn't bother to argue and immediately thought to herself, mute? Why is Sion mute? Actually, Sion speaks very well, and although he doesn't talk much, his voice is very captivating, making it hard for others to ignore. Or rather, it's a very gentle voice. No, that's not right. Seeing her say nothing, Tommy continued to taunt. No response, so you must be going somewhere secret, aren't you? Playing with a mute person must be boring. How interesting. He probably doesn't even know how to scream, does he? If you ask, I can teach him. Layla asserted loudly. It's not boring. His face is amazing. Tommy was stunned and asked again, what?
She explained confidently his face was so handsome that just looking at it made her happy. Even when she didn't eat, she felt full, and just a short walk made time fly by quickly, all thanks to his handsome face. But he saw her suddenly glare and bare her teeth at him, which terrified him, mixed with a little curiosity. Before he could retort, she immediately declared, "It's so boring." Seeing her just leave like that, he couldn't help but be stunned and quickly reached out, asking, You, what are you doing? Stop right now. Next time we meet, I won't let you escape." She calmly tossed her hair with a hand and thought to herself, if you feel wronged, just look handsome. By the way, the rumor that Sion is mute doesn't bother me. She had been worried about what might happen if he talked to others the way he talked to her. If it turns out to be true that he's mute, then no one will talk to him, right? But how would Sion feel about this? That evening, in Sion's room, he suddenly spoke. All right. Layla, a little surprised, asked, Really? Will that be okay? It might be uncomfortable if you only use gestures or nod in front of others.
Seeing him say nothing but just stare at her, she continued, "No, thank you, Sion. From now on, I will not use my voice. Of course, I will also try my best to avoid such situations." Saying that, she let out a sigh and thought to herself, I had prepared so many reasons, but he didn't ask anything. This request will surely make him curious about the reason. Sion, how willing are you to respond with, "I understand, for my sake, if I ask you not to kill me"? Would you answer that way? After thinking to herself, she suddenly fell silent for a moment, then stood up and said, "Then I will leave now. Good night, Sion." After that, she opened the door and went out, thinking to herself, You won't answer that question with, "I understand." Not yet, but it's okay. There's still a long way to go. Maybe one day, I will hear those words from you. A week later, in Science Room, after finishing his examination, Alvin spoke up. It's fine. You can comfortably use your shoulder now. As I mentioned before, your recovery ability is truly impressive. Hearing that, Layla couldn't help but say happily, Yes, that's truly a good thing.
Elvin continued, with this kind of regenerative ability, you will heal from any injury much faster than many others. She let out a silent, oh, of wonder in her mind, then said aloud, Then, about... He gently adjusted his glasses and asked, The injury? She was startled and explained, No, that's not what I meant. What about the thinness? Sion has gotten quite thin. I'm worried about him. He immediately replied, It was like that initially, but at the current level, it won't harm his health. She asked again, delighted, Is that true? Then she thought to herself, Well, even if I didn't do anything, he's grown up. He's grown so much. Damn it, I'm remembering Sion from back then again.
Alvin quickly spoke up, suggesting, If you are truly worried, I can prepare a special diet for you. Layla smiled and replied, It's fine, as long as there are no health issues. He suddenly remarked, Actually, it seems you are the one who needs it more. She asked back, puzzled, Strange. Why? Elvin slightly furrowed his brows and replied, You've lost weight. She calmly continued, I'll gain the weight back soon. Haven't you heard the rumors about me frequently visiting the dining hall lately? He quickly adjusted his glasses with his hand, then uttered a doubtful, She turned to look at him, her eyes crinkling in a smile, and said, And in high society, people gossip that young ladies intentionally skip meals to maintain a slender figure, right? You look older than a child my age, which isn't good at all. Elvin immediately protested, If you lose any more weight, I will put you on a diet, even if I have to force it. She flinched in alarm and explained, No, I was just kidding. I have no intention of doing that, so don't worry. Hearing this, he sighed in relief. What a relief. She suddenly thought to herself, Come to think of it, there was once a saying that women with beautiful skin weren't attractive. Not anymore. And even as I get older, I have no intention of pursuing such a distorted trend. My goal is to live a healthy and long life. Otherwise, I might die young. Elvin suddenly leaned close to Layla's ear and whispered, And, sir, this child?
She widened her eyes and asked, Why? Scion, when will he arrive? He whispered, remarking, looking at his bone structure, he is expected to be nearly a handspan taller than average, and he will likely have even thicker chest muscles. She flinched, shyly thinking to herself, I know that too, I know it best. After finishing his whisper about Scion, he then said aloud, Well then, I'll take my leave. She replied, Thank you, Elvin. Then she thought to herself, Go on. After he left, she stood stunned for a moment.
Then she quickly turned to Scion and said, Oh, Scion, I got permission to go out today. Come on, let's go camping. A moment later, when she saw an incredibly clear blue and vast beach before her, Layla smiled happily and exclaimed, Ah, the air is so fresh. She stretched and thought to herself, the past hour was truly worth it to take in such a beautiful sight.
At first, she wanted to go to the sea, but she didn't want to meet her father, and she also felt burdened by the thought of being in the same carriage with Scion for several days. She decided she would go to the sea later. For instance, on a day she was certain Scion wouldn't kill her, she could leave her family and make the sea her first destination. On such a special day, she secretly chuckled to herself. The black-haired knight suddenly suggested, Would you like to move a little further? It's more beautiful from the other side, because that's the direction of the stars. Layla quickly turned to look at him and asked with a smile, Should we go? What do you think, Scion? She continued, Then let's go. Ah, Lord Westkick, please lead the way. He replied, Yes. Just as the three of them had taken a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said, Oh, my lady, she asked in surprise. He immediately turned back, scratching his head and explaining with an embarrassed smile, We've forgotten the picnic food in the carriage. I'll go get it. Please wait for me a moment. She suddenly exclaimed, Well, it seems the other side is beautiful too. Westkick then added, I'll be back soon, my lady. She suddenly thought to herself, His legs are really long. I wonder when I'll be that tall. I hope I grow quickly. No, forget that. This time I want to grow up slowly, as long as I return safely. But what was he thinking? His expression was like it was back then, as if he didn't care whether an arrow flew or not. If he had reached the point of not caring about being hit by an arrow, could he improve? How long would it take for him to form an attachment to this life? No, I had predicted that it would take a long time from the very beginning. Don't be afraid. No matter how long it takes, just overcome it slowly, one step at a time.
Thinking this to herself, Layla then remembered the conversation between her and Wilhelm. He softly stated, That's why we have to come here. She asked somewhat doubtfully, Eating on time, taking walks, and talking together? Waving his hand, he continued with a smile, Does it heal grief? No, this is just the basic stage. Once you're accustomed to the basic stage, you need to move on to the advanced stage. She repeated, bewildered, The advanced stage? He suddenly opened his eyes and eagerly continued, That's right, the first step is to escape from daily life and enjoy the beautiful scenery around you. The appreciation of beauty is something everyone can feel. However, if the illness is severe, one might forget such feelings. The key is to revive those emotions. For example, the sea, lakes, or forests would be very good. If it's winter, I would suggest snow-covered mountains. Layla slightly raised an eyebrow and said, The sea and lakes.
Wilhelm then continued, When you can see the beauty in these landscapes, we will gradually move on to smaller things, architecture, paintings, gemstones. And finally, you need to reach a stage where you can find a beauty even in a flower you encounter every day. So now, she asked with a smile, How is it, Sion? Is it beautiful? Sion thought for a moment, then replied, I'm not sure. She gently asked again, It's not something you don't want to see, is it? He immediately replied, That's right. Layla smiled in relief, thinking to herself, That's good then. As long as it's not something he doesn't want to see, then it's not the worst thing. Since he said it's not something he doesn't want to see, I'll take him to see it often. If he keeps seeing it, maybe it will start to become beautiful. What was that? Did I mishear? But no, I didn't mishear. It's a wolf. Why? I've never heard of wolves appearing by this lake before. If this were an area with wolves, someone would surely have told me, either the carriage driver or the escorting knights. Oh no, we shouldn't be here. Seeing the wolf getting closer and closer to them, Layla immediately called out, Sion. He immediately turned his head and said, I know, don't provoke it unnecessarily.
She said, sweating and trembling, don't worry, calm down. We are in great danger, but the carriage isn't too far away. At this moment, she suddenly realized something and couldn't help but think in astonishment. The carriage isn't too far away. Why hasn't Lord Westkick arrived yet? Come to think of it, the carriage is already out of sight. Why? Perhaps Tommy did all of this. Yes, it must be Tommy. He bribed the coachman or the escorting knights. He's exactly that kind of person. Recently, Tommy was the only one who crossed me. I should have endured it. If I don't have power, there's no way to grasp control. Can I escape? But where do I go now? The carriage is gone. And should I hide in the forest where there are wolves? But what if there are still other wolves? No. First, if I retreat from here, can I survive? I don't want to die. starting over from scratch isn't good either. Sion suddenly called out, "Hey," then he sternly instructed, "Stay here." Layla exclaimed in surprise, "Sion." He didn't reply, but immediately stepped forward.
Next, he clenched his hand into a fist. Then he punched the wolf directly in the head. He subtly leaned back, dodging its attack. He lowered his head and stared at the wolf, growling a command, "Stay put," making it break out in a cold sweat from fear. Faced with this unique and unprecedented sight, Layla couldn't help but think in shock. What's happening? Is Sion fighting a wolf? Am I seeing things? It's true. Sion is fighting a wolf. No sooner had she finished her thought than he immediately delivered a thunderous punch to the wolf's head, making it grimace and howl loudly. Seeing this, she couldn't help but think in astonishment. This is crazy, the wolf pack is retreating. Seeing the wolf, despite being repeatedly attacked in the head by him, still had the strength to stand up and stare at her, she was utterly terrified. Sion quickly stepped forward, standing protectively in front of her, and said in a low voice, "I'm not dead yet."
Seeing the wolf simply turn and walk away, she couldn't help but be bewildered, thinking to herself, "It's gone. I'm still alive. I'm not dead. I still can't believe it." Siren suddenly called out, "Layla Hildegard." Then he turned his head to look at her, slowly and anxiously asking, "Are you hurt?" Thinking Layla hadn't heard him properly, Siren immediately asked again, "Layla Hildegard, are you hurt?" Her face flushed crimson. She replied dazedly, "Huh? Me? Are you asking if I'm hurt anywhere?" When he didn't reply and just stared at her, she immediately closed her eyes and thought to herself, "I need to stand up first. But is he genuinely concerned about me?" As she slowly stood up, she trembled as she thought to herself, "Oh, I must be too tense. My legs feel like jelly. Huh? What's with that expression? Am I making him angry by moving so slowly? Surely not. Or maybe it's because I didn't answer him." After thinking, Layla immediately put on the brightest smile she could and said, "Sion, I'm not hurt, I'm fine. But you, Sion, your wrist, it's broken." Sion calmly replied, "It's nothing serious." She anxiously asked, "How can you say it's nothing serious?" He casually reset his wrist, then exclaimed, "Just a few scratches." Then he urged coldly, "Let's move. We need to find a carriage first. If there isn't one here, we'll look elsewhere." She hesitantly suggested, wait a moment. We need to take care of your wrist first." Then she couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself, "What should I do? First I should find a branch and make a splint, then use my dress to bandage it." Sion calmly continued, "Bones will heal on their own. Let's just go back first and figure it out later." Hearing that, she immediately shrieked in alarm. "What?" He quickly added, "Moving now is the top priority." Shaking his wrist, he added with a hint of worry, "What if another wolf appears and we get killed? I can't fight back in that condition." She shrieked in fright, trying to stop him. "Don't shake it like that." Then she stared at his wrist for a moment. Then she couldn't help but blame herself, thinking, "But it's swelling up and it's all my fault." Sion suddenly stepped closer to her and instructed in a low, serious voice, "Don't go picking up branches and don't tear your dress." For some reason, he suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Then he quickly turned back and urged coldly, "Just follow me." Hearing this, Layla immediately replied, "Okay." Then she quickly ran after him and asked, "But how did you know? Can you read my mind?" He calmly explained, "The treatment for broken limbs is quite obvious." As she looked around, Layla thought to herself, "There are no signs that the carriage went around the lake. Did they leave? The whole carriage too?" Seeing Sion didn't speak but just pointed straight ahead, she immediately asked, "Over there?" Then she squinted slightly to observe. Then she thought to herself, "I see it." Seeing the two of them approaching, the coachman immediately shouted, "Ha! Over there!" Westkick asked in surprise, "Huh?" Then he quickly turned his head to look and exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Layla." The coachman quickly explained, "Are you looking for me? I was going to go back for the picnic supplies, but then I suddenly got a stomachache." Layla said in a low, stern voice, "The carriage." He quickly replied, "Ma'am?" She sternly questioned, "Why did you move the carriage here?" Scratching his face, he looked away and awkwardly replied, "Because it's an open area, it wouldn't be appropriate for such matters." "So I moved it here and then you came here." Hearing that, Layla immediately frowned, thinking to herself, "I knew it. This is Tommy's plan." Then she questioned sternly, "A few days ago, I saw you with Tommy. Are you two really that close?" Westkick chuckled, explaining, "What? I'm sure I saw you sneak behind the warehouse." "Oh no, we're not that close. We just happened to meet." She replied coldly, "I see. Let's head back." He asked, a little surprised, "Aren't you going to walk around more?" She explained indifferently, "My leg hurts." He quickly ran to her side and said, "Understood. I will escort you back to the mansion carefully." She continued coldly, "See that you do." Once settled in the car, Layla immediately rested her chin on her hand, stuck out her tongue in disdain, thinking to herself, "Idiot, I know he's just trying to probe. The warehouse is always crowded. Now you're definitely dead."
At Hildegard Manor, in his study, Hildegard heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." Layla quickly opened the door, stepped in, and respectfully said, "Father, it's Layla. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Are you free?" Hearing this, he replied, "For a moment, yes." She respectfully said, "Yes, father."
Afterward, Layla thought to herself, I should have avoided private conversations like this with him as much as possible, but not this time. I must show that I won't let this go. Don't tremble, I can do this. Seeing her suddenly kneel before him, Hildegard asked with a hint of confusion, what is this about? She seriously requested, please punish those who conspired to kill me. He asked back incredulously, kill you? She immediately replied, yes, there are 3 people trying to kill me, Tommy Hildegard, the guard, and the coachman. All of them are involved. At this point, Layla resolutely thought to herself, I'm certain Tommy and Westkick met in secret. Looking at the coachman's expression, he's definitely involved. If it's by father's order, finding evidence won't be difficult. The question is whether he will believe me or not. Hildegard unexpectedly snorted, then turned to the knight beside him and said, listen. Layla secretly prayed in her heart, please. He suddenly gestured with his hand, bring them here. The knight immediately replied, yes.
Layla heard that, smiled, and thought to herself, good, it's done. A moment later, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Tommy trembled and said, I heard father called me. Mr. Hildegard sternly questioned, what happened, Tommy Hildegard? I heard you were planning to kill Layla. Staring at the bodies of the 2 henchmen, he turned pale and stammered, I don't know anything, father. He continued to question coldly, these men mentioned your name. They also said you were the one who brought the scent that attracted the wolves. Layla frowned with satisfaction and thought to herself, good, escaping won't be easy for you now. He trembled and said, that, she couldn't help but wish and thought to herself, pay for what you've done, Tommy. Just then, someone suddenly entered the room and spoke up, excuse me, Your Grace.
I am Angela, Lord Tommy's close attendant. Although I am a servant, I am ultimately serving Lord Tommy, so may I be permitted to say a few words. Hearing this, Mr. Hildegard urged, speak. Receiving permission, Angela bowed respectfully and said, thank you, sir. First, the testimony that apprentice Tommy attempted to harm Miss Layla is a misunderstanding. However, it is true that he was displeased with the young lady's slave. Therefore, he asked these 2 individuals to inflict minor injuries upon that slave. Isn't that right, young master? Tommy flinched, his eyes wide, and replied, yes, that's right, father. Angela lamented sadly. Do you feel remorse? I cannot understand it, but sometimes subordinates harbor ill intentions towards those they serve. Perhaps these 2 acted as they did due to such feelings. Furthermore, the young master only turned 11 this spring. He is far too young to execute such a malicious plot to harm his elder sister. Tommy immediately bowed his head in apology. I earnestly beg you, father, please consider this. Hearing this, Mr. Hildegard merely hummed.
Are you remorseful? Tommy quickly looked up and asked, remorseful about what, sir? No way. Before Tommy could finish his sentence, Angela unexpectedly placed her hand on his shoulder. She immediately interjected, he truly regrets his actions, sir. In fact, ever since the carriage left this morning, he has regretted it a great deal. Isn't that right, master? Tommy hastily added, yes, that's right. Indeed, I feel very remorseful. Layla couldn't help but find it amusing upon hearing that, thinking to herself, that maid seems quite adept at handling these kinds of situations. After hearing what Angela and Tommy explained, he let out a sigh. Then he sternly declared, I have decided that Tommy Hildegard will be confined to his room for 3 days, and then forbidden from leaving the mansion for 1 week. Upon hearing that, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, thank heavens. He sternly reminded him, listen, this is not something to be pleased about. Don't let this happen again. Do you understand, Tommy Hildegard? Tommy immediately replied, yes, father. Hearing that, he waved his hand and said, now everyone get out of here. Layla replied, yes, father. As she walked, she sighed in frustration, thinking to herself, you're a lucky, Tommy. Thanks to that maid, you survived peacefully. And thanks to you, I received punishment for my strength, though that's not very important. But preventing future conflicts between us is what's necessary. Since this is an order from father, Tommy won't dare to repeat it a second time. After they had completely left the room, Tommy immediately frowned and shouted, hey, don't think you've won this. Layla muttered irritably, enough, how troublesome. Seeing that she ignored him, he shouted again, are you ignoring me? You haven't won, Layla Hildegard. After shaking off Tommy, Layla walked forward, deep in thought, thinking to herself, just as the maid said earlier, Tommy is only 11 years old. If I pretend to be scared and give up, then that guy might be satisfied and gradually lose interest in tormenting me. But now Cyan's wrist is also broken, so I don't want to bow down to him. She suddenly remembered what Elvin had said. It's broken, but it's a clean break. With a body like that, it will heal quickly. Afterward, she couldn't help but think sadly to herself. He said that so lightly, but only he would say that. A broken bone doesn't mean it's nothing. It could take several weeks to heal. Having finished her thoughts, Leela gently opened the door and said, Cheyenne, I'm here. Cheyenne?
Seeing him sleeping soundly on the bed, she couldn't help but think to herself, he's asleep? After everything that happened, it would be strange if he wasn't tired. Plus, he's injured. Come to think of it, this seems to be the second time I've seen Cheyenne sleeping soundly in this room. What did I do back then? I brought food and placed it next to him, then found the crumpled piece of paper Cheyenne had thrown away. And that drawer, too. It seemed he didn't want anyone looking inside to see what was in it. I'm still curious, but I don't want to do anything that would displease him. I was so startled back then. How scary.
After finishing her silent thoughts, Layla gently pulled the nearby wooden chair, placed it beside the bed, and sat down to watch him sleep. She pondered, reminiscing. Back then, I was certain that the reason for my death was probably because of Scion. I believed that if it weren't for Scion, I wouldn't have died, as long as I didn't disobey my father's orders. But I was still weak and useless, still capable of dying due to even the slightest ill intention of others. Moreover, dying and coming back to life endlessly was pointless, because the same outcome still awaited me. On the day I faced that wolf, why did I feel relieved to be shielded by the back of a 10-year-old child? Why did the image of an adult Scion overlap with it so much? How did I suddenly escape despair 10 years later when I heard that Scion had sealed the evil god? Do people feel this emotion, thinking of the hero who saved both the world and their lives? Do they feel a sense of peace from their protector? I envy that. I wish I could feel that too. Layla bowed her head and mumbled, I too, if I weren't a Hildegard, I could have been like everyone else. Scion suddenly called out, Layla. She flinched, her mouth agape, thinking to herself, what? Did he just call my name? He maintained his expression and asked, what? She thought to herself, you mean you're asking why I'm in your room, right? Then she spoke up to explain, I came to check if you were all right. He replied, I'm fine. She asked again, really? You don't feel any pain anywhere? No discomfort at all? Did Elvin give you enough painkillers? He replied, he did. Layla smiled in relief. That's good. If you feel any pain anywhere, you must tell me, and I'll have Elvin prescribe more medicine. Scion, thank you for saving me. He didn't reply, but stared blankly at her for a moment.
A moment later, as the sun began to appear, he quickly turned his head away and then said coldly, don't get me wrong, I didn't save you. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and continued, I understand. You fought the wolf because you wanted to survive, and I was just standing there with you. He replied, a little awkwardly, yeah. She continued with a sincere smile, so I should thank you. Afterwards, she couldn't help but feel a silent gratitude in her heart. Thank you for wanting to live. Thank you for fighting the wolf just because you didn't want to die. It was as if he wanted to say that everything she had done until now hadn't been in vain. Then she continued, so, thank you, Scion.
After Layla left, Sion immediately lay down and put his hand on his forehead, lost in thought. He mused, for the first time I felt something strangely wrong. He recalled the past. Even when the poison had just worn off, Layla Hildegard had run to him first after eating the poisonous fruit and regaining her original health. Seeing that he was awake, Layla quickly asked, Sion? He frowned and replied, what is it? She asked again, have you had breakfast? He replied no. Even though he hadn't eaten for 2 days, he still didn't feel like eating at all. I don't like living in this half-dead state. I just want to eat something before I die. He knew that starving himself for 2 days wouldn't kill him, so he didn't care. But Layla Hildegard, seeing him in such a state, led him to the dining room. She should have taken care of herself first. Suddenly, he was startled by that fleeting thought. What does Layla Hildegard taking care of herself have to do with me? Even while thinking that, he still noticed Layla Hildegard's thin neck and ankles. After all, that was probably a sign that his mind and body were not moving as he wished. The first day we went for a walk after receiving the sponsorship was similar to the time Layla Hildegard suggested going for a walk together. The word garden always echoed in his ears. How foolish. He remembered that she had fainted after eating fruit she picked from the garden. He had thought that if she went alone, she would do something foolish again. Before he realized it, he was walking in the garden with Layla Hildegard.
I know it doesn't make sense. At that time, Layla Hildegard had been in a difficult situation for several consecutive days, but now she's eating more fully, so it's unlikely she would pick and eat any strange fruits again. No, there's no need to overthink it. Just go wherever Layla Hildegard wants. I should do everything she says, like a doll, and she'll give up on befriending me. Then Duke Hildegard will kill me, and everything will return to its rightful place. That's right. So why is it like this? Why should I worry? Why am I unhappy every time I feel her fear? Seeing Layla Hildegard smile, why do I think I'd be happy if she were happy? Instead of mocking Layla Hildegard for foolishly stepping in front of the wolf, why do I ask if she's hurt? Why? Layla reached out her hand and gently said, Cheyenne, you haven't done anything wrong. Why? Why can't I take my eyes off Layla Hildegard's smile?
Scion suddenly startled and cried out, ha! Then he sat up abruptly, thinking to himself, something feels off here. At the same time, in Layla's room,
As Marie was helping her brush her hair, Marie suddenly asked, "My lady, has something happened to you lately?" Layla asked back, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Marie immediately replied, "Something good must have happened." Layla asked curiously, "What is it? Do I look like someone who's had good news?" Marie replied with a smile, "Yes, you do." Layla asked back doubtfully, "Why? I'm not even smiling, am I?"
Marie immediately analyzed. You just had a very slight indulgence, and not just today. You've always done so whenever you had the chance in the past few days. Layla asked in astonishment, "What? Why?" Marie immediately interrogated, "What's wrong with you?" She explained a little shyly, "Lately the meals have suited my taste better, so I've eaten a bit too much, and because I've eaten a lot, I feel more energetic." Marie quickly confirmed, "Yes, in the pantry the maids rebelled after enduring bad meals." Layla quickly added, "Yes, that's right." Then she thought to herself, it's not exactly a lie. Now, even when I eat with Sion, I no longer feel the discomfort I used to. Could it be because Sion's sadness is gradually easing? Lately, I've been eating well, sleeping well, and I no longer find Sion scary. The other day, I just had a dream about my 90th birthday. Of course, it's not yet at the point where I should be excited. At the very least, I need to make Sion feel some level of gratitude or friendliness. Does he even have a way to express those emotions? I can't imagine it. She indifferently suggested, "I don't know either. Just do whatever you want." Then she continued to think to herself, "Once he overcomes his sadness, everything will be fine." Marie softly added, "All right, today I will take care of everything for you." Layla asked in confusion, "What?"
Marie quickly clasped her hands tightly and said confidently, "It's Marie here. It's been a long time since I had this opportunity, so I will display all my skills for the viewers." Layla broke out in a cold sweat and panic and intervened. "Marie, that's not what I said." Marie assured her, "Rest assured, young lady." Layla replied in a low voice, "All right." A moment later, after Marie had finished styling her hair, Layla smiled and spoke, "Hello, Sion." Then Layla quickly recalled what Marie had told her, "My life's masterpiece, the Garden of Dancing Butterflies, Butterfly Dance for short." After that, Layla immediately covered her face with her hands and thought to herself, blaming herself, "Looking back, I've been tricked again with this butterfly garden." Before returning, Layla had seen this hairstyle trending while visiting the capital, but it was a bit heavy for this small body. "What?" Layla questioned suspiciously. "Are you laughing?" Sion frowned and asked back, "What?" Layla quickly repeated the question. "You laughed, didn't you?" He denied coldly. "No." Layla asserted firmly. "You did laugh. I saw it clearly." He assured her coldly. "You're mistaken."
She smiled brightly and continued, "I'm not hallucinating, am I?" He smiled. He coldly questioned her back. "What made me smile? Do you really want to confirm that I'm mocking your hair accessory?" She didn't answer, only letting out an awkward sound. She bowed her head, blaming herself, and thought, even if he smiled, it wasn't for a good reason. Why did I try to confirm it? How foolish. Then she hesitantly asked, "So it doesn't suit me, does it?" Seeing that Sion made no move to answer, she thought, "Perhaps you don't want to answer." Then she spoke up, suggesting, "Well, let's go out." Sion asked curiously, "Where to?" She squinted her eyes in a smile and asked back, "What?" He then repeated the question, "Where are we going today?" She mumbled, Then she thought, a walk around the garden in the grounds? Oh, perhaps. After that, she cheerfully suggested, "Do you want to go out? Or is there somewhere you'd like to go?" He immediately replied, "No, I don't." "Your hair?" She innocently asked back, "What?" He didn't answer immediately, but thought, "She's already prepared to go out. Is she asking if I want to go out?" Then he let out a sigh and replied, "All right, I want to go out." She happily sat down next to him and asked, "Where to? Where do you want to go?" He didn't answer immediately again, but thought, "That's troublesome, but since I said I want to go out, I should suggest a place." Then he quickly turned his head to look at her and replied, "The flower shop." After that, he thought to himself, "Her accessory keeps catching my eye, but strangely, it suits her very well." Layla suddenly thought, "I heard that the final stage of treating memory loss is to look at and appreciate the beauty of flowers." A moment later at the flower shop, Layla suddenly asked, "How are these flowers?" Sion replied, "Wonderful."
Raising the two bouquets in her hands, she smiled and asked, "Is this one prettier, this one, or that one?" He immediately replied, "I don't know." She secretly affirmed in her heart, "Of course, it's unlikely to have been cured." She suddenly asked, "Sion, do you think flowers are beautiful?" He immediately replied, "That's why they're bought and sold." Hearing this, she felt a little helpless and thought to herself, "This kid really is." Afterwards, she suggested in a low voice, "All right, we'll come back next time. I've seen the labels on these flowers." The florist owner, hearing this, immediately bowed and said, "Goodbye."
The moment Layla stepped into the carriage, the driver asked, "Where shall we go next?" She thought for a few seconds, then replied, For now, let's go to the nearby restaurant. Wait, no, not the restaurant. Take me to the library instead." After arriving at the library, Layla quickly turned to Sion and said, "Sion, you know how to read, right? If you want to borrow a book, just take anyone." Sion asked, puzzled, "What are we going to do?" She smiled and replied, "What? I need to find books. I'll be back later. Just go get the books you want." Hearing her, Sion replied, "I understand." With that, the two split up to look for books. Layla suddenly turned her head to look at a nearby woman and thought, Then she quickly approached and asked, "Excuse me, I'd like to see the entire catalog of books in the library, all of them." Then she suddenly paled and thought, "What should I do to check all of them? With tens of thousands of books, there must be information about the stone, right? But there isn't a single book here that mentions anything similar. Could it be that this library is too small? Should I try going to the National Library? Oh, I should find an excuse to go to the Capitol, but there's no way that wicked father would let me go." Just then, someone suddenly approached and exclaimed, "Oh, a butterfly, the butterfly dance." Hearing the boy in front of her say, "A butterfly, the butterfly dance," Layla couldn't help but jump in fright and think, Who is that boy? The butterfly dance? But how does this person know the butterfly dance?" He suddenly exclaimed, "It certainly looks like it," which made her narrow her eyes and ask, "What?"
He smiled and explained, "Your ladyship's hair ornament truly looks exactly like that." Layla heard this and couldn't help but think skeptically. So he just accidentally blurted out the butterfly dance? What? This is getting stranger and stranger. He gently stroked his hair and said, "I'm not a strange person. I apologize for startling you by speaking up so suddenly, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, a knight unexpectedly ran in and called out, "Sir." Then he pretended to cough a few times and then whispered, "The young lady is waiting. Please quickly look around and leave here." Hearing this, he asked with a hint of reluctance, "What? Wait a moment. Now..." Seeing that she had turned and left, he fell silent for a moment, then spoke, "All right, let's go." Layla suddenly called out, "Sion." Then she bent down and tiredly asked, "Have you found the book yet?" He didn't answer immediately, but observed her for a moment, then thought to himself, "Why that expression? What happened while I was away?"
He let out a sigh and asked, "What?" She repeated blankly, "What?" He explained, "I didn't know which book to choose, so I didn't choose any." She tilted her head slightly towards him and asked, "Really? Should I suggest one for you?" He immediately replied, "No need, I'm fine." Lila smiled and suggested, "All right, let's go. We're both hungry, aren't we?" He quickly put the book back on the shelf and replied, "All right." A moment later at a restaurant, Lila quickly spoke up requesting, "For now, please prepare what we just discussed first." The waiter bowed and replied, "Yes, I understand." The brown-haired knight couldn't help but say apologetically, "My lady, I'm truly fine." She gently explained, "You must be hungry too. Let's eat comfortably, just the two of us." Hearing her say that, he immediately replied, "Then I will eat, thank you." She suddenly thought to herself, "But that guy, he kept bothering me earlier, not just because he mentioned the butterfly dance, but his very appearance made me feel annoyed. I'm sure I've never met him before, yet there's a strange sense of familiarity, a very peculiar feeling. Black hair and red eyes. Why does it feel so familiar?" After a moment of thought, Layla immediately asked, "Mr. Taylor, may I ask you something?" He smiled and replied, "Certainly, miss." Upon hearing him, she immediately asked, "Do you know a noble with such characteristics? A young man who looks 2 or 3 years older than me, and he also has black hair and red eyes?" Taylor quickly replied, "Are you referring to Duke Gideon Reisick?" She asked in surprise, "Huh? Gideon Reisick?" He nodded and continued, "It's possible. The appearance you described perfectly matches the second son of Count Reisick." She suddenly bowed her head and thought, "The second son of Count Reisick. Reisick. I remember now, Gideon Reisick." In her previous life, that name was known throughout aristocratic society. Even when she lived in seclusion at the Marquisate, that name still reached her ears. That was because of an extraordinary thing Gideon Reisick did when he was 19 years old. And that time, carrying sword slaves instead of knight escorts had become a trend, and Count Reisick, with his keen sense of trends, gave each of his children 10 sword slaves as gifts. Gideon Reisick, the second son, killed all the sword slaves he received. It wasn't merely a one-sided massacre. He gave swords to the chosen sword slaves and faced all of them at once. When someone asked him why he did it, he sneered and replied, "Because I felt disgusted by the sight of slaves holding swords." He answered very honestly. The nobles praised Gideon Reisick for single-handedly facing 10 chosen sword slaves, elevating him. That sent shivers down her spine. They lauded his coal-black hair, dark as night, and ruby-red eyes. That was why he gave her a sense of familiarity, even though she had never met him. The servant suddenly offered, "I will prepare the main course." Layla replied, "Yes, thank you." Taylor suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Now that you mention it, Duke Gideon Reisick is said to be studying abroad this winter." Layla heard this and immediately continued,
Oh really? Let's eat first. We're all hungry. Everyone, please enjoy the meal. After that, she ate while thinking to herself, I'm so glad my curiosity was satisfied before the meal. It had bothered me so much that it almost ruined my meal. Cyan, as always, I deliberately ordered everything on the menu. Does he not have a favorite dish? Or did it disappear due to his amnesia? Oh, why am I worrying about this? Cyan thought the wolf because he wanted to live, so I've achieved my goal. That's right, but why does it still bother me? That must be the reason. I shouldn't just leave him like that, in case his amnesia recurs. That's right. I can't let Cyan fall into a state of not wanting to live again. I must ensure that his amnesia is completely eradicated. Seeing Layla constantly staring at Cyan, Taylor couldn't help but wonder to himself. A young lady not eating her own food but only staring at her slave, and a slave receiving all her attention without batting an eye while still enjoying his meal. Don't try to make sense of it. I feel like I can't understand it even if I try. That afternoon at Marquis Hildegar's mansion, Layla thought to herself, ultimately, today didn't yield many results. Cyan didn't seem very happy when he saw the flowers, and I couldn't find out anything about the resurrection stone in the library either.
Taylor gently reminded, "Please step down carefully." Just then, the butler called out, "Miss Lila, you've returned. I've been waiting for you." She asked in surprise, is something wrong? Is there something urgent? He immediately replied, "You should come with me immediately." As she walked, she wondered and asked, "Where are we going?" He immediately replied, "To the living room. There's a guest waiting for you."
Hearing this, she couldn't help but wonder to herself, who could it be that makes the butler act this way? Is it some high-ranking noble? But why would such a noble want to meet me? The butler extended his hand towards her and respectfully said, The guest is waiting for you here." Layla immediately replied, "All right, I'll go meet them." Then she thought to herself, I'll know as soon as I meet them. Someone suddenly announced, "Young master, Miss Layla has arrived." Hearing this, she couldn't help but think in surprise, Young master? Seeing that the young master just mentioned was the one opening the door for her, Layla was utterly astonished and thought to herself, "Sir, you?" Then she said in confusion, "I apologize." Then she thought in bewilderment, he opened the door himself instead of letting a servant do it? But this outfit? Gideon called out with a smile, "Miss Layla Hildegar." After clearly seeing his face, she couldn't help but think in surprise, Gideon Reisig, why is he here? The butler suddenly cleared his throat, making her jump and silently scream in her mind, Then she replied, "Yes, that's right." Gideon quickly bowed, extended his hand inwards and said, "Please come in, Miss Layla Hildegar." She softly replied, "Yes." Then she quickly walked to a chair and sat down, thinking to herself, so this is Gideon Reisig. Now I understand why the butler was so flustered. She quickly said, "I'll prepare some tea." He replied with a smile, "No need. I decline as I don't have much time for conversation."
Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but be puzzled. She thought to herself, he doesn't have time to speak, even though he's so busy, but he's still waiting for me in the living room? He is the second son of the House of Count Reisig. The influence that the House of Count Reisig holds is completely different from other noble families. The current king famously loves the queen and cannot live without her, and the queen, so beloved, has only one relative. That is Count Reisig. Furthermore, Count Reisig has only 2 children. Even the house of Marquis Hildegar cannot take this guest lightly. What's more important is the reason why such an important guest came to see her. Gideon suddenly spoke. "In the library, I mentioned that I am not a strange person. Do you remember?" Layla replied, swaying, "Yes, I remember." Then she thought to herself, that's right, that happened. He quickly pointed to himself and smiled, replying, "I am Gideon Reisig." She immediately continued, "And I am Layla Hildegar."
He suddenly scratched his face, then said with a hint of embarrassment, "I know this might sound abrupt, but..." She suddenly thought curiously to herself, his skin is white and pure, just like Sion's. Between the two, I wonder who is whiter. I think Sion might be a little whiter. His face suddenly flushed red. Then he continued with a smile, "I have wanted to see you again, Lady Layla." Her face involuntarily darkened, and she asked in a startled whisper to herself, "Huh?" He smiled and proposed, "I'll get straight to the point. If you permit, I wish to make a promise for the future with you, Lady Layla." Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but think in shock to herself, "No, is he crazy? Did he perhaps get into an accident or something before we coincidentally met at the library? Should I call Elvin? Perhaps that's why, right after the accident, he started talking about the butterfly dance." Seeing that she seemed quite stunned by his proposal, he immediately spoke to reassure her. "I'm not asking you to answer right now. This winter I will go abroad to study, and I will return after 5 years. By then, I hope to hear your answer." Layla heard this and was both stunned and secretly delighted, thinking, not 5 months, but 5 years. Good. By then, I'll be back to normal. Then she smiled, her eyes crinkling, and said, "I understand." For some reason, Gideon suddenly spaced out for a moment, then his face unexpectedly flushed with shyness. Layla saw this and couldn't help but think in disbelief. Why is he blushing? No, it can't be like that, right? Surely when I return, I'll regain my sanity. Thinking of this, she involuntarily imagined Gideon's attendant asking him, "Sir, do you intend to meet Lady Layla Hildegard?" He then sneered and asked back, "Layla Hildegard? Is there such a woman?" Then she continued to think to herself, "Yes, that's right, it must be like that." He suddenly praised, "You are truly beautiful." She asked blankly, "What?" He replied, "Your hair."
It's truly beautiful. It suits you very well, even now after seeing it again. Layla froze upon hearing that, thinking to herself, I have a bad feeling about this. A moment later, in Layla's room, she was currently lying face down on her bed, tired, and sighed, saying, why did I have to go to the library at that exact time today and meet Gideon Reisig? After that, she dejectedly thought to herself, today, that was almost a marriage proposal. If I hadn't hesitated, perhaps we would have had an engagement ceremony already. And the fact that he opened the door himself means he ran to the door as soon as he heard I was coming, right? That means his proposal today was serious. Layla slowly sat up and lamented. It's fine, even if he's truly infatuated with me. 5 years is a long time. Coincidentally, if after 5 years Gideon still can't forget me, I just need to act in a way that makes him lose interest, and it won't be a big problem. In terms of appearance and background, he's certainly an excellent candidate for a future husband. But the slave massacre he caused? That wasn't Hildegard, but it was an act too similar to Hildegard. Thinking about living with such a person, I honestly feel nauseous just imagining it. I'd rather die. No, maybe not to that extent, but it's still better to live, right? It's better to live, isn't it?
No, don't think about it anymore. The marriage hasn't been decided yet, so there's no need to worry about it right now. First, I need to deal with the immediate issues. For example, Sion's missing status. Thinking about Sion instead of Gideon makes me feel a little better. Does that mean I dislike Gideon more than Sion? It's strange. No matter how much I dislike Gideon, it's illogical that I dislike him less than Sion. What Gideon did was a terrible act, but it has nothing to do with me, whereas Sion is practically my enemy. On one hand, there's someone who has never harmed me and seems to like me, and on the other hand, there's my enemy who doesn't seem to like me. Is it normal for me to like the former less? Perhaps. Now I'm starting to feel confused. At the same time, the blue-haired knight suddenly asked, "Sir, is everything going smoothly?" Gideon pondered for a moment, then replied, Am I not attractive?" The knight hastily replied, "No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this kingdom, who could be more handsome than you?" Gideon didn't reply, but turned his head to look at his reflection in the mirror and thought to himself, "That's right. I've never seen anyone more handsome than myself. And furthermore, that has been objectively confirmed." But then, why did Layla Hildegard do that? She definitely had a look of refusal. If I hadn't delayed the answer for 5 years, she would have surely rejected me immediately. Even when I was only 5 years old, a lady confessed to me and said my face was very radiant. And now, 10-year-old Lady Layla Hildegard rejects my proposal? I truly don't understand. The blue-haired knight smiled encouragingly. "My lord, please don't be too disheartened," he asked in surprise. "Huh?" He immediately replied. "You will find someone better. No, you will definitely find someone better, I promise, on my honor." He asked curiously, "What does that mean? What does that mean?" He asked puzzled. "Huh?"
He smiled and affirmed, "I will marry Layla Hildegard." He asked again in a panic, "What?" He immediately replied, "Not now, but in 5 years." He said nothing more but stared at him, thinking to himself, I think she rejected him. Based on what he just said and her expression, isn't that the case? In fact, Gideon's initial reason for seeking out Layla was to clarify misunderstandings about himself, suspicious glances, unreasonable misunderstandings. These were things he had never encountered before. But after convincing his mother, who was still hesitant, to leave first, he went to the Marquise's estate and heard the name Layla Hildegard. Gideon felt an inexplicable sense of relief, realizing that she was not just a guest, but also the Marquise's daughter. He thought to himself, I feel an inexplicable sense of relief. And when Layla opened the door and stepped in, Gideon realized that he had fallen for her at first sight, and he had considered her his future fiancée. 5 years later, that won't be a problem. He thought to himself, at our wedding, I will decorate the wedding hall with lavender. Layla suddenly thought in a panic, what is this? Suddenly, a banquet hall appeared. Layla wondered, what's happening? Someone suddenly spoke, Happy birthday, Gideon, you're 19 now. Layla was startled to realize, it's Gideon Reisig's birthday party. That person spoke again, I have prepared a gift for you, Gideon. Layla thought to herself, wait, his 19th birthday means, that person spoke again, everything belongs to you.
The Count had given Gideon and his brother a sword-wielding slave. Layla panicked. No, I don't want to see that scene. Huh? Scion? Why is Scion here? No, Scion! Run! Run! Run away from here! Ah, no! After startling awake from a terrifying nightmare, Layla immediately gasped, thinking to herself, it's a dream, just a dream. Ah, what a strange dream. There was nothing special about it, but it made me feel uneasy.
Having thought to herself, Layla abruptly sat up, rubbed her head with her hand, and said, Marie, I want to wash my face. Marie immediately replied, Yes, madam, I'll prepare it right away. Layla said nothing further, but thought to herself, I must wash it clean with water. A moment later, in the library, Layla was reading a book and muttering, Unexpected danger, a significant change, it might be coming. She asked herself, is this how to deal with bad dreams? That's right, that's it. The way to overcome a nightmare is to teach something to the person who was injured or died in the dream. It will remove some bad energy from the dream, helping you avoid the worst outcome.
What? Is that all? It only helps me avoid the worst? Is there a better way? Layla immediately closed the book and said decisively, I don't think so. Then she thought to herself, well, I'll just have to accept this method for now, but what should I teach? She felt that cooking was something he already knew. As for embroidery, flower arranging, knitting, dancing, music, sculpting, imagining Scion knitting was truly amusing. There were too many things to learn, but she didn't know what he truly wanted. Her eyes suddenly widened. She exclaimed, Ah! Then continued to think to herself, a sword. Yes, a sword would be the best choice, because he would defeat demons in the future, so he would definitely be interested, even though he had killed her with a sword. No, that's not it. Even if he didn't learn swordsmanship, he could still easily kill her. She could choose something he would enjoy learning. All right, then a sword it is. Contrary to her expectation that convincing Scion would be difficult, his reaction was better than she thought. Layla hesitantly asked, Scion, have you ever learned swordsmanship? He immediately replied, No. He hesitated a little before answering, but she decided to ignore that. The important thing was that Scion had not learned swordsmanship.
The next step was to get permission from the villain, who actually owned Scion. Layla bowed her head respectfully and said, Father, I have a request. Please allow Scion to learn swordsmanship. Before her request, Mr. Hildegard did not answer immediately. He rested his hand on his chin and stared at her for a moment, then replied, As you wish. She asked in disbelief, Really? Right. If you're done, then leave. She respectfully replied, Yes, Father, thank you. Then she quickly left the room and closed the door. Then she suddenly leaned against the door and thought to herself, I came with a determination to get his permission somehow. Is he in a good mood or does he not care? Who cares? As long as I have his permission, that's enough. Moreover, the next step won't be easy, so I'll focus on that. Not knowing what he saw, Taylor suddenly exclaimed, Very good.
Layla crossed her arms, saying sternly, I predicted you would say that. But think again. What? What did you just say? Taylor repeated, bewildered. I said, very good. She questioned sternly, but did you clearly hear what I just said? He immediately replied, You asked me to teach Scion swordsmanship, not just once, but repeatedly. She asked again, So do you know who Scion is? He replied again, Isn't he the mute slave you're taking care of? Layla quickly rubbed her chin, then thought to herself in surprise, I thought no one would volunteer to teach Scion, so I had prepared a list of 5 potential instructors. I'm quite surprised that Taylor, the person I wanted most, accepted so easily. He's young, perhaps too young, but he's already in the night squad. His skills are excellent. No one is more suitable to be Scion's teacher. But it's strange that someone like him would accept my request so easily, unless... Layla immediately changed her expression, asking sternly, How much do you need?
A puzzled Taylor spoke up. Excuse me? Layla immediately explained, It's the payment for teaching Scion. It might be difficult today, but if you wait a few days. He bowed his head slightly and assured her, No, I don't need money. She asked again, astonished. What? He immediately replied, There's no need for any compensation. I will teach him for free. She frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, Even though I've asked, I still don't understand why you would teach Scion, teach swordsmanship, without expecting any compensation. You know he isn't treated well. Thinking, Taylor explained, If I had to give a reason, I am very curious about your slave, my lady. That is my reason. When you brought him out, I was in charge of escorting you. Do you remember? And at that time, I felt he was not an ordinary person. Layla was startled and surprised, thinking to herself, Scion isn't ordinary. How does he know? Then she murmured in a low voice, So, a genius truly is different. He suddenly asked, Excuse me? She immediately explained, You, when you first joined, they called you the genius rookie for a while, didn't they? It's clear that true geniuses see things differently. He mumbled in a chiding tone. Why are you suddenly bringing that up? She continued with a smile. Anyway, please take care, Sir Taylor. He didn't speak, but nodded slightly in agreement. Then he quickly knelt down, gently kissed the back of her hand, and said, I will not betray your trust. As Layla watched Sion and Taylor practice swordsmanship, she thought to herself, as expected, teaching him swordsmanship was the right decision.
Not only can I deal with the profound dangers disguised as dreams, but Sion will also become stronger, reducing the likelihood of an incident similar to Thomas's happening again. Moreover, the very act of learning helps in recovering from losses, like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But the only point is that I know very little about swordsmanship, so I cannot assess Sion's progress. Perhaps I should learn with him instead of giving up from the start. No, that would be too much. I almost died after just 1 day together. After a while of training, Taylor approached and called out, My lady. Layla quickly stood up and smiled, asking, has he finished his lesson? He replied, Yes, he has. She quickly praised, You both did very well. He suddenly suggested, There's something I'd like to discuss with you briefly. Hearing this, she replied with a touch of surprise, Oh, then we should go somewhere else. He continued, I would be very grateful for that. She smiled and turned to him, saying, Sion, keep going. I'll join you soon. A little later, in Layla's room, holding a teacup in her hand, she couldn't help but ask curiously, So what is this about? Is it related to Sion? Taylor replied, Yes, it is. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and continued, I hope that's a good thing, like Sion being a genius. You're not planning on giving up, are you? I'm just kidding. He confirmed in a low voice, As you say, young lady. Her face involuntarily darkened, and she asked again, startled, Huh? You really want to leave? He broke out in a sweat and replied seriously. Taylor, startled, jumped up. Lady, are you all right? Layla coughed lightly, bent over in her chair, and waved her hand, saying, I'm fine. I just had a cough. Don't pay too much attention to it. But looking at Layla's expression, Taylor found it hard to believe this, though he couldn't do anything else. Layla wiped her mouth and thought, Really? I said that as a joke, but is he truly a genius? Layla cleared her throat. I understand what you're saying, but what kind of genius are we talking about? Could you explain? Taylor was silent in thought for a moment. Then he quickly spoke to Layla. In short, there's nothing more I can teach Sion. Layla was utterly bewildered. Does that mean Sion has become stronger than Taylor? Taylor replied, I'm not too sure about that. My physique is somewhat larger, so I think I could still win at this point. Many factors determine the outcome of a fight, but in terms of knowledge and swordsmanship, Sion has certainly surpassed me. Indeed, during that training session, Sion had completely astonished Taylor. Even after hearing Taylor say this himself, Layla was still very skeptical. Was Sion that talented? Even Taylor was considered a genius, but he said Sion was even more outstanding than himself. Taylor looked at Lila's bewildered expression and said to her, However, we could consider another possibility. Could Sion have been an excellent swordsman in his previous life and still retain those memories? Lila was truly frightened by Taylor's somewhat vague assertion. She continued to hear him say, If that's the case, no matter how many times I fight, I won't be able to win. As for the other members of the night squad, I'm not sure. Perhaps they could win. Lila became very serious when she heard Taylor say that. She reconsidered. What if Sion could truly remember his past life? Taylor saw Lila's serious expression and chuckled to reassure her. Of course, this is just for fun. Can you imagine anything more unrealistic than someone remembering their past life? Lila seized the opportunity and awkwardly laughed along with Taylor. Ha ha, that's right, that's right. Suddenly, Taylor uttered a sentence that made the atmosphere freeze on the spot. It's also no more unrealistic than someone coming back to life after dying. Layla immediately shook her head vigorously, wanting to dispel her fanciful thoughts. No, if that were the case, Sion would probably hate and resent her even more. But lately, he hasn't been staring at her anymore. Wait, does this mean you will stop practicing swordsmanship? This question startled Taylor. Layla thought to herself, but didn't dare to say it out loud. You're not saying that to find an excuse to stop teaching, are you? Taylor immediately explained to Layla. No, that's not it. Even if I can't instruct him anymore, I can still observe, and perhaps occasionally offer some advice. Taylor smiled kindly. After all, I am still Sion's teacher. I believe it's my duty to closely monitor my disciples' growth. Layla opened her eyes wide. Looking at Taylor, she asked him again, Teacher? Taylor continued to smile and firmly affirmed to her, Yes, I was the first one to teach that boy. Layla remained silent. Not replying, she slightly bowed her head and thought, The person I called a slave just a month ago now considers him his disciple. Taylor's recent affirmation made her feel a warmth in her heart. The real reason I wanted to teach Sion swordsmanship wasn't just because I thought he'd be good at it, but because I wanted him to display his talent and be recognized, so that he would be treated better. But why did I want that for him? How he was treated
What difference did it make to me? Perhaps he would be grateful to me, and I would win his affection. Yes, that was the only reason, for my own survival.
Taylor suddenly spoke, making Layla stop pondering. Oh, by the way, my lady, have I ever told you? Layla looked confused. Huh? Told me what? Taylor quickly told her how Sion had been during the 19th lesson. Well, seeing Taylor report the situation with an uncontainable smile, Layla sighed. You're just bragging about your disciple, aren't you? Even so, it was good that someone acknowledged Sion. I was proud of him, or at least I thought so. After discussing Sion's near future with Taylor, Layla was sitting on a chair on the way back. I never thought that feeling would disappear after just half a day.
She secretly recalled the conversation between herself and Marquis Hildegard. Taylor said, "Is there nothing left to teach that slave? I want to see what skills he has. Register him for the Lowell Gladiator Tournament." At that time, she was truly shocked by this news. Now she felt the afternoon joy that Taylor had brought completely collapse. So this was the reason he agreed so easily. If she had known beforehand, she wouldn't have let him learn swordsmanship. Layla felt terrible about herself. She was too engrossed in her own excitement to think things through. The moment Sion displayed his talent, her father and the Wicked Ones would start to notice him, and things would become complicated. The Lowell Gladiator Tournament usually ends in two cases. First, when one of the participants surrenders. Second, when one of them is too severely injured or dead, unable to continue. But in the Lowell Gladiator Tournament, only death can end the match. Unlike other gladiator tournaments, the gladiators in the Laurel Tournament are not chosen by the organizers, but by the sponsors, who send their gladiators to the arena. The sponsors hold all rights over their gladiators and place large bets on them. Winning or losing depends on the outcome of the match. No sponsor wants the match to end too quickly or easily. Therefore,
the sponsors in the Lowell tournament never allowed their gladiators to admit defeat mid-match. Their gladiators had to fall right on the arena floor in front of them. Therefore, matches at Lowell were often likened to bloody slaughterhouses. Sending Sion there was almost a death sentence, as it was where all kinds of brutal criminals and mercenaries gathered. In the dark of night, as Layla thought she was confiding in herself alone, someone suddenly appeared. "What are you doing here?" Layla looked up in surprise. Huh? The person in front of her startled her. Sion. It really was Sion. She had been thinking about him for hours, to the point where she thought she was hallucinating. Sion told Layla, "Marie is looking for you." Layla was startled once more. "Oh, Marie asked you to find me? She probably brought me some tea." Layla stood up and left her seat. "Sorry, did I make you look for me for a long time?" Sion replied curtly. "No." Layla let out a sigh of relief, relaxing her shoulders that had been tense until now. What a relief.
Layla began to struggle psychologically, wondering if she should tell Sion to go back first. Going inside wouldn't help either. She wouldn't be able to sleep and would only feel annoyed. She decided to tell him, "Hey Sion, everything..." However, Sion immediately interrupted her. "What's going on?" Layla, surprised, asked him back. "Huh?" Sion continued to ask her, "Why are you just sitting here? Were you looking for me earlier?" Layla was touched by Sion's unexpected concern. "I didn't expect you to ask that. Is there anything strange about me sitting in the garden this late? Should I just say it directly? This will happen soon anyway. There's no need to hide it from you." So she decided to tell Sion everything that troubled her. "The problem is, today Father called me in and told me to register you for the Leos tournament. But most of the participants in that tournament die. So..." Her tears streamed down. Layla said no more, raising a hand to wipe her tears. "I can't even finish my sentence. What else can I say? Should I apologize that I didn't know this would happen? I was the one who told you to learn swordsmanship. Now Sion has become the center of attention because of me and might die a miserable death. I thought everything had finally gotten better, but now I've become the object of Sion's hatred once again." Suddenly, a warm hand reached out to help her wipe away the flowing tears. Layla, startled, looked up at Sion. He showed no change in expression despite her staring and continued to stretch his neck. Layla continued to stare at Sion, truly surprised by his action. What? Did Sion just touch my face? Why? What's the reason? Could it be... Sion suddenly sighed. Sion used both hands to firmly squeeze Layla's rosy cheeks, distorting them. Layla called his name in dissatisfaction. "Sion! Sion!" Then he suddenly asked her, "What am I supposed to do with this?"
Layla was even more surprised. Huh? Sion patiently repeated the question again. "How can I survive the tournament you just mentioned?" Layla hesitated before answering him. "Well, if you win, but it's very difficult." Sion emphasized to her, "All right, I will win." Layla was momentarily unable to react. She looked at him naively. Huh? Sion told her, "I will win, so go inside now. It's cold and very late." Layla awkwardly replied, "Okay, all right." Sion turned and left. Layla thought to herself, "Sion wiped away my tears. He even walked me back to my room." Sion thoughtfully sent her a wish, "Good night." Layla was truly a bit slow to adapt, replying, "You too, good night." She told herself, "He even wished me good night." After Sion turned off the light and left, Layla gently pinched her cheek. Is this a dream? No, it's not. But Sion.
Why did he suddenly change? Layla thought. The next day, she remembered that she hadn't drunk the apple tea Marie had made for her, so she was looking for it. She got out of bed and awkwardly told Marie, "I'm sorry, Marie." The maid Marie smiled indulgently at her. "It's all right." Layla thought again. She couldn't find it anywhere. Perhaps it had been cleared away. She asked Marie about it, but strangely, she didn't remember. "Didn't you say you were looking for me?" Well, never mind. It wasn't that important anyway. Days passed like that until Layla realized that the Gladiator Lowell tournament was only one day away. Layla stepped into the carriage in a mood that couldn't be worse. The thought of having to ride in a carriage for a whole day to get to that mediocre tournament really annoyed her. How wonderful it would be if a downpour started right now.
Or even better, a lightning bolt would strike directly into the tournament hall. If the lightning bolt were strong enough to tear apart and burn down the entire hall, the organizers would never be able to repair it. Layla realized that wish would never come true. She leaned back wearily, telling herself that they were just her silly fantasies. Layla noticed the anomaly. She turned her head and unconsciously asked Taylor, "Why are you, Sir Taylor, riding in this carriage? Shouldn't you be with my father?" Taylor replied to her, "I have moved." Layla, surprised, asked further, "Alone?" Taylor honestly informed her, "He allowed me to. Anyway, there are other knights in that carriage." Taylor proudly thumped his chest. "I will protect this carriage."
Layla seemed to casually bring up the matter, then asked, "How about getting off the carriage right now?" Taylor's eyes welling up, he innocently asked, "Why should I do that? I thought we'd become quite close over time, didn't we?" Layla chuckled. "Just kidding, don't mind it." Layla looked at Sion opposite her, who was resting with his eyes closed. With Taylor here, Sion couldn't speak. It wasn't that she had anything special to say to Sion, but she was feeling very anxious, wondering if she could truly save Sion. Father would of course be the sponsor, right? If Father decided to throw in the towel, it would be fine, but for her to have to grovel would be too common. Was there a way to convince him more certainly? Layla suddenly noticed something, a faint hum. She immediately turned her head to look at Taylor, who was trembling beside her. She asked Taylor, "Are you anxious, sir? It feels as if the carriage is overflowing with your anxiety." However, Taylor this time absolutely refused to be honest. "What? No, not at all. I'm just excited to see my first disciple win the Gladiator tournament." Layla seemed to be making small talk with him, without intending to expose him. "Of course. It's a pity that your words and tone don't quite match." Taylor broke into a sweat. That's just a habit." Layla thought to herself, how foolish. The person involved is the calmest one here. She recalled the words he had said to her earlier. "All right, I'll win. No problem at all." Layla thought that he surely didn't know how brutal the Gladiator tournament was. He didn't know how cruel and terrifying the opponents were. Sion didn't understand. She couldn't feel relieved by his words from yesterday, even though she knew she shouldn't.
Now, I want to hear Sion's words, even if just for a little bit, even if just for a second. At the Gladiator Lowell tournament, Layla moved while observing her surroundings. She thought to herself, they're holding the tournament here? They chose such a remote and small place on purpose, didn't they? It's not that important, so only those with knowledge will participate. The ticket checker called out to Layla's group, "Your registration number is 16. As per the sponsor's request, everyone please wear a mask." Layla thought to herself, of course, they're forcing participants to wear masks. How terrible. I need to find a way to make my father surrender in the match, but how? While she was still engrossed in her thoughts, she heard Sion whisper to her, "Stop thinking such nonsense. I'm not lying." He finished saying what he needed to say and then moved forward. Layla only reacted then, unconsciously wanting to pull him back. Sion. However, the ticket checker in front of them was giving an order. "Participants, please go this way."
Layla suddenly felt quite embarrassed after Sion had left. In the waiting room of the Gladiator Lowell tournament, someone shouted, "If only I hadn't mistaken my target among everyone that day. I mistook my target for the son of a noble. Well, I guess it's lucky they offered to settle it by winning this tournament. So you'd better kneel before your patrons and beg them to let you participate in the next tournament. Ha ha." The faces of those in the waiting room didn't look too good. The announcer's call rang out. "Number 7, number 16, prepare to enter the arena." The arrogant red-clad man who had been speaking loudly stood up. He said, "Ha, it's a pity you don't have time to beg before fighting me. Let's see." Click. "Just a kid. Ha, that will haunt your dreams." A fellow competitor with platinum hair suddenly spoke up to remind the red-clad man, "It's number 7's turn to fight now. Remember that." This platinum-haired man had once faced the child, number 7, and deliberately lost, because he couldn't defeat him. His words might be rough, but he had a very good heart. The way he pretended to faint after being punched in the chin, that was truly an impressive performance.
It's a pity that his patron is about to tear him apart for the shame he brought, and in the end that kid will die by my hand. What a pity.
I will end this match quickly without getting hurt. At least that's what I can do. The fighter with number 10 just lost the match. Now it's the turn of the one with a bandaged head, number 7. Number 10, I remember. I didn't expect both of them to be fools, but that's to my advantage. Killing weak and young creatures is always very interesting. I will torment you slowly and painfully. Just now it was number 21. He also lost. Now it's someone else's turn. Number 7, 10, 21, I remember them. Especially number 21. That person is a famous assassin. It's truly fortunate to face such an opponent in the finals. This masked figure suddenly spoke seriously with Scion. Kid, unlike your previous opponents, I won't let you achieve your goal. He was about to draw his sword to start the match, but he couldn't. He panicked.
What is this? At that age, what kind of cold gaze is he giving me? As soon as Scion proactively ran forward, his opponent was still very complacent. He's dead. He couldn't even block one of Scion's blows. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. This perfect movement, his skill and physical condition are truly astonishing. He propped his sword on the ground and struggled to stand up. However, his downward sword slash was slower than Scion's. He was utterly furious. He's just a kid. Scion, however, showed no mercy, bringing his blade down towards him. In the end, he could only stand there and endure it. Too strong. He was also lucky to escape, and the referee quickly shouted, "What a miracle! The winner of this year's Gladiator Laurel competition, contestant number 16, the Gladiator Kid." Even as the winner, the expression on Scion's face remained unchanged.
Below the stands, everyone cheered. Congratulations to the patron. Where did you find this contestant? Of course, I intend to buy him at a high price. Layla sat beside him, breaking out in a cold sweat. What is this? Is it real? Did Sack really win? At this moment, below the arena, Sack seemed to have noticed her too. Layla carefully watched Sack's mouth shape and saw him slowly say, "I told you I wasn't tricking you." Sack suddenly laughed loudly. "I told you I would win." Layla remained silent. But from inside the mask, she was truly smiling happily. While Sack was emotional, the Marquis suddenly burst out laughing, startling Layla. She irritably thought to herself, seriously, this foolish old man, I want to punch him so badly. Suddenly he called out to her, "Layla." Silently suppressing her anger, Layla politely replied, "Yes, father." He told Layla, "Thanks to you, I've had an unforgettable experience in my life." Layla looked at him with half an eye, cursing inwardly. So what? Who was it that made me live in hell for the past 10 days? Then Marquise Hildegard continued, "Do you know what? The winner of this game usually wishes for one thing from their sponsor." Layla had never heard of this before, so she found it very strange. "What?" He continued, "He is your slave. You should grant his wish." Layla felt confused by the Marquise's words. She thought to herself, he said he would grant me a wish if I pleased him, but now he's changing his mind? What's with his fickle personality? Layla cautiously asked again, "I don't have to? Do I really have to say it here?" The Marquise replied, "Yes." Layla became even more furious, cursing inwardly, "You wretched old man."
The Marquis was about to say more about what would happen if he won, when suddenly Layla interrupted him, shouting, "Guard!" The Marquis asked back in surprise, "What?" Layla said loudly with all her strength, "Please let Scion be my guard." He seemed surprised. "A guard?" Layla said softly, "Let the two of us go out alone, without any guards accompanying us."
Layla was worried inside. It was easy to say, but it was truly a strange request, wasn't it? Who knew when a slave would want to escape their master? However, the Marquis suddenly agreed to her request. "Do it." Layla asked in surprise, "What?" The Marquis explained. "Judging by his appearance today, he seems qualified enough to become a guard." Then he turned to Layla and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to change your wish?" Layla quickly nodded. "Oh no, father, thank you for granting my wish." Layla's suspicion arose again. She didn't think things could be that easy. She thought to herself, "What's going on? I don't know why, but something is strange. It's like when I said I wanted to teach him how to wield a sword. The wish was granted just as easily." Suddenly her eyes met Taylor's. He was still silent, but tears streamed down his face. Before Layla could ask, he quickly and tearfully explained, "I got dust in my eyes." Layla chuckled, thinking to herself, "I wonder if I should call him cute." For now, though not entirely at ease, Layla was satisfied. She thought, "Yes, that seems to be enough. At least Scion is safe. I should be happy about that, even if I don't need to cry like Taylor." Back at the mansion, Layla was dozing off when she mumbled in her sleep, "Oh, father. Oh no, Scion wants to run away. No, it's not poison, is it?" Layla woke up in fright after a terrifying dream. She was panting, covered in sweat.
Layla rushed to find Scion. She ran, panicking. "It's a trick, isn't it? He didn't actually give Scion poison, did he?" Layla ran anxiously, thinking to herself, "No wonder I had such a strange feeling. What did that scoundrel do to make him become my bodyguard so easily?" Layla recalled old memories. 6 years ago, the reason sword-fighting slaves became more famous than bodyguards was because the poison didn't kill the victims quickly, but they had to take antidotes regularly if they wanted to live normally. Of course, only noble masters had the antidote to prevent sword-fighting slaves from escaping or rebelling. What if he gave that to Scion? Layla anxiously flung open the door and called, "Scion!" Sion, still half asleep, sat up bewildered and asked, "Why are you suddenly—" Layla rushed over and grabbed him, frantically asking, "Have you eaten anything yet? Or when we ate together, did anyone give you anything strange to eat?" Sion reassured her, "Calm down, I haven't eaten anything." Layla was still not at ease, so she asked again, "Really haven't eaten anything?" Sion placed his hand on Layla's and honestly replied, "Truly, I haven't eaten anything since we ate together until now." Layla asked again, "Really?" Sion replied, "Really?" She wasn't entirely convinced, so she continued to ask, "Are you sure?" Sion tiredly responded, "Do you want me to swear?" Suddenly, their eyes met for a long moment. Layla shook her head, coming back to her senses, and pulled her hand away from his. It was Sion's turn to ask her, "Enough? Any more questions?" Layla had calmed down and replied, "That's all." Then she jumped onto the bed and sat next to Sion, thinking to herself, "Am I being too sensitive? That scoundrel always does whatever he pleases."
Layla pondered something for a moment. Then she spoke up and asked him, "Sion, do you want to go out and play?" Sion agreed to her invitation, replying, "Okay." Both of them changed their clothes, left the mansion, and went to the town center to stroll around. Layla worriedly thought, what if Sion runs away? As she walked, she pondered, remembering that when he wiped away her tears, he probably didn't hate her that much. So if he ran away now and came back 10 years later, she could probably still forgive him, right? Yes, I hope Sion truly escapes this mansion. Layla began to plan for Sion's escape. I'm taking a risk, but there are a million ways, she thought. Arriving in front of a store, Layla turned her head back and said to Sion, "Sion, I'm going to shop alone." To be even more sure, she turned back and emphasized again, "I'm going alone, okay? I'm going in here by myself." Sion replied, "Yes, okay."
Layla stepped inside and closed the door. She hid in the shop, peeking out, silently wishing for him to run away. "Sion, run, run fast." The ladies in the shop chatted animatedly. "Oh my, that's wonderful. You have such good taste." Time slowly passed. Layla thought it had been a long time, wondering if he had escaped yet. She wearily dragged herself to the door, silently praying for Sion to run. "Please, please." Layla stepped out, and Sion was still standing there waiting. She exclaimed in surprise, "Sion, here." He asked back, puzzled, "Still what?" Layla, startled, replied, "Oh, nothing, nothing at all." The two continued their stroll. Layla walked and pondered, "That's right. Perhaps he hadn't thought about escaping from the very beginning. What if I give him a little hint, and he actually makes a plan to escape?" She continued with her plan to help Sion escape. Their next destination was the library. Layla deliberately told him, "Sion, I'll go borrow the books myself. This will take a long time." Sion coldly replied with a single word, "Okay." But then, after borrowing the books, Layla stepped out and still saw Sion standing there waiting for her. Not giving up, Layla continued with another plan.
This time, when Lila arrived at the fashion store, she instructed Sion again. "Sion, you know that girls usually take a very long time to choose clothes, right? I'm going to be super long." Sion simply replied, "Yeah." After carrying the entire store on herself and stepping out, Lila still saw Sion standing there waiting, not having run away. Sion pointed at her and asked, "Are you really going to go with me in that outfit?" With unwavering conviction, Lila was stubborn once more. She instructed Sion even more carefully than last time. "Sion, I'm going to that store. It's both far and time-consuming." Sion replied again, "Yeah, okay." But in the end, the result was the same. Lila was exhausted, breathless. Lila cursed under her breath in frustration. "I gave you a subtle hint before leaving, so why didn't you run away?" It was almost dark, so Lila had no choice but to drag her weary body back. "Let's go back," she said. Sion followed behind and replied, "Okay."
Layla glanced at Sion, wondering, thinking he's just waiting and not running away. Layla guessed, or does he think he'll be caught if he escapes because we're in the Marquis's territory? She resolved, "All right, then tomorrow I will definitely make sure you escape, Sion." The next morning, Layla and Sion rode a carriage to the edge of a desolate forest. When she saw they had gone far enough, Layla stopped the carriage. "Let us off here." The coachman obeyed. "Yes, young lady." Layla stepped out of the carriage, looking around with satisfaction. They had finally arrived at a perfect place for Sion to escape. Layla was very confident in this plan. The further away from Hildegard Manor, the better, especially when going into a deep forest like this, where people could disappear without a trace. She excitedly called to him, "Let's go, Sion." Layla believed that this time she would help him successfully escape. If this place was so perfect, he would surely escape today. Layla continued walking, humming a song as she went. She walked for a long time, but Sion still showed no sign of wanting to escape, and Layla gradually grew impatient. She glanced back at him, thinking to herself, "Damn, I've sung all the songs I know already." Layla was worried. She didn't understand why, with such a perfect plan, he still hadn't run off. Far from the carriage, and not keeping an eye on Sion like this, he should have thought about running away already. Layla guessed again. "Oh, or maybe my presence here makes him uncomfortable?"
Thinking quickly, Layla spoke to him. This way, Sion. She pointed in that direction and said, I'll go back to the carriage for a bit. Layla thought to herself, then I'll just slip away. Perfect.
I won't leave the carriage even half a step. A moment later, when she returned to the carriage, Layla had fallen asleep without realizing it. She groggily woke up. Layla rubbed her eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep. That must be it. Before she could even think, Sion's terrifying face from outside pressed against the carriage window, staring at Layla and making her scream. Hearing Layla scream, Sion stepped closer and asked, Did you see a ghost? At this, Layla trembled, clutching the door, and replied, No. She seemed flustered by Sion's appearance, instinctively retreating further into the carriage and asking, Why are you here? Meanwhile, Sion calmly stepped into the carriage and said, You didn't tell me to wait there. You just said you'd come back, so... Upon hearing this, Layla was completely stunned and thought, Huh? What is he talking about? If I didn't come back, he should have escaped. After they both calmly sat down, Layla suddenly thought, could it be because this is a forest? The servant dragged Sion into the hunting forest and said that, didn't he? If he tried to escape from here, dozens of arrows would fly towards him. If that threat haunted him so much that he didn't dare to think about escaping, then that's definitely not what I was thinking. Could Sion feel like he's being tested? As she thought this, Layla's gaze involuntarily fell into contemplation.
But when she clearly saw the young man sitting in front of her, Layla finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't seem to be the case now. Going through so much today made Layla feel a bit self-reproachful. Today I was too stubborn. Tomorrow I will definitely... The next day, the two finally arrived at their destination. As Layla observed everything around her, she thought to herself, All right, if it's here. She stared at the forest in front of her with a reserved thought. If it's here. Layla, for some unknown reason, seemed frightened as she clutched Sion's hand and called out, Sion.
Seeing her strange demeanor, Sion immediately asked, What's wrong? Layla tried to act normal, replying, Oh, nothing. Despite her words, it was clear Layla was visibly scared as she clung tightly to Sion's arm, her heart filled with unease. Actually, I'm afraid a wolf might appear again like last time, and I can't leave his side. A day passed like that. The next day, Layla and Sion still had a peaceful time sitting and admiring the scenery by the small river. But on the following day, something unpleasant happened. The river, which had been lush and green yesterday, was strangely dry today. This surprised both Layla and Sion. Wasn't this place very nice? On the day after that, the scenery everywhere they went became desolate and cold, leaving Layla feeling utterly helpless. Finally, after arriving at a vibrant flower garden, Layla breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, now there's nowhere else to go. She and Sion leaned their heads against a nearby tree to rest, her mind utterly muddled, and she sighed, I don't know how many days we've lost. I'm so tired. I need to think for a bit. Immediately after, Layla began to drift off to sleep. She gently closed her eyes, her body gradually feeling the warm rays of sunlight shining upon her. But at that moment, Layla suddenly remembered. Oh, am I sleepy again? She gently opened her eyes and looked at Sion, who was asleep beside her.
Seeing Sion so exhausted yet always by her side, Layla closed her eyes, feeling at ease, but couldn't help but complain. Sion, why didn't you run away? After Layla had completely fallen asleep, Sion muttered gloomily. So that's how it's always been. He watched the free butterflies, his heart filled with deep uncertainty. Why do you want me to escape? At this, Sion slowly stood up. He said in a low voice, I want to do what you want, but I still can't escape. There's a reason I can't tell you. So don't try so hard anymore. It's a waste of energy. Feeling Sion's gentle hand touching her hair, Layla mumbled vaguely, All right, but how did you read my mind? Sion merely replied vaguely, I don't know. Then he covered the sunlight shining into Layla's eyes with his hand and gently said, Sleep more, Layla. At this moment, Sion himself was engulfed in a turmoil of thoughts. I must be insane. I've known I was insane for a long time, but now that insanity has reached an entirely different level, a moment where I can fully perceive my own condition. That was one night when he went to the garden to find Layla Hildegard, who had not yet returned to her room even though it was past midnight. Without even having time to wonder why he noticed the sound of her room door, he immediately headed straight for the garden she usually visited. And deep in the garden, he found Layla Hildegard.
Upon seeing her vulnerable expression and exchanging a few words, tears welled up from her large eyes. That sight inadvertently left Sion spellbound, as if he had been completely captivated by the girl before him. And that was also when Sion realized, at that moment, his thoughts suddenly stopped, feeling as if he was confronting the monster he had tried so hard to banish. At this thought, Sion painfully told himself, That's right, I am a monster, something that absolutely should not exist within me.
Sion had no choice but to accept reality. There was no way to avoid it. In the end, he could only give in and accept it. At that moment, Sion gently wiped away the tears on Layla's cheeks. Seeing this, she tremblingly called out, Sion.
Other fragments of memory gradually surfaced in Sion's mind. He recalled the battle in the city with a pang of sorrow. That monster had even robbed him of the chance to die, something he had desperately longed for a long time. The moment Sion gave up the chance to destroy the monster within himself to win the battle, the first thing he thought was, "Where is Layla? I have no regrets." When he saw the girl he was looking for, Sion's heart skipped a beat. Oh, there she is. The monster's presence had grown so immense that he couldn't feel such emotions. It was then that Sion realized he was unconsciously smiling. He wondered in confusion, what is this foolish feeling? From that day on, Sion was completely immersed in indescribable thoughts. I deserve to go to hell, but because of Layla Hildegar? He wondered, perhaps I've lost the right to be punished and atone for my sins? Is there any chance for one who has embraced the monster within? It was in that moment of despair that Layla came to his side and comforted him. Sion, you didn't do anything wrong. However, those very words made Sion think, I have committed an even greater sin, which is breaking the vow I made before my family's graves. Looking at Layla sleeping soundly in front of him, Sion softly said, I swore that no Hildegar would be left in this world.
Layla, Hildegar. At this moment, Sion was incredibly reluctant. He called out heartbrokenly, Layla! But in the end, Sion made a decision. Yes, it's definite. I cannot fall into hell again. At the training grounds, while Sion and Taylor happily discussed swordsmanship, Layla sat in a corner, stretching and thinking to herself, ever since I stopped going out, I've been able to breathe a little easier. I was so tired. Layla remembered her strange dream. In the dream, Sion was shouting at her, no matter how hard you try, I won't escape, so give up. If you're curious about the reason, knowing it will only break your heart. Recalling that scene, Layla involuntarily shivered and thought, even though it was just a dream, hearing such a warning made me feel a little uneasy, even if he didn't explicitly state it. Suddenly, at this moment, Taylor's voice rang out, pulling Layla back to reality. Did someone finally grant Sion freedom? Hearing that, she smiled faintly and said, if someone heard that, they'd think I was saying Sion had no freedom. Just enjoy your time with your student. Taylor happily accepted her kindness. Thank you, miss. Looking at Sion's figure, Layla suddenly thought, I don't know when he became so attached to this. Suddenly, Sion secretly glanced at Layla, which startled her a little.
That image inadvertently triggered a terrifying memory in Leela's mind, where the fearsome Sion mercilessly drew his sword before her. Afterward, all that remained were desperate screams, Sion, and long, spreading streaks of blood. Thinking of that dreadful scene, Layla trembled even more with fear. She woke up with a deeply bewildered thought. What? Did I fall asleep again just now? Noticing her strange expression, Sion and Taylor looked over worriedly, while Layla was still immersed in a jumble of chaotic questions. Layla mused to herself, I don't understand why I've been sleeping so unusually lately. Moreover, today's dream was utterly despairing. Isn't it time I had a hopeful dream? Sion wiped away my tears, and considering how much he's improved since we first met, why would I have a dream like that? Ah, I still remember his eyes when we first met. Just then, Taylor stepped closer and gently called out, Milady, are you tired? Responding to his concern, Layla confided, I hadn't realized it, but perhaps I am. I keep sleeping unusually and having strange dreams without understanding why. Hearing this, Taylor immediately offered encouragement. When the body is tired, people often have bad dreams. Hearing him say that, Layla decided to stand up and said, I should train more, shouldn't I? I'll head in first today. Seeing this, Taylor immediately reminded her, Yes, milady, please rest. But just as she stood up, Layla's body suddenly swayed and she fell forward.
Just then, the sword in Sion's hand was quickly turned to the ground. He stepped forward to catch Layla's falling body. Then Sion asked gently, Are you okay? But at this moment, Layla's eyes became extremely tense. Perhaps the dream she had just had left a lingering sense of fear in her mind, so Layla quickly pushed Sion away. Consequently, Layla stumbled and fell due to inertia. She sat motionless on the ground, constantly complaining, Why can't I stand up? In her confusion, a strange feeling unexpectedly flooded Layla's mind. As soon as she looked up, Layla saw Sion staring at her blankly, which made her feel extremely scared. At this moment, Taylor walked over and asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? Then he carefully took Layla's hand and said, Please take my hand to help you stand up. Layla politely replied, Thank you. Meanwhile, Sion was looking at Layla very awkwardly. After regaining her composure, Layla turned and called, Sion, but then she awkwardly turned her face away.
Seeing this, Taylor immediately approached and reminded her, If you're not feeling well, let me take you back to your room. Layla still didn't look up. She replied in a slightly subdued voice, No, it's fine. I can go by myself. Faced with Layla's unusual demeanor towards him, Sion could only silently follow behind. Although Layla had refused, Taylor still worriedly suggested, Then do you need a servant to accompany you? At this, Layla forced a reassuring smile at Taylor. I'm fine, really. Saying this, she turned her back and said, then I'll head back first. You two be careful. And so Layla left Taylor and Sion standing motionless in an indescribably awkward atmosphere. Sion unconsciously looked at the hand that had just touched Layla, his heart heavy with thoughts. A moment later, Layla had also returned to her room. She lay stretched out on the bed, sighing. No, why should I apologize? But every time she thought of Sion's aggrieved face, Layla felt incredibly guilty. Why did he have that expression after I pushed him? I didn't tell him to grab me, did I? She tried to find every reason to justify herself. He treated me worse. Every time he glared at me, he didn't even bother to touch the water and food I brought. He even spat out the herbs I gave him. Oh. But just as she thought of this, Layla suddenly exclaimed, What?
She jolted awake, bewildered, asking herself, am I not angry about this? A little panicked, she thought, so it wasn't that I was scared because I dreamt Sion killed me, but because, after doing that to me, he reached out his hand and then made that expression that made me so uncomfortable. What was that all about? But in a relationship like mine in science, is it common to feel annoyed? Impossible. From the very beginning, all I wanted from Sion was for him not to kill me. Beyond that, I didn't expect anything from him. Therefore, I had no reason to be annoyed. Thinking this, Layla tried to close her eyes and sleep to forget about what happened today. But soon enough, she anxiously opened her eyes. Then, Layla still tried to calm herself. That's right. All of this must just be an illusion.
It was unclear if Layla had gotten any sleep, but now she was sitting next to a cup of hot cocoa amidst a very gloomy atmosphere. As she sipped her cocoa, Layla thought to herself, however, I'm still very glad Taylor was there that day. If it had been any other servant or knight, they might have said something about a slave touching their master. In the past few days, Sion and I have shared intimate moments, but Taylor isn't the type to utter such negative words. At this moment, Layla mused somewhat dejectedly. From the very beginning, Sir Taylor didn't suit Hildegar at all, which might be why he left Hildegar. I remember the farewell party was very grand. They called it the farewell party for key knights. He might have joined the royal knights afterward, right? As she thought this, Layla tried to gulp down the remaining cocoa. After finishing, Layla even raised the cocoa cup above her head and turned it upside down, indicating she had drunk it all. Seeing this, Marie immediately approached and said, Are you finished, my lady?
Only when Layla saw Marie did she suddenly remember. On second thought, Marie was supposed to leave the Marquis's mansion next year, but perhaps she would flee in the dead of night, taking all her possessions with her. The image of Marie hastily leaving made Layla ponder. She wondered if Marie would succeed in her escape. If she were caught, would that villain allow a servant who fled with her master's property to go free? At this thought, Layla looked out at the brilliant sky and affirmed, when the weather turned cold and the snow began to fall and melt, Marie would surely attempt to escape. Was Marie truly fleeing out of greed? At this moment, memories with Marie involuntarily surfaced in Layla's mind. She remembered Marie urging her to drink hot cocoa. She remembered the surprisingly potent cocoa Marie prepared for every meal. She remembered Marie gently brushing her hair. The more she thought, the deeper she sank in her reflections. Layla had never thought those words were lies, but it seemed Marie did what she did out of necessity. If there was something she could do to help.
After some hesitation, Layla finally decided to speak up. Marie, I have some things I need to ask you. Hearing this, Marie immediately replied, Is something wrong, milady? Layla didn't hesitate and asked directly, Has anything been bothering you lately? This unexpected question greatly surprised Marie, but very quickly she regained her composure and replied, What? Why would you suddenly bring this up? What could possibly be bothering me? Seeing that Marie didn't want to share, Layla maintained a gentle demeanor. She looked gently at Marie and softly said, It's just that your face has seemed a bit sad lately. If anything is happening, please tell me right away. Faced with this situation, Marie waved her hands flusteredly and said, Have I really been like that lately? I apologize for not realizing I've become negligent in my duties. Seeing this, Layla immediately said directly, See, something is happening, isn't it? Is it something even I can't know about? Hearing Layla say that, Marie stammered in response, Milady, it's not like that. No matter how much Layla pressed, Marie refused to tell the truth. Layla decided to launch an attack using her pitiful act. With one hand, she wiped away tears, her voice choked with sobs as she complained, Of course, I'm not a very capable mistress, but to think you see me as so incompetent, even though I know nothing about you. But I care for you deeply. I want to help someone important to me. But are you saying I'm not even qualified to do that? Faced with such a powerful attack of overwhelming cuteness, Marie was officially defeated. Deeply moved, she called out, Milady!
Why would people say such terrifying things? It surely isn't like that. And so, the prey had fallen into the net. Layla softly suggested, So tell me what happened. Seeing this, Marie asked with even greater gratitude, My lady, what have I done for you to care for me so much? A moment later, Marie also sat down seriously and recounted everything. Actually, outside the Marquis's mansion, I have a younger sibling I need to take care of. I hired someone to look after him because he wasn't feeling well, but the money for living expenses and medicine kept increasing. After hearing everything, Layla replied in astonishment. So that's what happened. As she said this, she thought to herself with a heavy heart, I didn't know she had a sick sibling, or that she was hiring someone to care for him. Layla herself began to feel a little self-reproach. I was so worried about my own life that I didn't even think about why Marie ran away. I only thought I should turn a blind eye to her theft. If I had thought about it carefully one more time, I would surely have realized that Marie wouldn't do such a thing without a reason. And while Layla was tormenting herself, Marie in front of her still innocently said, I'm sorry, just thinking about it makes me cry. After all, Layla decided to make an offer. Marie, why not let your sibling live here in the mansion? He can be cared for by Elvin. Hearing this, Marie exclaimed in utter astonishment. What? Layla tried to reassure her. Recently, my father has always listened to my requests attentively. I will speak to him. After saying this, Layla even smiled brightly in Marie as a promise.
Seeing this, Marie, even more moved, called out, My lady. Without a word, Marie immediately stepped down from her chair and rushed towards Layla. She hugged her little lady tightly, sobbing, Thank you. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Layla reciprocated that sincere affection with words of comfort. You've done very well. Finally, Layla was able to smile happily and think, Elvin is an excellent doctor, so he can surely heal Marie's younger sibling in the next few years. After that, I will help her leave this Marquise mansion. This time, I want her to be able to confidently greet everyone without having to run away. And as expected, my father accepted my request. Just a few days later, Marie's younger brother arrived at the mansion. Looking at the frail boy in front of her, Layla secretly mused. There aren't many similarities between him and Marie, but for some reason, I feel a sense of reassurance about him. Just like with Taylor, he might be a bit small for his age, but I have a feeling that he will grow up to be someone who can protect Marie. And as I looked at the two of them, a question popped into my head. What is Cyan's family like? Although they don't share blood, surely when they're together, they must look like a family, right? Even though Marie and her sibling don't resemble each other, somehow they exude as family-like feeling. Layla carefully picked up the beautiful flowers below and held them to her chest. She pondered with questions. Is there anyone with golden hair like Cyan, like these flowers? Lost in thought, Layla suddenly realized in a panic. I'm picking flowers without even realizing it. I'm sorry. She looked around in confusion, asking herself, what should I do? In the entire vast garden, only Layla was mulling over the thought, should I try to do something with it? In another corner of the garden, Cyan was sitting leisurely, enjoying the view. Suddenly, an unexpected hand placed a wreath on his head, along with a gentle voice calling, Cyan.
Seeing this, Cyan curiously asked, What is this? Layla grinned and replied, A gift. Then she sat down next to Cyan and casually suggested, Since I've given you a gift, could you fulfill a request of mine? It might be a bit private, but... Cyan could speak, but his face showed no sign of delight with the wreath Layla had given him. Layla didn't pay much attention to his attitude. She said sincerely, I have a question for you, and I really hope you can answer. Hearing this, Cyan seriously replied, What is it? As soon as he finished speaking, Cyan heard 3 words, about family, which utterly astonished him. Meanwhile, Layla very seriously made her request. Could you tell me more about them? Layla asked him softly. Like, what kind of people are they? How many of them are there? Is your relationship with them good? Of course, I assume your relationship is very good. While chattering away, Layla suddenly noticed that Cyan didn't seem very happy. Layla paused to think, am I being too private with my questions? But it's time for me to enter the final stage of healing his pain, facing the root cause and overcoming the pain it brings.
While waiting for Cyan's answer, Layla kept looking at him with 1,000 thoughts in her head. In Cyan's case, after mentioning his family, we should stop talking about it. But perhaps it's still too early. Losing a family member is more than just painful. A long moment passed, but with no response from Cyan, Layla grew anxious. This is bad. How can I fix this? I don't know what to do. Should I start rambling about something before it's too late? Layla spoke up, intending to break the awkward silence. Oh, Cyan, look, there's a butterfly. Cyan answered her, beginning to talk about his family. I have a father and a mother. Layla listened intently in silence as Cyan spoke. Besides me, we have 6 siblings. My eldest brother's name is Cassian. Hearing this name, Layla immediately recognized it. Cassian.
I understand now. That's why he got angry when I mentioned Cassian's name last time. Layla felt incredibly guilty. I couldn't imagine how he must have felt when I, the daughter of the enemy who killed his family, mentioned the name of his deceased eldest brother. She thought to herself, perhaps that's why he made his eldest brother a hero. Layla couldn't help but blame herself, and it hurt even more because she was a Hildegard. Cyan looked at her,
smiled, and continued. After me are Odell, Ray, and Cecile. Cecile is 2 years older than me, but I've never called her sister. In fact, she's more like a friend or a younger sister. He gradually opened up more. Sion began to ramble on about family matters, even the most trivial ones. Cashin was 9 years older than me, and once dreamed of opening a vegetable soup shop. When Odell and Akerley teased him that he would surely fail, Ray would come to comfort him. Instead, he would ask for carrots to be removed from his soup, because he really hated carrots. So Sion often imagined himself forcing Ray to eat carrots whenever they argued. He was happily talking about Cecile when he suddenly turned to look at Layla. Sion paused abruptly. He saw Layla's eyes welling up, tears streaming down her cheeks. It seemed Layla didn't realize she was crying. She told him, "Please continue." After she spoke, Layla was startled to realize, "Huh? Why does my voice sound like this? My nose is running as if I have a cold. Oh dear."
Layla quickly wiped her tears with her hand and explained, "Oh, I just got some pollen in my eyes. It must be because there are so many flowers around here, so there's a lot of pollen, right?" Layla didn't want Sion to notice, so she quickly returned to their previous conversation. "So what about Cecile? Is she close with everyone? Does she like carrots?" Sion silently looked at her without answering. Seeing this, Layla continued to ask, "So do you like carrots?" Sion didn't remain silent anymore, and replied briefly, "I don't dislike them." Hearing that, Layla said, "Really? Then I'll make carrot cake for you. Marie will show me how to make the best one." She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sion, then continued the conversation. "What do your parents look like? What about your siblings?" Sion also seemed more at ease, and he happily told her about his family. About my parents, Layla listened to him speak, lost in thought. When I asked, Sion began to speak again in a calmer tone. Throughout the conversation, his gaze remained steadily focused on me. As I listened to Sion's story, I occasionally had to wipe away tears from my cheeks. There was quite a lot of pollen, which was truly annoying. I thought I should find a place with less pollen next time. That's what I thought, as Sion's story was coming to an end.
Winter has arrived for Hildegard. The winter here is so cold that snow accumulates without melting, so as soon as the snow started falling, I didn't go out but stayed put in the castle. Sion also had to stop training because the training ground was frozen. Therefore, we reduced our daily walks to once every 2 days. We often went to the library to borrow books. Reading books and having snacks in the evening with Sion became our pastime throughout the long winter. While they were both looking at books in the library, Layla saw that Sion seemed to have finished choosing, so she asked, "Sion, have you finished choosing? Then let's go." Layla and Sion walked back to their room together. On the way back, Layla accidentally ran into an acquaintance. It wasn't clear who it was, but as soon as she saw them, Layla made a helpless, exasperated face and exclaimed, "Huh, what is this? It seems we're unlucky today."
Two men approached, speaking loudly with contempt for her and Sion. "No way, Layla. You're not teaching your slave to read, are you? What can a slave do with books anyway?" Layla was displeased, thinking to herself, "What a coincidence. Not just one, but 2 Hildegards. So these 2 are Pablo Hildegard and Henri Hildegard, Layla's older brothers." Layla, unafraid, stepped forward to threaten them. Henri, the large one, angrily scolded her. "How dare you not call me brother?" Layla calmly replied, "Instead of worrying about me, why don't you worry about your own problems?" Henri didn't expect Layla to say that and was startled, asking, "What?" Layla pointed at his poor pants and teased, "Your pants are about to rip." She bent down, pretending to converse with the courageous button on his pants that was about to pop, then burst out laughing. "What? Do you think your master's belly will get so big it'll burst this winter? How pathetic, you poor thing." Henri was so embarrassed he turned red, only able to stammer in defense. "Are you crazy? What are you talking about?" Pablo behind him joined Layla in a loud laugh. "Ha ha!" Pablo patted his shoulder and said playfully, "Hey, Henri, honestly, I think so too. Layla isn't wrong, you know." Unexpectedly, Henri, shamed into anger, swung his fist at Pablo's face, catching him off guard. Pablo punched Henri back, cursing, "You bastard." Layla watched the 2 fighting, then quietly left. She thought to herself, "Excellent. The outcome is just as I expected." Then Layla took Sion's hand and headed back to their room. "Let's go, Sion." Layla quickly hurried away from where the 2 were brawling, with a look of immense satisfaction. Consider this your punishment for always teasing Sion. But today, they won't retaliate like Tommy did. On the way back to the room, Layla walked and thought, "No, Tommy must have known that she was called by my father because of me, and she's very afraid of father. Come to think of it, I was also very afraid of him until not long ago. I don't think I felt that way when I asked about Marie's sister last time. When did that change?"
Lila turned her head to look at Sion. That doesn't really matter much. She tiredly flopped onto the bed, but didn't forget to ask him, "Sion, what snacks do you want? Do you not want anything specific, or should I design for you?" Sion had noticed this issue earlier, and he blurted out asking her, "Is your relationship with your brothers not good?" Lila didn't know how to answer this question, so she just vaguely replied, Sion asked curiously, "How bad is it?" Lila recounted in a calm voice, but
but it sounded incredibly heartbreaking. Those dogs would try to harm me without batting an eye. They wouldn't shed a single tear upon hearing of my death. After hearing this, Sion asked, "In this castle, do you not have a single brother with whom you have a good relationship?" Lila lowered her voice and replied softly, "Not a single one." She buried her face in the pillow and said piteously, "No one is by my side."
Lila's thoughts were scattered. Perhaps she shouldn't have said that. If he asked what it meant, she wasn't ready to talk about it yet. Sion silently watched Lila's sad expression. He didn't know the right way to comfort her, so he spoke up. "I want to eat carrot cake and lemonade." Lila looked up and replied, "All right." She became excited again. "Was the carrot cake I made for you last time good?" Although Sion wasn't interested, to make Lila happy, he still replied, "Mm-hmm." Lila was overjoyed to hear that. She gained full of energy again and asked Sion, "Really? So should I make that for you again today?" Realizing it wasn't ideal, Sion skillfully declined and suggested to Lila, "Next time, let's have what someone else makes for us today." Lila smiled brightly and replied, "Got it. Let's do it. That sounds delicious." Seeing Lila so happy, Sion couldn't help but smile. Winter continued in the territory of Hildegard.
The snow gradually melted, and winter passed more quickly than expected. The snow on the training ground also quickly melted away. During this time, Layla had grown closer to Sion, and her relationship with Sion was getting better and better. However, the joy didn't last long, and trouble arose again. She suddenly received a summons from the Marquis, which made Layla extremely puzzled. Why was this villain looking for her? Marquis Hildegard coldly asked her, "Do you know why I summoned you?" Layla tried to maintain her composure, thinking to herself, "I don't know." Layla tried to recall if she had done anything improper. Was it because she had argued with Henry a few days ago? Should she kneel down and apologize first? Without waiting for Layla's answer, Marquis Hildegard promptly reminded her, "The deadline you mentioned is almost up." He pointed his finger and emphasized once more, "You promised to give me something in exchange for that slave. I think it's time for you to fulfill that promise." Hearing this, Layla secretly thought, "Oh, so that's what he meant. The thing I promised to give the villain in exchange for getting Sion?" A few years ago, Layla had made a deal with him, in which she promised to fulfill it within this year. She revealed to the Marquis, "I can give you a prophecy. Actually, I have prophetic dreams about once a year, and they usually come true."
Layla tried to persuade him to get Sion in return. She had intended not to tell anyone about the prophetic dream, as she would get into trouble if she revealed its contents. However, she said, "If you give Sion to me, I will tell you about that prophetic dream, father." Back in the present, Layla was a little scared of what she had said. It was something she had made up on the spot due to the urgent situation. Back then, it was late spring, and now early spring was approaching. The time had come to reveal the prophecy. The Marquis asked Layla, "Have you had the dream yet? Once the spear is thrown, you must follow through." Layla immediately replied, "Yes." Taylor noticed Layla and he wondered, "Lady Layla, what brings you here in such cold weather?" Layla smiled and replied, "I'm just bored." Taylor, being perceptive, immediately realized and he teased her, "Are you bored because Sion isn't around?" Caught off guard, Layla blushed and quietly replied, "No." Layla stared at Sion, thoughts swirling in her mind. More precisely, she realized she missed him, the one she had saved and even spoken about the prophecy with the villain. Taylor pushed Sion closer and said to Layla, "Then I'll give him to you today," making Sion awkwardly say, "I told you it's not like that." Layla, also feeling shy, asked Taylor, "There's still a lot of time until the training session ends, isn't there?" Taylor replied, "Yes, but..." Taylor placed a hand on Sion's shoulder and continued to tease the two of them. "Since you came here in this kind of weather, Sion can't focus on his training, can he?" Then Taylor pushed Sion directly towards Layla, saying, "Aha, I guess that's true. So, go together." That push made Sion stumble close to Layla. Sion, embarrassed, immediately stepped back. Layla turned to Taylor and said, "Don't come crying to me later that Sion has been taken away. I won't do that, I swear." Then Sion and Layla left together. Sion said, "Well, we're leaving now." Taylor bid them farewell. "Yes, please be careful, lady."
The snow had stopped falling, but it was still cold. The two walked back together. Sion asked Layla curiously, "Is something wrong?" Layla replied with a slight surprise, "Huh?" Sion continued, "I saw you go out even though you hate the cold, and you're only wearing this." Layla gently explained, lying to Sion, "I was really bored, so I went to the training grounds. There was nothing wrong with me when I was out there." She thought to herself, "No need to say I came to see him." Then Layla blurted out, "More than that, it's you." Sion's earlier evasive action had caused Layla to misunderstand. She thought Sion still hated her.
Layla painfully recalled. Why did he do that at the training grounds? Did he really hate me at that moment? But then she decided not to ask Sion. There's no need to ask him about that. Sion turned his head to look at Layla, waiting for her next words. What more? Layla immediately replied, nothing. Layla became sad and had wandering thoughts. He still doesn't want to touch me because this is the enemy's castle, and I am the enemy's daughter. However, Sion's contradictory actions made Layla think a lot. She pouted. If he hates me, then why did he wipe away my tears at that time? Arriving at her room, Layla opened the door, stepped in, and skillfully sent Sion away. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go in first. Good night, Sion. Then Layla closed the door, even though she had dragged Sion from the training grounds all the way here. Layla quietly pondered in her room. Now she felt extremely regretful about her recent actions. Layla blamed herself. What's wrong with me? Why am I acting like a child? Sion stopped his training and came out because of me, yet I sent him away like this. Layla tried to drag herself to bed, justifying to herself. Clearly, the sudden cold wind made me feel unwell. Yes, it's all because of the weather.
Layla got into bed, pulling the blanket over her face. She decided to go to sleep to forget what had just happened. Maybe she was catching a cold. She needed to get some sleep fast. In her dream, Sion appeared again. He sat on the bed right next to her and called out sweetly, Layla. Layla opened her eyes wide and looked at him. Hi, she exclaimed. Sion. At this moment, Sion leaned closer, intertwined his hand with hers, and gently asked, You miss me, don't you? Layla also held his hand and replied, Mm-hmm. Back in reality, awake from that sappy dream, she sat up abruptly, stiff with embarrassment, and exclaimed in a panic, What was that? Layla was still stunned after dreaming of Sion. She mumbled, A dream? Layla reached for the glass of hot water on the table that Marie had prepared. She mumbled tiredly, I'm going to go crazy from the cold. I'm having too many crazy dreams. As she drank the water, she encouraged herself. Pull yourself together. Stay focused. Layla gradually calmed down. Whew, it's really too cold. I'll be fine tomorrow. Layla got back into bed, but she couldn't fall asleep again. But why? Why can't I sleep?
A few days later, the maids were chatting while working. Have you heard the rumor? Another maid replied, Do you mean the matter concerning Count Coriona? The Count and his wife seemed to have died of illness, but they were actually poisoned. It's rumored that Count Coriona himself was responsible. The story of the Count and Countess Coriona had spread far and wide, becoming the talk of everyone. Everyone was discussing it. I don't think he would become Count that way. Furthermore, it's said that the one spreading the rumor is Baron Aston's youngest daughter, and that they are having a secret affair. The butler was about to add something else. Anyway, the nobility is no different from, but he was immediately stopped by the maid. Wait, the young lady is coming. Layla walked past the two of them, thinking to herself, what a provocative story. The story spread quickly, and now everyone was buzzing about it.
Layla walked to Marquise Hildegar's room and knocked on the door. Father, it's Layla. The door opened and the Marquise's voice echoed from within. Come in. Layla knew exactly why he had called her today. With society abuzz about what she had said, he had summoned her immediately. However, he probably still didn't fully trust her abilities. She was sure of it. As soon as Layla stepped inside, the Marquise spoke. Your prophetic dream has come true. She politely replied, Yes, father. Layla couldn't help but wonder. He must still be suspicious, wondering if she had obtained the information from elsewhere. In fact, from her perspective, that was probably better. At least better than him trying to figure out how she had prophetic dreams. The cunning Marquis then softly asked Layla, By the way, you don't seem to have any injuries. You said that if you revealed your prophetic dream, you would be harmed. Layla was slightly surprised, but calm enough to give a reasonable answer. The injuries occur after the events in the dream come true. She thought to herself, it seems she would have to tumble down the stairs soon. The Marquise pondered for a moment then replied, Is that so? Layla continued, Yes, nothing serious. It's not enough to be life-threatening. Then the Marquis said to her, I understand. By the way, your birthday is in a week. Start thinking about your birthday present. Layla replied, Yes. People in carriages were gathered in front of the mansion to prepare for Layla's journey. Taylor was extremely excited. My lady, I am deeply honored to be chosen as your escort. I will protect you with all my might. Layla said to him, Yes, I understand your admiration. Now, please get in the carriage. Yes, my lady. Layla, Sion, and Taylor sat together in the carriage, beginning their journey. Taylor said to Layla, It seems the Duke trusts you greatly, as he instructed you to return before spring ends. Layla gave a forced laugh and replied, Oh, is that so? Huh. Taylor continued, If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't allow such a long journey, even if it was a birthday present. Layla thought to herself about him. He must be indulging me because I have some useful value, not because of trust. But I'm very happy to have an opportunity like this. Taylor asked her, Do you have any plans yet for what you'll do in the capital? I've asked some people in the capital about good restaurants. Layla thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure yet. Layla said, I'm thinking of starting with the library. Taylor smiled brightly, his eyes lighting up when he heard that. He excitedly asked again,
Do you mean the National Library? Without waiting for Layla's reply, he continued with clear excitement. I heard that place is huge, with an extensive collection and an impressive building.
Layla smiled faintly, her face full of satisfaction. Yes, I think it will be a lot of fun. However, immediately after that, she suddenly looked around, her eyes thoughtful, her hand propping her chin as if contemplating something important. This action made Taylor curious. Meanwhile, Sion stood beside her, still bowing his head, his face devoid of expression. But a sudden thought flashed in her mind. However, since we'll be staying in the capital together for a while, I'll need to speak up, won't I? Layla seemed to have made a decision. She took a deep breath, her gaze shifting from hesitant to resolute, then turned to Taylor, speaking softly. Sir Taylor, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Taylor leaned forward slightly, his expression showing a hint of concern but still maintaining politeness. Yes, my lady, please tell me anything. Then he smiled faintly, adding, his tone tinged with a playful tease, unless you're about to say you wish to explore the capital's nightlife.
Taylor frowned and said sternly, That's a bit too soon for you, young lady. She replied in a loud, clear, and decisive voice, Actually, the fact that Sai can't speak is a lie. Taylor's face suddenly flushed, tears glistening in her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Really? He never speaks to me. Meanwhile, Lila slightly bowed her head, a hint of remorse on her face, as if she didn't know how to explain. After a moment of silence, Lila took a deep breath and gently explained, her voice tinged with a touch of remorse. To be precise, initially he couldn't speak for a while due to shock, but he can now. Lila continued, her voice slow but firm. I told Sai he's only allowed to speak when he's alone with me. Taylor was both surprised and confused. What? Why? Lila slightly lowered her face, her cheeks flushing, her voice soft but full of sincerity. Because I really like his voice. After a moment of embarrassment, Lila continued, her voice both gentle and playfully mischievous. If anyone else heard it, I might get jealous, perhaps. A few thoughts flashed through Lila's mind, making her slightly flustered. Did I speak too naturally? Mr. Taylor will think strange things. Lila's mind was torn between shyness and the fear of being misunderstood.
Taylor turned to Sion, then smiled faintly. I see. I understand how you feel, young lady. Layla looked up, a little bewildered by Taylor's unexpected words. What? She stammered, but inwardly couldn't help but wonder. Is that all? Taylor's voice softened, his eyes deepening as if he understood everything. So perhaps this is a secret? I mean, the fact that Sion can actually speak. Layla was serious, but couldn't hide her awkwardness. Yes, will you keep this a secret? Taylor replied clearly and firmly. I swear, I won't reveal this anywhere. Layla breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, and there's one more thing I want to say. She bowed her head and spoke softly. Everyone treats Sion as if he were my servant, but I consider him a friend. Layla hesitated before continuing. So Sion, would you like to call me by my name? Sion spoke softly. Layla. Taylor's jaw dropped in surprise. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he still found it difficult to accept this.
Taylor's face darkened, yet he was still incredibly shocked. Your voice is truly amazing. He broke out in a sweat, turning to look at Layla. I understand your feelings once again. I will keep this secret. Layla blushed, her voice a mix of annoyance and sadness as she replied, Is that all? Sion's eyes widened as he said, How dare I do anything more than what you've already allowed me to do? Layla didn't dare to look Sion directly in the eye, replying, That's right. Taylor's eyes sparkled as he looked toward Sion. But I also want to have a private conversation with Sion when it's just the two of us. Would that be possible? Layla stammered awkwardly. It's not impossible, but I'm not sure if Sion can show enough respect towards Sir Taylor. Taylor gazed intently at Sion, his eyes sparkling like a child eager to hear what they longed for. He spoke softly, his voice full of hope. Sion, call me. Sion stood there, his eyes cold, head bowed in silence as if contemplating something. The space seemed to fall silent. A moment later, finally, Sion spoke in a calm voice. Taylor. Taylor almost jumped up in shock. He pointed at himself, stammering as he asked again, What? You didn't even call me teacher? Sion tilted his head slightly, replying calmly, How can you be my teacher if you haven't taught me anything?
Sion's words pierced Taylor's self-esteem like an arrow. Filled with indignation, he retorted, But you learned swordsmanship from me. Sion remained unmoved, his face as calm as a stone statue. That was mostly self-taught. Taylor felt as if he'd been doused with cold water and helplessly said, Hey. Layla, standing nearby, chuckled softly at the childish argument between the two. She tilted her head, observed Taylor, and then gently uttered a remark. Sir Taylor, you don't seem much like a knight. That remark made Taylor freeze. He looked up, staring at Layla with an incredulous gaze,
as if she had just insulted his lifelong honor. Meanwhile, Layla was lost in her own thoughts. She secretly mused, or rather, he doesn't seem like a nobleman.
Taylor, though a little hurt, still tried to maintain his usual humor. He lowered his voice, whispering to Layla, as if confiding in her. I was taught that a knight is one who wields a sword to protect the weak, and Sion, he will stand in a position that I will have to look up to later. He paused, his eyes showing a fleeting admiration and determination. I would bet my entire fortune on that. Layla's eyes widened, astonished, as if she couldn't believe her ears. She stared at Taylor, wondering if his words were truly serious. A thought flashed through her mind. At this point, you truly resemble some kind of prophet, Taylor. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she excitedly asked, So, Sir Taylor, how much is your fortune? Taylor rested his chin on his hand and asked back, Are you sure you want to settle that first? I'll arrange everything and let you know soon. Layla smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed from the question she had just asked. Just kidding. At the National Library, a magnificent architectural marvel located in the heart of the capital, its opulence and vastness overwhelmed anyone who stepped inside. As the three of them entered, they were immediately struck by its splendid beauty. Layla's eyes were wide, her astonishment unconcealed on her face. She spoke with an excited tone. Wow, it's huge!
Taylor and Sion couldn't hide their surprise as they looked around. Everywhere was a harmonious arrangement of art and knowledge, from towering bookshelves to neatly arranged reading tables made of precious wood. Layla looked ahead, her eyes lighting up as she discovered something new. This is the waiting lounge, Layla continued, still unable to hide her excitement. There's even a restaurant inside here. Layla smiled broadly, unable to conceal her thrill, thinking to herself, this is great. By the end of spring, I'll be able to complete the entire list in just a few days. Suddenly, Layla spoke in a resolute voice, her eyes sparkling with determination. I'm staying at the library until closing time. Her declaration stunned Taylor. He turned to look at her, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? No matter how much of a bookworm you are, you can't, he exclaimed, but his voice inadvertently echoed louder than necessary, attracting the gaze of a few people nearby. Layla quickly put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She emphasized, her voice low but firm. This is a library. Taylor immediately shut his mouth, but couldn't hide his astonishment. He was about to say something more, but Layla didn't give him the chance. She continued with a decisive tone. You two don't need to stay here with me. Just come back before closing time.
Taylor blinked, looking at her as if trying to comprehend what he had just heard. He asked again, his voice a mix of surprise and a hint of worry. Really? Sion, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. All right, go ahead and do what you want to do. I'll take care of what needs to be done, so you don't have to worry about me. Layla stared at Sion in astonishment, her eyes unable to hide her surprise, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. What? Sion didn't reply further. He just turned his back and walked away with a calm demeanor. Layla and Taylor both stood stunned in place, speechless, their eyes only following his retreating back as he gradually disappeared into the distance. Taylor awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a wry smile to hide his embarrassment. All right then, if that's the case, perhaps I should reread it after a long time. After that, Taylor chuckled, this time more relaxed. I wasn't planning on going out alone without any sense of responsibility, you know. Layla was speechless. No, I really don't mind, you know. Layla's thoughts slowly emerged. I've already shared the secret with Sir Taylor that Sion can speak, and there's only one reason I'm going to the National Library. The library at Hindergast Manor has no documents about the returning stone, but I'm sure that this place, the largest source of information in the kingdom, will have some information about it. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The forbidden archives prohibit anyone without authorization from entering, but with a little cleverness, it shouldn't be difficult to gain access.
As she was furtively glancing around, the door suddenly opened. The voice of a young girl spoke in a stern, resolute tone, forbidding unauthorized people from entering. Layla pursed her lips and handed the girl a sparkling emerald green necklace. The girl then gently invited her in. Layla thought to herself with a smug expression, it turns out to be easier than I thought. She stepped inside, looked at the massive stacks of books before her, and her face turned pale with fright. Browsing through tens of thousands of catalogs was truly exhausting. She slowly walked over to browse the books. At first, she felt as if her eyes were about to pop out, and time passed incredibly slowly. Not long after, she nodded off a few times and then collapsed onto the floor. She even had to slap her own cheeks to stay awake and continued searching through the catalogs day and night for 4 days.
She lowered her face in disappointment. There were no clues at all. She pondered, deep in thought, wondering if she had misunderstood something. All the books in the kingdom should have been here. She was saddened, wondering if it was possible that there wasn't even a single book about the return stone. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If it was a forbidden book, it certainly wouldn't be displayed here. But she didn't think a book about the return stone would be forbidden. She put her hands on her hips and walked out of the catalog room in frustration. What a waste of effort. She thought to herself, even without looking through the documents, she wasn't without ways to find information. For example, she could ask the Information Guild for help, or try to contact the family that stole the return stone. But suddenly her face darkened. Doing so would only make the villain suspicious immediately. Even now she had already attracted attention, so there was no need to make herself stand out further. She quietly stood and watched Sion. Actually, she didn't need to know everything about the return stone. What she really wanted to find out was how many times she could return and if reincarnation would occur even if she died of old age. The second wasn't important, but the first was. As long as she didn't die, everything would be fine. She looked at Sion and continued to immerse herself in her own thoughts. Sion wouldn't kill her, and maybe she could just... Suddenly, Taylor spoke up. "Lady Lila." The whispered call in her ear startled her, making her exclaim loudly, "What are you doing here, Taylor?" Taylor was surprised. "I only just called your name. I've been quiet because this is a library." Layla calmed down. "Why did you call me?"
Taylor looked at her and replied, "Did you leave the library early today? You're out even though it's not mealtime." She shook her head. "No, I'm just looking around. Now I'm going back to Hildegard Manor." Taylor's eyes widened in surprise. "To Hildegard Manor? It's as if you've hung a sign saying, 'I'm doing business here.' Is that really how it is?" Before she could answer, Taylor's face darkened as he continued. "You've come all the way to the capital, and now you're saying you'll just stay cooped up in the library for a few days and then go back?" Layla stammered. "Yes? Is there something wrong?" Taylor broke out in a sweat. "This is absurd. We can't go back like this. My lady, please reconsider." "No, no." Before she could finish speaking, Layla frantically waved her hand. "Sir Taylor, are you all right?" Taylor still couldn't calm down, but he hid it. "It's nothing. I'm fine." Taylor ran off, calling back, "Please wait a moment." Sion, who was sitting nearby reading a book, also turned to see what was happening. Layla turned back with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" Sion stood up and looked towards her. Layla spoke up. "Oh, Sion." Layla, pale-faced, looked at Sion. Perhaps the suggestion that we return to Hildegard Manor was a big shock. He suddenly ran off. Taylor rushed over, holding a pile of books in his arms, panting. "Phew! My lady, I've borrowed these."
Layla looked at Taylor, then turned to look at Sion. "He's back," Taylor said with an excited expression. Layla, confused, asked, "What exactly are you talking about?" Taylor looked at her. "I'll borrow these books and read them outside the library. It'll probably take at least a week." He grinned brightly, even though his cheeks were flushed from running. "We'll have to stay in the capital for at least another week." Both Sion and Layla looked at him helplessly.
Taylor burst out laughing, forgetting he was in a library. Seeing this, Layla reluctantly agreed. "All right, but please keep quiet in the library." After witnessing Taylor's sudden action, both Layla and Sion decided to stay in the capital for another week at his request. The three of them went to a restaurant for a meal. Layla sat and thought, "I might have wandered alone, but I thank Sir Taylor for staying with me with such loyalty." She was still engrossed in her own thoughts, thinking back, perhaps this was truly for the best. No need to rush into the villain's lair right now. Perhaps I'm still afraid that even the smallest action could attract his attention. Her face flushed with relaxation. She thought, I've already received permission, so what am I afraid of? If I have free time, I should enjoy myself a little. Taylor looked around and spoke. "But my lady, this place doesn't feel much like a restaurant, but more like a party." Layla replied, "You're right." Taylor leaned closer to Layla, cupping his hand as he whispered to her, "It seems the other guests here feel the same way." Layla looked surprised. What do you mean?" Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. "Excuse me, I am Baria Sertian, from the Sertian family, of Baron Sertian." Layla's eyes suddenly widened, but she seemed a little worried. Sion looked towards where the voice came from. "May I ask, which noble family are you from?" The girl, holding her yellow skirt, walked up to Sion and gently asked, "Young master, which family do you belong to? If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight."
Taylor stood frozen in place, his mouth agape as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He looked around bewilderedly, as if searching for someone to confirm that he wasn't dreaming. Meanwhile, the boy maintained his usual calm expression, his sharp, cold eyes betraying no emotion. Taylor was flustered, his voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness, yet still polite. "I apologize, but this child cannot speak due to psychological reasons. I hope you understand." The girl was stunned. She gently brought her hands up to cover her mouth, her expression shifting to one of concern. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry." Layla, who had observed the entire scene from beginning to end, couldn't help but feel bewildered. In her heart, she quietly thought to herself, the boy didn't even glance at the girl. Nevertheless, his cold, emotionless gaze remained unchanged, as if what had just happened was merely a passing breeze, leaving no trace in his mind. Taylor watched the young lady who had just left, letting out a soft sigh, his expression a mix of weariness and amusement, then turned and gave a wry smile. That young lady who just left was the 31st.
Hearing that, Layla raised an eyebrow in surprise, her voice tinged with a little confusion. Oh? Taylor continued to explain. 30 young ladies came to chat after staring at Sion in the library. Layla involuntarily flinched, as if she had just realized something. She widened her eyes, her mouth agape, her voice almost a gasp. What? She whipped her head towards Sion, her gaze as if wanting to pierce his mind. However, Sion still sat there calmly, holding a book placidly, his eyes thoughtful and completely unconcerned by the surrounding commotion. That sight made Layla feel even more flustered. A flurry of confused thoughts suddenly arose within her. 31 young ladies have chatted with Sion. Of course, Sion is incredibly handsome, but Sion is... What am I even thinking? She blushed slightly, trying to compose herself. Another thought suddenly flashed through her mind. I had mistakenly assumed that because Sion was treated like a servant at Hildegard, everyone outside would think the same way. A complex feeling stirred within her, mixed with astonishment and a subtle, indescribable unease. I believed I was the only one who could see how special Sion was, but that couldn't be the case. Across from them, the waiter gently handed the menu to Sion.
He took the menu with one hand, but his gaze briefly lingered on Layla's face. His cold eyes subtly softened with a hint of tenderness, as if silently watching her. Suddenly, Taylor's voice cut through Layla's wandering thoughts. He smiled faintly, a playful glint in his eyes. Our Sion is really handsome, isn't he? Sometimes I even feel a little jealous. After speaking, Taylor awkwardly tapped the table, as if to dispel his own embarrassment, then quickly changed the subject. That wasn't a very funny joke, so let's start ordering. Layla gave a slight, hesitant nod, responding with a small, Her eyes scanned the dishes with little interest. Her expression gradually fell, a hint of sadness in her eyes. She thought to herself, the menu here doesn't really appeal to me. The waiter standing nearby suddenly spoke softly, Have you decided what you'd like to order, sir?
Layla turned her head, tilting it slightly as if she had just thought of something. If there's a special dish recommended, may I ask for it? The waiter nodded in response. Of course. Layla smiled gently, her voice softening. 3 portions then. She paused for a moment before continuing. And if there's carrot cake, I'll order that too. The waiter carefully took note and replied, Understood. Meanwhile, Taylor sat silently, but his eyes intently followed Layla. He seemed to be thinking about something, then suddenly broke into a mischievous smile and said, Carrot cake. It really suits you. And carrots too. Layla frowned slightly, asking in confusion, Huh? Why? Taylor didn't answer immediately, but laughed loudly, his eyes sparkling as if he had just thought of something amusing. Because you look like a rabbit. In Taylor's imagination, Layla appeared with a pair of adorable rabbit ears, a small face, and bright, sparkling eyes. He chuckled, clearly enjoying his joke. Hearing that, Layla blushed, her voice tinged with embarrassment and awkwardness. A rabbit? I don't have silver hair or pink eyes, and my front teeth aren't big either. Taylor smiled brightly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. It's just a feeling. Isn't a little rabbit cute and gentle? Layla pouted, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her voice full of rebuttal. Rabbits aren't that gentle. They're very good at biting fingers, you know. Sion, though his face maintained its usual cold expression, in his mind the image of a fierce little rabbit biting his finger clearly appeared, surprising him slightly. Taylor, surprised, burst out laughing, tilting his head to ask, Have you ever raised a rabbit? Layla sighed, a helpless expression clearly on her face, and replied simply, Yes. Taylor continued to ask curiously, his eyes brightening. When? Layla closed her eyes, as if lost in a distant memory. That was before I reincarnated, so it was a long time ago. A moment of silence passed before she softly replied, her voice gentle but with a hint of vagueness. A very long time ago.
Taylor grew even more curious, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. I'm curious what its name is. Layla smiled faintly, responding naturally, Torizabeth. The moment she finished speaking, Sion unconsciously frowned slightly. In his mind, a surprisingly humorous image appeared. A small rabbit with an arrogant demeanor, pouting its pretty lips, and on its head, stylish, round, curly hair like that of noble young ladies. The rabbit even carried itself with a noble air, as if declaring its superiority over all other rabbits. Taylor burst out laughing upon hearing the name Torizabeth. That's a funny joke. The atmosphere around the dining table suddenly became unusually cold. Layla said nothing, her eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze sharp and cold.
Seeing this, Taylor awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, his voice trailing off. You're not joking, are you?
Layla, with a cold expression, replied curtly, "No." Taylor paused for a moment, but his curiosity still urged him to ask further. "Excuse me, but why did you name the rabbit that?" No sooner had the question been asked than Layla suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Her eyes blazed with annoyance. "Then what would you name it?" Before Taylor could even open his mouth, she cut in, barraging him with questions. "Have you ever raised a rabbit? Have you ever named a rabbit?" Taylor was flustered, his gaze lowered like a scolded child. He sadly replied, his voice a little gloomy, "No." She pointed a finger at him, her voice full of annoyance. "Then stop criticizing it." Taylor hung his head, his expression crestfallen, and replied with resignation, "Yes, I'm sorry." A strange silence enveloped the table. But then, an unexpected sound shattered the silence. "Psst!" Layla flinched and turned sharply, her eyes widened, looking directly at Sion, who was covering his mouth with one hand, his face still cold, but he had clearly just failed to suppress a laugh. She exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise and confusion. "Sion?" A flurry of jumbled thoughts raced through Layla's mind. Is Torisabeth such a strange name that even Sion would laugh? I don't think it's a wonderful name, but even so. Just then, the sound of rolling wheels cut through her thoughts. The waiter appeared beside them, gently pushing a cart laden with food. He carefully placed each dish on the table, then spoke with a polite smile. "I've brought the dishes you ordered." The heavy atmosphere gradually dissipated, giving way to the rich aroma of the appealing dishes. Lila's eyes widened in bewilderment as she looked at the exquisitely arranged plates of food in front of her. She thought to herself, it must be because this is the capital that the food presentation is so refined. Hopefully the taste is as delicious. She picked a piece of tomato salad onto her plate, but her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Sion, who was slowly cutting a fragrant piece of dessert cake. The sweet aroma spreading made Lila unable to take her eyes off him. Suddenly she spoke, breaking the silence. "How does it taste? Is this one better, or is mine?" Sion looked up at Lila, his cold eyes holding a hint of hidden tenderness. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he used his fork to cut a small piece of cake, gently brought it towards her, and said, "Ah." Lila was surprised, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with a touch of embarrassment, but she obediently opened her mouth for Sion to feed her the cake. He propped his chin on his hand, his gentle gaze following her, as he asked in a warm, deep voice, "Which one do you think tastes better?" Lila munched, her eyes thoughtful, but a faint smile played on her lips. She said, "What I do?" Sion looked at her with warm eyes, smiling faintly. He replied, "I think so too." After Sion finished speaking, Lila's heart bloomed like spring flowers. Her cheeks flushed pink, her gaze fixed intently on Sion. Sion's simple words seemed to light up Lila's entire world. Her cheeks grew even redder, her gaze intently followed Sion, filled with emotion. She smiled to herself, so he was saying his dish was better. But the romantic atmosphere didn't last long. Taylor suddenly spoke up, breaking the sweetness. "My lady, no matter what anyone says, I am Sion's teacher." Layla froze, turning to look at Taylor in confusion. "What? Why are you suddenly saying that?" Taylor was serious, his face glowing as if radiating an aura. "My lady, I am also the knight closest to you in the Duke's mansion." Layla was speechless. "What?" Taylor's eyes sparkled, extremely excited. "So next time, my lady, you absolutely must invite me to dine with you, knight." Layla was so flustered she didn't know how to react. Her voice was tinged with annoyance and helplessness. "What are you talking about, sir?" Taylor, with sparkling eyes and his head seemingly radiating an aura of determination, said, "I will definitely participate no matter what." Layla yelled, "Silence." The decisive sound rang out, startling Taylor so much that he spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk, creating a rather ungraceful scene. "Pfft!" Layla turned to the side, her eyes half closed in annoyance, and her cold voice rang out, "Eat." On the surface, she seemed to be maintaining her composure, but in reality her mind was a chaotic mess. A series of thoughts flashed through her mind. I don't understand what he's talking about. Layla returned to her bedroom, relaxing her body with a sigh of relief. She felt refreshed. She stretched tiredly, her eyes glancing towards the bed, as if wanting to collapse onto it immediately. "I've been following Mr. Taylor all day, so I'm quite tired." Layla sat down on the soft white sofa, her eyes inadvertently landing on a red-covered book neatly placed on the table. "Anyway, I should finish reading it and return it today." She smiled faintly, a smile mixed with a hint of amusement and humor as she recalled the recent scene. In that brief moment, she had fiercely snatched the book from Taylor. The memory resurfaced clearly. Layla commanded in an authoritative voice, "I order you to let go, Mr. Taylor." He panicked, his face turning pale, his mouth stammering. "Are you going to check if I read it correctly? Do you really need to do that?" She thought to herself with a confident expression, as if holding everything firmly in her grasp. If he used the book as an excuse, he must face the consequences. Returning to the present, Layla picked up the book, her eyes scanning every detail on the cover with growing curiosity. "Let's see."
She read the title of book, prominently printed in ornate script, On My Wonderful Experiences. Lila frowned and thought, is this a travelogue? She slowly turned the pages, her eyes carefully scanning each line. But the more she read, the more her expression changed. Suddenly, a spark lit up in Lila's eyes. Aha! This is a fantasy novel disguised as a travel story. I believe that if people were to say this story is merely something written from a dream, then thanks to that, it's actually not boring at all. Lila became engrossed in the story, as if she herself were the main character, feeling every detail unfolding around her. This is a story from when I was very young. I had just begun my journey and was climbing the famous Mount Gapala, known for its rugged terrain. At that time, I discovered someone clinging to the cliff face. With all my strength, I pulled him up. He thanked me repeatedly, but when I looked at his face, I was shocked. His eyes contained two different worlds. In one eye was the sea, and in the other was the sun. He wanted to tell his story to me, his benefactor who had saved his life. I sat there, completely oblivious to time, listening intently to his tales. He said he was on a journey to find a strange object created by his ancestors, representing his tribe. Then, with a deep sigh, he told me about the object he was searching for. It was a small stone, and he claimed it possessed. Reading this, Lila pointed at the line, her eyes wide, and involuntarily blurted out, "The ability to reverse time." She stammered, frowning in disbelief. This is the story of the time-reversing stone, isn't it?" Lila instinctively looked down at the book in her hands, as if it held the answers to all the world's secrets.
She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and muttered, "First, I need to calm down and read more." The book stated that the stone had one important point to note. To be able to travel through time, it had to absorb the life force present in the human body. If a body under 20 years old swallowed the stone, the life force would be drained, and the body would then disintegrate into pieces. He called that phenomenon the stone-devouring phenomenon. When I reproached him for making that stone, he got angry and said that it wasn't created by him, but by his ancestors. He was planning to find it again to destroy it, but the search was so difficult that it made him sigh wearily. He also said that the deities in this world were extremely lazy, so they only wanted to use things created by humans to solve problems. After blaming his ancestors, he even cursed the deities. He spoke as if he was forced to deal with the consequences of his ancestors. He lamented his fate all night before finally getting up. After Layla finished reading, she shook her head helplessly and said, and then, unbelievably, he revived a withered flower before setting off. Finishing the book, she smiled lightly and remarked, "After all, this is just a novel, but it makes sense, doesn't it, if these things were real?" As she said this, her head suddenly throbbed with pain and her face darkened.
She thought to herself, if these things were true, she would have almost turned to dust. Layla fearfully looked back at the book in her hand. In the warm candlelight, she sat silently, lost in her own thoughts. Scene change. Now Layla found herself sitting in a tavern, drinking with a priest. He cheerfully said, "Hey, let me tell you an interesting story." Layla replied attentively, "All right, what is it?" The priest excitedly spoke up, "There's a way to see the sky split in two." Layla asked curiously, "What way?" The priest pointed his index finger upwards, and she followed his gaze. He continued, "On the day the demon seal is broken and the gates of hell open, the sky will split in two for a moment. 10 years from now, look up at the sky every day." After hearing this, Layla found it amusing. She took out a gold coin, offered it, and said, "The sky splitting in two. What an interesting story. Here's some money for the tale."
Layla was about to hand the gold coin to the priest when it suddenly slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, making her gasp. Layla bent down to pick up the gold coin, sighing, and couldn't help but let out a soft "oh." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from above, startling her, her body stiffening. Layla curiously turned her head to look. The priest beside her had vanished without a trace. Looking up at the sky, she saw it was blood red and splitting in two. She exclaimed in fear, "Truly, the sky has split in two." This was followed by another massive explosion, destroying everything around. It turned out all of this was just a dream. Layla woke up in fright, drenched in sweat, her eyes wide open, gasping for breath. She looked at the moonlight outside the window and angrily said, "Damn it, that dream again. How many times has this been?" After a sleepless night, Layla sat at the breakfast table, deep in thought. The priest's words about the sky splitting in two, it was surprising how vividly she could dream of that scene. She looked at the plate of noodles in front of her, resentment in her heart. Someone's final words, as if mocking her, kept echoing in her ears, preventing her from falling back asleep.
Feeling she couldn't eat another bite, Layla gently said to Sion and Taylor, who were sitting in front of her, "Once everyone has finished eating, I'll excuse myself and leave first." Hearing this, Taylor said worriedly, "Lady, you haven't finished your meal yet." Layla tiredly rubbed her temple and replied, "I haven't had enough sleep, so I'm not hungry. If I eat any more, I'll probably feel bloated." Then she enigmatically stared at Taylor and spoke. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Taylor." Seeing her like that, he replied fearfully, "Yes." Layla continued to stare at him and said, "Your eye for choosing books is quite good." Taylor asked back, bewildered, "Lady, are you praising me?" Hearing this, Sion looked over helplessly without saying anything, while Layla merely curled her lips into a mocking smile. Then she stood up and went upstairs. She tiredly sighed, "Oh, my head. A warm cup of tea would probably make me feel better." When she reached her room, Layla warily thought to herself, "Oh well, calling someone feels like too much trouble. A short rest will probably make me feel better." Then she flopped onto the bed, lay down, and softly said, "I never thought there'd be a time I'd miss Marie's special health tea." Just then, a sudden knock came from outside the door.
Lila spoke up and asked, "Who is it?" From outside, Sion's voice rang out. "It's me. May I come in?" Hearing that it was him, Lila immediately sprang up, tidied her hair, and quickly replied, "Sion, come in. It's fine." Sion pushed the door open and stepped in, carrying a cup of tea in his hand. Lila walked closer to him and asked, "What is this?" Sion replied, "This is tea to help reduce fatigue." She asked curiously, "Reduce fatigue?" He turned to look at her, gently saying, "I'll put the tray on the table. You look quite tired." Hearing him say that, Lila blushed and let out a small gasp. Sion scratched his head and continued, "And also, later when we go to see the play," he turned to her, a little red-faced, and offered, "If there's still time, would you like to go buy a pillow?" Lila was puzzled, drinking her tea and thinking to herself, "Why buy a pillow out of nowhere?" Then she looked at him and replied, Sure, because I was planning to tour the capital anyway." Seeing that she had agreed, he said, "All right, you go rest. Before we leave, I'll come wake you up." Then Sion turned and went outside. Lila waved goodbye. "Yeah, see you later." The door closed. Lila remained standing, still puzzled. She walked over to the sofa and sat down, thinking to herself, why did he suddenly suggest buying a pillow? Could it be that he finds the pillow uncomfortable, even though I think it's fine? Then she looked at the cup of tea he had brought, continuing to think to herself, he even brought tea to help reduce fatigue. He doesn't usually do these kinds of things. Oh, as if realizing something, she suddenly blushed.
She then burst out laughing, thinking maybe he thought she couldn't sleep because of the pillow, which is why he invited her to buy one. She would have to clarify later. It wasn't the pillow that was keeping her from sleeping. Layla happily smiled and said, "Oh, how cute." Just as she was about to put the teacup down on the table, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why is Sion so cute? Is it even allowed to be this cute?" After a moment, she shyly told herself, "It's not impossible. The tea is sweet and delicious too, so let's just accept that it's cute." 4 hours later, at the stage play, the actors were bowing in farewell. Below, the audience applauded in praise. At this moment, Layla and Taylor were also happily applauding in praise.
Taylor turned to ask her, "Miss, how did you find the play?" Layla happily replied, very interesting." Hearing that, Taylor immediately said cheerfully, "Then, as promised, you'll only read half of the book, okay?" He recalled her earnest promise earlier that if the play she recommended was interesting, Layla would agree to do this. Layla didn't deny it, replying, "All right then." Then Taylor continued to ask Sion, "Sion, what did you think of the play?" Sion replied blandly, "It was interesting." Seeing him say that, in contrast to Taylor's cheerfulness, Layla thought to herself, puzzled, does Sion not usually smile? Or does he not smile because he suffers from depression? So if he recovers from this depression, will I get to see him smile brightly? Will that illness be completely cured? If so, how long will it take? Layla imagined herself seeing Sion smile brightly. She continued to think to herself, I guess I'm the only one who wants to see Sion smile like a normal child, a boy who can express emotions, cry or laugh over small things, just like everyone else.
Seeing her staring intently at him, Sion, puzzled, called out, "Layla." He looked at her and asked, "Is something wrong?" Layla shyly replied, "No, nothing at all." Just then, 2 ladies in the seats below were chatting with each other. One said, "I heard that Lady Donovan also invested in this play, didn't she?" Hearing that, Layla's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the 2 ladies in the row below, thinking to herself, "Lady Donovan?" The 2 ladies didn't notice her focused gaze. The other lady chuckled and said, "The play's author is new, so I was a bit worried, but it turns out my worries were for nothing." The first lady agreed. "Indeed, plays that Lady Donovan invests in never fail. It's not for nothing that she's called the Eyes of a God, is it?" Another lady who had overheard also chimed in. "Countess Donovan must be here to watch today too, right? She said she wouldn't miss any performance during the first 2 weeks of the play she invested in." The lady sitting there excitedly spoke up. "Then shall we go greet the Countess?" Everyone responded enthusiastically. "That's a great idea." At this moment, Layla suddenly approached the lady sitting in front of her and said, "Excuse me for disturbing you." The lady was slightly startled and exclaimed, "Oh my." Without waiting for her consent, Layla hastily continued, "I am Layla Hildegard, from the Marquis Hildegard family.
When everyone goes to greet Countess Donovan, may I accompany you? Scene change. In the theater staff's waiting room, the atmosphere was quiet. On the table, exquisite desserts were neatly arranged.
Layla recalled the recent situation. The ladies looked at her in turn, their eyes sparkling with amusement, saying, "It seems you two have private matters to discuss. Just leave it to us." Remembering this, she let out a silent sigh and mused, "At times like these, a marquise's title truly comes in handy. Thanks to everyone's enthusiastic assistance, I finally have the opportunity to meet the lady in private." Her gaze fell upon the biscuit in her hand, and she sadly continued her train of thought. But how could I forget that name? Of all people, how could I forget it? Just then, the door opened, and Layla immediately stood up, thinking to herself, "She's here." The person who entered was Countess Donovan. With an elegant demeanor, she approached, her refined beauty and white hair gleaming under the lights. She greeted, "Miss Layla Hildegard."
Layla bowed in greeting. "I am Layla Hildegard from the house of Marquis Hildegard." Countess Donovan bowed in return. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Alice Donovan." After the greetings, the two sat down. Lady Donovan, with her inherent grace, smiled faintly and spoke. "This is the first time I've met you, young lady." After a pause, she continued, "But I heard you have something important to tell me. I'm quite curious. Could you tell me about it?" Hearing this, Layla fell into a slight contemplation. After a moment, she softly began. "Once upon a time, there was a beautiful swan with magnificent and unique silver feathers." Lady Donovan was slightly surprised to see Layla not getting straight to the point. Ignoring her expression, Layla continued her story. The swan had only one friend, a human. The human was enchanted by the swan's beauty and relentlessly pursued it. Eventually, the two became close friends. The human treated the swan very well, but at some point, the human began to pluck the swan's feathers without permission. The swan endured, despite the great pain, thinking that one day the human would stop. But one day, as it was still trying to endure and be patient, the human slit the swan's belly. The countess was utterly horrified upon hearing this story. She clenched her hands in confusion and said, "Young lady, this story..." Not letting her finish her sentence, Layla spoke up. "Countess, I beg you, please divorce the count."
She recalled that the silver swan in the story she told the Countess Donovan was the woman known as a beautiful countess with sparkling silver eyes, who unfortunately died young from illness. In reality, before she became the second Countess Donovan, the previous countess had been beaten to death by the count. The next day, at the bakery, Taylor asked, "Milady, shall we order gingerbread?" Layla absently replied, She was still deep in thought. When I learned that truth, I was determined to deal with Count Donovan, but now I've completely forgotten about it, as if it wasn't my business. Taylor continued to show her the menu and asked, "Or should we not order it?" Layla still absently replied, She continued to think to herself, if there hadn't been a chance encounter like today, she would have met the same fate as before. Seeing her continued inattention, Taylor said, "How about we just buy this shop?" Layla still didn't pay attention and replied, She continued to think to herself, "Please understand the meaning of the story I told and run away." At this moment, Taylor suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Oh, Scion is in danger!" Layla reacted with a start. "What? Run, Scion!"
Once she calmed down, she looked at Scion, who was sitting properly in front of her, and asked blankly, "What, nothing happened?" Then turning to Taylor, whose face was dark, she questioned, "Mr. Taylor, you're taking your joke a bit too far." Seeing her anger, he raised both hands in surrender and quickly said, "I apologize. It's not Scion, but the young lady who looks very dangerous." Layla wondered, "Me? Dangerous?" Taylor worriedly asked, "What happened at the theater that left the young lady so distraught, utterly shaken?" Hearing that, Layla stammered, "Well..." Seeing the awkwardness in her eyes, Taylor asked, "Is it something difficult to tell us?" Layla shyly scratched her head and replied, "I just happened to run into an acquaintance. I didn't expect to see her here, so I was a bit taken aback." Seeing her like that, Scion coldly asked, "Who did you meet?" Layla asked back, confused. "Huh?" Scion coldly repeated again, "I asked who you met." She didn't hide it and replied, "Madame Donovan." Hearing this name, Scion was astonished, his eyes wide open, and asked again, "Donovan?" Seeing his reaction, Layla spoke up, "You know?" Scion immediately shook his head in denial. "No, I don't know." Layla wondered to herself, if he doesn't know, why did he react like that? She carefully looked at his face, continuing to think to herself, moreover, he looks a little sad. Then she quickly dismissed her thoughts. Oh, how could Scion know Lady Donovan? It must be my current mood unintentionally affecting Scion. At this moment, Taylor spoke up. If it's Countess Donovan, then she truly is a famous person. I heard her hobby is investing in plays, and she has never failed. Layla continued, the pinnacle of theater.
Taylor continued, and she's also famous for being a beauty. I heard she has very beautiful silver eyes. At this point, Layla couldn't help but praise. If you pay close attention, you're quite knowledgeable about rumors, aren't you? While your appearance suggests you only know swordsmanship, in reality, you seem quite interested in the nobility. Taylor replied awkwardly, You're right, miss, but I actually don't care much for the nobility. Layla, with a skeptical expression, said, Right, I see.
Seeing her expression, Taylor said, feeling wronged, It's true, really. My teammates told me all those rumors every time we trained. That's how I knew them. At this moment, not only Layla, but also Sion looked at him with an unconvinced expression. Layla cheerfully replied, Yes, I know. Taylor still tried to explain. If you keep hearing a rumor over and over, I can't help but know it. Truly, I only know swordsmanship, my lady. Layla still cheerfully teased and laughed. I believe you. I believe you. Who said anything? The next day, I went to rewatch the play from the day before. When I intended to fully enjoy the lingering emotions of the ending, I was distracted by the matter of Lady Donovan and couldn't fully appreciate it. Therefore, I sought out the theater once more. The lingering emotions were truly profound. I burst into tears at the intense feelings I had missed on the first day. From that day on, I became completely engrossed in plays and started watching all the plays in the capital, but the first play I saw remained the best. By the fourth day, after watching my seventh play, I had completely lost interest. Standing from a distance, Taylor chuckled teasingly. That's how you get stimulated. Sion remarked, That's what happens when you watch too many. Afterwards, I coincidentally saw a little girl selling circus tickets, so I decided to go see the circus.
After watching the show and leaving, she found the circus performance so utterly boring that both Taylor and Sion agreed they would never watch it again. The following days, she encountered the little girl again, and out of pity, she bought all of the girls' tickets. Of course, she didn't want to waste time watching that boring thing, so she didn't go to the circus. However, the day after that, under the gaze of the three, the ticket-selling girl timidly said nothing. Layla looked at the basket of tickets and thought to herself, the number of tickets she's selling is double yesterday's. It's all my fault, because I helped her, so... She sighed helplessly, thinking, if it's come to this, there's no other way. She pointed at the circus tent and loudly declared, Sir Taylor, Sion, deal with them. Behind her, the two had already drawn their swords, ready for battle. Amidst the terrified screams of the circus performers, Layla continued to loudly give instructions. Do your best. The owner here is an illegal human trafficker. Taylor and Sion replied, yes. To quickly conclude the matter, she had the circus owner, who was also a human trafficker, thrown into prison. The police station manager seemed awkward because he had received quite a lot of bribe money, but what stood above money was the power of the Marquis's daughter. The ticket-selling girl was actually an orphan who had been kidnapped outside the capital. The incident concluded with the girl being sent to an orphanage run by the kingdom. And so exactly 7 days had passed since Taylor borrowed books from the National Library. The three chatted and laughed, carrying their suitcases, preparing to leave. At this moment, Taylor unexpectedly leaned down and said to Layla, Young lady, I will never forget this favor. Confused, she asked back, Huh? What favor? Taylor smiled and explained, The fact that you allowed me to stay in the capital longer and overlooked the fact that I haven't finished reading the books. Layla understood, smiled faintly, and uttered, Ah. She turned to scold Taylor. It's not that you haven't finished reading them. It's that you haven't read a single page, sir. You know it's all debt now, don't you? Sion, standing nearby, shook his head in expiration, while Taylor, seeing her say that, smiled ingratiatingly and said, You can order me to do anything.
Seeing him smile so brightly, Layla thought to herself, annoyed, I can forgive him for Sir Taylor telling me about the resurrection stone, but the price for daring to mock the name Torazabeth won't be small. I'll slowly think about what went wrong. The three of them quickly walked towards the door. Layla spoke up, Well then, let's head back to the Marquis's mansion now. Taylor replied with a hint of regret, Yes, I'm very sorry, but... Understanding what he was about to say, Layla thought to herself, Don't be sad, Sir Taylor. Even if we wanted to stay now, we don't have any money left. The original plan was to leave immediately, so I think this much is enough. Just as she opened the door to step out, a sigh of relief reached them. Luckily, we're still in time.
Layla was utterly astonished to see Countess Donovan standing right in front of her. She asked, puzzled, Countess? Sion and Taylor exchanged confused glances, not understanding what was happening. Layla spoke up again, asking, Why are you here? In response to her question, the Countess gently said, If you are free? She posed for a moment, then smiled and continued, Could you spare me some time? The servant bowed respectfully and left, saying, I wish you a pleasant conversation. The door slowly closed. Inside, in a solemn atmosphere, only Layla and Countess Donovan remained, sitting and drinking tea, conversing. Countess Donovan initiated the conversation. This is where I usually come when meeting important guests. The tea is decent and privacy is guaranteed. She nodded in response. It certainly seems so. Suddenly, the Countess's voice grew somber, and with emotion welling up, she expressed, I have so much I want to tell you, miss, but I don't know where to begin. Layla smiled gently, reassuring her. Please speak freely. I can wait. She set her teacup down and looked at Layla intently.
Thank you. Then let's start with the story of that day. The Countess slowly recalled. After our conversation that day, miss, I was very confused. My first thought was, how did she know?
In fact, the bruise on my face that day was because I had been beaten by my husband the night before. Unable to cancel the performance, I covered the bruise with thick makeup. But when I looked in the mirror, I saw that the makeup was still intact. So what was the problem? Could it be that I had exposed my injuries? Was it because I unconsciously flinched? Or I thought perhaps someone in the mansion had revealed this, so I spent several days trying to find the culprit. But around noon yesterday, after reluctantly finishing my meal and taking a walk in the garden, I saw a bird fall under a tree. The bird seemed seriously injured, and I intended to treat it. However, it avoided my hand and flew away, the frightened little bird vanishing. I helplessly watched it. Despite being seriously injured, it still flew away. Looking at that bird, I suddenly had an epiphany. Even that tiny bird ran away to avoid someone who could harm it. So what was I doing? How foolish.
Then I realized all my previous doubts and worries were meaningless. I only remembered the young lady's desperate expression. It was truly touching that she made that face for me. She smiled a gentle, joyful smile, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from her heart. Therefore, I decided to run away before having to pay the price. Thank you, young lady. This decision is all thanks to you. Layla awkwardly demurred. Oh, no, Suddenly, Lady Liam stood up and gently called out to her, Young lady. You are my benefactor, young lady. Her warm hands gently clasped Layla's, full of affection. Her eyes sparkled, filled with indescribable gratitude as she looked at Layla with emotion. If you ever need help, please come to Viscount Liam's manor at any time. I will welcome you. I give you my word of honor. Upon hearing those sincere words, an indescribable warmth welled up in Layla's heart, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yes, I will come, definitely. Layla, her heart silently filled with happiness, thought to herself, I've saved someone. Her conviction was further strengthened. Saving people. This was something Hildegard would never do. Therefore, in this moment, I decided that I am not Hildegard.
Even if it's just for a moment, I believe even God will forgive me. Even though I am Hildegard, I will still pretend not to be Hildegard. A moment later, the luxurious carriage slowly departed. Inside the carriage, Layla blushed shyly and hesitantly asked, Mr. Taylor, do you know what it feels like to save someone? Taylor didn't hide it, immediately boasting cheerfully. Yes, I do. I've saved many people. Layla was astonished. Really? She gave an inscrutable smile and murmured, As expected, you're not a good match for Hildegard. He looked bewildered, not understanding her meaning. Huh? Layla changed the subject. No, I was just talking to myself. Suddenly, Taylor chuckled and pleaded, Oh, miss, next time you travel, please take me with you. Sion, who was relaxing, boiled with rage upon hearing someone openly eyeing his precious charge. Layla was bewildered and confused. Travel? What next time? He puffed up with confidence, nominating himself proudly. Honestly, who else is more suitable than me? Someone might be more capable, but no one is both capable and as close to the miss as I am. He then turned and put his arm around Sion's shoulder, radiating friendliness. What's more, I'm also close with Sion, who was practically a part of the miss. She was utterly shocked by this person's statements. A part?
Sion had been resentful for a while, and now he finally had the chance to vent his anger. His face clouded over, and he waved Taylor's hand away in warning. Who's close to you? Taylor was stunned speechless. Sion, he cried profusely, clinging tightly to Sion as he reasoned. I'm your master. Of course we're close. Sion indifferently ignored him. When did I ever acknowledge you as my master? Taylor's heart ached terribly, tears streaming down his face. What are you saying? Sion, do you mean I'm just a temporary instructor now? Layla was thoroughly enjoying herself, leisurely resting her chin on her hand as she watched the skit. She had heard how troublesome he was in the library, even worse than before. Taylor recovered his spirits after Sion's cruel blow, and he resolutely pleaded, Anyway, you'll take me with you on the next trip, won't you? Layla gave a sly smile, pretending to ponder. Let's see. Taylor put on a cute act to win favor. Please take me along. Layla and Sion froze, unable to speak, at this guy's determination to completely abandon his image. Their eyes ached, and they quickly surrendered. I'll take you, stop it. Taylor, like a child who had achieved his goal, joyfully cheered. You promised. Layla's gaze drifted to the scenery outside the window, as she quietly planned. By the way, for the next trip, where would be good to go? The north has a long winter, or should we go see the sea? After a moment of deliberation, she smiled contentedly. All right, it's decided. She secretly observed the young man in front of her. Next time, we definitely have to go see the sea. Sea foam? It's all ruined. Layla's face was utterly grim, and she slumped onto the bed. I thought the price of a prophetic dream was just a few bruises. Who knew my leg would break in half? Or was it because the stairs were too high? Sion beside her asked worriedly, Layla, are you thirsty?
She also absolutely indulged the boy. It's okay, Cyan. You're still being stubborn. What about snacks? There's fruit, you know. Do you need a new bandage? Oh, not yet. One kept showing concern while the other kept refusing. Suddenly, her mind became intrigued. Layla covered her mouth and laughed ungracefully. But it's not as bad as I thought. Cyan stayed by her side, caring for her for several days straight. With my leg broken like this, surely the wicked ones won't doubt my words anymore. Taylor excitedly peeked out, signaling, "Young lady, I'm here." Layla smiled innocently, her face expressionless, and uttered bitter words. "You've arrived? Well then, farewell." Taylor dejectedly scratched his head. "Why are you sending me away? It's because I know what you're going to do next, isn't it?" He looked bewildered. "What am I going to do?" Without needing to think much, Layla skillfully recounted all of his wrongdoings in one breath, whiningly demanding Cyan back, making noise in front of the patient, and even stealing the patient's snacks. Do you want me to say more? Taylor was speechless, and with the indifferent gaze he whimpered heartbrokenly. "That's enough. Today I'll be good, no more whining, but I'm so bored." Layla was too helpless, so she had to agree. Before she could even finish her words, the room door was flung open. Marie, carrying a bowl of medicine with great flair, walked in. "Young lady?" Layla shivered, her stomach sending out an SOS signal. "Suddenly I feel unwell, Marie." She smiled kindly. "Even if you say so, you still have to drink this bowl of medicine." Beside her, Taylor was seizing the opportunity to pilfer, quickly grabbing her fruits and snacks. Cyan's face darkened, having seen everything without missing a single detail. Taylor quickly swallowed a piece of cake and then greeted. "Hello, Marie." Marie replied. "Hello, Sir Taylor. We meet again today, don't we?" Layla held the bowl of medicine, grumbling inwardly. Is this a meeting spot? These two quickly launched into an endless conversation. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, and even on the days before that, they had also met. Layla secretly looked around, searching. Is there anywhere I can pour this medicine away? I should have kept a flower pot ready here. Cyan knew her intentions with just one glance. He seriously sat beside her to supervise. Stop thinking nonsense. Drink it quickly. Layla flinched, almost choking on her saliva. I was just about to drink it.
Next to her was a deathly stare that made her skin crawl, and in front of her was a terribly bitter cup of tea. Layla, feeling helpless, desperately squeezed her eyes shut and drank it all in one gulp. Cyan smiled, having achieved his desire. Layla felt no joy, her heart twisting in agony from the bitter taste. Suddenly, a sweet, plump cherry was brought to her mouth. Seeing her bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening, Cyan had to explain. You said Marie's tea wasn't good, so eat this. Layla obediently took the cherry, chewed it, and then thanked him. Seeing the concern and joy clearly visible on Cyan's handsome face, Layla, puzzled, wondered to herself, how strange.
Summer is still a long way off, but it's already feeling hot, isn't it? In a flash, time just keeps passing, unstoppable. Elvin was focused, turning the pages of the status report. Her height had increased by 5 centimeters compared to last year, meeting the standard. Her weight was reasonable for her height. Her heart rate was stable, blood circulation good, and body temperature normal. Congratulations, you are perfectly healthy this year. Layla smiled brightly. Thank you. In a blink, 3 years had passed. Elvin nodded in praise. Only a young lady like you would diligently go for health checkups at this age. It's just that, he sighed regretfully as he said this, the wound on your knee will probably leave a scar. For now, just apply ointment to keep the scar from spreading, and we'll deal with it later. She was very cooperative, nodding. I understand. He carefully treated the red, scratched, and slightly indented wound on her knee. Falling is unavoidable during the growth phase, but you've been injured quite a few times over the past 3 years, haven't you? She gave a forced smile. I'll be more careful. Layla felt a serious sense of vigilance rise within her. It's only been a moment, but 3 years have passed. Telling villains about the future under the guise of prophecy, and then getting injured like this myself. Luckily, I'm used to it now, so it's not to the point of breaking bones. Currently, she was utterly bewildered and disheartened, like tangled threads. Where will I get injured next year? No, how can I give a prophecy? They'll ask for a while, but now I can't remember any rumors. Oh my god, I should have paid more attention to rumors before reincarnating. Suddenly, Layla thought of an idea to evade. No, now I must pretend that my power has naturally disappeared. Last year I helped them find the treasure on the abandoned mountain, so they surely won't drive Cyan away. They always calculate very carefully. Thinking so, she quickly and skillfully jumped out of bed, avoiding Marie's supervision. She winked at Elvin. Thanks. Marie said helplessly. My lady, please be careful until you're fully recovered. Suddenly, the doctor called her. Ah, my lady. Huh? He replied briefly. It's about Cyan. Layla turned her head, wondering. What about Cyan? He asked her. Did he say his knee hurt? Layla asked doubtfully. Knee? Elvin explained patiently. I mean, about his joints. With that rate of height growth, it's impossible not to feel pain. Have you noticed any signs of him being in frequent pain? Layla propped her chin, pondering. Let's see, I'm not too sure.
Elvin let out a long sigh, throwing up his hands helplessly. Please ask him indirectly. If he's in pain, bring him to me. He never listens to what I say. Layla listened, staring blankly at him, deep in thought.
Elvin, vaguely curious. Why are you looking at me like that? She nonchalantly brushed it off. It's nothing. She smiled and left, not forgetting to promise. I'll keep an eye on Sion. He bowed and greeted. Yes, young lady, please be careful on your way. On her way back, in the spacious, light-filled corridor, Layla was still deeply engrossed in thought. It felt strange. Initially, everyone called Sion a slave, but now, those who called Sion by name included her, Sir Taylor, Marie, and Elvin, a total of 5 people. She carefully reflected. Marie called Sion by name after she started getting close to Sir Taylor. It seemed she was influenced by Sir Taylor. Could it be that she had feelings for him? Layla began to get carried away by her own speculations and hunches. Did Sir Taylor know about Marie's feelings? If things went well, could the two of them date? If they were compatible, they might even get married. Another sudden uncontrolled turn. Layla was bewildered by her own thoughts. Marriage? Would I get married too? Clearly, the death she had initially envisioned involved having a family. She wished to close her eyes peacefully, surrounded by her crying descendants.
The mere thought of it drained Layla, giving her goosebumps. But having endured so much suffering, she no longer wished for such a grand death. She didn't think about things like funeral orchestras there. By the time she was 90, the original Torazabeth would surely be gone, but there would be Torazabeth's descendants, and the descendants of descendants of descendants. Layla smiled contentedly and happily. It would be nice to have a husband to help her care for the Torazabeth family, but it wouldn't matter if she didn't. With this mindset, would she ever get married? If she lived alone, she would just live. Strictly speaking, she wasn't exactly lonely because she still had the Torazabeth family by her side. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone walking past her. And so what was bound to happen, happened. She bumped right into the other person. Both were startled and shocked when they clearly saw each other's faces. Layla and Tommy. Tommy was annoyed, quickly checked his mouth, and didn't forget to mutter, "Where are your eyes? Can't you watch where you're going?" Just as she was about to retort, he walked past without a word, leaving Layla bewildered. What's wrong with him? He's not himself. Like he's lost his soul, she wondered. Could he have lost something valuable? Layla sighed in exasperation. Oh well, it's none of my business. A while later, Layla sat leisurely drinking tea. Marie brought her tea, then switched to gossip mode and said, I heard Angela quit. Layla recalled. Angela? Marie naturally sat down leisurely in the opposite chair and reiterated, She's young Master Tommy's maid. Layla untangled her thoughts. Ah, I remember now. She is Tommy's personal maid, and even very close to him. Seeing how she manipulated Tommy, Layla once thought the wolf incident at the lake was also orchestrated by her, but that was merely a conjecture. Layla set down her teacup, connecting the dots. Could that be why Tommy looked so unwell today? Is it because she left the castle? She blurted out, So how is Tommy? Is he sad? Marie recounted without missing a detail. I heard he's in a state of exhaustion. I also just saw it with my own eyes a moment ago. Layla nodded. I see.
Marie didn't hesitate to constantly tease him. His slumped shoulders looked truly pitiful. Layla openly showed her disgust. Ugh, what's so pitiful about that? Layla gently lifted her teacup, preparing to savor its intoxicating flavor. She told herself, well, this has nothing to do with me anyway. But as soon as she took a sip of tea, she turned pale and spat it all out. She broke out in a cold sweat. I don't know either. Marie giggled, putting on a gleefully devilish face. Please drink it all. Don't leave a single drop. After a struggle, Layla successfully swallowed that dreadful cup of tea. She remembered and immediately asked with concern, But Marie, has your brother's fever subsided? It's already the 4th day. Marie was touched. He's fine. Thank you for your concern. Outwardly, Layla gave a nonchalant, but inwardly, she was analyzing carefully. Looking at Marie's melancholy expression, it seemed things weren't quite right. A while later, at the sword training ground, Layla was standing and talking with Taylor. He recalled and confirmed. Lately, Marie seems very worried. Layla's spirits sank, and she said, It seems her brother's fever still hasn't gone down. Taylor was disbelieving. How can that be?
What did Elvin say? Layla sighed, saying he had the flu. He was particularly weak at night, so he would get a fever every evening. Taylor, utilizing his infinite IQ, pondered. How strange, that person seems to be like me, but I never get sick. She retorted, finding herself at a loss for words. That's because Sir Taylor is exceptionally healthy, so there is a similarity after all. Suddenly, a loud clanging sound attracted their attention. It turned out Sion was busy practicing his swordplay. Sion, hearing her call, happily turned his head, a smile still lingering on the handsome, radiant face of the young man. Yes? He wiped away the sweat dripping profusely, patiently asking her. Layla excitedly smiled and suggested, Would you like to go out with me tomorrow? Taylor curiously pressed, Where are you planning to go? She replied without hesitation, I'm planning to buy some gifts for Marie, just wandering around the territory. Layla was carefully thinking, I think Elvin will cure Mason soon. After all, he's gradually recovering, which is fortunate. Her sparkling jade eyes intently gazed at the handsome young man in front of her. Scion will destroy Hilda in 7 years. I plan to leave with Marie, Mason, and Elvin before then. Layla had planned this beforehand. For now, let's put that aside. Her sparkling eyes pleaded with him. Will you come, Scion? He feigned indifference, avoiding her gaze, and replied curtly. Layla, of course, noticed. Aang, what's this? Why are you avoiding me? Did I do something wrong? How could she know his face was burning red with embarrassment? Suddenly, a loud cough came from behind, as if deliberately interjecting to break the awkwardness. It was Taylor, who, a little embarrassed, softly said, I understand. I will prepare as well.
Knowing Taylor's intentions, Layla feigned skepticism. You're planning to go out during the day? Shouldn't you be attending regular training? Taylor wasn't flustered at all, happily replying, If you register as a guard, you're exempt from training. Hearing that, Layla immediately pointed at Scion, looking at him provocatively as she said, Are you taking training lightly? If you do that, you'll be weaker than Scion. Taylor replied with an indifferent expression, It's fine, I'm already at ease. Layla couldn't help herself and criticized, Why are you so confident? Are you boasting? At this moment, Taylor shook his head and said, Everyone will eventually encounter this, so this isn't boasting. Layla, puzzled, asked again, What does that mean?
Taylor said proudly, implying that no one in this base could defeat Scion, and perhaps even before now. Now that it's certain, I can confidently say. Scion appeared as a proud warrior, radiating with handsome looks and a powerful aura. Then Taylor turned to Layla, eyes sparkling, and asked expectantly, Anyway, can I come along tomorrow? Layla replied helplessly, Fine, go ahead. A moment later, Layla subtly looked up at Scion, her eyes full of curiosity, as she thought to herself, To become the strongest person in this base, it makes sense. He was already so big when I first met him, to the point where even Elvin was worried. Then she suddenly asked, Scion, don't your knees hurt? Scion asked back, puzzled. My knees? Layla explained. Elvin told me to ask, if you grow so fast, your knees are bound to hurt. Scion hesitated, looking at her, and said with a hint of worry, I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about. Seeing him like that, Layla let out a surprised gasp, a little flustered, and slightly clenched her hands. Then she couldn't help but smile brightly and replied, I'm fine too. I told her before, the wound isn't very deep, so it'll heal quickly. Hearing that, Scion, still not reassured, continued, But back then you fell very hard. Layla quickly cut him off, awkwardly replying, Hey, I already said I'm fine. Recalling her fall, she thought to herself, I must have gotten injured because I was with Scion at the time, as the stone was placed in a spot where it was very easy for someone to get hurt. The image of Scion worrying about her made her continue to drift in thought. Scion looked extremely panicked. If anyone had seen him, they would surely have thought Scion was the one injured, not me.
But Layla thought of something. He was so worried about her that he bit his lip until it bled. Yet, when it came to taking her to the infirmary, why did he call a maid to do it? Was it because he didn't want to touch her, even just to support or carry her on his back? She looked up at him, her eyes a little disappointed, sadly thinking, how wonderful it would be if he carried me on his back. He could carry me on his back. Layla looked away, pondering, that would be fine too. She turned her gaze towards him, but he turned away, his eyes fixed on another spot. A feeling of emptiness and disappointment enveloped her mind, making her wonder, why am I feeling this way? At the music box shop in the estate, Layla's voice rang out. Then, I'll take that one.
Seeing this, Taylor smiled happily and said, You really trust my aesthetic taste, don't you? That's an excellent choice. Layla just sighed and replied, If I didn't buy this, you'd pester me all day. An image flashed in her mind. When Layla didn't buy what he chose, he would loudly insist, This one is prettier, until she agreed to buy it. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. The salesperson finished wrapping the gift and announced, Thank you for your purchase. At this, Layla turned back and glared at Taylor, saying, Anyway, if Marie doesn't like it, I'll say you picked it. He laughed heartily and replied, She'll definitely like it. After a moment of thought, Taylor spoke up again. There's a flower shop nearby. How about we get a bouquet to go with it? Layla smiled happily and replied, That's a good idea. Then she turned and called out to Scion, Come here quickly. Suddenly, someone walked in through the door. Layla exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Wilhelm? He also replied in surprise, Lady Layla. Seeing Wilhelm dressed elegantly with neatly slicked back hair and a face so handsome it seemed to glow, Layla thought to herself, Where is he going? Planning to propose to someone? Why is he dressed so splendidly? He's not a peacock after all. Ignoring her gaze, Wilhelm looked at the gift box in Layla's hand and asked, Lady, did you come to buy a music box? Layla replied, Yes, it's not for me, but a gift.
Hearing that, Wilhelm asked curiously, Are there any good products? Layla suggested, Want to take a look? Mr. Taylor recommended this to me. Taylor, from behind, happily raised his hand and spoke up, That's me. Hearing that the recommender was Taylor, Wilhelm said disappointedly, Oh, in that case, no thanks.
Seeing his aesthetic taste being judged like that, Taylor's face darkened as he glared angrily at Wilhelm. Realizing the situation was getting awkward, Layla spoke up. All right, then let's meet at the castle. Wilhelm bowed politely and replied, I wish the young lady a pleasant time. Layla smiled. Yes, you too, Wilhelm. Arriving at the flower shop, right in front of the entrance stood the butler, impeccably dressed, with shiny hair, holding a bouquet of roses. This made Layla extremely curious. What is this now? The butler remained still, his eyes sparkling with happiness. All three, Taylor, Sion, and she, shared the same thought. First Wilhelm, now the butler. What day is it today? Suddenly she realized something. Oh, it's this period of time. Following her train of thought, the terrifyingly beautiful Black Widow appeared, the one who led both Wilhelm and the butler to a tragic end. Seeing the butler like that, she fell into contemplation. What should I do? I don't care what happens to the butler, but leaving Wilhelm to his fate feels a bit... He didn't even get to die peacefully. His head was hung on the city wall. That's right. At the very least, I must help him avoid the worst.
She closed her eyes, frowning in worried thought. He had helped her steal the bracelet from the villain, and even offered advice regarding Sion's depression. Seeing her still frowning, Sion leaned down and asked worriedly, Layla, aren't you buying flowers? Seeing him standing so close, Layla blushed and replied awkwardly, Yes. Then she moved away from him, turning back awkwardly to say, Let's choose together, Sion. Taylor felt extremely left out and immediately spoke up. What about me, young lady? Taylor's words snapped Layla out of it, and she replied, her face darkening, You choose as well. Upon returning home, Marie was truly very happy to receive the flowers and the music box. Mason's fever also began to subside from that day, and the boy had recovered enough to go for a walk. The worry on Marie's face also gradually disappeared. Everything was going smoothly. But one thing that made Layla uneasy was that Wilhelm and the butler finally confronted each other because of that beautiful widow. In addition, the truth began to be exposed. Layla immediately found Wilhelm and told him, Wilhelm, you absolutely must not reveal the double books. Please. Layla almost yelled at him. As she grabbed his collar, Wilhelm said irritably, I'm not crazy, don't worry. Layla could only cry silently to herself, thinking, You really are crazy, you madman.
Lila thought that by now he would understand, but seeing Wilhelm fighting with a butler, she secretly sighed. Could someone suffering from terminal lovesickness understand with just one piece of advice? Looking at him like this, he probably wouldn't stop. At this moment, in Wilhelm's room, he was extremely annoyed, grumbling, I know what I'm doing. Seeing this, Lila became scared, her hand trembling as she pointed at him and exclaimed, What are you talking about? Don't tell me you're planning to reveal the dual accounting. Wilhelm said indifferently, If necessary. At this, Lila couldn't take it anymore. She angrily slammed the table, stood up and shouted, No way! She yelled directly at him. If that gets out, do you think only the butler will be ruined? Wilhelm will die too. He replied irritably, I don't care. Lila asked in disbelief, What? Wilhelm's eyes showed a murderous glint as he replied, I'd rather die with him than lose her. No, it's even better that way. This made Lila furious. She looked at him with utter disappointment and said, You're insane. Wilhelm understood that, and he replied, I know. Then he stood up and directly asked her to leave. Please leave this place. Even after she was outside, Lila still couldn't accept this.
The girl thought to herself, in just half a month, he's become a completely different person? They say love makes you crazy, but it doesn't mean turning into a psychopath overnight. She ran off to seek help, thinking, something isn't right here. On the way, Layla told Sion, I tried reaching out to Elvin, but there's no way. Not only Wilhelm, but even the butler is in a state where he can't be reasoned with. She recounted, sighing helplessly. Then she looked at Sion resolutely and said, If that's the case, there's only one way to save Wilhelm. Sion, beside her, asked curiously, What way? She continued, Because Wilhelm and the butler are fighting over a woman, there's no other way but to rely on that woman. The two stopped in front of a house, looking up with complex emotions.
Lila thought worriedly to herself, perhaps this woman was also in a predicament. Therefore, if I say those two are in danger, she might pretend to object to stop this uncovering of the truth. If she refuses, I will offer generous compensation. As she opened the door, preparing to step inside, Sion spoke up to stop her. Wait, Lila, I'll go in first. She said, puzzled. Huh? Okay. Lila thought to herself, why the sudden urge to go in first? Could it be that he heard the widow was beautiful and wants to meet her before me? No, that can't be it. After all, there's a huge age difference between Sion and that widow. Interrupting her train of thought, Sion called out, Lila, don't go too far. He sensed danger, shielding her from behind with his hand, reminding her, stay close to me. Lila, Sion gently pulled her closer to him. Don't go too far, he constantly reminded her. Lila looked up at him with a stunned expression.
While she was stunned, Sion continued to look around indifferently. Huh? Oh, right, Lila finally realized, agreeing in confusion. She thought to herself, why is he so cautious? As the two moved further inside, this was just a perfume shop run by a lone widow. A woman's hand touched the door. Oh, the elegant woman exclaimed upon seeing two unfamiliar customers in her shop. Welcome, she said, offering a forced, friendly smile. Oh, a beautiful customer has arrived, and two of you at bat.
Lila stood behind Sion, looking out in astonishment. Oh, the image of an old maidservant appeared in her mind. The two of them looked so familiar. Lila blurted out, Angela! The woman stiffened, her stunned eyes looking up. Lila quickly apologized, promptly explaining, Oh no, it's nothing. You just look a lot like someone I know. I just accidentally called out their name. The woman nodded, indicating it was fine. Oh really? It seems I resemble someone you know quite a bit. That's not it. Sion suddenly grabbed Lila's arm tightly, then pulled her away under the woman's gaze. Sion, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Lila frowned in confusion, but he didn't explain, insisting on pulling her out of the store. Next time, we'll come back next time, okay? Immediately behind them, a terrifying sound rang out.
Lila was scared. Sion held her hand tightly, glancing back. You recognize the two? The woman approached the two. His gaze was cold, standing protectively in front of her. Lila, puzzled, asked again, Auntie, what exactly did he recognize? She sneered. Have you already forgotten what you just said? What I just said. She stared at the woman, stunned. Could it be? Are you really Angela? Lila was utterly bewildered. The woman curled her lip in disdain. It seems you're not certain, are you? Just a good intuition? But it doesn't matter. She raised a hand to her face. What's important is that clumsy brats like you have recognized me. She revealed her magical eye. To expose such an incompetent appearance before completing my great work. She looked annoyed. If this gets out, I'll be torn to 1,000 pieces before the world ruler arrives. It's maddening. The scent of magic was spreading throughout the room. It seems I've encountered the wrong person. Lila subtly glanced back, contemplating. The door had closed automatically. It seemed to possess a strange power. If she ran quickly to open the door, could she escape? The woman quickly noticed Lila's gaze, warned, Don't bother, it's no use. Magic has enveloped this entire room. Angela laughed loudly. You cannot leave here until I permit it. Realizing the situation was dire, Sion was ready, hand on his sword hilt. Lila suddenly screamed, We don't know anything. We don't know anything at all.
Sion turned back in surprise to look at a trembling Layla, but her voice remained firm. From the very beginning, we have never entered this place, and we will never come here again in our lives. Please, can you let us out? Layla pleaded with the woman in front of her, a look of satisfaction on her face. She muttered to herself, I'm being honest. Wilhelm and the butler are truly pitiful, but Sion and I cannot die for them. The woman burst out laughing. She began to introduce herself. My name is Asilis, but you can call me Ari. Every 10 years, I regularly move my residence. Just when I get used to a place, I have to move to another city. Do you know how annoying that is? Ari became more agitated. But I can't help but move. Last time, I lived in a village for 20 years and was almost burned alive. I committed no crime at all. She confronted Sion face to face. Ah, but not aging for 20 years? Isn't that only possible for a witch? Layla was stunned, muttering, You're really… Ari extended her hand, full of magic. Well, now you know too much about me, so you must die. Just as a battle was about to break out, with Sion drawing his sword and the woman using magic, Layla spoke up once more. Wait a moment. Ari frowned unhappily. What, are you going to leave a dying wish? Layla panicked, her face flushing red. Not a dying wish. I have a question.
She temporarily stopped the two of them, trying to calmly ask about the past. Why did you work as a maid at the Count's mansion? Ari shrugged in response. No particular reason. I've worked many different jobs, and being a maid is just one of them. Layla gasped in surprise, then asked again, When you were a maid, was that face fake, and is this one real now? No, Ari shook her head, but I like this face the most. Where were you before coming to the Marquise's mansion? She replied frankly, The West Territory. It's a place where it rains frequently, so it's very unpleasant. Earlier you mentioned your family. How many people are there? Sion quickly pulled her back to stand right behind him, ensuring her safety. Ari tightened her arm uncomfortably and replied, It's a secret. You don't need to know.
So, Layla said hesitantly, You know Wilhelm and the butler, right? Did you intentionally create them that way? She burst out laughing, pleased with her own creation. Yes, I did it on purpose. Isn't it interesting? I see. You must be very pleased then. She was terrified by the eerie laugh and replied with a tremble. Oh, now, Ari interrupted, may I ask you something? Layla, completely unprepared, agreed to let her ask a question. Sion was also ready to draw his sword and confront the woman in front of them at any moment. She happily touched the blade, cunningly asking the two, Have you found a way to escape yet? You've probably had enough time by now, haven't you? Layla was terrified that her plan had been exposed so openly, so she had realized it from that moment. Layla thought to herself, her plan was to distract her.
while asking she had signaled Sion. She hadn't expected the woman to have known it clearly from that moment, fully aware of her intentions yet remaining so calm. Just then, Sion spoke up to remind her. He whispered, just loud enough for her to hear. Right shelf, bottom shelf.
She subtly glanced in the direction Sion had indicated. To the left, the yellow perfume bottle. Smash it. Layla understood perfectly and prepared to act. Ari chortled when she saw the two whispering to each other. You two are up to something, aren't you? Layla gripped one side of her skirt to move more easily. At the same time, she replied to her, just discussing a dying wish. Ari chortled again. Oh, really? Let me hear. I'm so curious. Ari suddenly noticed Sion, frowned, and asked, Now that I think about it, you can speak? He didn't bother with many words, only gave a cold, Ari, like a demon, said, Have you been deceiving the people of the Marquis's estate all this time? She laughed loudly. I almost fell for your trick too, you sly one. Sion didn't bother listening to her blabbering in his ear. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt. He said, Stop blabbering. Weren't you going to kill me? Try it. Sion, then, she chortled. Prepare the magic to drown them both. I said I'd kill both of them, didn't I? It's all the same, Sion said with a serious face, preparing to advance. Before you can kill me, you won't be able to lay a finger on Layla. Sion was determined to protect her with every single move. The two rushed into confrontation. Seizing this opportunity, Layla rushed to the designated spot. Sion, despite being engaged in battle, continuously kept a silent eye on her, muttering to himself, Absolutely don't get hurt. Layla told herself, I will definitely help everyone escape from here. Layla rushed towards the yellow bottle, gripping it tightly in her hand. Overjoyed, she turned back to show him. Sion, I got it. A gush of crimson blood splattered. Sion quickly pulled her down to the floor. Layla stared at him in shock. Blood splattered onto her pristine white face. The yellow perfume bottle also shattered into pieces from the strong impact.
Sion's entire arm was drenched in blood. Layla anxiously shook him repeatedly, but he showed no reaction. Sion, Layla screamed. Damn it, Ari roared furiously. You hateful brat. How did you get the perfume bottle? Sion groggily stood up, his hand still gripping the sword tightly. Ignoring the witch's fury, he panted as he turned back to instruct Layla. Go now. The door will open. Run. If both of us go together, we won't be able to shake her off. Sion decided to sacrifice himself for Layla's safety. She disagreed anxiously. But even so, Ari immediately revealed her true nature. So, you're not just ordinary kids, are you? Fine. Agitated, she became even more terrifying. As you wish, I will kill both of you mercilessly. Run, quickly, Sion urged Layla, telling her to seize this chance to leave. All right, Sion. She finally nodded in agreement. She mumbled to herself as she dashed toward the door. Just a moment, just a moment. Ari suddenly saw her escaping and furiously flew towards her. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Sion struck a blow to block her, allowing Layla to leave the shop. You damned brat. Fine then, I'll kill you first. Ari angrily turned back to deal with Sion first.
That brat, I can kill her any time. Please help me. Layla screamed, distracted the witch. She stood outside the door, not leaving in a hurry, but continuously shouting loudly to attract attention. Please save me. There's a witch here. Layla raised her voice even louder, calling for help. I am Layla, from the Marquis Hildegard family. A witch is attacking me. Outside, people immediately gathered to watch. Layla continued to call out, Someone please help me. Please inform the Marquis family. A witch? Did that girl just say witch? People around whispered in disgust. We must quickly inform the Marquis family. It seems the young lady is in danger. Layla stepped forward in front of everyone, surprising them even more. One person exclaimed, Look at the young lady's blood-soaked clothes. Oh my God! The witch glanced with disdain. That brat. What do you intend to do? Layla suppressed her fear, replying with disdain. Dealing with Sion, killing me, and then planning to kill all the people who will come next?
The door was wide open. Everyone looked inside. Bolstered by their presence, she confronted Ari with even greater composure. Earlier, she had spoken of grand ambitions, but now she needed to keep herself out of harm's way. She wondered if things could still be all right now that they had escalated to this point. The crowd continued to swell, encircling the perfume shop. She's here! She's inside! Layla's voice was menacing. I've already revealed my identity, so people from the Marquise's family will be here soon. Isn't this even more interesting than manipulating Wilhelm and the butler? Well, aren't you excited? Ari gnashed her teeth in fury, tightening her grip on the shard of glass in her hand. These detestable brats. Ari immediately threw the shard of glass towards Layla. Layla didn't have time to dodge, muttering that she had provoked her too far. Blood splattered. Ari laughed loudly with contempt. Ha 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 ha.
This time, Layla stared in shock at the blood splattering on her again and spreading across the floor. I'll definitely kill both of you. Sion rushed forward in time to block the piece of glass, and it got embedded in his hand. Layla watched him in panic, trying to brace himself to protect her. Sion let his arms fall, watching the witch quickly escape. Is there a secret door in the warehouse? He mumbled, then swayed and fell. He passed out, falling into Layla's arms. Sion!
Thinking back, the witch had thrown something earlier. Layla was stunned as she checked his body. His right hand had a large piece of glass embedded in it. Layla shrieked in horror. "Oh my God, you blocked it with your hand?" She gently pulled out the piece of glass while softly comforting him. "Just bear with it for a bit, Sion. I'll take out the large piece first. The rest will be dealt with when we get back to the castle." Even in his daze, he was still concerned about Layla. "Put that down, you'll hurt your hand." "Is that what matters now?" She looked at his pained expression, leaning against her. Tears welled up in her eyes. "I believed he would never kill me. He even protected me when I was in danger, but I never thought of this situation. To save me, he had to sacrifice this much."
Layla mumbled, asking for the reason. Why? Why did you save me?" "Because," Sion, in pain, tried to reply. Layla sobbed, asking again. "What?" "Because I'm crazy." He looked at her with affectionate eyes. His eyes slowly closed. "Sion!" She frantically shook him. "Sion!" She hugged him close. Not long after, knights and doctors from Hildegard Castle arrived. Sion received first aid and was then transferred back to the Marquis' castle. After that, he didn't regain consciousness for 3 days. The butler and Wilhelm met Lila privately to thank her. "Thank you, Lady Layla," Wilhelm said. "I, Wilhelm, swear by all my honor and possessions, I will never forget this favor." The butler also bowed in gratitude. "I am indebted to you, lady." Wilhelm covered his face, recalling that terrifying past. "I had only heard about witches, but she was truly terrifying. Now I can't even remember her face," Wilhelm sighed. "If it weren't for you, lady, I don't know what would have happened to us." "Don't thank me," Lila shook her head. "If it weren't for Sion, I would have been harmed by that witch too." Layla looked down, fiddling with her clothes. "So when Sion wakes up, thank him yourself." "Huh? But a slave's merit belongs to their master." Wilhelm panicked. He hadn't expected the butler to utter such confusing words. Wilhelm quickly rushed over, nudging the butler with an elbow as a reminder, then smiled and nodded. "I understand, lady. I will do so." Wilhelm didn't let the butler say another word, quickly putting an arm around his shoulder and pulling him away. "Then we'll take our leave. Please rest." Layla nodded. "All right."
The room door suddenly gently opened. Layla appeared in front of Sion's room. She walked over and sat down beside the bed, gently calling his name as usual. Sion. It was fortunate that he was still alive. If he were a normal person, he would probably have died twice already. Elvin had just finished giving Sion first aid and bandaging him when he reported the situation. Layla was lost in thought. If Sion continued not to wake up like this, there would be no disadvantage for her. No, on the contrary, this could be a good thing.
Because the relationship between the two of them was now better than before, even if he woke up later, she wouldn't be killed anymore. She mumbled the thought she had always longed for. She no longer had to be wary of the evil gazes because she was with Sion, no longer had to fear that he would hate her again. The more she thought, the tighter she gripped the blanket in anger. Everything would unfold exactly as she had always wished. Layla was overwhelmed with tears, but she didn't want that. She wanted him to wake up. Perhaps she was crazy too, just like him. Tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. Sion suddenly woke up from a long sleep. "Sion!" Layla awkwardly and quickly wiped away her tears. "Oh no, did you see wrong?" Her face flushed. As if crazy, Sion sat up and gently reached out to touch her face. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Layla glanced away, avoiding his gaze, and replied, "Do I look okay?" Having just woken up, he wasn't concerned about his own pain, but only about Layla. He anxiously asked repeatedly, "Are you hurt? Where? Let me see. How serious is it?" She grumbled in response, "It's not me, it's you. You're not okay." She angrily tapped his forehead. According to Elvin, if he were a normal person, he would have probably died twice already, but Sion didn't care about that, only asking again, "You mean you're not hurt?" "Sion," Layla frowned, asserting something to him. "I have to live a long life because I promised my sister." She placed her hand on his. "But if you die, there will be no one left to protect me, so don't die, Sion." He stared at her in astonishment, then smiled contentedly. "All right," he nodded in agreement. A month had passed since the witch appeared, and the Hildegard territory had returned to its usual peaceful state.
Despite an arrest warrant being issued for the witch, her ability to change her appearance naturally meant she couldn't be caught, and gradually the matter faded from memory. For a period of time, Layla remained worried about whether the witch would reappear with a new look to seek revenge. She recalled the hateful glare the witch had given her last time when Layla had provoked her excessively. Anyway, she and Sion had vaguely sensed it, so Layla believed that whatever happened next time, it would be all right. Sion placed his wooden sword back on the rack. He had returned to the training room after a few days of recuperation. Layla was very happy that Sion had recovered, and she didn't want to think about any other troublesome matters. Layla stared at Sion in astonishment, marveling that he could recover from such a severe injury in just a few nights. Now she understood why Elvin called it an animal's recovery ability. No, it should be called a miracle. The peaceful days continued to pass. On a beautiful day, as her birthday drew nearer, a guest arrived to visit the Marquise's mansion.
Layla stood upstairs, looking down through the window. She murmured, observing the authoritative woman below. "Is that Countess Cater? I heard she controls all commercial activities in the East. That's why they have to grovel before an unannounced guest." Layla was observing intently when a voice from behind startled her. "Young lady,
She turned to her attendant. What is it? He breathlessly announced. Please come downstairs quickly. Countess Cater is looking for you, young lady. Layla was startled, trembling as she pointed to herself. Looking for me? They received the Countess in a large room, and Layla sat opposite her. Hello, Countess. I heard you were looking for me. She looks younger than I thought. Huh. Layla glanced at her once. Well, that makes sense. Count Cater isn't that old either. But Layla wondered, why is she looking for me, after all? And what's with that unpleasant look? The Countess immediately got to the main point. I heard there's a boy with blonde hair and black eyes staying in the mansion. Layla was startled, immediately thinking of him, Sion.
Is that true? Didn't the teachers say anything? The lady asked again, and she nodded in affirmation. Yes. I also heard that boy is a slave, and his owner is Miss Layla Hindiga, isn't that right? Layla didn't expect her to ask so directly. Ah, that's true. A moment later, the woman casually made an offer. Return him to me. She exclaimed in shock. Huh? The Countess angrily revealed a secret. He is not someone you have the right to treat as a slave. He is my relative. Layla stared at her, stunned. A relative? If he's Sion's relative, then... The drawing room door suddenly burst open. Sion! Countess Cater quickly stood up and tearfully rushed into his arms. He also affectionately called her name. Cecile. The Countess sobbed as she hugged him. Sion, I've missed you so much. Ever since we parted ways, I've thought about you every day. Cecile. Layla quietly sat and watched them comfort each other. She had heard this name from Sion before. She lived in the same orphanage as Sion and was 2 years older than him.
Layla gently tightened her grip on her arm, biting her lip in annoyance. It turned out Sion still had surviving relatives. This was fortunate and worth celebrating, but why did she feel so uneasy? An outsider. Layla stood silently, watching the two of them acknowledge each other. That's right, she mumbled. I feel like I've become an outsider. Finding the family he always longed for.
Perhaps the Countess was more important than her. So would he return to his family? Cecile took his arm and caressed it. I came here to take you home. Let's go. This is good for Sion. Layla's eyes welled up with tears, and she bowed her head so no one would see. Why did her heart keep? I'm not going. She was stunned. Huh? What did you say? She also looked up at him with surprised eyes. Are you really planning to stay here? Why? Cecile confronted him. Because I want to. Sion was different. In his heart there was a figure he needed to shelter and protect. Who is it for, after all? She cried out, wanting to know the reason. Is it because you're afraid of the Marquis that you're doing this? Cecile shouted, shaking his sleeve. Sion, I told you I am the Countess. Now I can protect you. Sion gently pushed her arm away, replying, It's not because of the Marquis, but because I want to. I want to stay here. That's my decision. I'm sorry, Cecile. What in the world is going on? She covered her face, unwilling to understand.
Wait, don't tell me you're turning against Layla now, are you? I must be misunderstanding, right? Sion tried to interject. Wait, Cecile, But she brushed his hand away, wanting to speak her mind right then and there. How could you do that? She pointed a finger at him, reminding him, Whose daughter is she? What did Hildegard do to our family? Layla was stunned. A flood of Sion's painful memories flashed through her mind. Cecile! He called out her name loudly to calm her down, but she still trembled, clenching her hands tightly. Oh, I just remembered I have an urgent matter, so I'll be leaving now. Layla couldn't hold back the tears streaming down her cheeks, hastily wanting to leave the room. He was worried and wanted to follow her, but Layla waved him off. Sion, you don't need to follow me. Please, continue your conversation. Countess, please stay and make yourself comfortable. She opened the door and rushed straight outside. Well then, I'll take my leave. Layla, Sion called her name, but she paid him no mind. The door slammed shut.
She instructed the maid standing outside. No one is allowed in here until I call. The maid bowed respectfully. Yes, miss. Layla walked silently down the corridor. Whose daughter was she? She clearly remembered Cecile's words confronting Sion, reminding him. Her hands trembled as she gripped the stair railing tightly. The words pierced her heart, and tears streamed down.
She bowed her head silently on the stairs, her body trembling from a sharp pain. Sion kept looking towards the door. Cecile leaned back in her chair, ordering him. What are you doing? You'll probably take all day to explain it to me today. Are you just going to stand there and talk? Oh, let's just skip the part about you being crazy. Cecile casually brushed it aside. No need to hear it. I already know everything. Sion sat opposite Cecile. Why are you smiling? It's just that he trailed off. Just what? Seeing that he didn't say anything more, Cecile frowned curiously. I once had a dream. Cecile clasped her arms tightly. Before that, I was talking to you just like now, and back then you also said I was crazy. Why did I say that then? Cecile frowned, asking for the reason. Sion honestly replied, because I had killed too many people, and because I didn't feel any guilt, and was so brazen that it scared you. Cecile mumbled, that truly is a crazy dream. He smiled. Is that so? It was an absurd dream, wasn't it? But who did you end up killing?
Sion casually recounted. Hildegard, and everyone connected to them. For example, the servant who led you into the living room, or the maid who served the tea. Cecile asked again in surprise, "You killed so many people so gruesomely?" Cecile grumbled in response. "I'm sorry," Cecile said to him, closing her eyes. "Take that back. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything."
Even so, I still apologize. Hey, she looked at him annoyed. You know you're not normal, right? I know, Sion clenched his hand. That's why I'm apologizing. Cecile reminded him. Don't do things that make you have to apologize, okay? He shook his head and replied, I can't. I apologize. It's not because I hate you that I'm doing this. She propped her hands on her hips and looked straight at Sion. You'll be the one suffering the most, right? He sat up straight, informing her of something. I only wish for one thing, Cecile. What is it? Just that she doesn't die. Sion smiled faintly when mentioning Layla, his eyes filled with love. Cecile stared at Sion in astonishment. Cecile chuckled softly. Even the way you call her is so affectionate, that child. And thinking about it, it's not just Sion, but Layla's side too. She recalled Layla's appearance at that time and understood everything. All right, she moved closer to him. I know you're doing better than you think. It's not because this place is normal, but it's all thanks to that child. So do you like it? Sion replied, I don't know, but whenever he mentioned Layla, his eyes revealed a doting affection. Cecile immediately grumbled into his ear. You don't know if you like it or not? How old are you? 15 or 14? You're not a child anymore, so how can you not know your own feelings? He clenched his hands tightly, muttering, I don't know if I can even define that feeling anymore. It's just that I hated it so much I wanted to kill it, but at some point that became impossible. He looked at his clenched hands and said to Cecile, Right now, I don't want to see her get hurt. I want to make what I wish for come true.
For that, he vowed to do everything. That was all. Of course, she thought to herself, because there was no feeling more wonderful than that. Sion, she softly called his name, let me ask you one more question. Yes. That child is a noble, she turned to remind him. Sion knows that too. He nodded. That's right. Perhaps the child will also marry someone of noble lineage, won't they? He fell silent, then nodded. I suppose so.
What would you do if that child became a lady? Cecile posed a hypothetical question. When that child walks down the aisle, what do you think he would do? I wouldn't do anything, he replied bluntly. She was taken aback. Do nothing? He nodded. That's right. Well, I'd probably check if the other party poses any danger or is a dangerous person. I'll be vigilant until I feel safe. Really? She was astonished by his words. You mean you'd be more at ease if there were no dangers surrounding the person that child marries? Right. That's right. Sion nodded cheerfully. How ridiculous. I don't even know what my face looks like right now. Sion pondered deeply because of his friend's hypothetical words. Do I really not know that? If not, then I'm trying to suppress my own feelings. Cecile also had her own thoughts. If he truly liked Layla Hildegard, yet believed he had no connection to the Hildegards, she subtly raised an eyebrow. I don't think I need to make him realize it. Honestly, I don't want to see these two become a couple at all. If I could be by his side to protect him, I could step back at any time. But a promised future is different. The moment Sion promises a future, he won't be able to abandon his own faith. In life, he will always remember the truth that she is a Hildegard, the one who killed his family and took everything. If that happens, Sion will suffer alone and fall ill.
Let's end our conversation here. Cecile doesn't want to talk about this anymore, and I'll respect her decision. Thank you. Sion gave Cecile a small smile. Let's change the subject, she smiled brightly. Aren't you curious about what I've been up to all this time? Sion nodded, playing along. All right, I am curious. Layla returned to her bedroom, feeling a sharp pang. She sat up, clutching her head, and wondered, Is it time for Marie to give me my medicine already? Come in. Sion immediately appeared at the doorway. Oh, Sion! He scratched his head, looking flustered as he stood before her. He sat down beside the bed. I just saw her off and came back. Instinctively, she moved to the other edge of the bed. Oh, Cecile said earlier that she was sorry. He glanced at the expression on her face. Sorry? Layla repeated, feigning indifference. The Countess said that to me? She conveyed that message, Sion admitted. She forced a smile. She didn't do anything wrong to me at all. Next time you're in touch, please relay that message for me. Sion gazed at her intently, lost in thought. Layla replied with an awkward laugh. I'm serious. Hey, but Sion. He still didn't take his eyes off her. What is it? You're really not leaving? She had thought about it for a long time before mustering the courage to ask.
I think I already promised you, didn't I? Layla let out a surprised, I'm reiterating that promise, aren't I?
I said I would make sure you get what you want. I think I need to be by your side to do that, don't I? Seeing Layla remain silent, Sion asked again. Yes, that's right. Her face suddenly flushed red. Oh, I was so excited I blurted out an answer. She looked down, feeling embarrassed. Sion stayed to meet her family solely because of her. Thinking back, her eyes were filled with a certain doubt.
Sion, there's something I want to tell you. Layla clutched the blanket tightly. You've already told me about your family, but I don't think I've introduced mine to you yet. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to hear it, but just in case. Sion cut her off. I want to hear it. I want to hear about it, Layla. He whispered into her ear. I want to know everything about you, so please tell me. Layla began. My mother's marriage to the villain was entirely political. My mother, who had once abandoned her children, married a villain solely due to family pressure. She was too kind to have to live with such a wicked man. When she could no longer tolerate her husband's terrible behavior, she tried to change him. But to that wicked man, Mother's persuasions only made him more annoyed and troublesome. She and he frequently had fierce arguments. Then one day, Mother was found dead in her bed from poisoning. In her will, she wrote that she had loved another man and could no longer live with the guilt. When I returned from Mother's funeral, everyone on the marquise side constantly criticized us. The maids in the surrounding marquises pointed and gossiped. Layla and her 2 sisters are truly filthy. Aren't those children someone else's? Shameless! How dare you return to the castle? They even warned other children. Don't treat them like family anymore. They might pass on their dirty, wicked blood to you.
Whether the will is real or fake, it no longer matters. My mother was hated by ill-wishers, and what the will states in this castle is not far from the truth. Sister, Layla softly asked her sister, is it true that Mother did something bad? Is that why she was so scared that she left us behind? Her older sister hugged Layla and whispered, Of course not. Mother certainly isn't someone who would do anything bad, and because of that she would never abandon us. But sister, their brother also pondered, hand on his forehead, there are many truly strange points. Firstly, Mother didn't have time to do that. Secondly, the will was burned immediately without letting us see it. That wasn't Mother's handwriting, was it? Their brother questioned. Because if we had seen it, we would have known immediately that it was a fake will. The eldest sister nodded in agreement. I think so too. There's definitely a hidden truth in this matter. Perhaps this was planned by the villain from beginning to end. But what can we do? We are just naive children, suffering attacks from all sides. Now no one in this castle will believe us anymore. Sister, the second brother exclaimed, jumping up, let's go to Mother's hometown. The 3 sat down to strategize. If we ask for help, surely no one will pretend not to know. But the eldest sister was still worried. Some people didn't even attend the funeral. Think about why they didn't come. Because they think Mother disgraced the family. The more the second brother spoke, the more the eldest sister wavered. Then on the contrary, what if we bring clues that can restore the family's honor? Let's do it, sister, if we plan together.
The eldest sister also nodded in agreement. All right, but it will take quite a while. 2 years from now, we'll come back, Layla. She held their hands tightly, not letting go. Can't I come with you? I don't like being alone. Her sister bent down and gently explained. The journey is a bit far, and the weather is also very cold, so Layla can't come along. Instead, Torazabeth will protect Layla, okay? She was upset and didn't want to, but in the end, she still had to compromise. Your sister and brother will go to see Grandma. Once there, we'll tell Grandma to scold the wicked people who made Mom sad. Who knows, maybe she'll let us live there with her. Really? She looked up at her sister. So it's okay if we don't live here anymore? So Layla, no matter what happens here, you must survive. Like a final farewell. She smiled and hooked her pinky finger with her sister's. Promise me, Layla. And so my sister and brother left to go to Mom's family forever. They never returned. The painful memory flooded back to her once again. Both her sister and brother had died before they could reach their mother's ancestral home. As soon as they left Hildegard's territory, they were robbed and killed.
The 2 of them only brought a few clothes and a little money to cover travel expenses. That villain ordered the knights to go capture the bandits. As soon as the funeral of my sister and brother ended, news of the bandit gang's capture arrived. I secretly went to meet the bandit at dawn, on the very day he was scheduled to be executed. I asked him, why did you kill my sister and brother? He hesitated for a moment, then buried his face in his hands and cried, saying, in the next life, I will be a better father, and cried as he spoke.
I couldn't utter a single word in response, but looking back on it as an adult, I found it very strange. My sister and brother weren't the only ones in the carriage. Besides them, there were also servants and the coachman. Layla, perplexed, asked, could an ordinary man really kill all of them? Sion replied, if he was strong and brave enough to do so. Then why was he caught so easily without a single witness? Her face darkened. A loving father who thought of his daughter until the very end. How could he so easily confess his guilt in court when there were witnesses or incriminating evidence? Perhaps that man didn't kill my family. Sion placed his hand on Layla's. You don't need to say anything more, because I think I know. She said with determination,
No matter what, my sister's last words have become her dying wish. I want to fulfill her dying wish, that's all. That's why I must live. Sion replied, You will do it. I will help you fulfill it. Only then did I realize the real reason why I told Sion my story. It wasn't because I thought it would be unfair if only I listened to Sion's story. Perhaps I just wanted to talk to him. Shimmering tears streamed down her cheeks. She said, Even though I am Layla Hildegard, I still despise the Hildegars. Sion gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. She continued, Thank you, Sion, so please don't hate me. Please don't leave. That villain started acting very strangely.
He was already very strange, but now he has become even more sensitive, causing everyone in the city to shun him. To stay away from that demon as much as possible, I spent most of my day in my bedroom. Layla felt disheartened. Nevertheless, she still had to persevere even more. Ever since the Countess arrived, things had become like this. Because she was involved, she couldn't just ignore it. She would try to get to the bottom of everything. Wilhelm's voice called out, Milady, it's Wilhelm. She immediately let him in. He snorted. Is no one here? Where has Marie gone? Marie went to visit her sister, but what brings you to my room? She told him to sit down. He then said he had something important to tell her.
Wilhelm and I? Didn't you, young lady, and young Master Sion save my life before, so I feel I shouldn't just sit idly by after hearing this story? She asked, confused. What are you talking about? He replied, But first, could you confirm one thing? She then agreed. I'm talking about Countess Kater, who visited us some time ago. She has a pretty good relationship with young Master Sion, doesn't she? Did she also come to pick up Sion that day? He calmly replied, That's right. He immediately sprang up from his chair. My God, is that so? Layla replied, Why are you so surprised? Didn't you just ask to confirm whether it was true or not? He replied, I was just guessing, because that's a necessary condition for my hypothesis to be true. She asked curiously, What is that hypothesis? He replied that after the Countess left, the Marquis often talked to himself. I don't know what that woman did, and he asked me what I thought was the reason a dog without a leash didn't run away. A dog without a leash. It seemed she had already realized. Perhaps the Countess was a hostage, a leash binding young Master Sion. To this day, there has been no information about the Countess's background. In fact, that would make sense if she were in young Master Sion's situation.
These two people are probably friends or relatives. The Marquis brought young Master Sion to the castle, holding the Countess's safety hostage, making it impossible for young Master Sion to resist or escape. While young Master Sion was still in the castle, he couldn't do anything to the Countess. Isn't that very surprising? I had only heard 2 sentences, but I had already deduced this much. So as not to forget the favor, as soon as I got closer to the truth, I immediately came to find the young lady. Layla was stunned. She clenched her hands. So that's what happened. He didn't dodge the arrows in the forest, the reason why he didn't run even when there were thousands of opportunities, and also the reason why the Countess looked at me like that? All of it? Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted.
Elvin said the reason I fainted was due to excessive stress. In other words, it meant I didn't have any particularly serious health issues, which was fortunate. Marie immediately wiped away her tears. Milady, are you all right? If there's any problem, it's only because my mind has become too muddled by Wilhelm's story, but I don't even have time to dwell on those thoughts, Layla replied to the maid. It's fine. Elvin already said there's nothing wrong. 4 days later, my 15th birthday celebration took place. In the grand ballroom, nobles chatted merrily, enjoying the brilliant lights. Everyone gathered around to praise her. Lady Hildegard, happy birthday. Compliments continuously flowed. Milady is truly beautiful today. Indeed, the Marquis must be very proud. Do you think one day there will be a line of handsome men waiting to propose to you? Layla covered her mouth with her hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thank you, everyone, for your wishes. Well then, now, she continued shyly, I wish everyone a good day and a safe journey home. Finally, she had escaped. Before returning, she had been very active in diplomatic circles, but she still couldn't adapt, neither then nor now. She considered herself quite beautiful, but it was precisely because she was too beautiful that it became a problem. She had to be more beautiful than anyone else, for that was the command issued by the devil himself. She truly didn't know what his intentions were. All good and expensive things successively surrounded her, but without a clear purpose, it made her feel very uneasy. Layla felt anxious. Just then, a man's voice spoke up. Happy birthday, milady. She unexpectedly called out his name. Sir Taylor. He cheerfully replied, What's the main character doing hiding in a corner like this? He was surprised by her beautiful appearance. Like this, you look like a completely different person. Layla immediately teased. You're complimenting me, aren't you? Of course.
He asked why she was alone like this. She replied disappointedly, There's nothing interesting about it. This isn't the party I requested.
I heard the Marquise's birthday party is only held if the person involved requests it. That's how it's supposed to be, but today's party is such a mess, Father just decided to organize it himself. Layla gently placed her hand and walked slowly with Taylor. He felt that for some reason, her expression hadn't been very pleasant since they arrived. I even thought you had a stomachache. She could only look at him helplessly, thinking to herself, that's right, I feel like, because I'm with this demon. She turned to look at him, resting her chin on her hand, and asked, Say, Sir Taylor, is there a way to get Scion to come here? Taylor scratched his neck, looking puzzled. Scion, you say? Layla said sadly, I want to go out, but it seems I can't. He snapped his fingers as if he had figured something out. Ah, I understand. You mean you're bored because Scion isn't here, right? Layla admitted, something like that.
She turned to Taylor and asked, is it okay if I bring him here in a servant's outfit? Would that outfit hide Scion's appearance? He offered his opinion. We could give him a wig and a mask. Then he pointed to another servant in the palace as an example. It should be fine. In that case, my lady, please wait for me a moment. He immediately ran off. Another servant approached her and said, this is non-alcoholic champagne. But at this moment, she was simply happily thinking about Scion possibly coming here. Layla took a sip of the drink and wondered what he would say the moment he saw her. It would be better if Scion dressed a bit like her.
She thought of his appearance, increasingly handsome, coupled with a dashing demeanor that made everyone turn their heads. She didn't think he was the slave everyone looked down upon. If their eyes were to accidentally meet, she would surely be captivated. Suddenly, Layla felt angry. Why was her mood so bad? She put her wine glass down on the table, admitting that, after all, no one could ignore Scion's appearance. A voice called out, Layla. She turned her head to look, and it was the Marquis calling her. Did you call me, Father? He replied coldly. Go greet him. This is Count Gideon Reisig. He has personally come here to congratulate you on your birthday. Gideon lightly kissed her arm, making her feel surprised and embarrassed. He smiled, looking up at her. Could it be, my lady, that you had forgotten me? Just enjoy yourself for a while and come back later. Yes, Father. At this moment, the two went out to the balcony to talk privately. He asked again, Lady Layla, do you not remember me? She was flustered and didn't know how to answer. The atmosphere fell silent. Gideon looked at her, while Layla only knew how to avoid his gaze. He said, I have only been waiting for the day to return. Finally, I have come back to my homeland. She forced a smile. Congratulations, my lord. She quietly asked, Are you still in the kingdom now? Although she asked, in her heart she hoped he would say no. Please don't go.
He suddenly broke into a gentle smile he had never shown before. That's right. Then it's probably time for us to set a date for the engagement, isn't it? Layla opened her eyes wide in astonishment, looking towards the man standing beside her. What? The engagement? She asked in surprise. Don't you remember? I already proposed to Lady Layla. She replied to him, As far as I recall, I haven't given you an answer yet. He turned to look at her. A gentle, calm voice emerged from his lips. Now you can give me your answer. When would you like the wedding to be held? Layla, exasperated, waved her hand in denial. I have never considered marrying you. The moment her words finished, the atmosphere fell into a pensive silence. He looked at her silently. Layla immediately felt a headache, rubbed her forehead, and cleared her throat. To be precise, I don't want to get married or engaged at all. Not with anyone, she emphasized. Especially not with those who find the slaughter of slaves merely disgusting.
He smirked. But you still have to get married anyway, to someone. Layla turned to look at Gideon. Why do you think so? Gideon's words rang out. In his imagination, Layla was trapped in an iron cage. He said, Because Marquis Hildegard won't let that happen. Isn't he the type to sell valuable things rather than keep them? He was sure this was something that would lose its value over time. The image of tears rolling down Layla's cheeks appeared in his mind. He continued, He will surely sell them when the price is highest. He replied seriously, I am the one who can buy Lady Layla at the highest price, and then I will treat you better than anyone else. Gideon asked again, How do you feel? Layla looked at him blankly. What do you mean, how do I feel? It's still the worst possible outcome. She looked at him, and he looked back at her with a deep, inescapable gaze. Layla thought to herself, He doesn't seem like a very articulate person. I'll have to make an effort.
Her long, slender hand pressed firmly on the railing. She softly called, Count. He replied, You can call me Gideon. She flatly refused. No, Count. Then she spoke in a soft voice. First, please allow me to apologize. What I just said were actually all lies. Gideon looked at her in surprise, only managing to utter a single word expressing his confusion. What? She confidently spoke. As you said, I am quite an expensive item, but can't we decide where we start? He continued to stare at her without saying a word. More accurately, her face showed a wronged expression, her eyes glistening as if about to burst into tears.
You are precisely the place I least want to be sold to. Neither your face, your voice, nor even your name is to my taste. I am truly sorry, but do you understand how I feel? Even among your own pursuers, there must be some whose faces you can't stand to look at. No matter how good the conditions are, how can you live with someone you don't even want to see? So please understand me." Then she immediately bowed deeply before him, shouting, "Count!" Layla's mouth hung open as she thought, "Does he feel bad? Is he sad? I need to get out of here quickly, go see that devil, and tell him this never happened." Gideon raised a hand to rub his chin and mumbled in response, "I see."
He immediately leaned in close to her and asked, "So what kind of face, voice, and name does Lady Layla prefer?" Layla was stunned. She hadn't expected him to ask about that. She softly replied, "What? What kind of person would suit Lady Layla's taste? Why are you so curious about that?" He smiled. "I'm checking if there's anyone among the people I know." Layla looked up at him. "If there is, what do you plan to do?" Gideon leaned close to her ear and replied coldly, "I don't know. Perhaps kill that person." He said casually, "Just find and kill that person and that'll be fine, won't it? Because in the end, only those who don't suit Lady Layla's preferences will remain." Her eyes became panicked as she looked at the man before her. She slumped down helplessly. "All right."
He offered his hand to help her up. "I was just joking a little," he said, but Miss Layla seemed surprised. Layla just watched and said nothing. She stood up by herself. He prompted, "Shouldn't you take my hand to stand up?" She brushed herself off and replied, "I'm fine." He then voiced his thoughts. "Miss Layla, could it be that you already have a sweetheart? Is that why you're making things difficult for me?" She immediately denied, "No, absolutely not. It's just that I can stand up by myself." His hand gently brushed her cheek, and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. Gideon asked coldly, "I'm curious to know who has caught Miss Layla's eye." He emphasized, "I'm simply curious, that's all." She raised her hand to push away his hand that was about to touch her face, and replied in a panicked voice, "I truly wish I could satisfy your genuine curiosity, sir, but there really isn't anyone." He then said cheerfully, "Is that so? What a pity." Layla took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her face, glancing at him helplessly. Finally, he let her go. She didn't look very well. Gideon gently reminded her, "Miss Layla, you should rest today. We don't need to decide on the engagement date immediately." She bowed slightly. "Thank you for your concern, sir. I will go rest for a bit. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed yourself and will return." Gideon announced, "I will stay here for a week. See you again."
Her face turned pale, her brows furrowed tightly, and her lips pressed together as if trying to hold back. She urged herself, "Quick, quick, quick," and rushed down the stairs. She had to leave the ballroom before encountering him again. Layla turned her head to look back, telling herself that the devil had achieved his goal and wouldn't chase her anymore. She thought, "Today is supposed to be my birthday party, so why is everything so difficult?" In her haste to escape the party, Layla wasn't paying attention and unexpectedly crashed into a man's broad chest. The close proximity of his breath and the firmness of his chest made her freeze. Why is his chest as hard as a rock? He's not even a knight, just a servant. She then stammered out a, "Thank you." When she looked up at the man in front of her, she unexpectedly exclaimed, "Oh!" Layla was surprised to see that the person in front of her was Sion. His deep yet warm voice resonated, each word seeming to touch her heart. "Happy birthday, Layla." Then she immediately asked, "Did Mr. Taylor call you here? Did he give you the clothes and wig?" Sion softly replied with a faint sound. "So where is he?" He lazily replied, "I don't know." Sion leaned slightly towards Layla, his gaze pensive, as if he wanted to say something. Layla, meanwhile, lifted her head, her eyes wide with confusion, as if she didn't understand what had just happened. She stared at him blankly, her blue eyes shining with curiosity. A question arose in her mind. Why suddenly? Her heart beat faster, but her mind hadn't yet caught up.
Both of them unexpectedly found themselves facing each other at a very close distance. Layla's eyes widened in surprise, her lips slightly parted as if to utter something, while he maintained his composure, his gaze never leaving her. Layla's long pink hair fluttered, and her magnificent evening gown seemed to glow. Her beauty at this moment illuminated the entire scene, both regal and delicate, making it difficult for anyone to look away. Layla's face flushed, her eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of shyness. A smile bloomed on her lips, carrying both anticipation and nervousness, as she softly asked, "How do I look?" Sheehan froze, a blush involuntarily creeping onto his cheeks, his eyes unable to tear away from Layla. "Absolutely beautiful."
She excitedly asked again, "What? I didn't hear clearly." The two immediately held hands. "Let's go outside. I'll tell you again." At this moment, Gideon was standing on the balcony. "Just enjoy your fun for a bit and come back later." He rested his chin on his hand. "Your inconvenient line is really cute, Lila Hildegard." He chuckled to himself. "There should be a limit to lying. This face and voice are not my type.
Before I leave this mansion, she'll probably repeat that line many more times. She's truly stubborn. Gideon immediately crossed his arms and thought, I wonder what Father's reaction will be. But this situation also has a cute side, doesn't it? As he was happily thinking, he suddenly whitened his eyes, unable to believe what was before him. Lila and another man were walking together, and she was laughing and talking very happily with him. He immediately ruffled his hair in anger. This certainly isn't cute at all, is it? Throughout my time studying abroad, it's not that I missed Lila a lot. Rather, I almost forgot about Lila while I was overseas. But the moment I disembarked the ship and set foot in my homeland, among everyone, the first person I thought of was Lila Hildegard. How has Lila Hildegard changed since we last met? How will she react when we meet again?
I immediately sent a letter to Marquis Hildegard to request permission to visit his mansion. The reply arrived soon after, stating the date of Lila's birthday party. I had to confirm it again so that I could finally reunite with Lila when she came of age. I am still deeply infatuated with Lila. Gideon immediately felt confused. But why did you reject me and go with that servant? This seems like something a noble lady who knows nothing of the world would think of, doesn't it? He coldly thought, this will be effective in making me come to my senses. Gideon felt angry, but when he witnessed that scene with his own eyes, things wouldn't be so easy. Lila Hildegard. Under the bright moonlight, the atmosphere became romantic. The moon tonight is truly beautiful. And especially when she looked up at him, Sion also looked very beautiful under the moonlight. Lila couldn't take her eyes off him. She found him breathtakingly beautiful. Now that I think about it, some people say everything is wonderful after becoming a hero, right? Wonderful. I guess that's not the wrong word. Sion softly said, let's go. Lila immediately asked back in surprise. He replied, I think it's time for us to go inside. Lila shyly replied, oh, that's right, isn't it? Even though she was reluctant to leave. She suddenly exclaimed, it's already dark and I haven't done anything yet, which made Sion freeze. What a pity. As the two were walking in, Sion suddenly stopped. She called his name. Why suddenly? A voice spoke from somewhere, not Sion's, making Lila's eyes widen. This voice, could it be? Immediately, Gideon appeared before the two, smiling faintly. Lila wondered, what should I call him? That slave? She immediately felt a sudden apprehension.
He laughed louder and said, not a servant, but a slave. Layla, surprised, asked Gideon how he knew if he had gone to find that old madman after seeing her with Sion. A voice rang out, Lady Layla. Light, slow footsteps approached. Sion had stepped forward to shield Layla. Gideon still wore that wicked and evil smile on his face. As for Sion, the man standing before him, he maintained a stern expression, looking at him without speaking, which made the atmosphere awkward. Suddenly, Gideon rested his chin on his hand and said, I will give her 1 week. After that, come find me and show remorse for your sins. If you don't come, or if you come and say things I don't want to hear, something very interesting will happen. That will be very good for me, but for Lady Layla, I don't know. What do you say? Layla clutched her skirt, silently cursing in her mind. Madman, not normal at all. Sion raised his hand to shield Layla, as if afraid Gideon would do something. He said, please go inside, lady. It's very late. Layla softly replied, it's all right, Sion.
Gideon calmly nodded and said, just think of it that way. I didn't come here to talk to Miss Layla. She pondered, her eyes distant. If not, then who did he come here to talk to? Did he just come here to tell her that? Layla and Sion turned and went inside. Gideon scoffed. Then I hope you two return safely. He reminded again, Miss Layla, just 1 week. I will wait for you. She paused, thinking about something, but had no intention of replying to him. Layla softly said, let's go, Sion. So I must go now. Layla, good night. She immediately sat up, grabbing his hand. Don't make me try in vain, just sit down first. How many times have you sat on my bed? A drop of sweat rolled down Sion's face. He awkwardly replied, I know. Layla intended to rest her head on Sion's lap, but he dodged, disappointing her. She thought to herself, lately he's been like this sometimes. Even when I'm already in bed, he still doesn't want to come closer.
Just then, Sion hesitantly asked, who was that just now? She replied, just a nobleman. Don't bother yourself with him. He said he'd only stay for a while and would leave soon. Layla suddenly exclaimed, by the way, aren't we quite close yet? To be honest, I don't think this is very fortunate. Sion coldly replied, it seems so. She asked again, right? Thinking about Hildegard's smile just now. You see, that smile in particular didn't look good at all. A smile appeared on her face. Her cheeks flushed red. It seems I'm not the only one who thinks so. Of course. Looking at Sion's angular, masculine face, his brown hair falling loosely, she was captivated by this man's beauty. Was he comfortable? She felt Sion was very happy right now. Their eyes met, and she thought to herself, So we're friends now, right? Would Sion be offended if I considered him a friend?
Layla slammed her hand onto the bed. Hey, Sion, you only give one-word answers, making the conversation awkward. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. He looked puzzled, while she was at a loss for words. I think I should wash my face and go to bed. I feel a bit uncomfortable after being in the vegetable garden for too long. Sion still said nothing. Immediately he sprang out of bed. I already told you before, I'll call Marie when I go out.
She happily waved goodbye to him. Thank you, Sion. Afterwards, she sadly watched the door after he had left. Layla thought about the question she had just been about to ask Sion. She wondered if he considered her a friend, and was glad she hadn't asked. She thought of two scenarios. She would feel sad even if Sion said they were friends, or even if he avoided answering or acknowledging, "Are we friends?" After all, if they were just friends, she would feel terrible. You only see me as a friend? She grumbled, voicing her thoughts. I know it's stupid, but that's certainly the case. A maid's voice spoke up. Milady, it's Marie. I'll prepare your bathwater right away. Layla happily replied, Thank you. I need to quickly bathe and clear my head. There are actually many other things to worry about. She soaked in the tub, refreshed by the pleasant hot water. What am I going to do about that madman? She angrily yelled. Who is he to make such a decision in just 1 week? Count or not? What right does he have? What about the Emperor? Do you think you can do anything you want with me? She said defiantly. He won't do anything to Sion, will he? She said wearily. No, don't think bad thoughts anymore. How strong is Sion? If he fought that bastard 10 times, would he win all 10 times? Layla huddled in the bath. I guess he'll try to take advantage of me when I'm worried like this, so I just need to make sure I don't get carried away. Then nothing will happen. That's right, she comforted herself.
During the time Gideon decided to stay at the mansion, Layla decided to act as if he wasn't there at all. She pretended not to see him even when he was right in front of her eyes, and pretended not to hear when he spoke. Even when Gideon actively greeted her, Layla walked past without even a glance, as if he were invisible. Each time, Layla earnestly wished that the noble aristocrat's pride would be hurt enough for him to revoke his promise to buy her at the highest price compared to anyone else. Finally, a week had passed. Layla thought to herself, nothing happened all week, did it? Thank goodness, I guess he only said that in a fit of anger. Although Layla knew it was a bit unreasonable, she was still worried because Gideon was a madman. Layla thought, so this is what it feels like to stand on the edge of an abyss. She thought, then from today I can finally sleep soundly. All week, Layla had been on the verge of exhaustion from lack of sleep. Then she took slow steps towards her bed. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Layla turned her head and softly said, Come in. She thought, it must be Marie. What could be happening at this hour? A young maid entered and politely greeted, Hello, Miss Layla. Layla saw the person who had just entered and thought to herself, This isn't Marie. I think I've seen this face somewhere before, but what is she doing in my room?
Lila looked up and softly asked what was wrong. The servant quickly answered Lila's question. I've brought you some tea. Lila looked at the thick, dark tea and couldn't help but ask, Is this type of tea good for restoring one's spirits? This tea will help you sleep better, miss. Hearing this, Lila let out a sigh of relief. Phew, is that so? But why bring tea all of a sudden? I didn't request it. At this moment, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of tension appeared on the servant's face, and she stammered in reply. Marie asked me to. It seems you haven't been sleeping well these past few days. So where is Marie now? Lila asked the servant again. At this moment, the servant's hands were trembling uncontrollably, and the teacup in her hands trembled along with them. She answered Lila in a trembling voice. She said her younger brother suddenly came down with a fever. Lila suddenly remembered that Marie's younger brother often got sick whenever the weather changed. She awkwardly raised a hand to scratch her head. Just leave the tea on the table, Lila turned to instruct the servant.
My lady, the maid softly called Lila, making her stare at the maid in confusion. She hesitated, saying, Marie told me to make sure you drink all of it, my lady. I know, Lila replied to the maid. She thought to herself, Marie worries too much already. She doesn't need to fret over things like this. I should probably talk to Elvin and ask him to look after Marie's younger brother. While lost in thought about the things Marie hadn't mentioned, Lila drained her cup of tea. Is that all right? Lila asked the maid, then handed her the teacup. Thank you, my lady. I'll take my leave now. She was about to turn and leave. Wait a moment, Lila called out to her. The maid's steps halted. She nervously asked, Yes, my lady? Lila then asked, Excuse me, but what is your name? It's Audrey, my lady, the maid replied. Audrey, thank you for bringing me tea today. Lila thanked her sincerely. Audrey's fingers tightened around the rim of the saucer. No, it was nothing, my lady. Please rest. Audrey quickly exited, the sound of the door closing echoing.
Layla yawned softly. It was due to the effects of the hata tea. She was really sleepy. Late in the evening, Gideon pushed open the door and entered her room. He then drew his sword and thrust it forcefully into the bed in front of him. the action decisive and without a hint of mercy. However, he didn't hit anyone. Clearly, you've learned how to use a sword, Gideon muttered softly. Haven't you, Scion? Are you? Gideon looked at Scion with contempt and continued. The Marquis said you're just a loyal dog to Layla Hildegard. The reason you didn't run away even when your leash broke is because you still think of your master, right? You truly are a very loyal dog, aren't you? What can you do for Layla? If that's the case, then obediently die. Gideon's face was filled with madness, gloomy and terrifying. Gideon stepped closer to Scion and continued, If you die here by my hand, I can guarantee Layla Hildegard's security for the rest of her life, but if you eventually cause trouble and run away, I cannot guarantee that under any circumstances. Gideon's eyes widened, his distorted expression utterly terrifying. If she loses the dog that always protects her, and the fiancé willing to spend a lot of money to buy her, what would become of Layla?
The Marquis will try to sell her off before she loses her value. If unlucky, she might be sold to a pervert who enjoys beating his wife. Cassian's eyes widened. Gideon's terrifying voice continued. Perhaps you don't know, but in reality, there are more despicable people than you think. If you were to hear such news, it would be very painful. But if I get to witness your face gradually rotting away, I swear I will protect Layla. Saying this, Gideon pointed his sword at Cassian. Well then, are you willing to trade your worthless life for your master's safety? After hearing all of Gideon's words, Cassian softly said, It's not difficult at all. His expression was calm, without a hint of hesitation or reluctance. So you're not mute after all. Very well, let's proceed then, Gideon spoke. Gideon, you may see my heart stop beating, but you won't be able to see my face rot away. Will that be acceptable to you? Cassian's deep voice resonated, carrying a hint of coldness and menace towards his opponent. What nonsense is this insolent fellow babbling about? Gideon's voice, tinged with anger, rang out. Swear it once more. If I die here by your hand, you shall never allow Layla Hildegard to be harmed for the rest of your life, Cassian continued, before Gideon's stunned expression. You have promised. Now state my name and my family. You bastard, Gideon roared in anger. Keep your word, for if you don't, Cassian plunged the sword deep into his own chest, before Gideon's horrified expression. As long as I still live in this world, I will kill you.
When I saw Layla strolling with her servant, I thought many of them were just kindling to provoke the Marquis and turn him to ashes. But the man who was supposed to be a servant was actually a slave, after I discovered he had been close to her for quite some time. A strange suspicion arose in me when I saw Layla, who was sitting beside him. Thoughts I had never imagined gradually appeared in my mind. She wasn't doing this just to defy the Marquis. She truly had feelings for the slave. At this moment, Gideon slammed his hand against the wall, gritting his teeth and growling. Damn it, this is insane. Layla has actually fallen for a filthy, lowly slave, an insolent wretch who doesn't know his place, yet dares to act like a hero. Even after seeing that outcome, you still glared with hatred. Wanting only to force her back to how she was before, he turned, looked at Taylor, and asked coldly, How was the task I assigned? He bowed and replied softly, As of now, nothing unusual has happened. The maid assigned to the task plans to leave the mansion as soon as the sun rises. Of course, I had instructed that it must be handled cleanly so that no problems arise.
What about Layla? She's already asleep. She's expected to wake up tomorrow evening. Tomorrow night. He immediately ordered the knights to quickly go in and clean up. When she wakes up, report back to him. Gideon ran a hand through his hair, a twisted smile flickering across his face. A thought arose in his mind. Truly something to look forward to. When she receives her gift, her ears. Is it still night? Why do I have no strength at all? The maid immediately helped Layla sit up. Miss, are you awake? Can you sit up a little? I'll get you some water to soothe your dry throat. The maid entered, bowed her head, and softly said, Here you are, miss. She gently placed the tray on the table, her hands trembling as she handed the glass of water to her mistress. This is warm water. Even so, please drink slowly, miss. Layla reached out to take it, her lips curving into a slight smile. Thank you, Marie. My voice is better now. But how long have I been asleep? It feels like a very long time. Marie bowed her head and replied softly, You have been asleep for 2 days, miss. 2 days? Layla was momentarily stunned. Elvin said it seems you took sleeping pills. Sleeping pills? Could it be the chains? She mused, her eyes darkening as she fell into thought. Marie, do you know a maid named Audrey? She has brown, shoulder-length hair and slightly tanned skin. Marie added, It seems you're talking about Layla. What's wrong? Layla immediately asked back. There is a maid who looks like that, but her name isn't Audrey. It's Layla. She also quit her job yesterday. My lady, are you all right? Gideon, what is it? Quickly, call Count Gideon to me. If he's looking for me, I'll go there immediately. She sat pensively on the chair. Just then, the maid called her, and Gideon's voice rang out, May I come in? Accompanied by soft footsteps.
You'll easily catch a cold like that. I heard you've been sleeping heavily all day and your body looks very weak. I'm a bit surprised that your health is worse than I thought. I wonder, was your health always this frail? The two sat facing each other. She immediately spoke. Count Reisig. He replied, It seems you've lost weight in the past few days. Are you eating properly? Her eyes were sharp, calling his name once more, while Gideon merely watched her in silence. Go on. Lady Layla, what have you done? What are you talking about? Reisig. She glared at him. What have you done to him? Gideon replied slowly. I've let him go. What did you say? She exclaimed in surprise. I told him he's no longer a slave, to go wherever he wishes. So he was very happy as soon as he was released, wasn't he? Layla, annoyed, said, Does your lordship think I'm an idiot? Or do you want to marry an idiot who can't think for herself?
He sneered. That's right. I'm very fond of thoughtless dolls, but I didn't force Miss Layla to do it, did I? What I just said was only partially true. Layla, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? He replied casually, It means the slave is truly gone. To prove this is entirely true, I must add one more thing. He's gone, no longer breathing. Layla was stunned. She thought to herself, Scion, for my sake. The voice continued, Originally, I wasn't going to ask you this, but what the hell was that slave? Drops of sweat rolled down Layla's cheeks. Clearly he had drowned, but his body had vanished without a trace. She mumbled, If there were no bloodstains, I'd think I was dreaming. He casually said that because of this, one of his plans had failed. What a pity. I had intended to give Miss Layla a gift. Layla sat motionless on the chair, speechless at his words. She thought to herself, So, I've been worrying for nothing.
Layla clutched her hands tightly to her dress, asking, Did you personally kill him? I intended to stab him through the heart with my own sword. He then yelled, Do you know if there's anyone else? Who else? Is there anyone else whose heart I must pierce with my blade? She smiled faintly. Yes, there is. He froze. Layla shouted, My father, take his ears and feet as a gift for me. Then I will smile contentedly as I walk down the aisle with the Count. Gideon crossed his arms and thought, You don't necessarily have to smile, doll. Then please leave. My work here is done. What a pity then. Miss Layla's the first person I've called to my bedroom. He suddenly remembered. Tomorrow, let's have lunch together. Gideon smiled. Then I wish you a good evening. Saying this, he slammed the door shut and walked out. I can't bear it any longer. Layla began to sway. She tiredly collapsed to the ground. I'm exhausted. Layla struggled to compose herself. I still feel a bit dizzy, as if I'm about to collapse, but I have to try and endure it.
Marie rushed in, panicked. Milady! In her anxiety, she quickly ran to assist Layla to bed. I apologize, milady. I should have stayed by your side. Suddenly, Layla grabbed Marie's hand. Wait, the red mark on Marie's wrist. When did that appear? What is this? Layla gradually grew angry upon seeing it. Who caused this? The servants, the soldiers, or the knights? Marie stammered, trying to hide the truth. No, it's nothing. It's nothing serious, so please don't worry too much. Layla tried to regain her composure. Don't pretend anymore. It's nothing? All right, what's the point if we don't know who did it? When it's morning, go to Elvin immediately, and on my behalf, ask him for the best medicine. But Marie continued to refuse. It's truly nothing to worry about. I'm more worried about you, milady. She urgently asked Layla, Are you all right, milady? Layla shook her head in response. I'm fine. How could anything happen to me? Marie couldn't hold back her tears. I never thought the Count would be such a person. I thought he was a good man and would be the one to make you happy, milady. Why?
Seeing her close maid in such a state, Layla couldn't help but feel heartbroken. I'm sorry for dragging Marie into this. Marie quickly dismissed it. My lady, what are you saying? Please don't apologize like that. She looked sincerely into Layla's eyes. My lady hasn't done anything wrong, I'm sure of it. Her fingers, tightly gripping the bedsheets, began to tremble uncontrollably. Our lady is such a kind person. So why? Layla clenched her fists, asserting forcefully. No, Marie, it's all my fault for letting Scion slip and causing your wrist to bend up like this. This is the consequence of me fighting for my life. She then sank into a pit of despair. But is trying to survive a sin? Is it truly unfortunate to be born the daughter of a demon, and because I myself caught the eye of a madman, must I bear this pain? Marie hugged her, comforting her. It'll be all right. Quiet sobs filled the room. Our poor lady. The next morning, in Marquis Hildegar's chambers, he asked, puzzled, You've come to my chamber so early in the morning. What is it? Layla stood before him and asked, Why did you do that, father? Hildegard didn't even look at her as he replied, What? Layla calmly clarified, Why did you help Gideon Reisig? He continued to ignore her, reading the paper in his hand. Where do you intend to discard that title of Count? Layla replied fearlessly, I've thought long and hard about that.
Layla stated firmly. Even if it were Gideon Reesick, he cannot act arbitrarily within the Marquise's domain.
Hildegard could no longer ignore it, especially as he was the master of this place. He placed the paper on the table and said, "You already knew that, yet you still came here to ask? I am the master of the Marquise Manor. Everything here belongs to me. That fellow was only lent to you." Layla bowed her head and asked, "So you've taken him back then?" Hildegard replied, "That's right." She immediately switched to another question. "Then, if I may change my question, why did you suddenly want to take him back?" He glanced at his daughter. "Does one need a reason to reclaim what is rightfully theirs?" Layla looked at that face and thought to herself, "How strange. Why do I feel no fear at all when this old madman stares at me like this? Did his face always have so many wrinkles? Since when did his eyes become so cloudy?"
She tried to see through Hildegard. Had he changed, or was it? As if realizing it, Layla couldn't help but cover her mouth and sneer. So that's what it was. Seeing this, he flinched and began to grow angry. "You? Did you just mock me? Layla, what are you doing?" It turned out he was just a mortal, trapped in fragments of childhood memories, unable to do anything. An ordinary person who knew fear with his own personal fears. So out of fear, he aided Kiss. He was afraid that unleashed dog would bite his throat. Layla didn't argue further, turning her back and walking away as if he were an idiot. Now, only at this moment, as Sion faced an illusory death, did she realize. She gripped the doorknob tightly, resolutely opening it. No, she should consider this good fortune, because right now she could cast aside the things obstructing her view. Marie anxiously ran over to ask, "Milady, are you all right? You weren't scolded or reprimanded, were you?" Layla looked at her gently, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Marie, because he cannot lay a hand on me until he can completely get rid of me."
Furthermore, Marie, I have a favor to ask you. Marie wasn't sure what it was, but quickly nodded in agreement. She replied, "Yes, please tell me what it is." Layla explained as she walked, "Actually, Gideon Reisick invited me to lunch today." Marie quickly understood without needing to hear the next sentence. She exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'll go tell him. Your ladyship's body hasn't fully recovered yet, so eating will be very difficult." But Marie had misunderstood Layla's intention. Layla said, "No, that's not what I wanted to ask of you." Marie asked again, "What is it then?" It seemed Layla wanted to go to that lunch. She continued, "Please call the maids skilled in makeup here so I can be ready before lunchtime." Marie, following behind, couldn't help but wonder, "Makeup? What for? Your ladyship, don't tell me." Layla must have known what Marie was about to ask. She confirmed, "That's right, Marie. When I meet Gideon Reisick, I must look truly beautiful so that he can't fall in love with anyone else." Marie cautiously called out, "Your ladyship." Layla, unafraid, comforted her. "Don't worry too much. I'm not doing this because I've given up on myself or because I have some evil scheme."
Marie still seemed doubtful. "Really?" Layla replied. "Yes, so I'll leave it to you, Marie. Go prepare right away." Upon hearing this, she immediately got to work. "Understood, my lady." Layla pondered with a serious expression. "Sion, I'm sorry for knowing everything so late, but from now on, things will be different. I won't sit idly by and wait for you anymore." The scene shifts to the lunch venue. Gideon was waiting for Layla. He gradually lost his patience. "Is she not coming? I wonder if I should forgive Li Jiangan for her cuteness or teach her a lesson." Suddenly, the servant spoke up. "Count, Lady Layla has arrived." He immediately waved his hand, giving an order. "Good. Prepare the food right away." The servant immediately dared not delay. "Yes, understood." Gideon was a little surprised by Layla's arrival. "I thought you wouldn't come." Lady Layla gently sat down, politely saying, "I was still preparing, so I'm a little late." He paid no mind to Layla's words. "It's all right. You look even more beautiful when you have time to prepare. I've also prepared everything. Since this is our first meal together, I thought it would be great to have it in a special place." Layla stammered in response. "Yes, that's right." Gideon continued to find things to talk about with her. "Do you like lamb? I asked them to make this dish with lamb because I didn't know what you like to eat." Layla didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Count, I have something to say." He seemed to have anticipated this. "Go ahead." Layla tried to articulate each word clearly. "Please." Then she gathered all her courage, looked Gideon straight in the eye, and proposed, "Marry me." He hadn't expected Layla to say that. "Oh dear, were you very tired last night?"
As Gideon ordered the servant to pour wine, he said, "You don't get drunk even on red wine, do you?" Layla replied without hesitation, "I want to get married within a year." Upon hearing this, he flatly refused. "That's impossible, Miss Layla." She couldn't help but wonder, "Why is that?" Gideon took a sip of the wine in his hand and replied,
Everything has its own order. Layla still didn't give up. She proactively offered a solution. Then, if we just follow the proper order, we can still get married within a year. We can get engaged after 3 months and then get married 3 months after that.
Gideon still didn't accept that arrangement. Layla had proposed they marry within a year, but it had actually been shortened to half a year, which was unacceptable. She asked curiously, "Could you explain the reason?" With a thoughtful gaze, he slowly swirled the wine glass he was holding. Gideon explained, "The marriage can only proceed after I inherit the title of Count. This is a vow to my father that I cannot break." Layla didn't hesitate to continue asking, "Can't you speed up the timeline and take over the position immediately?" Gideon heavily placed the wine glass down on the table. His suspicious gaze rested on her. "Did something really happen last night?" Layla hesitated slightly. "I've regretted it." Gideon seemed not to understand her meaning yet. "Regret?" Layla's face suddenly flushed. I nearly missed out on a perfect marriage prospect." Gideon listened to her, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Layla continued, "All night I've deeply regretted my previous actions. What you said was absolutely right. My father will sell me off anywhere before my own value diminishes." Layla's eyes gradually grew sad, her words filled with unspoken feelings. "Then I imagined myself being sold to a rich old man, and suddenly I felt very scared." She tucked her hair back, feigning weakness. "I don't want to miss out on you, Count, so I will say it one more time. Marry me." Gideon gently rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Afterwards, he still didn't agree with her. "I am very pleased to see such a positive attitude from you, but the time for my succession cannot be moved up any earlier." Gideon gazed intently at the swirling red wine in his glass. "My father won't relinquish his title for at least 3 more years. He offered Layla a bright smile. I can't exactly make him give it up, can I? What a shame." As their conversation concluded, a servant from behind them offered, "We shall prepare lunch for you both." Gideon promptly agreed. Very well. A diverse array of luxurious dishes was laid out. He courteously invited Layla to join him for the meal. "Please, Lady Layla." She promptly responded, "Yes." Gideon slowly cut his steak, but did not forget to reaffirm, "Our engagement ceremony will be held in 2 months." Layla did not continue to argue. Very well. Gideon proactively asked about engagement gifts. "Do you want to receive any engagement gifts?" Layla frankly replied, "I'm completely not interested in those things. Regarding that, no. Instead, I hope you will organize a truly magnificent ceremony. When the engagement ceremony concludes, please inform everyone that you and I are engaged." Gideon was amused by Layla's attitude. "Lady Layla, in just one day, you've become truly adorable." She raised her wine glass, her voice filled with teasing. "So you don't like that?" Gideon also happily replied, "How could I not? I will make Lady Layla here the person with the most magnificent engagement ceremony ever." In the evening, when the moonlight illuminated everywhere, Layla stood with her arms crossed, gazing thoughtfully out the window. She still felt nauseous, even though she had thrown up all her lunch. She thought that at this current moment she just had to endure this, unable to comfortably dine with Gideon. Suddenly, the door burst open along with a panicked voice. "Lady!" Taylor rushed in, his face urgent. Seemingly realizing his impropriety, he gradually calmed down. "I apologize for intruding so abruptly at this hour, my lady, but I just heard something quite strange. The things I heard, they're all lies, aren't they?" Layla now understood the problem. "What have you heard?" Taylor tried to keep himself calm. "Sion has died, murdered." His face gradually darkened as he gripped Lila's shoulder tightly. "This can't be happening. I know how strong Sion is. While I was away, everyone was just playing a trick on me, right?" She suddenly realized the hidden conspiracy behind it. "I see. They gave me sleeping pills, then sent Taylor away so no one could protect Sion." Unable to stop herself, Layla covered her mouth and let out a cold laugh. Then she burst into strange, loud laughter. Taylor called out in fear, "Lady Layla." A distant, unapproachable look flashed in Layla's eyes. "I'm not lying. Everything you said is true." Taylor froze, unable to comprehend. "What? Who? Who was it?" Layla didn't hide it, pointing directly at the culprits. Gideon, Zasek, and the Marquis. They were the ones who murdered Sion. After hearing this, he turned on his heel and walked away. She turned, grabbing his arm. "Where are you going?"
Taylor said coldly and firmly, "Revenge. I will make those people pay for what they did to Sion. So please, let go of me, my lady." Layla firmly disagreed, continuing to stop him. "No, I cannot bear to see the only knight close to me die unjustly." Taylor wondered, "Die unjustly?" She seriously reminded him, "Are you planning to defeat my father and the Baroness by yourself? You clearly know that's very reckless, so save yourself." Taylor had reached his limit, his eyes welling up. He shouted, "I don't want to." Losing all patience, Layla grabbed him by the collar. "Listen carefully, Sir Taylor. Sion will be back soon." Taylor froze. "What did you say?" Layla affirmed to him, "He's alive, so he will return." Finally, Taylor calmed down.
I understand. You can let go of me now. But she still hesitated slightly. You don't believe my words, do you? You said you only heard that Sion was killed, right? Haven't you heard about this? That Sion's body has disappeared? He stared in astonishment. What does that mean? Layla said nothing more, only emphasized one thing. Trust me, Taylor. Sion is dead, but he will come back to life, that's for sure. So hold on to your life until Sion returns. Within 5 years, or more precisely in 3 years' time, you will be able to hear news of Sion being alive. Taylor, still skeptical, asked again, how do you know that? Because I have been in such a situation, because I myself have experienced it.
I know the future. I have turned back time many times. It doesn't matter whether you believe this or not. Instead, believe in what you cannot suppress, the silent tears falling, that Sion will simply return. Darkness seemed to envelop Taylor's mood. I believe Sion will return, but can I wait until that day? He gritted his teeth in indignation. If we let those who killed Sion remain by our side without acting, I'll surely go mad before 3 years pass.
Layla offered him a solution. Go to the palace and become a knight there. Taylor still didn't understand her purpose. Is she telling me to leave the Marquis's estate, to a place with no reinforcements? Layla clenched her fist against her chest. I will create an opportunity for you to go north. I also felt like I was going crazy from waiting. The letter Taylor had written and sent was being carefully read by Layla, line by line. To Lady Layla, what an energetic morning. It's gotten cold lately. Are you still well? I have befriended Knight Ryden, and it's wonderful to have a companion to train with. I am still trying my best to improve my skills. On gloomy days, I can become sluggish, and training is very difficult. Another knight named Nissen mocked me for it, and I promised myself that I wouldn't let it happen again. I'll keep it brief. By the way, congratulations on your engagement. From Taylor Eco Dream, the knight who once looked after you. After reading, her heart pounded with a mix of urgency and eagerness. Layla closed the letter, her worries gradually easing. But it seems he is still living very well. Did you bring a pen and ink? The servant quickly brought them. Here they are. The pen in her hand gently touched the glossy black inkwell. Layla carefully penned each stroke. What a coincidence. I received your letter just as I was thinking of you. I am very pleased and happy to hear such good news. It truly is a lazy afternoon, isn't it? But you are still training diligently, aren't you? I hope that all the effort you put in will transform into skill. Anyway, thank you for the letter and for your blessings on my engagement. From Layla.
After finishing writing, Layla handed the letter to her maid, not forgetting to instruct, please seal this letter and have it sent for me. However, even if sealed, the letter would still be opened and read before being dispatched. The maid immediately took it and replied, I understand, my lady. After that, the maid left. Without hesitation, she quickly burned the letter Sion had sent. As the flames spread, the 4 words, I am still waiting, slowly became visible, showing that the wait was well worth it. She thought to herself, Mr. Teller, you're still well, aren't you? The scene shifts to the Marquis's office, where Layla's voice spoke up. Last night, in my dream, I saw the future. He completely dismissed what she said. They say we can't dream of the future. Layla didn't bother to explain further, only saying, I think this is just a temporary phenomenon. Meanwhile, Hildegard asked, so what did you see? Layla didn't hide anything, stating frankly, a future where those who invest in Karen will reap enormous profits. Not fully understanding, he asked again, huge profits from Karen? Layla implicitly acknowledged it. Currently, the profits are not yet high. The largest shareholder is Diamar, and Sangi is a very outstanding individual. Father, you should try a Laginan.
Hildegard didn't know what her ultimate purpose was. Why did you tell me that dream? Now your slave is dead too? Layla smiled, as if there were no conspiracy whatsoever. In a few years, I will become Countess Royce and will leave the castle. That is a child's last gift to her father. But surely, how could he believe that reason? Do you take me for your father? Layla placed her hand on her chest as if to attest to her truth. I have always obeyed you, father, and have long accepted Sion's position. I truly like my fiancé. Having said that, she turned and left. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. I've said all I needed to say. Now I'm leaving. He crossed his arms, his voice echoing behind his daughter. You spoke of the engagement. May I think of it that way? Layla smiled, gently pushing the door open. You may think so. As soon as she stepped out of the room, she immediately dropped her sweet facade. Just as she expected, he was both suspicious and yet believed what she said to satisfy his greed, so she would just follow the plan. When she realized that Marquis Hildegard was merely a mortal, Layla remembered what she could do. There was no time to wait for Sion to return, nor was there time to wait for God's punishment to befall the Marquis.
Even if there are gods, there will be no punishment, no matter how much one prays. God will not punish the living. I have decided to take revenge. That is what I can do as a human being. Lila sought out Henri. Henri was a little surprised to see her. Lila Hildegard. After Lila finished explaining, Henri was momentarily stunned. You're truly insane. Are you really going to get engaged to that count? What happened to the brother whose name was like the blue sky? Suddenly, she mentioned a weakness that made him freeze. You want to curry favor with your father, don't you? Let me help you.
There's someone who can help father later on. I only got to know that person through my fiancé. Henri didn't quite understand her meaning. Fiancé? Lila continued to target his weakness directly. Don't you want to know who it is? If you build a relationship with them beforehand, father might think differently of you later. Finally, Henri gave in. What do you want? Lila said flatly. An apology. Not just empty words, but a sincere apology. Apologize to me politely.
At this, he went beet red and roared, "What? Are you insane? Why me? You're truly out of your mind, aren't you?" Layla just stood calmly watching Henri lose his temper in front of her. Not wanting to negotiate further, she resolutely walked away. "Well, I suppose I should be going then. Enjoy yourself, Henri. Have a good afternoon." He hastily grabbed Layla's wrist. "Wait, wait." She turned back impatiently. "What now?" Layla yanked her hand back, a look of disgust in her eyes. "If you're going to do something, do it quickly." Henri sheepishly, not daring to look her in the eye. "I'm sorry." Layla covered her mouth and smirked. "Is it that easy, Henri Hildegard? But I know you were abused by that demon since childhood, and I understand the fear and longing for recognition that arose from it. That's why I chose you." She had no intention of letting him off easily. "Again," she said. He simply obeyed, saying, "I'm sorry." Lila continued, once more. Henry didn't resist either, only saying, "I'm sorry." Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. By then, he had to express all his emotions. "I said, I'm sorry, damn it. How many more times do I have to say it for you to be satisfied?" Lila showed no trace of fear. She coldly corrected Henri. "You need to speak properly, Henri." Perhaps he had lost all control, gripping Lila's shoulder tightly. "You're gradually becoming worse, Lila Hildegard. Did that fiancé of yours teach you that?" She calmly ordered, "Let go of my hand. I have to go." He still refused to let go, urging, "Act quickly, understand?" Lila ran out of patience and threatened, "Should I scream and call for someone?" Henri's face contorted with rage, but he could do nothing. He had no choice but to let go. After that, he continued to apologize. "I'm sorry, Lila. I haven't treated you well all this time."
Henri looked like he was pleading. Is that sufficient, or not yet? Layla finally let him off the hook. "It's still a bit lacking, but I'll consider it. Even though we're not blood relatives, we're still siblings after all." Henri let out a silent sigh of relief. "All right, thank you." She leaned in, whispering close to his ear. "So about that, Henri, if you have to align yourself with someone, then—" And then, the day of Layla's engagement arrived. After her engagement, Layla actively participated in many social gatherings as the fiancée of Count Dusik. She made no distinction between those she had to meet and those she didn't necessarily have to, but rather engaged with everyone to broaden her connections. The chilly days eventually grew warm again, only for the cold to return. Suddenly one day, royal soldiers stormed in. Marquis Hildegard was suspected of treason. The entire Hildegard family was arrested and taken away. Any resistance will be met with immediate action, so we asked for everyone's cooperation. But Layla happily accepted it. Fine, for however long is necessary. Finally, Layla's preparations began to bear fruit.
In the prison, curses echoed incessantly. Layla merely sighed softly. "Layla, Layla, how dare you deceive me, you wench? I'll tear you into 100 pieces." "I don't know anything. I haven't done anything wrong. Please investigate." The family members furiously blamed her. "It's all because Layla said we should build relationships with everyone. I don't even know who that person is." Layla paid no mind, covering her mouth with a scornful laugh. "You're about to go to hell, and you're still making such a fuss." Then she subtly glanced at the glass of drugged water on the table. This isn't good. Anyway, after drinking the water containing the sleeping drug, those people would all fall silent. And then Taylor's figure silently entered. He released her without hesitation. "Sir Taylor will come and take me out." "Aren't you releasing a prisoner too easily, sir?" Taylor quickly handed Layla a cloak. "I've worked hard all this time to do this, building trust by establishing a reputation, gaining favor with money, and then bribing others with tears."
Hildegard witnessed the scene before him, so furious he gnashed his teeth. "Layla, what? How dare you? I should have killed you all back then." She smugly squatted in front of him. "I left a little water. You'll feel less pain if you pass out." Hildegard gripped the iron bar in his hand. "You wretched bitch!" Layla didn't forget to utter a sarcastic remark aimed at him. "Oh no, that phrase would be more fitting for the demon." "Oh, let me ask you something. Why did you kill Zen's family?" Hildegard stammered, unwilling to speak. The reason? Such things. She knew perfectly well he would certainly hide this. "It's fine, I knew this would happen." Without arguing or forcing him, Layla gently stood up. "On second thought, I don't think I have any right to seek revenge, so you don't have to die for the evil things you've done." Hildegard was stunned. "What?" Layla left with Taylor, a glacial glint still sweeping through her eyes. "You just have to die." He was now utterly terrified. Layla, Layla."
Winter had arrived. The buzzing whispers about Hildegar's crimes had not yet died down. Hey, have you heard anything about Marquis Hildegar? About him aiding the traitors for nearly a year and a half? He even used his own child to establish connections with those traitors. Oh my, this scumbag. Even his thriving business immediately collapsed.
Among them was a girl who had been engaged to Gideon Reisick, but that engagement was also called off. Is the engagement the problem now? The entire family is about to be executed for treason. Are you a bit late to the news? What do you mean by that? That day, soldiers discovered his body, 1 day before the trial. Hildegar's daughter had disappeared along with a knight from the Hildegar estate. Only her father's body remained. Scene change. Layla and Taylor were on the road together. Sir Taylor, no, I should call you Terry now. He didn't forget to retort with a tease. Is something wrong, my dear jewel of Baron Lula, Lady Nana Lula? The cold air made Layla's breath visible. Honestly, it seems you quite enjoy it, don't you? Oh no, Terry. Taylor wondered. What's wrong? You're a bit down, she mumbled. About running away. So that's it. He seemed to understand her feelings. You're not comfortable with this, are you? Layla complained. I'm so tired. The sound of the carriage wheels continued, carrying the less than ideal moods of both of them. Your body might be a bit tired, but your spirits are still high, right? Layla immediately retorted. Not really, because I've only managed to get a partial revenge. Taylor immediately offered comfort. There was no other way. You did your best. But Layla's mood didn't improve. She thought to herself, perhaps there was another way that I didn't know about. As expected, no matter what, the engagement was still on. He froze. With Gideon Reisick? Oh my God. She asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Taylor clutched his own throat, making a face of discomfort. I'm telling you, it's nauseating. Nauseating. Layla couldn't help but burst out laughing. What is it? He decisively ended the discussion with her. Forget it. Even if he's a marquis, what's wrong with catching and killing it himself? As for Gideon Reisick, Scion will handle this, meaning he will definitely return alive. There's only about a year left, because as you said, we will hear news of him before the weather gradually warms up again. Layla suddenly called out to him, Terry. Taylor couldn't help but wonder, why are you calling me with such a serious tone? Is something wrong? In a gentle tone, she said, you don't need to take responsibility for me. Before he could understand her meaning, he quickly dismissed it. I don't understand what you're saying. If Scion hears the word responsibility, he'll surely misunderstand. Lila turned to him and sincerely advised, if you find yourself in a situation where you feel you're about to be captured, run away alone. Taylor pretended to ignore her, acting as if he hadn't heard anything. I should have bought you a white cloak. Now with only your shoulders covered in white snow, it looks really strange. It would be much better if the whole thing were pure white. Lila was slightly annoyed when he changed the subject. Why are you suddenly talking about something so strange? Taylor retorted without ceremony. What are you talking about, miss? If I'm about to be captured, are you telling me to run away alone and leave you behind? She still wouldn't give up, continuing to argue with him. It's better for one person to survive than for us both to die. Taylor was fuming with anger. Then why should I be that person? I will fight to the death myself, so in the meantime, you must run. Lila seized the opportunity to tease him. You're not a knight anymore. Are you a mercenary now? Taylor was bothered by that. Mercenary Terry hears nothing.
Furthermore, the amount Miss Nana gave me was even less than half the ransom to get me back. Layla gasped in surprise. Stop making up such strange things. Then she became serious and said, I've told you before, how many times have I gone back in time? I won't die. To be more precise, if I die, I'll just go back to the past again. Listen, Terry's case is different, so Taylor turned to ask, cutting Layla off. How far back? She paused and asked, What? He patiently repeated his question. How far back can Layla replied, To when I was 10 years old.
Taylor must know her well. Does she want to go back again? Layla certainly wouldn't be happy if that happened again. That couldn't be allowed to happen. If she woke up and became a 10-year-old child again, she would have to fight for survival once more. But there was one thing she hated with a passion above all else, Scion. With a pensive look in her eyes, she said, But I'd rather die for the people I cherish than return to the past. Taylor looked up at the sky and stated with conviction, I won't die, my lady, and you won't return to the past either. So when Scion returns, think about what you need to say. Seeing his smile, Layla's mood brightened a little. This time his smile didn't resemble a mercenary's at all. He asked, surprised, A mercenary's smile? What does that mean? She waved her hand, not wanting to explain. Never mind. The two continued to chat like that all the way. Wasn't that a good thing? He decided to accept it. The young lady's wishes were more important. As evening fell, they stopped at a secluded house. The crackling sound of the wood-burning stove created a cozy atmosphere. Taylor was lighting the fireplace, and he asked with concern,
Is it too cold, my lady? Layla sat huddled in one spot. No, I'm fine.
Taylor angrily cursed at the pursuers. Anyway, they kept chasing them so they couldn't get into the inn now. Damn them. Taylor quickly draped another cloak over Layla's shoulders. Layla, despite the cold, maintained a polite demeanor. "This is yours, Sir Taylor," he patiently explained. "I was right next to the fireplace, so I'm not cold at all." Although she was very cold, Layla still teased him, saying that it wasn't right for a colleague to act like that. He immediately dismissed the relationship with annoyance. "We're not colleagues, are we?" Layla continued to tease. "Former colleagues?" Taylor stopped arguing, turning to warm the cloak. "Even back then we weren't colleagues, but enemies. That bastard Nissen always hoped I'd be demoted." Layla asked, puzzled, "Is there really a Nissen? Is that so?" "Of course. I thought you made that up." Taylor didn't understand her meaning. "Why would I make something like that up?" Layla mentioned the letter he had given her, the letter he had sent her so she could read the initial letters. "I'm still waiting, I'll just say that much. By the way, congratulations on your engagement. From Taylor Edgerton Dream, the knight who once looked after her. So I think those letters match the name." Taylor explained clearly, and the content of the letter was indeed true. Both Nissen and Ridden were indeed knights of the royal palace. The conversation continued. She asked, and he replied, "So you've also befriended a knight named Ridden?" "It's true, but then I fought with Ridden too. Ridden is also a jerk." After hearing the story, Layla was somewhat amused, finding it strange. "I didn't think the palace only recruited people who crawled on all fours. Actually, isn't it because Terry has a rather strange personality that the two of you didn't get along?" Taylor felt awkward and wanted to stop the topic there. "I'll go to sleep quickly. We'll have to move as soon as it's light." She also stopped talking. All right. Layla turned over, pulling the blanket up to cover herself completely, but still couldn't stand the cold. It's so cold. I don't know why I'm more sensitive to the cold than before. Why is that?" Suddenly, Taylor shook her vigorously, waking her up with a start. "Lady Layla!" Taylor helped her sit up. "What's wrong?" "Terry," he replied urgently. "It seems we're surrounded." Layla couldn't hide her surprise and asked for details. "What? Have the Royal Knights caught up to us already?" "No, it's Givian Risik." Layla couldn't help but sit up anxiously. "Are there any knights in the palace?" Taylor slowly shook his head in denial. "That's not the case. Among those knights there were some who helped me escape, including Ryden and Nissen. False evidence would complicate the investigation." She looked doubtful. "What do you mean? Didn't you just say those people were enemies?" He glanced away evasively, his tone sounding reluctant. "They are both enemies and friends. Should I befriend these scoundrels?" Layla stood up, tiredly holding her head. "Anyway, at least you should say that the Royal Knights won't be involved, right?" Taylor nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Hearing this, she frowned slightly in thought. "That's good. If it's only Kitty and Risik, we can still negotiate. At least we can still get Sir Taylor out." Just then the door was suddenly kicked open. Immediately, Taylor raised his sword defensively. From outside, Gideon entered with a smile and a mocking tone. "Lady Layla, you never cease to amaze me. I knew you weren't a mindless doll, but I never thought you'd deal me such a painful blow." Outside, the snowstorm howled incessantly, but inside the room, tension filled the air. Layla questioned, "When did you start following us?" He spread his arms, replying matter-of-factly, "Since the lady here disappeared from the palace." A helpless sigh escaped. Gideon stared at the two people in front of him, lamenting. "During the time Layla was in prison, you must have been very busy, not only dealing with a fierce father, no different from a wild beast, but also preparing to get the lady out."
But before he could be released, he had already escaped, and because of that, I suffered so much. Taylor frowned impatiently, ordering, "Get out of the way, Gideon." Gideon's expression immediately darkened. "Blunt and a bit arrogant, aren't we?" He slowly drew his sword and approached, questioning, "Does one really need to be polite to someone who killed their student?" He sneered. "A student? How interesting. Someone whose prospects are even worse than their students." Taylor smirked. "I'm very pleased that his skills are praised by you like that." Gideon sighed. "I had no intention of praising him at all. No, forget it. I'm starting to get bored. I'll just kill you quickly and then take my fiancé away." At this moment, Layla, who had been silent until now, stepped forward to block Taylor's sword and spoke up. "Wait." He stared in astonishment as she stepped forward. "My lady, Lady Layla." Her eyes were firm and probing. "What do you want, Count? Is it my death or my imprisonment?" Gideon chuckled. "Death. If I wanted your corpse, I wouldn't have had to come here myself." Layla questioned, "Even if I'm trying to accuse you of treason?" He explained, "Because I am the Count of the Risik family, I can conceal this even after marriage. Every time I think about how diligent you've been, I find it quite endearing." She immediately countered, "But that doesn't mean you can take a woman guilty of treason and who has escaped prison as your wife." Gideon shrugged. "That's absolutely true. Lady Layla being my wife will be a secret between us." Layla's voice was calm. "In short, are you telling me to be your mistress?" Gideon looked at her intently and replied, "If you say no, I will withdraw. I'll have to tell my soldiers to carefully bring back Lady Layla's body, won't I? Taylor couldn't hold back, gritting his teeth and speaking up. You don't have to listen, my lady. I will end it myself. However, Layla interrupted. No, Sir Taylor. I will be the Count's wife. Don't lay a hand on Sir Taylor. Hearing that, he was alarmed. No, my lady, I cannot let you fall into the hands of such a man.
Gideon expressed, honestly, I don't want Lady Layla to hate me anymore, but if you keep interfering until the very end, there's nothing else I can do. She immediately assured, I will convince him, just give me some time. Taylor was about to retort, Lady, are you planning to convince me? She turned back, cutting him off and reminding him, I told you to think about what you want to say to Sion, didn't I? Taylor was stunned. What? Gently pulling her hand away from his, Layla offered a reassuring smile. I'll be fine. You heard him. He won't kill me. Then will you tell me when Sion returns? Please come and take me. Looking at her at this moment, he had no other choice, only managing to utter 2 words filled with helplessness. Lady. Layla walked closer to Gideon. Let's go. Count. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Even though she had made this choice, could she still have such emotions? Gideon gently placed his hand on Layla's cheek, softly saying, Welcome back. Lady Layla, there might be some restrictions, but I will try my best to ensure you don't feel uncomfortable. She nodded slightly. Yes.
He put his arm around her shoulder and said, All right, let's go. At that moment, Layla's lips were pressed tightly together. Her eyes briefly flickered to the person behind her for a few seconds before she turned away as if to reassure him. It's all right. I'm truly fine, Sir Taylor. She thought to herself, as long as you survive, that's enough. This path is much better than returning to a past where Sion hated me. Yes, rather than letting Sion look at me with that gaze again. Just then, a light flashed. Layla's face, flushed red from the cold, also froze in shock as streams of red blood continuously spurted out amidst groans. Gideon's mouth fell open. What's happening? Seeing his soldiers lying on the ground, he was utterly bewildered. What is this? The soldiers of the Rysik family have all fallen? It seems this was done by those masked figures? What are their identities? The one in the middle looks like a wizard. Indeed, in front of them stood a group of people holding magic staffs, wearing cloaks, and with their faces completely covered. Half of Gideon's soldiers had been knocked away. Gideon thought to himself, if it's come to this, why didn't you just go alone? The person in the middle, with platinum blonde hair, suddenly exclaimed, Found them! Still alive, thankfully. No longer have to die now. Layla, full of existential doubt, pointed at herself. Me? You mean me? He cheerfully stepped forward. Yes, yes, and the knight behind you, too. Gideon's expression darkened. Who the hell are you? The young maid smiled brightly, raising the staff in his hand and replied, Me? Anyone can tell I'm a wizard just by looking.
Let me elaborate. As he spoke, he cast a spell, striking a powerful blow against the house behind the 3 of them. A wizard can burn down a small hut in an instant. So, quickly drag those scoundrels along and get out of here fast. Of course, leave the girl and the knight alone. The next thing to explode won't be a hut, but your head, my lord. Gideon gritted his teeth. He glared threateningly at Layla. Don't think this ends here, Lady Layla. I never give up on anything I want. Then Gideon waved his hand, giving orders to the remaining soldiers. Today we will retreat from here, make sure to care for the wounded, and rest in the nearest village. Someone replied, Yes, Count.
Taylor leaned close to Layla and whispered, The fire has been put out, but we'll have to wait and see if that's a good thing. She nodded slightly. I'm just asking to be sure. There aren't any mages among those bastards, are there? Yes, unfortunately, he whispered. The young mage then stepped forward, bowing slightly as he introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Layla. I am Dolly. Taylor quickly stepped forward, blocking her as he commanded, Show your face and reveal your identity. Dolly took off his mask and smiled. I forgot the most important thing. Count Kiter and the Countess are waiting for the 2 of you. Let's depart immediately. Early in the morning at Count Kiter's mansion, snow was still falling, but no longer as fiercely as the night before. On the table, desserts and hot cocoa were neatly arranged. Layla couldn't help but exclaim, This is so comfortable. Countess Kiter, Cecile, expressed, I prepared it thinking that cocoa would be better than tea. There must have been a lot of toxins accumulated over all that time. If you don't like it, I'll have it remade. Layla held the cup of cocoa in her hands and smiled softly. No, I love it, thank you. She looked at her and said politely, I imagine you have many questions, but I'll answer briefly. La Sion asked me to. Layla was startled and surprised. What? Sion? Cecile handed her the letter and recounted. The first time I came to the Marquise's mansion, Sion gave me this letter.
Layla took the letter and opened it to read. When I'm not there, if anything happens to her, please help her. I'm counting on you. No matter what happens, don't worry about me. I will definitely return unharmed, I promise. Your family. Reading these lines, Layla's cheeks flushed slightly. It's definitely Sion's handwriting. Indeed, this is the letter Sion wrote. Cecile gently placed her teacup on the table.
I am very glad to have found the Marquis's daughter. I almost ended up unable to accept a request for help from the family, but that would have been quite difficult, wouldn't it? It's not much different, apart from helping a traitor. Since he asked me for such a difficult favor, I want to ask you a few things. Layla nodded. Yes, please ask.
Her voice was serious. Sion said in the letter that he would return no matter what happened. Do you know what that means? Layla paused upon hearing that. She nervously stroked her fingers, deep in thought. Can I say something Sion hasn't said? Of course, I've already told Sir Taylor, but because Taylor is trustworthy, I dared to speak. But the Countess is also the only person Sion considers family. After a moment of hesitation, Layla decided to answer. Sion is still alive, so he will return by becoming a hero. A hint of doubt crossed her face. A hero? Layla's gaze was resolute. I don't know everything, but let me tell you what I do know. Layla told the Countess what she knew, that Sion was born a hero. That's why he wrote in the letter that he would return. And in his past life, Sion always defeated evil spirits and returned safely. So let's trust and wait for Sion. Cecile rubbed her forehead after hearing the entire story. I have to say this because there's still a part I don't understand. May I ask you a question? Layla did not refuse. Yes.
Cecile began to ask, so you know that Sion will return, right? Layla affirmed, yes. Then Cecile looked at her in confusion. But why did you decide to become a traitor? When Sion returns, he will deal with this. Layla bowed her head, hiding her expression under her hair. I felt so angry. My stomach was always churning. My mind was burning hot. I once dreamed of Sion dying, even though I had never seen him, and I knew I could wait. But I couldn't stand doing nothing. She gently squeezed the letter in her hand. Actually, it's still the same even now. She scoffed at herself. I'm crazy, aren't I? Cecile listened silently as she confided. Cecile subtly turned and left. I'll go first. You can take your time drinking and come out later. I'll give that letter back to you as a gift, if you want it. Layla softly replied, Thank you. Cecile's hand grasped the doorknob. When you're done, the butler will escort you to your bedroom. Then she turned back and gave Layla a comforting smile. Sleep well, Lady Layla. This small detail surprised Layla. She sat there lost in thought. Then silent tears slowly soaked the letter. I had stayed at the Count's mansion for about a year. I gradually became closer to Cecile. She was the one who spoke up first, so I readily agreed to call her sister.
More than a year later, a letter with a brief message arrived. How was Layla? It was the first letter from Sion. I felt a little embarrassed because it was a very, very short letter, only asking about me. Cecile raised an eyebrow, teasing me. Honestly, all that good care didn't do any good, did it? I awkwardly cleared my throat. He's probably just a little busy. A year after that, as I was taking a stroll, the sky suddenly turned red. Immediately after, a black streak appeared in the sky, tearing it in half for just a moment, then vanishing as if it had never existed. I reached out my hand to shield myself from the sunlight falling on me and whispered, I miss you. Finally, I was able to utter the words I had suppressed for so long. At the palace, an urgent voice rang out. Your Majesty, the hero has arrived and is passing through the castle entrance.
The emperor sat majestically on his throne and asked his butler, Has everything been fully prepared? The butler respectfully replied, Everything is ready to welcome him with the utmost care. He said sternly, I don't understand why he chose our country out of so many nations, but there must be something that connects him, or something he desires. We must do everything to make this hero stay. If only this hero stays, no one will dare to cast a greedy eye on our nation again. A nobleman asked, If we concede so much, won't we appear too weak? The emperor retorted, So what? The nobleman looked bewildered. What? The emperor's majestic voice rang out once more. Pride is something people often display to others. Do you think a hero who can defeat a demonic spirit alone is human? At the very least, he is a demigod. He looked sternly down at those below him. For humans to oppose deities is truly foolish. There is no other way but to beg him to stay. Not long after, a new announcement came. Your Majesty, the hero requests an audience. The emperor was surprised. Oh, let him in. The door opened, and a figure stepped in. Each step the hero took was followed by a flurry and whispers. He is indeed a hero. Even his appearance is worthy of God's choice. They even say that God himself appreciates beauty. The emperor on his throne angrily slammed his hand down, raising his voice. Silence, everyone. He adopted a welcoming expression as the hero stopped. Welcome, great hero, Sion. He smiled. It is truly an honor that this is the first country you have chosen to visit. Sion politely placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head. I am deeply grateful for your hospitality.
The emperor went straight to the point. Have you decided where you wish to settle down yet? Of course, no matter what choice you make, our respect for you will not change. If you decide to stay in our country, I will grant you anything you desire." His calm voice rang out. "I haven't been able to decide yet, but I will keep this in mind." The emperor did not refuse. "Hero, if you have any requests for me or our country, please let me know." Then Sion made his request. "I would like a title or status so that I can settle in this country." He smiled and happily agreed. "That is only natural. I shall bestow upon my hero the title of Duke." Sion continued. "Furthermore," the emperor and the butler became serious. "Furthermore?" Even the nobles were equally astonished. "More?" He stated his request. "Please hand over 2 criminals to me." Meanwhile, at Count Kiter's estate, Sion pulled hard on the horse's reins. All right. As soon as he dismounted, he was greeted. "Welcome, Duke Cassiasian."
Sion raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Just call me as usual, Cecile." She choked up and ran towards him, calling, "Sion!" Then, mercilessly throwing a punch at him, Cecile, filled with rage, exclaimed, "You idiot! How could you write letters to me every day just to ask about Lila? Aren't you curious about me?" Sion awkwardly defended himself. "Layla already told me about your situation." Cecile turned her back and left immediately, knowing she couldn't compete with him. "Oh, I guess so." Then she mumbled, "My wrist suddenly hurts so much. Let's go inside first." He seemed to glow when he mentioned a girl. "What about Layla?" But Cecile just stuck out her tongue, ignoring the question. "I don't know." Cecile's brows furrowed at Sion's scrutinizing gaze. Finally, Cecile turned and yelled directly at him. "I deliberately didn't call her. On days like these, you're supposed to keep it a secret and surprise her. I did all of this for your sake, you know." But in the end, she still rubbed her forehead helplessly. "Oh dear, I get it."
She revealed that Layla was in the backyard. Without waiting for Cecile to finish her sentence, Sion quickly walked away, saying, "Thanks, Cecile." Cecile watched him go and sighed helplessly, thinking, raising a younger brother really doesn't do any good, does it? Suddenly, Cater appeared. "Did the hero stand you up?" She turned around in surprise, seeing the Count. She smiled and asked, "Has Sion already come to greet you, my lord?" Cater's eyes curved into a smile. "Indeed, but there's something more important." Cecile asked curiously, "Oh, what is it?" Cater looked at Cecile with tender eyes. "Although I have quite a lot to do, I miss you too much. May I have a little of your time?" Hearing this made Cecile's face flush, and she secretly exclaimed, "Oh my." Under the warm sunlight, Cecile did not refuse Cater's invitation. "Of course," she said. "What should we do?" He suggested, "How about chess? Let's bet on a game." She didn't object. "All right." In the backyard, Layla sat on a swing, dozing off under the warm sun. Her eyes opened dreamily. "When did I fall asleep?" she thought to herself as she reached out to touch the book beside her. "I was still reading. I must have dozed off for a while." Then Layla's eyes widened in surprise when she saw golden hair. She stared blankly at Sion, who was sitting on the grass right beside her, wondering, is this a dream?
As soon as Cecile mentioned Layla was in the garden, Sion wasted no time rushing inside. "Thanks, Cecile." Watching him quickly dart inside, she let out a soft sigh. It's true if they say, raising a daughter and a younger brother is equally futile. Sion ran with all his might to the garden gate. Upon arriving, he stared inside, bewildered. Sion slowly walked across the bridge, following the direction of a butterfly fluttering in the sky. A moment later, the butterfly landed on a girl's shoulder. Just then, Sion had also just crossed the bridge and found her. As soon as he saw his beloved, his fair face immediately flushed red with shyness. Sion slowly turned and approached her. He slowly sat down on the grass, gently gazing at her with love. He also subtly glanced at Layla's gently moving hands. She slowly stirred awake. Seeing this scene, Sion couldn't help himself. His heart pounded, missing a beat. After waking up, the first thing he thought of, Layla was dazed for a moment before glancing at him in astonishment.
Underneath the lake's surface, goldfish raced each other. On the grass, Sion was recounting stories of their time apart. "You know, to settle in this country, I was granted a title and a portion of territory nearby." As he spoke, he also proposed an idea. "If you miss Cecile, it only takes 2 days to get here, so come to my manor." Layla froze, her eyes wide as she looked at him. Before she could even reply, someone emerged from the grass, having been eavesdropping. Sion, surprised, added, "Taylor, too." Hearing this, he eagerly spoke to Sion. "Will you accept me as your knight, Duke?" But Sion wasn't pleased by that. He scowled and reminded him, "You don't have to call me that."
Taylor's mood immediately plummeted. "Well then," Sion rubbed his forehead and sighed, "you can do whatever you want." Only Layla sat nearby, leisurely smiling and chuckling. Suddenly, Taylor sprang from the bushes, but Sion, seemingly accustomed to it, immediately raised a hand to block the knight's path, frowning. No hugging. Taylor's cheeks flushed red, and his eyes even began to well up with tears. "What, seeing you like this again?" Sion glanced over and quickly made up an excuse. "It's too hot." Taylor yelled, still wanting to achieve his goal. "Then take your clothes off." Sion frowned, reminding him, "Get out of there properly. The leaves are almost all gone." As soon as he stepped out, Taylor proudly stood beside him, linking arms. Sion had to concede, closing his eyes. "All right, Taylor can decide then."
Then he gently turned to look at the girl in his arms and softly asked, "Layla, what about you?" Seeing her hesitation, he quickly said, "Do whatever you want. Even if I have to stay here, I don't mind." Hearing that, she shyly and quickly rejected the idea. "No, I have to go. When do we leave?" He also gave her time to prepare herself. "As soon as you're ready." She thought for a moment, then planned her goodbyes. "I still have to go say goodbye to Lady Cecile and thank the Count. My close servants will probably also throw a farewell party, and then I have to pack my luggage." The series of tasks Layla listed made him suddenly have a thought. That will take 10 days. But Taylor, standing beside him, had a completely different thought. At least 4 days? But after some thought, Layla concluded, 2 days from now. We'll depart the day after tomorrow, okay? She also thought of him, so Sion would have time to rest. Seeing his bewildered face, Layla panicked. "What's wrong? Is that too late? Then I'll just have to make time to pack." But Sion shook his head. "Not at all, Layla. Anything is fine with me." She then let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Suddenly, Taylor placed a hand on his shoulder and gently nudged him. "But Sion, there's something this master is still quite curious about." He frowned and asked back, "What is it?"
Taylor rested for a moment before asking again, "What's an evil spirit?" Sion frowning and asked, "What are you talking about?" Taylor shrugged and explained, "I'm curious to know what it looks like and how strong it is." But completely different from Taylor's imagination, it was a bit strange and also weak, so he changed his mind. The evil spirit in Taylor's heart trembled and mumbled, "I will kill all humans." Taylor's jaw dropped. "Strange and weak-looking?" "Yeah," Sion replied. The more Taylor asked, the more curious he became. "You said you fought an evil spirit for 2 weeks, right?" Sion was startled, not understanding where the rumor had spread from. "Who said that?" Taylor nodded in response. "I heard a rumor." Only then did Sion shyly admit, "It's true that I fought for 2 weeks. Even Layla had to say it with a worried look." The very next second, Layla breathed a sigh of relief. Standing beside him, she kept asking, "So you mean it was a dull fight?" "That's right," Taylor sniffed and nodded. "Glad it wasn't a big deal." Those words were like a knife piercing Sion's heart. He said, "I even thought you had suffered so much that you died and came back to life, and after experiencing death so many times, perhaps you wouldn't even be sane anymore." Even Layla, who was just sitting there, got drawn in, listening to Sion with no small amount of worry. "Glad you didn't have to go through all that, Sion," she said. At that moment, Taylor glanced back at his two friends and was startled, almost falling over. "Why are you two suddenly like this?" To avoid Taylor bothering them, Sion suggested to Layla, "Let's go somewhere else to talk first. Come on, Layla." She gently placed her hand in his, nodding.
But Taylor was still eager to talk, still insisted on coming along. "Where are you two going? The drawing room? May I join you? We're going together, right?" He glanced back. "If I told you to wait a moment, would you?" Taylor immediately replied, "Of course not." Saying that, he turned to Layla. "My lady, I apologize for disturbing you." She smiled genuinely. "It's perfectly fine if it's Sir Taylor." It wasn't until the gardener arrived that he found a distinct hole in the bush. The Duchy of Acid that Sion mentioned was located to the east of the kingdom. The ducal estate of Acid, as I mentioned, was a place adjacent to the Cater estate, where Cecile lived. As we entered the castle after Sion, the servants were waiting to welcome their new master. Seeing Sion accept those greetings, I once again realized that Sion had become a hero.
For some reason, I felt very strange, an unsettling feeling, as if something was missing amidst the joy of Sion's return. Back in her room, Layla tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Why was she like this? Was it because she had been on the run for too long? No, if that were the case, things would have been different before she arrived here. Ever since arriving at the Duke's mansion, something strange had been happening, especially after seeing those servants. Suddenly, Layla started. Servants? She guessed it was because of Wilhelm and Marie. Layla's heart ached. Because she hadn't been able to contact them for a long time, Sister Cecile would occasionally update her, both Sion and Sir Taylor, but she still felt a little empty without those two. She had to write to them tomorrow. Even if she couldn't send it here, she could still see them. The next morning, she actually sent a letter. The address was the Marquis of Billington's mansion, not Hildegar's as she had once thought. The butler of the Marquis of Billington's mansion respectfully received the letter and replied, "Yes, I understand." Thinking of this, Layla felt fortunate that the Marquis was their new master. Since the Marquis was known to be a good person, Marie and Wilhelm would probably get along well with him, wouldn't they? The butler, standing nearby, softly said, "Miss Layla, I know this might be an unnecessary concern, but would you like to rewrite the envelope?"
Carrick expressed his thoughts. If the recipient's surname is Hildegard, the postman might discard the letter. If it's a bit troublesome, would you like me to change the envelope and send it on your behalf? Layla thought for a moment and realized he was right. That's true, isn't it? In that case, I'll leave it to you, Carrick. He bowed respectfully as he accepted the order. Understood, Lady Layla. If there's anything you need, please call for me. Finally, the butler departed. She subtly tightened her grip on the quill, her heart heavy with thoughts.
Now that she thought about it, she couldn't use the Hildegard surname anymore. Most people, upon seeing the Hildegard surname, would think of a rebellious family. She had forgotten that she was the only one saved by Sion. Now she was no longer the Marquis's daughter, nor a rebel, but just an ordinary 20-year-old girl, Layla. Sir Taylor was serving as a knight in the mansion, and Sion was the master of this place. So, she sighed, what am I? It was then that Layla vaguely realized. Now I understand. The moment we stepped into the castle and everyone bowed to Sion, I unconsciously recognized that feeling about my own place in this mansion.
She was utterly useless. She clutched her head, frowning. She was no longer the Marquise's daughter. She, who could once give Sion anything, now depended on him for everything. What right did she have to eat or wear anything? Layla staggered to her feet. She couldn't continue to be indebted to Sion forever. At the very least, she shouldn't be a burden to him. She told herself she had to do something. At that moment, Maddie, busy in the storeroom, suddenly turned to look at the door. Layla happened to be walking up just then. Maddie, do you have a moment?" Maddie nodded respectfully in response. "Of course, young lady. Please tell me what you need." She clasped her hands together, shyly presenting her idea. "I have something to ask of you. Could you teach me how to work?" Maddie was a little stunned. "What? Why would you want to do such things?" Layla said bluntly, "I'm no longer a young lady now." No, that's not right, she thought. She had to be more careful with her words now. Maddie, growing more flustered, reminded her, "Please speak softly, young lady." She nodded shyly, correcting herself. I'm no longer a young lady of the nobility. You can call me Layla." But Maddie still disagreed. "Miss Layla, the work of a servant." Layla added, "Drop the miss too." "That won't do." Maddie firmly refused her intention. She added, "Furthermore, I cannot fulfill your request to teach you the work of a servant."
Layla, flustered and panicking, explained, "Why? I genuinely want to be a servant, and I'm no longer a noble, am I?" "Because Miss Layla is a guest residing at the Duke's mansion." These words pierced her heart like arrows. "I cannot assign tasks to my guests." She bowed her head, declining her offer. "I am truly sorry, Miss Layla." But she showed no sadness, only quietly turned and walked away. "No, thank you for your time. I'll take my leave." The door slammed shut right after Layla left. She stood in a daze for a moment. Guest staying at the Duke's mansion? That means I'll have to leave someday. Thinking of this, Layla's heart ached terribly. This was even more painful than her realizing she knew nothing when he was just stating the obvious. After a short rest, she began to regain her composure and moved to another room. "It's okay. There's still hope. I've only been rejected once so far. There must be somewhere that will show me how to work." Her next stop was the kitchen. The chef was a little stunned. "You want to learn to cook?" He took off his hat. "Of course I can teach you, but wouldn't you prefer embroidery or playing a musical instrument over cooking?" Layla firmly patted her chest, saying confidently, "I'm not learning it as a hobby. I want to work in the kitchen." "What?" These words made him clutch his head, unable to comprehend. "Calm down a bit, young lady." She frowned, reminding him, "Just Layla." He scratched his ear, and then rejected her intention. "Yes, Miss Layla, I cannot have you working in the house. I think everyone here shares the same sentiment." The onlookers also shared the same thought. The young lady working in the kitchen? But Layla tried to sway the chef's mind. "I think it's a very respectable job." But he still bowed his head as a refusal. "Thank you for saying such words, but I still cannot teach you how to work in the kitchen. I am very sorry, Miss Layla." After that, he quickly turned and left to avoid awkwardness for both of them. "Well then, I must go prepare for dinner now." Layla's spirits plummeted. "Even the kitchen has rejected me now." "You want to tend to horses?" The man shook his head vigorously. "Oh, absolutely not." Yet another place rejected her. The stables, too. In the library, the librarian shook his head and waved his hand, politely declining. "You said you want to be a librarian? Someone like you, Layla, only needs to read books. There's no need to be a librarian." The purple-haired maid also reluctantly disagreed. "I'm sorry, Maddie will definitely." Outside, the servant hanging laundry also just repeated similar words to everyone else. "I'm truly sorry, please." After a while, Layla only received apologies, none of which were substantial. She could only dejectedly return. She had no idea that every place she set foot in had rejected her like that. "Is there anywhere else to go?" Just then, Sir Taylor appeared cheerfully. "Lady Layla!" He walked over, matching her pace. "Where are you going?" But her mind was in turmoil, and she just mumbled in response. "Just walking." Taylor glanced over, guessing. "You're not lost, are you?" She frowned in reply. "Not at all." Layla decided to change the subject. "What have you been doing today?" Taylor pondered. "Today I trained, and then I trained again." Suddenly, Layla glanced over and asked, "Do you like it?" "Pardon?" She rephrased. "I mean, you enjoy the training, don't you?" Taylor scratched his face, nodding cheerfully. "Yes, I do." He became even more eager to tell stories. "Most importantly, lady, do you know how strong Sion is?" I just saw a few soldiers sparring with Sion, but in reality, those men were no match for Sion. At this moment, Layla was feeling down, not paying much attention. I hope so. Both Sion and Sir Taylor are very important. As for me, I'm so weak, I don't know what to do. It's pathetic.
She blamed herself like that. Taylor also vaguely realized that Lady Layla had a problem. He immediately touched her forehead, then checked his own temperature, and asked with concern, "Are you perhaps not feeling well? You don't have a fever, so are you sleepy?" Layla tried to defend herself, pushing his hand away. "No, I'm fine, for now. I guess I'm just a little hungry." Taylor frowned. "What? Hungry?" Saying that, Layla made an excuse to turn and leave. "I need to go eat something. Mr. Taylor, you should rest too." Taylor felt something was off, but didn't know what to say. He replied, "I understand." He stood with his hands on his hips, watching her solitary figure, thinking to himself, "Is something wrong with the lady? That's not how someone acts when they're hungry." Finally, she stopped at a tree hollow, breathing heavily, afraid he would discover her. She thought to herself, "Mr. Taylor is only quick-witted at times like these. I don't want him to worry about this at all. But why am I having trouble breathing? I didn't even run. I just walked a little faster than usual. It seems my physical condition has deteriorated." Just then, the gardener nearby appeared and asked, "Are you all right, Miss Layla?" He smiled and introduced himself. "I am the gardener, if you need any help." Layla suddenly grasped at a straw, saying, "I do. I want to learn gardening, not just as a hobby, but enough to become a gardener myself." As soon as she finished speaking, she squeezed her eyes shut and didn't dare utter another word, thinking to herself, "Was that too sudden? I didn't think those words would come out when I needed help. Will I be rejected again this time?"
But unexpectedly, he calmly nodded. "I know. When can you start your apprenticeship?" Layla's eyes welled up with emotion. "Really? Tomorrow. Let's start tomorrow." He raised his index finger, nodded, and said, "Just tell me if you need anything. Then I'll teach you how to landscape the garden tomorrow." Layla nodded repeatedly, joy clearly visible on her face. "All right then, thank you." That evening at Marquis Rysick's mansion. In the study, the Marquis loosened his tie. "Come in." Gideon stood to one side, respectfully greeting. "Was your trick to Wangsong good, father?" His eyes narrowed, and he immediately turned to criticize his son. "You look so calm, as if you don't know what you've done." He slammed the table. "At dawn, the palace soldiers will come to arrest you, but you show no fear." "What are you talking about, father? What crime have I committed?" But the Marquis held evidence in his hand and directly exposed him. 5 years ago, you were the one who killed that hero, weren't you?" His face hardened, unwilling to believe. Was that person really a hero? People say their appearances are very similar. Could it be? Marquis Rysick spoke while drawing his sword. "An idiot went and killed a hero." Gideon broke out in a cold sweat, shouting, "Are you crazy, father? Because of that slave?" But blood immediately splattered onto his face, and the Marquis fell before him. Then he outlined an escape plan for him. "I didn't let you go. You stabbed me and fled. Run, Gideon Rysick." "No, Gideon."
At the Duke's mansion, before leaving, Sion cautiously told Layla, "Please wait for me a bit. It won't take much time." Layla smiled to reassure him. "What could possibly happen to me here? You're the one who needs to be careful on the road." With just a few comforting words from her, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sion shyly urged his horse forward. "I'll leave and return." Layla stood behind, lost in thought for a while. Why did his face suddenly turn red? Is it too hot or something? Taylor still enthusiastically bid farewell. "Sion, be careful. Your Grace, please be careful." But Sion didn't respond at all, leaving Taylor speechless. Why didn't he bother to respond to my greeting? "Quickly, say you'll be back soon." "Ah." After the Duke left without a word, Taylor retrieved her handkerchief, stretching it in anger. "You brute!" It was then that she looked in surprise at his strange handkerchief. "What is that handkerchief? You weren't carrying anything like that earlier, were you?" He just said, "Ah," and then told her about yesterday. "Oh, I received it during training yesterday. A maid named Benny gave it to me." Layla immediately looked over with a scrutinizing gaze. "Oh, you're quite popular, aren't you?" But Taylor casually shook her head vigorously. "No, not at all. She made a mistake in the embroidery and was going to throw it away, but then she gave it to him instead." But Layla didn't believe it and insisted on seeing it clearly. "Let me see." She scrutinized the handkerchief. "The embroidery is perfect." But he didn't seem to care much. "Perhaps it is for a lady like you, but not for that maid Benny." She glanced at him with a frown. "Are you looking down on me?" But he shook his head and explained. "Not at all. That's just the truth." Layla examined it carefully and then returned the handkerchief. "Anyway, it's not good to not understand a girl's heart." Taylor glanced at her and grumbled. "Anyone who sees you might think you understand men's minds very well, young lady." Layla snorted coldly and turned away. "One can tell just by looking at your eyes. Isn't that obvious?" Taylor also burst out laughing because of this. "Ho ho ho ho, is that so? But why has there been no progress for 10 years? The more she listened to his teasing, the angrier she became, grumbling, "What are you talking about?" Taylor shook his head, but a smile played on his lips.
Nothing at all. I don't know who the one with the problem is. She frowned and snapped. What problem? Suddenly, the gardener appeared and greeted, Miss Layla, you're here. Teacher. He walked over, scratching his head, and asked, Can you start your lesson now? I forgot I have an urgent matter this afternoon. Layla immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, let's go, teacher. Taylor's eyes widened as he listened, completely bewildered. Miss, what class is this? And who is this teacher? She raised an eyebrow, cleared her throat mysteriously. That's just how it is. I'll tell you when the time is right. With that, she bid Taylor farewell and went with him. Well then, I'll be going now, Mr. Taylor. Yes, I understand. Taylor quickly grew suspicious of everything. Things seem a bit strange lately. In the dark night, inside a cave, a snake was slithering on the ground. Suddenly, a sword pierced it straight through its back. Then he bit off half of the snake, cursing inwardly. Damn it. I, the rightful sole heir of the Rasic family, and being subjected to this kind of hellish thing? Gideon was in hiding. The king will pursue me to the very end. He said that if I am still alive, the entire kingdom will surely vanish.
He furiously waved his hand. Who said I would die? Kitten's eyes clouded with thought. Among the soldiers moving in groups of about 30, more than 20 had lost their lives to get here. I can cross the border within the next 4 days, as long as no more soldiers show up. Once I cross the border, this chase will soon stop. Once things have settled down a bit, I can create a new identity for myself and build up my strength. Then I will definitely return and personally end that life. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the cave entrance.
Gideon's heart gave a lurch, gripping his sword tightly, looking outside. Who's there? If it's only one person, it can't be a soldier. In that case. When the man stepped in, Gideon sneered, recognizing the familiar face. Ha! It's you, just as I thought, you wretched slave. Sion slowly walked in, responding, You kept your promise. What are you talking about? His eyes swept over, ensuring she was unharmed. He laughed scornfully, a hand covering his face. I was just wondering what you were talking about. Did you really think I would keep a promise to someone like you? The reason she's safe is because she is my fiancée, this Gideon Jersik's fiancée, because she is to become my wife. Gideon's gaze hardened, disgusting veins bulged around his eye sockets. It's not because of a promise to a thing like you. But Sion didn't care much for the subsequent rambling. What? Fine, the fact remains that Lila is safe. Finally, Gideon offered a faint dying smile. I've gone as far as I could, being intimidated by a lowly slave. He raised his sword, pointing it directly at Sion. I don't know what stroke of luck brought you back to this life, but it doesn't matter. No matter how many times you come back to life, all it takes is for me to plunge this sword into your heart. Sion showed no fear of Gideon. Try it. Gideon trembled but forced a smile, scolding him. You madman, just because you've come back to life once, do you think death has become so trivial? He turned, preparing to advance, his sword already raised. If you want to die such a miserable death, then so be it. Suddenly, his eyes froze. Beneath the clothes was a bulletproof vest. How could the sword... Sion narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold, mocking smile. Fool, if you were king, this kingdom would have collapsed long ago. Sion, using only his bare hands, directly choked Gideon, leaving him to struggle in agony, just like any ordinary human. Sion's gaze, sharp as a knife, stared threateningly at his opponent. See that small stream behind you? At first glance, it seems quite deep. He struggled to quickly break free. Cough. Let go. Blood dripped onto the surface of the water. Sion's voice hardened in a threat. If you want to live, then live properly or live in remorse. Otherwise, just die. It doesn't matter. With that, he unceremoniously dropped Gideon into the swift current behind them. Goodbye. Finally, the surface of the water grew still, reflecting his image. Now it was all over. Outside, the sun was beginning to shine brightly. Sion turned and left the cave. I'll be back soon. I miss you, Layla. But upon his return, he felt a strange sensation lingering around him. Why does it seem like you're avoiding me?
Seyoon ran at full speed, only hoping Layla would ask if he had returned. But Layla didn't even show her face outside all day, much less come to meet him. To be precise, she was in her room, not stepping out at all. So Taylor had to step in to mediate. How much longer do you plan to be like this, Miss Layla? She was completely covered by her blanket, not showing her face to anyone, until things heal. He grumbled, calling her out. Around a month, is it? Lying on the bed, Layla shook her head emphatically. It won't be a month. The doctor said it would take about 3 weeks.
Taylor was so incensed he hurriedly pulled the blanket. You should get out of bed. Lying there forever won't make things any better. Layla weakly pulled the blanket back towards herself. The doctor said I need rest, so give me back my blanket. He shouted, Stop lying! What do you mean? Taylor knew at the moment he saw her.
Miss, do you think I don't know? You're doing this because you don't want Sion to find out you're injured, aren't you? Layla's heart skipped a beat. How did you know? At the mention of this, he sighed a long, drawn-out sigh, holding his head. I should have stopped you to ask what happened back then. I didn't think things would turn out like this. Layla pulled the blanket back over herself, comforting herself, as well as Taylor. Everything will be better in 3 weeks. It's nothing major. He saw the young lady shrinking back and sighed. So you're planning to stay stuck in bed for 3 weeks, she mumbled in response. It's not like that. Thinking this, Taylor turned and left. There's no way I can get the young lady out of bed, is there? Before Taylor left, she called out after him, reminding him, I'll take care of it, so please keep it a secret for me. During this time, don't come here until I call you. He nodded, his voice smooth. Yes, I know. But just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Ah, miss. Taylor's smile was sly and mischievous. I'd bet my entire month's salary that you'll be discovered within 3 days, wouldn't you agree? This time Layla was enraged. She threw the pillow forward with a thwack, shouting, Get out now! Yes! What am I supposed to do? Layla sighed, looking at her bandaged arm. It's not as if I fell from a very high ladder, did I? I have to stay like this for 3 weeks.
Furthermore, Chi was punished solely due to her own actions, and it will be difficult to avoid him facing a pay cut. I get it. This time she truly realizes she's a burden, just like her persistent stubbornness. That's why everyone feels so much pressure. If anything goes wrong, ultimately, she won't be the only one hurt. If it were me, I would avoid it too, because it would be very unpleasant and troublesome if something went wrong. Layla's heart sank uncomfortably. Now there's really nothing more I can do. How sad. After a few gloomy seconds, Layla consoled herself again, thinking about how she was having such weak thoughts.
Snap out of it. It's better to be a little tired than for Sion to find out. Immediately after saying that, she arranged to meet the butler. Carrick, could you keep my injury a secret from Sion? He respectfully agreed. If that is what you wish, then I will not inform him of this, Miss Layla. But is there any particular reason? She mumbled, trying to come up with a random reason. Well, if Sion finds out, he'll probably worry a lot. He asked back, a little surprised. If it's about worrying, Mr. Taylor also worries about you. But at this point, Layla didn't know how to explain it properly. There must be some difference here, perhaps. Finally, he retreated with a look of complete bewilderment. That evening, Layla left her room, lost in thought. But on second thought, she wasn't so sure anymore. What was the difference between Mr. Taylor and Sion? Mr. Taylor or Sion? Perhaps their concern wasn't the same. But suddenly, a thought popped into Layla's head. What? Now Mr. Taylor treats me like a younger sister, just like he snatched the blanket from me earlier. Compared to that, Sion. Thinking of him, she felt a little uncertain. How does Sion treat me? Judging by what he does with Sister Cecile, it doesn't look like a younger sister or an older sister at all. But doesn't he treat me more gently? Her cheeks began to flush slightly. Why is that?
If he values family, then why would he treat me this way? But she quickly pushed that thought aside. No, now I need to focus on not letting anyone discover I'm injured. If I keep wandering aimlessly like this, I probably won't even notice even if Sion is right beside me. Layla? Her steps faltered slightly in surprise. Just then, he appeared before her, Sion. Layla fearfully turned away, hiding the wound on her hand. You must be tired. What are you still doing here at this hour? I'm sorry I couldn't come out to meet you today. Something urgent suddenly came up.
Sion's eyes were filled with worry as he gently replied, Your hand, let me see it. But the more he insisted, the more Layla tried to escape. Oh, I suddenly feel so sleepy. I'll go inside first. Sion pleaded, his eyes welling up. Please, Layla. She gently shook her head in refusal. It's nothing. The doctor also said I'll recover soon. The moment she slightly turned away, he touched her tightly bandaged arm with a pang of sorrow. How did you get hurt like this? It's just, how should I put it? Sion stared at Layla worriedly. Don't you want to tell me? Finally, his gaze made her drop her guard, and she mumbled in response. While I was pruning the ornamental plants. This stunned him. You pruned the plants yourself? Do you like pruning plants? Layla awkwardly scratched her ear. Not really, but I thought I could do it, and the gardener also said it wasn't a bad thing. Sion seemed taken aback. What are you saying, Layla? Are you that bored? Is it because I've been out for too long? Layla awkwardly pulled her hand back, giving an excuse. It's not that. I also have to do something. She stepped back, replying shyly. I can't just stay here as a guest forever. Sion was astonished and quickly interrupted. What do you mean, guest? Who told you that? He quickly explained. Layla, you don't have to do anything out of obligation here, of course, if that's what you want. But at this, she blamed herself. Then aren't I completely useless? She looked at herself awkwardly. What am I now?
I'm no longer the current young lady of the Marquise's estate. I'm nothing at all. How much longer can an unknown person like me stay here? I want to stay here for a very, very long time, if possible. Sion suddenly fell silent, unsettled by the thought that was making him more confused. Tears streamed down her face. Forever by your side, Sion. Layla quickly regained her composure, gently wiping away her tears.
Then she awkwardly ran back to her room. I'll go inside first. Sion watched her worriedly. Layla? No way, she told herself. Sion had saved her countless times, but he was truly handsome enough to make anyone swoon. Sion and I can't be like that.
Cecile teased Viscount Kiter. What brings you here? Did you have a nightmare last night and that's why you remembered your big sister? You always come to me whenever you're in trouble. Sion asked, Cecile, I want to grant Layla a title. Is there a way? Cecile, furious, scolded. You didn't even bother to answer my question, but you're asking me one instead? Sion was also startled and huddled closer to the other side of the chair. Cecile continued, If you want me to answer, ask a meaningful question. Then she returned to her elegant demeanor. Granting a title is easy. If you go to the king and ask him, you'll probably get one, or you could buy one from some rogue nobles. He sat deep in thought, racking his brain. To what extent is acceptable? But Cecile was also suddenly surprised, asking, More importantly, why do you suddenly want to grant her a title? Wouldn't it be troublesome if Layla is no longer a noble? Remembering yesterday's events, Sion sighed again. It's not like that. Actually, yesterday, Layla, he recounted everything that happened yesterday to her. Cecile pondered for a moment. Layla said that. So you're thinking of granting Layla a title and making her your vassal? Sion replied, If Layla wants to. She nodded. That's not a bad idea, but I just thought of an even better way. What way? Sion asked. Cecile replied, Marriage.
Seeing he was still bewildered and didn't understand, she slowly explained more thoroughly. I'm a prime example. I became a countess through marriage, that's all. Yet Sion naively thought, You mean you want me to find a fiancé for Layla? Celis felt both excited and amused. Oh, it's such a pity that I'm the only one who gets to see this scene. If a demonic spirit appeared here now, he'd probably defeat it in a single blow. Sion probably doesn't even know how he looks right now, does he? But then Celis decided to tease him properly. No need, because I already have someone I want to introduce to her. He was so startled that his whole body trembled. What? There's already someone? Sion was trying to calm himself down. After all, of course, if it's someone you want to introduce, they must be a very good person. But anyway, could you let me meet that person first? She nodded quickly. Of course, I can introduce that person to you right now. Sion casually glanced around. That person is already here? Yet Sion naively didn't understand the hint. That's right, he's right here. Here? Where exactly? Celis sighed, pointing directly at him. The fiancé I want to introduce to Layla is you, Sion. Me with Layla? She nodded vigorously, thinking it wasn't a bad idea. Isn't it a good idea? A Duchess of Acid has a higher status than a subordinate of Duke Acid. Hearing her suggestion, he frowned and replied, No, I can't. I can't do something like that.
Why not? I thought you liked her. Or is it because you don't want to marry Layla? Upon hearing the question, Sion's gaze flickered away as he explained, Someone unworthy? How could someone like me be with Layla? Cecile, furious, could only utter one sentence. Sion, you are truly cruel. This left him puzzled. Cecile continued, I understand your feelings more than anyone, but even so, isn't what Layla has done enough? Is she still Layla Hildegar? The Hildegar family vanished from the kingdom. Layla herself, with her own hands, eradicated her own family, even risking her own life. But suddenly, Cecile's face hardened. Are you saying Layla isn't worthy of you? That's right. I also said some terrible things to Layla, but... He waved his hand, cutting in. Wait, Cecile, what do you mean by that?
Cecile snorted coldly and continued, Haven't you realized yet? In my opinion, Layla is perfectly qualified to become the Duchess of Acid, so you... But Sion shook his head in denial. I'm the one who isn't qualified. What? Cecile, you probably don't know, but I did something wrong to Layla. He gave a faint, sorrowful smile. All I can do is protect Layla. Cecile fell silent for a moment. Those words you said at the Marquise's mansion back then, you didn't say that because Layla was the Marquise's daughter, but ever since then, Sion smiled faintly. That's right. She immediately became anxious and pressed him. What exactly did you do wrong? Can you tell me? No.
Cecile's voice faltered. Then she continued to ask, So does Layla know you did something wrong? You know, that. Hearing this, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. It was absurd that the victim herself knew nothing. But even so, it was clear Layla also had feelings for Sion. Could this be?
She also sighed, looking at Sion, who was lost in agony. Wasn't this one of those cases where the two people involved kept denying it while outsiders bet on when they'd start dating? What's more, that was her own younger sibling. Finally, Cecile concluded, "No, this won't do. Sion, you're staying here tonight." Sion looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. "Why?" Cecile replied, "I'll go back with you and visit the ducal estate while I'm at it. Given the situation, we can't leave right away. How about tomorrow morning?" But Sion immediately refused without a second thought. "Then let's do it another time." This made her anger flare up. "If you found it troublesome, you should have invited me earlier. I'm your only relative, and you're trying to upset me again? Even your letters were carelessly written." Sion, having been scolded, could only mumble apologies. I know, I was just too busy." She suppressed her anger. All right, then let's go together tomorrow morning." Inside, Cecile grumbled resentfully to herself. "You'll have to thank me later, you silly little brother." A little while later, the two met Kiter again. He immediately agreed to the trip. "Haha, of course, that's fine."
After all, it was an invitation from my wife's sworn brother, who was also the hero who saved the world. Was there any reason to object? Sion nodded with a smile. Indeed. But right after that, Kiter turned to speak sweet nothings to his wife, oblivious to the lonely heart quietly watching from the side. "Of course, the nights without you will be very empty for me." Cecile smiled brightly. "I'll be back soon, so please wait a little longer." It was then that he remembered Sion. "By the way, you must be very tired, aren't you? I've kept you for a bit too long. Should I have someone prepare a simple dessert? If you want to get up first, that's fine. Just make yourself at home." Sion asked to be excused and then stumbled away. "Then I'll take my leave first. I'd like to take a short walk and then go straight to rest." Before he left, the affectionate couple didn't forget to tell him, "You can use the same bedroom as last time to rest. Good night." In the back garden, Sion smiled faintly. "I'm glad Cecile is still well. I don't quite understand, but I suppose that's what they call a married couple, isn't it?" Those two words struck straight at his heart. Husband and wife. As Cecile said, if Layla were to marry, she would have to smile in front of others for the rest of her life, with a man who has died and come back to life countless times, over and over again.
The more Sion thought about it, the less he wanted it to happen. Indeed, it couldn't be like that. He couldn't be that greedy. Cecile said that because she didn't know anything. Moreover, he had been feeling disturbed for a while now, and he quickly noticed a stranger hiding behind the tree. "Who's there? Is there something you want with me?" At this moment, Dolly, having been discovered, slowly stepped out, chuckling. "Ah, I apologize. I came to see His Grace the Duke, but you seemed to be deep in thought, so I waited for a bit." He bowed before him and continued. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dolly, a wizard from the Earl's family." A wizard? Recalling what he had heard from Layla, it seemed that at that time Cecile had sent a wizard, and boom, a giant fireball appeared. That was the wizard who saved Layla, wasn't it? At this, he grinned even more broadly. "I suppose Lady Layla has already spoken of me, hasn't she? It is truly an honor to be remembered by her." Sion smiled, thanking him once more. "Please forgive my belated thanks. It is thanks to you that Layla's life was preserved." But Dolly was completely unconcerned. "Haha, it was nothing. I merely followed the Countess's orders. Actually, what I wanted to discuss also concerns Lady Layla. Since she went through such a major incident, I've been concerned about whether she's all right." Sion nodded, making some small talk. "She had some wrist pain recently, but she's fine now."
"But may I ask you something?" He nodded in agreement immediately. "Of course, Duke Acid." Sion frowned, asking in a suspicious tone, "I heard that there was nothing to worry about during Layla's stay here, yet you're seeking me out in the middle of the night like this to inquire about the situation? Could it be that you care about her?" Dolly's heart skipped a beat. "Huh?" He quickly explained himself. "That's absolutely not the case. It's not that I care about her. I'm just genuinely worried about her as a human being. Please, don't misunderstand, Duke." Sion stroked his chin, looking unconvinced. "Is that so?" He could only explain further, before quickly making his escape. "Phew, I have wasted too much of the Duke's time. I swear on my family's honor that I do not harbor even the slightest affection for Lady Layla. I'll take my leave now, all right?"
Finally, he looked up at the brightly shining night sky and pondered. He was a wizard who exuded a very strange aura. Was the oath that slipped out his family's honor? It certainly felt very different from the wizard at that time. But he'd better remember that. Wizard Dolly. The next day, at Sion's mansion. As soon as she arrived at the mansion, Cecile loudly called out to her acquaintance, "I'm here, Layla." Layla stood on the stairs, looking blankly at the lady below, unable to hide her surprise. "Sister Soleil? Long time no see. Is this our first time meeting again after 2 weeks?" "Yes, about that." As soon as they met, Cecile suggested, "Shall we take a walk? We can talk privately for a bit." She immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, all right." After only a few steps, Cecile asked directly, "Can I get straight to the point? Do you want to live with Sion for the rest of your life?" The shocking question rendered Layla speechless.
She quickly tried to evade the question, "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Cecile chuckled inwardly, finding her endearing in a way Sion wasn't. She then brought up an old topic. "I remember what you said before, don't I? You said you were crazy, right? So, is that still the case?" Layla's face flushed as she shyly admitted, "Yes, I think it's still like that recently." Cecile smiled, just as she expected. She leaned forward, nodding, wanting to guide these two clueless individuals. "All right then, speaking of which, do you want to do something really crazy?" She looked bewildered, not understanding Cecile's intention. "Do something crazy?" Cecile gently patted her head. "Layla, you have to help Sion." At this moment, Layla rushed towards the hallway. She opened the door, her entire body tense. "Sion!" He was discussing something with the butler when she burst in breathlessly. "Layla!" She realized the timing was inappropriate, so she shyly intended to close the door and leave. I'm sorry, I'll come back later then." But the butler quickly understood the situation. "It's quite all right, Miss Layla. I was just about to leave after finishing my report. Isn't that right, Your Grace?" He also nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Butler Carrick gently pushed up his spectacles. "I'll be on my way now." "All right," she cheerfully bowed and greeted. "Thank you, Carrick."
The two sat down on the sofa in the room, and he gently asked her, "Should I ask someone to make some tea?" Layla immediately shook her head in refusal. "No need, I'm fine. I just had some with Cecile." Sion then brought up what had just happened with a slightly unfocused expression. "But what's wrong? Why do you look so rushed?" At the mention of this, she immediately turned to him as if to question him. "Don't you have anything to tell me? You said you had to get married, didn't you?" "What?" Her hands clenched into fists, she recounted. "I heard Cecile say so. You suddenly became a duke, and the entire nobility in the capital city is displeased about it. You're the hero who saved the world, and now they're being so ungrateful." Sion didn't know what to say, and could only listen in silence as she finished her part. "So to appease that dissatisfaction, the king wants to marry his sister to you." Hearing this, Sion understood somewhat. "So you're saying that because the nobility here is displeased with me being granted the title, the king is forcing me to marry his sister. Are those truly the words Cecile told you?" Layla nodded, admitting those words were accurate. "So marry me, Sion."
He gaped in astonishment, but Lila had prepared a perfect plan and explanation. "Here's the thing. If you marry me, then even if it were the king himself, wouldn't he have to give up that idea? Because you can't make someone who's already married do that again." Her hands gripped the hem of her dress, trying to stay calm. "Cecile said that if that happens, you'll have to live under the king's surveillance for the rest of your life. That's really not fair at all." Sion covered his face in embarrassment. "Where is Cecile now?" She went back. Sion flinched. "What?" Lila, still innocently believing Cecile's words. "Because it was urgent. She came here for a moment to tell me directly." Hearing these words, Sion could only hang his head and sigh. "Oh, God." Seeing him so dejected, she added to comfort him. "Oh, of course. I'm not talking about us living together as a real married couple. If anything, it would probably be a fake marriage, or just a marriage contract."
"We will pretend to be a couple until the king gives up his intentions. If you find someone you truly want to marry, then—" But he took her injured arm and asked, "Does it still hurt that much?" Layla immediately pulled her hand back, smiling awkwardly. Just a bit. But I'm feeling better now. It's not a bone or joint injury anyway." Sion sighed, looking at the girl with doting affection. "You're injured like this, and you still want to do something else?" Her lips moved several times. Finally, Layla nodded in confirmation. I want to be able to do something. I have to do it." He also fell silent, as if lost in his own deep thoughts. Layla placed her hands over her chest, awaiting his answer. Sion finally came to a conclusion. "All right, let's get married." Not long after the news of Duke Sion's wedding was announced, esteemed guests arrived at the ducal mansion. Marie, along with Mason, Wilhelm, and Elvin. The four of them made the effort to visit Layla. "I am very glad you are well, my lady."
Wilhelm, deeply moved, said, "I had thought that nothing would happen since Sir Taylor was accompanying us, but I believed it would be very difficult to meet the young lady again. I was very surprised to receive your letter." Everyone around them also chimed in, expressing their own surprise. Layla replied with a hint of embarrassment, "I apologize, but due to personal reasons, I couldn't contact any of you." The others also lowered their gazes awkwardly. "We are truly sorry. We couldn't help the young lady when you were in the most difficult situation. We are truly ashamed, young lady." Marie also propped her chin and sighed deeply. "Please let me extend my apologies to Sir Taylor as well for making him bear such a heavy burden." At the mention of Taylor, she became even more curious. "By the way, I have something to ask. Do you all know that Sir Taylor has become a knight of Duke Acid?" Wilhelm nodded, replying, "Yes, because you already mentioned that in the letter." Layla then added, "If you don't mind, please move here like Sir Taylor, okay? Though Sir Taylor hasn't exactly moved here." This statement left everyone stunned. "What?" She chuckled and went on, "Of course, I'm not forcing anyone. It's merely if you wish to. I think I can provide salaries and the best possible working conditions for everyone." Wilhelm was thrilled and immediately agreed. He rested his chin in his hand, pondering. "I completely agree.
Such a quick decision. It was an honor to serve the young lady once more. Moreover, wasn't this also an opportunity to be close to a hero who would save the world? Even if I had to lie a little and say I wouldn't be paid, I would still do it. Marie also wanted to return to her mistress's side once more. She said, "I'm about to move anyway, so could I be your personal maid?" Layla didn't hesitate to accept. Of course. What about Elvin? Elvin mumbled thoughtfully. Would it be too difficult for me? This made Layla worried. What are you talking about? However, Elvin scratched his head and chuckled. I know there's already a doctor at the ducal estate. I can't let someone else lose their job because of me. Layla quickly dismissed this thought, waving her hand as she replied, "Oh, don't worry about that." Layla recounted what had happened earlier. The current doctor told me he wants to retire. I guess he wants to return to his hometown and open his own clinic. Marie asked, "Is that really true?" Layla truly hoped everyone could gather there. So Elvin will move in too, right? Elvin, having resolved the doubt in his heart, smiled and agreed. "Yes, I'll sort everything out before the wedding ceremony." Me smiled happily. "I'm so glad we're all gathered here, young lady, but is it all right if I still call you young lady now?"
Wilhelm immediately teased her with a few words. "Aren't you going to become the Duchess of Acid? Shouldn't I call you the future Duchess?" Layla shook her head and shrugged. "That's still a long way off, Wilhelm." Suddenly, Marie had a bold thought. "By the way, I heard that the Duke of Acid has blonde hair and black eyes. Could it be Mason? Could that be?" Layla was the one to confirm the rumor. "That's right. The Duke of Acid is Cyan." Everyone was astonished, their eyes fixed on her. "What? Really?" Detective Wilhelm nodded, as if he knew all along. As expected, someone has indeed kidnapped Cyan. Elvin also chimed in. "I don't think Cyan could die that easily, because I understand Cyan's body better than anyone." The very next second, he explained, "Please don't misunderstand or worry at all. Regardless of the past, I promise to serve the Duke with all my heart."
Everyone smiled, praising the apprentice. Wilhelm sincerely praised the Duke throughout the journey, for it was thanks to him that they all enjoyed good lives. Layla was once again reunited with old acquaintances, unable to conceal her happiness. Marie, Wilhelm, Elvin, and Mason were all present. She welcomed everyone and expressed her hope for their future assistance. The room was still brightly lit. Time had flown by. Tomorrow was already their wedding day. Marie, who was attending to the young lady, also felt a shared joy. Who would have thought these two would marry? But I sense that they both have feelings for each other. She brought tea to Layla. "Tomorrow is your wedding day. Are you still feeling shy? Would you like more tea? This is a special blend that helps reduce swelling." "I understand. It's quite all right. I don't need any."
Marie suddenly became emotional, as if her eldest daughter was about to marry and move far away. Our Lady Layla is still as beautiful and kind as ever. Layla chuckled. "I'm not a child anymore. What's with this?" The maid's gaze was fixed on the lady, with a hint of reluctance. "Because you faced so many difficulties since childhood. Now just be happy, for you found the one you love." These words made Layla suddenly fall silent. Love? She was lost in her own world, bewildered. That night Layla tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Do I love Cyan? Why would Marie say such strange things before the wedding? She buried her face in the blanket, hiding her embarrassment. What do you mean, the one I love? That can't be happening. Cyan killed me 3 times after all. Come to think of it, he also saved me 3 times. So what if Cyan saves me 1 more time? But suddenly she looked bewildered. What do you mean, save me? The outrageous words from that year began to resurface. Whose child is she? No matter what I think, Cyan and I, even if Sister Cecile doesn't hate me, what has Hildegard done to our family? Because nothing has changed since birth. Finally, Layla told herself to forget it. Just go to sleep. I'm just thinking useless things.
The morning that seemed like it would never come finally arrived. Cyan's and my wedding ceremony was held outdoors on the ducal estate. More people came than expected, to the point where there weren't enough seats and some had to stand to attend. Finally, the ceremony began. I still hadn't been able to shake off the thoughts and feelings of tension from last night. It wasn't until I heard Cyan's voice that I truly woke up. When it came to the ring exchange, he slowly placed the diamond ring on her ring finger, then gently whispered in her ear, "It will be all right, Layla. Don't worry about anything." He said, "Because no matter what happens later, I will protect you." With just the warm, deep sound of his voice and Cyan's gentle smile, all my worries and anxieties vanished. Even if Cyan didn't save me another time, everything would be fine. Layla, immersed in happiness, softly whispered her thanks. "Thank you, Cyan." No, perhaps. The high priest's words echoed far and wide throughout the ducal estate. Before all those witnessing here today, I declare, it has been a very long time.
The 2 of them became husband and wife. It was only then that I finally admitted how much I liked Cyan.
By the fountain, more and more tables laden with refreshments appeared. Since the main ceremony and reception were to be held immediately afterward, most people were nobles who came to build good relationships with Sion, but occasionally a few also came to greet me. Madame Acilies Liam, formerly Lady Donovan, was also one of my few guests. She said that she had recently started learning sculpture and boasted, "These calluses look pretty cool, don't they?" And also those who were called enemies, yet also friends of Kaler, who had helped us escape from the dungeon before. I was able to meet them and express my gratitude. They responded awkwardly, "What? Why me? Oh dear, that was just something we had to do." When Sion also came with me to greet them, everyone became very flustered, which made me feel a little guilty.
And finally, Cecile and Count came to tease Sion for a while before leaving. The two of them playing off each other made the atmosphere even livelier. "For the wedding night, you have to carry her princess style, right?" Cecile teased. Sion burst out laughing. "Ha ha, that's right. Come down, Cecile." After greeting many people, Sion also worried about her. "Layla, are you very tired?" She flinched, then shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." Sion asked, "What's wrong?" Sion clearly looked awkward. "I have someone I need to meet. Would you mind coming with me? If you're tired, I can go alone." But she didn't refuse. Instead, she linked her arm with his and walked to the other side. "Of course, then I'll come with you." Layla even directly pulled his hand, leading him away. "Let's go quickly. That person must be waiting for you." Sion replied, "Let's go together." As they stepped inside, the priest bowed deeply in greeting. "It's an honor to meet you, Duchess." She quickly returned the greeting. "It's an honor to meet you." Seeing her still in a bowing posture, the priest dared not look up. "Duchess, you don't have to do that." But she still deferred to him. No, priest, please stand up first." The priest said, "How can I?" This left Sion, standing beside them, utterly bewildered. Sion asked, "What are you two doing?" He had no choice but to frown and stand between them as a referee. "I'll count to 3, and you two will both look up." The priest replied, "Yes, I understand." Layla also said, Sion slowly began to count. 1, 2, 3. She slowly straightened up, thinking to herself that she would have to do it a little slower, then chuckled softly.
Lila immediately turned sharply to the side, his body trembling like that. Could it be? She let out a cold, displeased huff. "How dare you laugh at me?" Sion merely replied, but still turned away. "Not at all." Lila glared angrily. "Look me straight in the eye and say that." When he turned back, he was still trying to suppress his smile. She trembled, hesitant to scold him. "Go ahead and laugh. No one's stopping you." That was all he needed. Sion laughed as if he had never laughed before. Although displeased, she still pressed her lips together and said nothing. It was just because he was handsome, so she forgave him. At this moment, Sion returned to normal. "Let's sit down now. After all, you are still a guest. We've made you wait for a long time." She was again shy, wanting to let the priest go first. "Please sit down quickly." "Priest, no, both of you sit first." Sion chuckled teasingly. "Shall I count down one more time?" Lila, blushing with embarrassment, finally had to compromise. Come on." The priest also felt awkward. "I'll sit right here." Holly, as soon as he sat down, introduced himself. "Come to think of it, I haven't even introduced myself yet. I am Holly, currently serving the Holy Divine in the Kingdom of Del." She exclaimed, "If it's the Kingdom of Del, then you must have traveled quite a distance." He replied with a bright smile. "Haha, I was a bit rushed, so it didn't even take a month." Sion crossed his arms and glanced at the priest. "Why did you come here in person? It would have been sufficient to go through the superior."
Seeing his calm face, Holly was stunned. "Are you joking, sir? How much is this worth that it can be given to someone else?" But he merely shrugged in response. "Someone has already done so." Holly was still insisting loudly. "If this item could be valued, then it could be given away. But this is an item that even if one received thousands of gold, they would still hesitate whether or not to sell it." Layla looked bewildered. "An item?" At this moment, he pulled it out of his pocket. It's this." He slowly and thoroughly explained the bracelet, which was kept in the luxurious box. "This is a bracelet imbued with the power of the gods. More precisely, this bracelet embodies the spiritual energies of the priests." Layla gasped in astonishment. Did those priests bless this bracelet? Holly excitedly shared. "It's more than just a simple blessing. It has the function of protecting its owner from external influences, including magic, as long as the bracelet is not damaged." Sion immediately caught the key phrase. "What about the detoxification function?" Upon mentioning this, the priest coughed awkwardly. "Regarding poison, it only detects toxins." "Even toxins?" Sion was displeased upon hearing this result. "Only detection?" His face darkened, and he looked embarrassed, as if apologetic. "Sir Holly, I have tried my best. To create this, dozens of priests had to exhaust themselves."
"Quickly replace those who have fallen. God, why do you test us like this?" The more he argued, the more thoroughly he explained. "Furthermore, do you know how valuable artifacts capable of detecting toxins, curses, or magic are?
If the world knew such a thing existed, wealthy people from all over the country would come to inquire about buying this. Sion finally stopped judging, glancing at her softly. I understand now. How many years can this be used for? Layla held the bracelet in her hand and murmured, wealthy people from all over the country?
Holly nodded, sighing. At most, it will only last 10 years if the lady does not participate in war. Suddenly, Sion grew curious. What if she does participate in war? His face darkened, bewildered. How could the lady go to the battlefield? But what if she does? Holly respectfully replied. Then the bracelet can still be used for another 5 years. Sion frowned, silently setting a condition for the priest. Then don't contact me for another 5 years. After that, please add a detoxification function as well, he added, his tone completely different from when he spoke to Layla. I understand. At this moment, Holly wiped away his sweat, sighing as he reminded the new owners of the bracelets. In any case, I hope you two will take good care of this protective bracelet, as it is a gift I made for the lady and you, so I was especially careful with it. Layla cherished the bracelet, nodding. Thank you, I will take good care of it. Holly even shed tears as he shared. By the way, I poured all my heart into it. Originally, I had a more beautiful appearance than I do now. Sion immediately retorted, don't belittle yourself like that anymore. Your current appearance looks much healthier.
But Sion paid no mind to the words he mumbled in her ear. This is what I asked them to make for you. Do you want to try it on to see if it fits? Oh, I see. She slowly put it on her hand. Layla looked at the bracelet with teary eyes, her heart full of emotion. It fits perfectly. It's beautiful. Layla, Sion's gift to me. She also didn't forget to respond to the priest. Thank you, Sion. Thank you very much, Father. Priest Holly said, please let me extend my thanks to the others as well. He sat opposite her, laughing heartily. I am grateful when someone acknowledges those efforts. Suddenly, a faint light swept across his eyes. Wait. Sion quickly grabbed her hand and examined it. What was the meaning of that light just now? The priest also hastily stood up, his face filled with worry. Madam, are you all right? This is the detection function I mentioned earlier, but why now? Sion gasped, fearful. Layla, are you all right? Should we go to Elvin quickly, or call Elvin here? But she still doesn't feel anything right now. I'm fine. Holly himself hadn't expected this to happen. We have verified this function many times. The possibility of error is extremely low. No delays. Sion quickly stood up. I'm sorry, Layla. Before she could compose herself, he had already scooped her into his arms. What? Layla's cheeks flushed, and she shrieked his name. Sion! The bracelet glowed once more, as if signaling that something ominous was about to happen.
In the sick room, Layla sat solemnly awaiting the results. Elvin tidied up his belongings and said, the examination results, in my opinion, seem to show nothing unusual. Layla grumbled from the bed. See, I told you I was fine. But Sion wasn't entirely convinced. That's just one person's results. Layla immediately frowned. Don't you trust Elvin? Sion was still worried. It's not like that. I trust Holly. Even Elvin advised. That's right, young lady. You can't be at ease with just this. Didn't I tell you it would be better to see a doctor specializing toxicology? Elvin's expression turned serious. Furthermore, there are some types of poisons that are difficult for us to detect. Sion continued. I've contacted some doctors Elvin recommended, along with a few others I've heard about. You should come back then for another checkup. Layla just thought he was overreacting. I know. Holly also added, and just in case, I've also contacted the high priest. I've confirmed with my power that it's not a curse, but... Holly closed her eyes and thought. Perhaps the problem is with the bracelet, or it could be some other issue I'm unaware of. But Layla felt even more that everyone was overcomplicating the issue. There's no need to go to such lengths. Holly shook her head, not wanting to take things lightly. No, this matter definitely needs a thorough investigation into its cause.
He grew more worried, advising her in various ways. So Layla, please don't push yourself too hard. I'm counting on you. She nodded in agreement. I'll try. Don't worry too much. I really don't mind it. Then shall we return to the banquet hall? We need to see everyone off. But he was still a little reluctant. Will you be all right, Layla? To keep you from worrying, she needs the doctor's approval. There's no problem right now, is there, Elvin? He nodded in confirmation. I think it'll be fine. Just don't exert yourself too much. But he also cautioned her very carefully. Instead, young lady, please don't go alone. If you feel anything unusual, come see me immediately. With that, Layla pulled her hand forward. You heard him. Let's go. Sion. All right. But deep down, she wasn't entirely at ease. Everything will be fine, right? All my worries and Sion's concerns turned out to be meaningless. All the doctors who came to the ducal mansion found no unusual signs in my body.
All the doctors respectfully remarked, we have utilized all our knowledge and available experimental drugs, but none of them have had any effect on the lady.
It seems this is not a case of poisoning. Even after confirming the opinions of all the medical professionals, except when I was asleep, Sion remained by my side at all times, as if observing me with a worried expression. Wherever he went, he stayed close, grumbling about the smallest things. "Don't walk so fast, Layla." To the point where Layla had to sigh wearily. "Sion, I'm really fine. The doctors all said I'm fine." But Sion shook his head in disagreement. "We still need to be careful until we meet the high priest." At this, Layla knew exactly how to blame him. "Isn't it because you set such a tight deadline that the priests made mistakes? That's why there were a few minor errors with the bracelet."
This time, Sion truly bore some of the blame. It's true that the time was quite short, but they aren't the type of people who easily make mistakes, are they? It turned out the rumor she heard wasn't false. Time was truly very tight. He replied shyly, "Regarding that, I had no other choice but to give it to you on our wedding day." Finally, returning to the main topic, Sion still couldn't shake off his anxiety. After all, he couldn't rest assured until it was thoroughly checked. His voice was filled with love and concern for her. "The high priest will be here in a few days. Please try to wait a little longer, Layla, and then I won't bother you anymore." Layla pursed her lips and lowered her face, wondering, nothing has happened yet, so why is Sion so worried? Is he worried about me to the point where his eyebrows are furrowed like that? All because of me? She suddenly raised her hand towards him. "It would be better if you didn't frown like that."
Sion instinctively recoiled awkwardly. Layla also withdrew her hand, feeling embarrassed. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them became even more awkward. She quickly pulled her hand back, feeling uneasy. "What's wrong? I was just dusting. Did I startle you?" His face turned as red as a tomato, and he repeatedly explained, "No, it's not that." To avoid further awkwardness, she turned and walked away. Haha, well that's a relief. But inwardly she felt disheartened and dejected. It seemed he didn't like being touched by her. When she sat next to him, he also moved further away. A few days ago, when they were walking together, his hand had brushed her slightly. Since then, he had started walking behind her. Thinking back, when giving a bracelet, people usually put it on each other directly. He said he wanted to give it to her on their wedding day, but why didn't he put it on her himself? But before that, a rather unexpected event had occurred. When light emanated from the bracelet, he had hugged her, doing so because he was worried she might get hurt. Was he very happy when they met again? She didn't know either. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. "Layla." She startled and turned her head. Sion looked at her with concern. "Are you all right? You seem to be breathing a bit heavily." It was then that Layla realized it. "Oh yes, I was a bit distracted, so I didn't notice." Hearing this, Sion started to panic. "This won't do. You should go inside and rest for a bit. This is just because you don't exercise much." It wasn't until she sat down on a chair that she felt somewhat more comfortable. Phew. He leaned in close to her face and asked, "Is everything really all right? Do you usually find it hard to breathe when you walk a lot?" But Layla truly didn't know anymore. "I'm not actually in pain anywhere. It's just a physical issue." But she felt a suppressed energy within her. "But today it's particularly serious. Shouldn't things be better if I sit down? But why does it feel even worse? Maybe it's because my heart is beating a bit too hard, making me feel a little dizzy."
Suddenly, Lila was startled to feel something shattering. "Oh, that's strange. Why?" A sharp pain shot from her heart all the way to her brain. "My heart!" She collapsed into his arms and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gradually, she sank into her own unconsciousness. His voice shook her awake, but she could no longer react. "Lila! Sion! Lila!" At that moment, she had only one thought about him. He'll be so worried.
For the first time seeing herself like that, her eyes welled up with tears, unable to believe the sight before her. Layla held the mirror, looking at herself with disgust. She looked as if she were already dead. Such things might happen in the next few days. The more she thought, the more afraid she became. What would happen if she really died? Would the world end when she turned 20? At this moment, a thudding sound echoed from the corridor outside. "Layla, the high priest has arrived." He appeared with the ritual priest and a few others. "I am merely a humble servant of God, long having forgotten my name, so please call me the high priest." Layla sat on the bed, wearily greeting him. "Thank you for coming all this way." He smiled in response. "Whenever the hero here calls for help, I will be there immediately." But the high priest, wanting to quickly conduct the examination, interrupted them. "The greetings are sufficient. Let's begin the examination now." Saying this, he moved closer to the bed and respectfully said to her, "Madam, may I touch your hand for a moment? One hand will suffice." She cooperated by extending her hand. "Yes, here it is." When his hand grasped hers, his expression became pensive, and he frowned. Layla also pressed her lips together, waiting. Seeing the high priest's expression, she quickly inquired about the situation. "Do you feel anything?" His voice, low, offered a diagnosis. "I believe it seems there is something within Madam's heart." Layla was startled, unconsciously touching her left chest. "In my heart?"
Sion's expression hardened. "Do you mean she has a heart condition?" But the high priest shook his head. "It seems this illness is different from a heart condition. I think I should explain this first. There is something called soul energy that flows within the human body, also known as the spirit of life, which is a power essential for human existence. However, the lady's body currently shows no signs of soul energy anymore."
The more Sion listened, the more incredulous he became. What? The high priest continued to explain. Although she should have already faced death, the lady is still alive. Perhaps I believe it's because of something in her heart that I mentioned earlier. Layla touched her chest, continuing to listen to his explanation. Although the reason is unclear, perhaps that thing has also become unable to use its power, so that must be why the lady's health has suddenly deteriorated so much. Layla slumped inside. If that's the case, then I don't have much time left, do I? Please answer honestly. Tears welled up in her eyes. Then how much longer do I have to live? I think half a year. Layla's hands trembled as she clenched them into fists, trying not to show her emotions. I see, half a year. Sion didn't want to just let her slip away like that. He would think of a way. There had to be a way. Can't we replenish that soul energy? The high priest shook his head. As far as I know, no. That would be like bringing someone back from the dead. In other words, this is the realm of the divine, no longer of humans.
However, regarding that thing in the lady's heart that I mentioned earlier, if we can find someone who truly understands its nature, perhaps we can discover something. The more he listened, the more he clutched his head in frustration. What exactly is that thing? Even the high priest has never encountered this type of energy. I'm not entirely sure, but I sense a rather strange energy source. It's a mysterious power, almost like sorcery or magic. I wonder if the lady is a sorceress or a witch.
Have you ever come into contact with people specializing in such mysterious stories? Hearing that, he began to have a bold thought. Dolly, at Count Cater's mansion. At this moment, in the dark corridor, Cecile led the way. Cheyenne, what exactly is going on? Layla is sick, so why are you looking for Dolly? He didn't explain the situation clearly, only promised, I'll explain this later, Cecile. Right now, I need to find Dolly as soon as possible. Her gaze swept over him, sounding suspicious. You're not planning to do anything here, are you? But in the end, she led Sion to where he needed to go, adding a warning. I don't know either. You'll have to find out for yourself. This is Dolly's research room. It's usually here. I'm only telling you because you asked, Cheyenne, but I hope nothing regrettable happens. But he didn't hear a word of what she said next. Reaching the door, he flung it open. Cecile, standing beside him, shrieked, Cheyenne! At this moment, the mage Dolly was engrossed in his pile of documents. Duke Acid.
He quickly stood up and asked, What brings your grace here? Cecile, walking behind, hastily explained, Sion has something to tell you. But when Sion approached the wizard, he carried all his anger with him. You definitely know something, don't you? Dolly still chuckled, feigning ignorance. Pardon? I don't understand what you're saying. Immediately, Sion drew his sword and slashed across Dolly's clothes, making him break out in a cold sweat. Cecile, worried, rushed over and called out to him, Sion, what are you doing? Sion showed no restraint, even with Cecile present, directly brandishing his sword threateningly. Tell me why you asked about Layla's health that day. Dolly smiled faintly and quickly explained, I just thought it was an excessive personal concern. Sion continued, yet, when you heard Layla was injured in the wrist, you showed no special reaction, even though you deliberately waited for me to come and inquire, but you didn't seem to care at all. But Sion wasn't so easily convinced. He challenged, then why do you still care about her condition? Are you perhaps waiting for a different answer from me? At this moment, Cecile frowned and turned to Sion, saying, Are you suspecting Dolly about that? He's the one who helped Layla escape. At this point, Dolly suddenly chuckled softly. As expected, the lady's heart has a problem, doesn't it? Sion frowned in anger and let out a cold snort. What's wrong with this guy? It was then that Dolly finally admitted truthfully. I also had my suspicions, but I thought I had to meet the lady first to be sure. Sion still maintained a cold demeanor, but it had softened considerably, and he asked, If what you think is true, can you save her? Dolly pursed his lips before replying. There is a way. I will let you know more after I've had a closer look. His arm was still pointing the sword forward. Hearing that there was a possibility of healing Layla, he immediately withdrew his sword. Sion didn't want to delay any further, as every moment was precious. Let's go now, follow me quickly, Sion said. Before leaving, he said to Lady Cecile, I'm sorry, Cecile. Things are a bit urgent right now, so I'll explain it to you next time. But she didn't blame him at all, and even tried to comfort him. It's okay, Sion. I hope Layla will be all right. Sion replied, Thank you, Cecile. Sion and Dolly immediately set off straight for the ducal mansion. The evening of the next day, they arrived at the ducal mansion. As soon as she saw her old friend, Layla smiled, trying to hide the pain in her heart. You're back so soon, Sion. Long time no see, Dolly. Dolly stepped forward, eagerly bowing in greeting. Yes, it has been a long time. I wish this were for a good reason. I heard you're not feeling well. May I examine you briefly? She nodded slightly and replied, Of course. Receiving permission, Dolly placed his hand on her chest to check her condition. He said, Then please excuse my rudeness. A surge of energy emanated immediately afterward. Dolly's expression hardened and he murmured, He even closed his eyes to feel this energy more clearly, then said, This is exactly what I've been looking for. Hearing this, Sion's heart pounded.
He thought to himself, so can she be saved?
He glanced out the window, then nodded slightly. There is a way. I will tell you now, but would you mind having everyone step outside? After everyone had stepped out, Dolly slowly explained. What is inside Layla's heart is the stone that the Moon Tribe calls the Time Stone. It possesses very special powers, created long ago by someone from the Moon Tribe. When it enters a human body, that person's energy will be drained. If it finds that the body has not yet been destroyed, it will take over that body as a vessel while retaining its energy. Then, at the moment that person's heart stops beating, it will use the absorbed energy to reverse time. The Moon Tribe calls this property mending the broken vessel, but the problem is that they cannot repeat this action indefinitely. When the soul's energy is completely drained by the Time Stone, the vessel can no longer be mended. Then the Time Stone will prepare to discard the vessel. The sorcerer's voice began to turn ominous as he concluded with a sentence. Immediately, Miss Layla's condition will be the same. Layla sat silently, listening to these stories, frightened to the point where her face was drained of all color. So, what is the cure? The sorcerer shrugged. It's simple.
He gently stroked his chin in response. Taking out the Time Stone is not difficult. The problem is that the soul has also been stolen, but it's okay. We just need to refill it. But I can't do it alone, so I need help from my family. In the middle, Layla interrupted. Wait a minute, Dolly. The high priest said that soul energy cannot be reabsorbed, but Dolly thinks it can. He nodded and explained. Our family must take responsibility for creating the Time Stone, so I want to help those who have been affected by the stone over time. I have researched and found a way. Suddenly, her face hardened and she mumbled further. What I'm curious about is where the soul energy overflowing in my body can be absorbed from. But Dolly didn't want to say, so he shook his head in refusal. I don't think you necessarily need to know this.
But Layla seemed to have an idea. Seeing her expression, he nodded in agreement. I think Madam guessed correctly. The stolen soul energy has been completely used up by the stone, so we will need to use someone else's energy. This is our clan's karma, so one person from the clan will have to sacrifice themselves. All right, Madam doesn't need to worry about that. But Layla still couldn't let go of that thought. Someone else's energy? After sharing some useful information, Dolly continued to ask, when can we depart? The sooner the better. But she seemed like a lost soul, laughing at herself, which made Sion worried sick. Layla! She gasped for breath, skillfully hiding her painful tears with her hand. She had just found a way to live. But if she wanted to live, did she need someone else's life? It was truly horrifying. As soon as she finished that thought, she suddenly collapsed into Sion's arms and fainted. Layla! The mansion was enveloped in a heavy, melancholy mood for several days. After that, Layla suffered from a high fever for 4 days and showed no signs of waking up. It was known that this was the process by which her body gradually lost its functions. She would wake up, but the time she had would become shorter and shorter. Sion asked Dolly many questions while Layla was still unconscious. How Layla discovered how to use the Time Stone, and the detailed method by which the Moon Clan replenished the soul's fortune.
Cecile, you're running as if Sion is about to return. Because she spoke as if she knew everything beforehand, he began to suspect. He knew Layla was the one who told him that story, so he started to follow her. He also talked about how to replenish soul energy. He answered in detail, as thoroughly as Sion wanted. And then, by the 4th day, Layla woke up. As soon as he saw her vaguely stir awake, Sion, who had been waiting by her bedside for a long time, rushed over to help her sit up. Layla, are you all right? Sion asked. Your fever subsided early. How are you feeling? But she glanced at herself, then back at Sion, whimpering, I'm still alive. Sion thoughtfully prepared a glass of water, saying, drink some water first. Thank you, Sion. He stood beside her, as if wanting to say something. After taking a sip of water, Layla looked at him with concern. You look like you have something to say, Sion, she said. Finally, caught off guard by her observation, he whispered to her, while you were unconscious, I spoke with Dolly.
But ever since she learned the story behind it, Layla remained firm in her resolve. No, I won't do that. I'll just die like this. Sion, however, refused to let her give up. How can you die? I won't let that happen. Layla turned away, hiding her sadness, and yelled, Didn't you hear me? Doing that would be like saying I have to take someone else's life to save my own, wouldn't it? No matter how much I want to live, I don't like that at all. But Sion shook his head. You won't die anyway. You won't die, and no lives will be taken here. She suddenly froze.
Gradually, her eyes welled up with tears. Sion, are you? Sion accepted it, and with a faint smile, he urged her, Take my life. Layla cried out agitatedly, No, I can't, Sion. He tried to explain, tried to soothe her soul. I'm different from ordinary people. Currently, I have 2 lives, but Layla wouldn't listen. There must be a reason for having 2 lives, right? What if you have to risk your life again later? Are you just going to die in vain then? His voice dropped. That's how it is. Layla froze in horror. What did you say? Anyway, I'm still alive now, so I can protect you. But Layla wanted even more to know the hidden truth behind it. What does that mean? Finally, he began to explain. Originally, I intended to die right after completing what I had to do. The demonic soul has been sealed, and Hildegard is no longer in this world. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. Layla couldn't believe it. She covered her mouth in horror. You're lying. But Cyan's voice simply replied blandly, It's true. Therefore, he knelt before her and pleaded, Layla, if you want me to live, then you must live too. Please. She kept sobbing, unable to accept it. You know, Cyan, if I listen to you, it feels like protecting me is something you have to do. But Cyan merely asked back, That's how you feel, isn't it? This is the truth. It really is. But Layla completely failed to understand. What does protecting me mean to you? Tell me the reason. If you're telling the truth, then... She frankly pressed him to tell the truth. I will accept your life. Cyan lowered his head.
His lips parted several times before he finally uttered a single word. Go. Currently, Layla's mind was also in turmoil because of him. Why? Recalling the past, Cyan couldn't help but blame himself. Because I killed you. So no matter what I do, don't think you owe me anything, because I am the one who owes you. After that, he abruptly left the room as if to hide the pain in his heart. Get some rest. We'll depart the day after tomorrow. The door slammed shut just as he stepped out, leaving her with a jumble of thoughts. I've spent the whole day thinking since Cyan left, and now I understand everything. How painful and agonizing must it have been for him to die countless times at the hands of villains and fight against demons. He had just completed his revenge, but when he opened his eyes again, he was back at the beginning. That feeling. The more she thought about it, the more Layla blamed herself. It's all my fault. I didn't know anything. Every time Cyan hated me, I only felt wronged. She covered her mouth, filled with anguish. The pain he had endured, why did she only understand it now? Cyan was the one who had been wronged here. He must have suffered so much pain, agony, and countless hardships.
But why did he say that he was the one who owed her? How could he say that he was still alive here to protect her? In the end, even when night fell, she still tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She wondered if it was because she had slept for 4 days straight, but now she couldn't even doze off. Was it because she had been thinking about Cyan all day? She missed Cyan too. Layla walked around the corridor, finally stopping in front of a room that was still lit. What the hell is this? I need to go back quickly. Just then, Cyan stepped out, meeting her. What's wrong? Layla panicked and quickly shook her head. Nothing at all. But on second thought, Layla mumbled a request to him. It's just, could you step outside for a moment? If it was about taking his life, then... But she quickly cut him off. Cyan, do you like me? No, how much do you like me? He was startled when she asked something completely unrelated. Why suddenly?
She continued, her face downcast. I feel like this whole thing is really strange. You worry about me, react to everything I do, care excessively, and then there's the fact that you won't come near me? Her voice grew softer and softer. You've tried to like me, but couldn't, right? Is it because the Hildegard blood still flows in my veins that you feel disgusted when you come near me? Cyan was startled and horrified by her unimaginable thoughts. Layla's gaze remained steady on him as she voiced her thoughts. Your expression tells me nothing. All right, now I know everything, so why did you make me so confused? This time, Layla seemed to approach him, to reproach him, yet it was as if she was questioning herself. Why is saving me like saving the world and avenging an entire family? Do you care so much about the fact that you killed me, and yet you can't be a little greedy for me? You've suffered so much because of me. Cyan pressed his lips together and sighed. Even that happened because I killed you. What if I said I truly don't care? What if I pretended I owed you nothing? Cyan held his head, refuting everything she wanted to say. That doesn't mean what happened will disappear.
Suddenly, she reached out and cupped his cheeks, then standing on tiptoe, she pressed a passionate kiss onto his lips. Cyan was also taken aback by her, his cheeks flushed red like ripe tomatoes. After a long while, the two reluctantly pulled away from each other. So, what if I say I like you? Cyan's whole body trembled. He tried to convince her. Layla, you don't like me. Layla was also stunned. What did you say? Cyan didn't believe her feelings. It's just an illusion. Layla repeatedly denied. It's not. He became even more certain. It is. She disagreed with Cyan's view. What do you mean it is? I don't understand why you keep denying it. It's clearly just an illusion. My desire to live has been mistaken for affection. Layla herself didn't know what to say. What are you talking about? What exactly happened between us? Cyan gently explained. Because all this time, I've been the one who could save your life.
She stood there dumbfounded. So you mean I'm just deluding myself into thinking I like the person who holds my life purely out of survival instinct? Don't be ridiculous.
Lila became irritable. Do I look like an idiot, someone who could save my life? If that's the case, Gideon Rasic could have saved me too. But I really hate Gideon Rasic. I like you, do you understand? I said I like you and only you. He took Lila's hand and reminded her, nothing can change. She felt utterly confused. Why is Sion so unusually calm? That doesn't mean what happened will just disappear, because right now you're deluding yourself into thinking you like me, which is why you can say it doesn't matter, but only for now. Lila presented her analysis. You mean I'm just temporarily mistaken, and once I get past this moment, my thoughts will change. The fact that you killed me will occasionally pop into my head, and eventually I'll stay away from you. This was exactly what Sion meant. Yes, you'll be afraid of me, just like before. She suddenly fell silent.
Layla was deliberately provoking him. In short, he was just a coward. Sion became flustered. She decisively flicked her hand away. Do you mean you're scared? Scared that I'll say I like you now, but later I'll push you away? Sion had his own reasons. It's not like that. It's just that I can't reach you, and you can't reach me either. To me, you're just a murderer. Layla was a little surprised. Could he really say something like that? I have nothing to hide. It's all true. Her tears welled up. If he truly was a murderer and had killed before, then the fact that he saved her was also an undeniable truth, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Sion, you idiot, stubborn, scared, you fool. All right, I'll follow my heart. She gave Sion a sweet kiss, but he tried to keep his distance from Layla. Sion was so embarrassed his cheeks flushed red. Layla, not again. She insisted. You too, just follow your heart. I'll do what I want. I'm leaving now. Good night. A sound came from outside the door. Layla gently touched her pink lips. What should I do? I've already done it. Sion, you're not planning to avoid me, are you? 2 days later, we set off for the Moon Tribe's dwelling place, guided by Dali. I had thought Sion was riding his horse to avoid me, saying it was for border patrol, but fortunately, that wasn't the case.
I felt completely relieved. On the way to the Moon Tribe's village, whenever no one was around, I would kiss Sion. Once the line had been crossed, what was there left to fear? Sion always wore a stiff expression, full of confusion and sometimes bewilderment, but he never avoided me, not even once, and that alone was enough for me. Even if the Moon Tribe couldn't save my life, and I would die in vain, I felt that I would have no regrets. 2 months passed just like that. Finally, we arrived at the place known as the Moon Tribe's village. Everyone had been chatting throughout the journey, asking if this was where the Moon Tribe lived, and it was confirmed to be true. Sion had warned them beforehand, hoping that Dali wouldn't lead them somewhere strange. Dali quickly reassured him, saying that she wouldn't dare to deceive a hero. She explained that it only looked like a snow mountain, but there was a way to open the entrance. Just by chopping down that tree once, the hidden door would appear. The trees were immediately chopped down. After Sion finished, he asked Dali for her opinion. Is that all right? Dali didn't dare to say anything, only replying that it seemed she didn't need to say anything more.
Lila wondered greatly, what would happen if we cut down those trees? He then revealed the secret. The door leading to the village would open. She couldn't help but be surprised. A door? The door appeared just as Dali said. Over there. All right, let's go. She was a little hesitant, but still agreed. All right. Lila felt as if she had stepped into another world.
She praised profusely. It's truly miraculous how everything can connect like this, Dali replied with a smile, because our tribe doesn't like to socialize with others. Layla thought this wasn't true. Dali isn't like that, is he? He commented on himself. I'm a bit different. That doesn't mean we don't interact with outsiders, so don't worry too much. She wasn't entirely reassured, asking, Is that true? Dali assured her. Of course. He led them to a witch's house. Everyone's here. Please confirm directly. The house will open soon. Layla couldn't help but worry, as miraculous things kept happening. As we walked along the trail, a village gradually appeared. Can I really survive? A woman was slowly opening the door. It seemed Layla knew the woman. Layla trusted her intuition. Deep crimson eyes. I think I've seen those eyes somewhere before. Sion suddenly gripped her hand tightly. Layla was pulled behind him in astonishment. She turned and called his name, Sion.
Seriousness was evident on Sion's face. He must have recognized her early on. What is your relationship with the witch? Layla only dared to think to herself, I remember now. Dark red hair, dark red eyes too. She's like a withered rose incarnated as a human. Asilis's sister spoke up. The witch, Asilis. Sion could be certain. I heard her name is Asilis. She wasn't very surprised. It turned out everyone had already met Asilis. Without further ado, he issued a threat. Explain why I can feel the witch's aura surrounding you. If you don't answer truthfully, I will draw my sword. Even Asilis's sister had to admit, you have a pretty good sense. Asilis and I are sisters, twin sisters. Could it be that Asilis is dead? Sion got straight to the point. She failed. Layla couldn't help but worry. Sion, aren't you being too honest?
This is this woman's village, and who knows, it might also be that witch's village. If the entire moon tribe attacks us, can Sion handle everything? Even if I die, Sion will be in danger.
She immediately nodded. I see. Layla hid behind Sion, wondering if it was okay. Asilas' sister agreed to welcome them. Please come in quickly. I will lead everyone to meet the leader. As we passed through the gate, the village where the Moon Clan lived gradually appeared. Compared to the journey we had made, this was a rather simple and peaceful village. The Moon Clan people had deep red eyes, and they all looked at us with curious eyes. She felt embarrassed on behalf of her clan members. I apologize if this makes everyone uncomfortable, because there's very little interaction with the outside world. Everyone is very curious about what's happening. Most of our clan are born and die right here, and Dali is a rare exception. Sion didn't want to waste any more precious time. I don't care. Above all, I want to hear something about that witch, the woman who almost killed me and Layla. Asilas' sister looked sad. I thought after losing her name she would live quietly. What a pity. He felt confused. Lost her name? Asilas had lost her Moon Clan name and was banished from the village about 100 years ago.
Layla couldn't believe her ears. 100 years later, she calmly explained, our clan's lifespan is around 200 years. She still remembered clearly, but when she met us, she said she hadn't aged. Asilas' sister didn't directly deny it, and it wasn't entirely wrong. If we don't use our powers, our family won't experience aging until the end of our lifespan. Layla raised a question again. Powers? She knew this better than anyone. It referred to the special abilities that each member of the Moon Clan possessed, although they were divided into many different types. Asilas' sister wanted a bit more information. When you met Asilas, how old did she look? Layla confirmed. She's around my age, in her 20s. Now she understood. It seemed Asilas hadn't used much of her power over the past 100 years. Her question remained unanswered. If one uses power, can they age on the spot? Asilas' sister gave a typical example. If one uses more than a certain amount, in severe cases, a young person can rapidly age. Finally, Layla understood. Asilas happily shared. Just so you know, I learned and used common magic, not my family's power. Layla was quite curious. Is that even possible? Asilas' sister retorted. No, normally it wouldn't be very feasible. Asilas continued. But I'm a special case. I'm a genius. Why wouldn't I age? I can tell you this because I thought you might be curious. Layla carefully reconsidered. Until Asilas ran away, her appearance hadn't changed at all. So does that mean Asilas couldn't use any power during her fight with Ser, to the point of being injured yet still holding back her power? What's the reason? Is it because it's not a power useful for combat? Otherwise, there's only one place to use it.
Sion thought differently. If she could change her appearance, could she hide her aging? She was absolutely certain that it was impossible. He speculated based on the details that had just been revealed, the ability to change appearance, control people, and her use of shield-generating power. Yet she still wasn't aging. Was she hiding a true power that required a lot of energy? Asilas' sister couldn't help any further. That indeed was possible, but we don't know what kind of power it conceals, because if the person themselves doesn't express or reveal it, no one can know. Lila's question made her stop. Why was she expelled from the village? Asilas' sister coldly replied that she had killed people unrelated to the Moon Clan in a single night, over 50 lives. Sion tried to get more information. Do you know why she killed them? But Asilas' sister bowed her head in sadness, and in the end, she still didn't speak. Anyway, after committing the crime, Asilas fled the village on her own. This was akin to being exiled. Sion didn't recognize Asilas' lie. Despite this, she still spoke as if she were a member of the clan, which made Asilas' sister suspicious. Is that really Asilas? It seemed Sion knew important news. If the clan finds out the truth, that her true identity has been exposed, then even before the world is ruled by that person, she will be executed by 1,000 stabs to death. The clan and that person? Do you have any theories? Does anyone in the Moon Clan know about those two? Asilas' sister couldn't help further. I don't know anyone, and perhaps no one in the clan knows either, especially when it comes to that person, because the Moon Clan serves no one, not even gods. When the two entered, the clan head was already there. You two, please come in. The door quickly closed. A welcoming voice echoed through the palace. It's been a long time since we've had guests. My name is Ido, the clan head of the Moon Clan. The two introduced themselves in turn. I am Sion Acid. I am Layla Acid.
It wasn't hard for Ido to realize. Sion, could it be because of the hero? Sion had nothing to hide, that was true. He greeted them warmly. How fortunate to meet you. Could you two please sit down and wait while I prepare some tea? Sion had no choice but to agree. All right. Layla was a little worried. I think this is the first time I've seen an elder in this village. What kind of power does he possess that he uses so much? What if they say they can't help any further because it's related to saving my life? Would I just die like that? I hope not. Ido brought out some good refreshments for his guests. This is the kind of tea my family enjoys very much, but I'm not sure if you two will like it.
Layla politely replied, "Thank you, sir." He spoke cryptically. Fortunately, everything went well. Sion spoke frankly. "I appreciate your kindness, sir, but I can't just sit here and drink tea." Layla didn't have time to remind him. Sion. Ido didn't scold Sion. "I understand. The time stone was about to abandon the body part." Layla thought the matter wasn't that simple. "Did you receive prior notice?" There was no time. Ido had a special ability. "No, it's because my innate power is the ability to detect. I spent my entire life searching for the time stone, and that's why I've aged so much."
"If so, I knew immediately when I saw the lady here. Why have you two come here? One of the people in the tribe must have led the lady here. There is a way to survive." Layla wanted to confirm again. "Is that true? Can I really live?" He showed no fear. "I am ready to give up my second life, so I want to proceed as soon as possible." "He has everything ready. The ceremony can take place tomorrow. As you said, the situation is urgent, so let's proceed with the ceremony tomorrow." Sion placed his hand on hers. "What a relief, Layla." Layla was so happy she almost cried. "Thank you, Sion." Ado had a slight question. "But can you two answer my question?" They didn't hesitate. Yes. He was certain of one thing. The time stone that the lady possesses is an item crafted and preserved by our clan. But then one day it suddenly disappeared. Our clan knew the danger of the time stone, so we immediately set out to search for it. As the person with the ability to detect spirits, whom I mentioned earlier, I was assigned the task. But even after searching all over the world, no trace of the time stone was found. When I returned, I had grown old. Our clan thought that was impossible. The time stone, which was strictly guarded, suddenly disappeared again. I spent my entire youth exploring, but I couldn't even find any clues about the time stone. Finally, we concluded that it was divine intervention. Sion didn't believe in supernatural forces. Isn't that a hasty conclusion? Divine intervention? How convenient. Ado hadn't finished his thought. You can think that way. I hope you will answer my question on the assumption that there was divine intervention. He tried to control his emotions. So what is the question? He posed a difficult question. Why would the gods want to save Lady Acid? Do you have any predictions about this? Even Sion was confused. Why would the gods want to save Layla? Ado was experienced in this field. Every action of the gods always has its meaning. Stealing things that belong to creation and hiding them carefully, then begging to be granted them? No, now I realize that what is appearing before my eyes might also be like that. Because there is some reason to save Lady Acid, even if it means going against the rules.
Layla briefly explained, "Sion is a hero, and I belong to Sion, a precious person. Isn't that right? It's like a reward for saving the world." He disagreed. "That's impossible. God isn't that merciful." She felt guilty. "How foolish. It seems I've been treating the divine very poorly just now." Ado instructed them to pay attention to Layla, emphasizing the importance of noting the significant changes that would occur if the lady were absent. "I definitely cannot live without her. If Layla weren't here, I would have chosen death myself. So, is this what God did to save me?" He became confused. "Do you mean before the evil spirit appeared?" Sion boldly asserted, "No, after that." Ado seemed to grow even sadder. He truly dared not think that perhaps the world's crisis was not yet over.
Sion didn't understand what Ado meant. Had the world's danger not ended yet? Please explain it clearly. He offered an explanation. The deities believed this world still needed a hero, which is why they saved Lady Acid. Because of that, the hero would not choose death. Layla's mind kept racing. If the deities had truly used her to save Sion, could she believe that at least she hadn't brought pain to Sion? That she herself had created a reason for Sion to continue living? He didn't know what to do. Was there no way to foresee that danger? Ado fell into a state of helplessness.
He himself was also bewildered. Unfortunately, the mysterious deity never forewarned anything. Only after everything had happened could one guess. So that's how it was. Please don't dwell on it too much. Perhaps the deity did nothing at all, and everything was just a coincidence. I'm just talking about a possibility. Sion reminded himself. I will remember that. Ito also found it hard to be at ease, only hoping that it would never happen. Moreover, has time passed so quickly? I will take you to a place to rest. You must be tired. Please relax to relieve the fatigue from your journey. We leisurely admired the village as we moved towards our resting place. Meanwhile, Dolly was kidnapped by the children and disappeared. It sounded like the children wanted to hear stories from outside the village, and they urged Dolly, "Come with us obediently." He tried to ask for help. "Please save me." Marie said she was tired and went to bed early. Only 2 people, Sion and I, remained at the inn, so we lingered in the village for a while longer, then rested for a bit under a large tree. Layla suddenly asked him, "Sion, have you ever been here before?" Sion replied softly, "No." She found it even harder to believe. "Then how did you know there was such a large tree here?" Sion revealed a secret. "I just sensed an aura." Layla was also surprised. "An aura from a tree? You're not hiding anything." "That's right.
She couldn't believe her eyes. You can sense an aura from a tree? What about other things? Sion had to explain. I can sense everything that is alive. Layla was even more curious than before. So you're sensing all sorts of different auras right now, aren't you? He unequivocally admitted it.
She was more worried about Sion, thinking it must be quite inconvenient. He didn't understand Layla's meaning. What? It turned out she was thinking differently. What I mean is, even if you wanted to rest completely comfortably without feeling anything, you wouldn't be able to. Sion only just realized he had never thought of that. Layla had another thought. Suddenly something occurred to me. Can you sense people's presence? Like, can you distinguish one person from another? He wasn't sure, but to some extent, he could.
She awaited Sion's answer. So you can tell it's me, right? It's okay, just tell me honestly. You can tell me apart from others, right? If only I had such an ability, it would be wonderful. No matter where you are, I could still find you. Sion's cheeks flushed. Is that possible? Layla was a little startled. Huh? What did you say? Of course I have my own way, Sion replied. I mean, even without that ability, I could still find you. She wanted to know more. Huh? How? Sion hesitated to say. It might be a little uncomfortable. Layla was eager to know. I won't tell anyone, so just say it. It turned out he had a special ability early on. He recognized her breath, and even her footsteps. When she returned from her walk, he could even distinguish her scent mixed with the smell of grass. To distinguish so clearly, one would have to be very close. She deliberately asked to feel more at ease. If it's in such a vast ducal mansion, do you always know where I am? Sion stated the truth. If it's in the ducal mansion, then yes, that's true. Layla suddenly placed her hand on his cheek. Then you? Only now did she discover the secret. Perhaps in this ducal mansion, you always know which way I'm going to walk? So, all the way here? She then gave Sion a surprise kiss. Layla whispered to him, Even when I came to you, bringing this mood, you already knew I would come? Sion's gaze was proof of everything.
Perhaps she didn't expect it either. He could have completely avoided her, but he decided not to, didn't he? Sion, how could you fall in love with me? Love a Hildegard? Sion quickly interrupted her. You, even if you are a Hildegard, you are still Layla. Tears blurred Layla's eyelashes. She teared up with happiness. You're not avoiding me this time, are you? Sion, you really act reserved, but you can't hide anything. No, perhaps you're just straightforward with me, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Sion is a straightforward person, so he can't turn a blind away to feelings or sins. Wait, Sion, if I can truly live on, I will make you cast aside all the tormenting sins weighing heavily on your heart. Layla and Sion were present to perform the ritual.
Aido instructed them to prevent them from making mistakes. He began to explain, his tone somewhat troubled. Before we begin the ritual, I have a few things to explain. These are all important matters, so you must listen carefully and remember them well. Sion agreed with him. All right, I will also follow Aido's instructions. Yes. Aido continued. These are matters concerning what will happen during the ritual and afterward. As soon as the ritual begins, the Duchess will fall into a deep sleep. Once we are certain she is asleep, the first step will be to destroy the time stone located within her heart. The heart, having lost its power, will naturally cease to beat. At that very moment, the hero's life force will be breathed into it, and the ritual will conclude there. Once completed, the heart will naturally fill the void left by the time stone, receiving the breath of life. It will then reconstruct the heart, blood vessels, and related parts. Due to the immense energy consumption, consciousness will typically not return during this period. Someone wanted to know exactly how long that period would last. Aido carefully instructed. Consciousness will return after about a month, but even then, it's best to allow for an additional period of recovery.
Layla didn't know if she should ask. I have something I'm curious about. He was ready to answer. Yes, please speak, madam. You're still not at ease at all. What does it mean to believe in a reconstructed bloodline? Aido found it awkward to explain, implying what she had just heard. The heart and bloodline flowing in Madam's body had been drained of life force by the time stone. It was no different from a vessel that had been depleted and expired. When the new life force began to settle, it would create a new vessel for itself to reside in. Who knew he would change the subject? But that doesn't mean you will carry Duke Acid's blood, so there's no need to worry about heirs. Layla blushed with embarrassment. That wasn't what she was wondering about, but it was good information nonetheless. In her heart, she still couldn't accept the truth. Sion had already told her as much, but just thinking about Hildegard's blood still flowing in her body made her feel disgusted. Now I can truly discard everything that belongs to Hildegard. Ada was extremely enthusiastic. Do you have any more questions? Layla had calmed down. No, there are no more issues. He didn't want to wait any longer either. Then let us begin the ritual. Madam Acid, please step onto the sacrificial bed and lie down.
Facing the sky, Duke Acid, please hold Madam's hand to establish the divine connection. Ado opened the book. Are you ready? Layla hesitated slightly. Yes. Panic enveloped her mind. Would she never wake up, or would it take not just a month but several years to regain consciousness? Perhaps she should leave a dying wish for Sion before she went. What should she say now? Even without me, you should still live happily. And there are no good girls in this world, so please don't meet anyone else but me, okay? I really am pathetic and petty to the very end.
Sion gripped her hand tightly, and Layla flinched. Huh? He wanted to get Layla's attention, to look at him. Her tears were about to spill. Sion, there's no need to deny anything. No matter what happens, don't blink. I must surely return. Return to where Sion is waiting. I will return, Sion. The image of a small family of 3 appeared in Layla's mind. I had been dreaming this dream for a very long time. A toddler, grinning widely, ran towards me, and I smiled too. I opened my arms and hugged the child. Then I heard Sion's low laughter from behind. The child grew up very quickly, and soon after she was taking a nap under a tree. Her head rested on Sion's lap, and she was dozing off. The fairy tale book was still open in her hand. Time in the dream passed very quickly. While that child grew up, got married, and then had children, I also aged rapidly. My hair gradually turned white, until it became like early winter snow. And then the final moment arrived. A peaceful end, just as I had imagined it from some distant day. Different from that old imagination, Sion was still by my side until the very last moment. I closed my eyes in peace and contentment.
It seemed as though I had found eternal rest, but then the dream shattered. I opened my eyes to reality, just as sunlight pierced through the thin curtains. As soon as my eyes adjusted to the light, a familiar voice echoed back to me. Sion feels somewhat relieved. You're finally back, Layla. Her face lit up. Yes, I'm back. Sion was still by my side, just as before. Those who have escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe often say one thing, that it's like being given another life. I couldn't help but agree with that statement. It truly felt like being reborn once more, like a fawn that had just been born.
Marie awkwardly followed behind. Are you sure you don't need my support? Layla wanted to move by herself. Of course, she seemed to anticipate the consequences of laziness. Just lying still won't make things better. Both Dolly and Elvin were the same. I heard they lost strength from lying down for too long. So don't we need to move to recover? Besides, my birthday party is coming soon, so I need to quickly regain my strength and physical fitness, right? Before I would get out of breath just walking a little, but now I feel very comfortable, so there's no need to worry. Marie immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What relief? Marie expressed her opinion. Speaking of the birthday banquet, that reminds me, this time I want to make it truly grand and splendid. This made Layla surprised. Why? It was only natural for Marie to always worry about Layla. For so long, Layla had never truly celebrated her birthday. Layla couldn't object either. That's true, isn't it? Layla thought to herself. The first birthday banquet was forced upon her by the villain, filled with memories she wished to forget. After that, Layla became a wanted person, forced to live in hiding. Marie hoped Layla would forget the past. Moreover, Layla had now started a new life, so this could also be seen as an occasion to celebrate.
Layla couldn't hide her happiness, and it was truly something worth celebrating. She smiled contentedly. Right. Layla kept pondering. If Lord Ido's words were true, then Hildegard's blood must have completely vanished by now. So I've truly been reborn, haven't I? Marie whispered into her ear, and it's probably time to put an end to these ridiculous rumors. Layla was shocked by the information. Rumors? Anger was about to flare up inside her. I heard people are spreading rumors that her ladyship has contracted a terminal illness and will soon pass away. Because of this, it seems the Duke has already started receiving marriage proposals. They say remarriage wouldn't be a problem. Hearing that made me so furious I couldn't stand it. Layla didn't know where to hide her face. Marriage proposals? Marie flinched. My lady!
She maintained her composure. The rumors of my terminal illness were nothing new. I admit, Sion is indeed a very desirable match. But my wife isn't even dead yet, and her funeral hasn't even been arranged, and you're already rushing to send a marriage proposal? That's going too far. Layla immediately ordered. Marie, tell my head butler that this birthday banquet must be grandly organized for me. Marie happily accepted. Yes, madam. She resolutely made up her mind. Before the banquet, I will definitely make a full recovery to show them how healthy I am. Marie encouraged herself. I will also try my best to decorate everything splendidly for you. We must show them that there's no room for anyone to come between the two of you. But what if too many people see Madam and become infatuated with her? At that point, I'm afraid the Duke will be driven mad with jealousy. Layla didn't hear the end of what she said. Jealous of what? Marie froze for 5 seconds. Huh? She said to Marie. It's nothing. Let's walk a little further before going in. Marie didn't dare to reply. Yes. The night sky outside the door was beautiful.
Layla had actually fallen asleep a long time ago. She couldn't sleep deeply and was now wide awake. It seemed to still be early dawn. She might as well take a short walk before breakfast. It was still pitch dark. Layla was alone in the cold hallway, wondering if Cyan was still asleep. Sometimes she saw him training from the early morning, but it was probably still too early now. She wondered if he was having pleasant dreams. Thinking back, she remembered having a very audacious dream while she was in a coma. Not only did she dream of having children, but also of having grandchildren. She absolutely must not tell anyone. She suddenly stopped at a room door. Layla herself felt embarrassed. She clearly intended to go to the back garden, so why was she standing in front of Cyan's bedroom? She was starting to scare herself. All right, stop it. He's been busy after being absent for a few days. It wouldn't be right to wake him now.
When day broke fully, she heard a soft groan. Did I hear wrong? She opened her eyes wide to see clearly. No, she hadn't heard wrong. Layla, worried, flung open the door to the room. She frantically ran inside. Cyan, what's wrong? Are you in pain somewhere? She found Cyan unconscious, his body burning hot. Layla quickly said, wait for me a moment. Cyan, I'll call Elvin right away. Elvin was already in the room. I'm truly sorry. The cause of the fever is still unclear. For now, I'll send over some fever-reducing medicine first. I will continue to consult more references. If anything changes, just call me right away. Layla replied, I understand, Elvin. She would follow his instructions. Layla didn't know how to describe her feelings. She placed her hand on Cyan's forehead, hoping the fever-reducing medicine would work.
Marie only revealed it now, but she knew it would be useless, because he had been like this last time too. Layla couldn't help but be astonished. What's going on? Marie recounted the whole story to Layla. Actually, on the way back from the Moon Tribe's village, he had fallen ill like this several times already. Each time he got sick, I took him to a healer in a nearby village to be examined, but nothing worked. Finally, he even had to leave his horse behind and return to the mansion by carriage because he had no strength left. Marie cried, heartbroken. While I was still unconscious, he had fallen ill like this several times already. Layla asked, so how did he recover those other times? Marie also felt helpless. There's nothing to do but wait. After 3 or 4 days of prolonged fever, he would just naturally recover completely. 3 to 4 days.
She always told herself that she thought he hadn't been sick lately, so she had assumed he was completely recovered. Layla gently pulled the blanket over Cyan. Why did he fall ill? How could this be? Marie suddenly brought up, could this be a side effect of the soul transference ritual? Just like the lady also fell into a long coma after that ritual. She felt even more guilty towards Cyan. He had sacrificed his very life to save her, so why did the consequences he had to bear turn out to be heavier than hers? Layla wanted to ask Marie for a favor. Marie, could you bring me a wet towel? Marie, of course, didn't refuse. Yes, I'll prepare it right away. Layla couldn't control her emotions. Please, just be a little selfish. Do you know how many times you've saved me? So, she gently wiped his face to help bring down his fever. Cyan opened his eyes and saw Layla. He grabbed her wrist tightly, making her drop the wet towel. Layla wanted to stroke his hair to comfort him. Cyan remembered his childhood, when a small hand had tried to touch the towel. It seemed he had sensed Layla's feelings for him. So, it's you.
Perhaps Layla had figured everything out. Huh? At that moment, she didn't understand what Cyan meant, so she asked again what his words meant. Cyan couldn't answer. He just quietly closed his eyes. A few days later, when the fever had subsided, Cyan opened his eyes once more. As soon as he opened his eyes, he spoke as if defending himself. Cyan gently denied, "It's nothing. Did I say anything? I don't want Layla to worry. I just slept a bit long." Layla forced a smile, though she was unhappy inside. "A bit? You call that sleeping a bit long? And you were drenched in cold sweat like that?" She wanted to scold him, but since he had just woken up, she held back. Cyan suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, do you have a handkerchief with you?" Layla was a bit confused. "A handkerchief? Any kind will do?" It turned out he knew all along. "No, it's the handkerchief you used to wipe my forehead when I was sick." Layla was astonished. "You really remember things that happened while you were asleep?" Cyan still had a headache. "Because I was awake for a moment then." Layla happily agreed. "Marie must have washed it. Let me go back to my bedroom, and the next time I visit, I'll bring it for you." He indulged Layla's wish. "All right." Layla wanted to know Cyan's purpose. "What do you plan to do with that handkerchief?" He awkwardly scratched his head. "Not to use it, I just want to keep it with me." This suited Layla perfectly. "Okay, I'll bring it to you right away. It's no trouble at all," she thought to herself. But why would he want to keep my handkerchief? A few days later, when she entered Cyan's bedroom to place a vase of flowers, she accidentally spilled water.
I opened the drawer, looking for something to wipe with, and stumbled upon the handkerchief I had given him. He had said he wouldn't use it, and true enough, he had kept it carefully, like a treasured jewel. Layla thought of following others' examples to foster more affection.
If only I had embroidered on the handkerchief, just like the maid embroidered handkerchiefs for Guard Taylor. No, perhaps keeping it simple like this is better after all. Back at the Marquise's mansion, he wouldn't even let anyone near that drawer. Now, I suddenly find myself curious about what he might have hidden in there. Thinking back, it seems that was right after I had nursed Scion when he was ill. At the time, the handkerchief I used had vanished without a trace, and I even went to ask Marie if she had seen it. Scion finally realized, back then, it was I, Layla, who had put myself in a difficult position. So what was the meaning of that statement? When Scion returns, how should I ask him? Did you keep the handkerchief in your bedside table when you lived at the Marquise's mansion? That handkerchief, was it the one I used to nurse you when you were struck by an arrow, hovering between life and death? It turns out, he already knew someone had wiped his sweat back then, didn't he? Layla sat alone on the bed, realizing that only now did he know that person was her. When he finds out it was her, how will he feel? Will he be happy? Will she become a little more precious in his eyes?
The door suddenly opened. Scion was surprised to see her in the room. She called his name. Scion. Layla was so tense she became flustered. I have so many questions, but I can't seem to voice them. Where do I even begin? He asked Layla, "Are you planning to sleep here?" She couldn't help but flinch. Huh? Layla awaited Scion's answer. Can I sleep here? He quickly agreed. Of course. She was suspicious. Why are you so well behaved today? Could it be? Scion, are you sleeping here too? He didn't know what to say. Layla thought she was being mean. Oh my God, are you trying to make me out to be someone who takes over other people's rooms? Scion didn't blame her. It's not taking over, I'm giving it to you. But Layla wasn't happy. What's the difference? She tugged at his arm, pouting. Let's sleep together. We're husband and wife after all. But Scion was still hesitant. The reason we got married was because... Layla wasn't too concerned. I know, but so what? Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we're husband and wife now, right? So let's just sleep. Together. He shifted from skepticism to excitement. Scion decided not to refuse anymore. All right. From then on, Scion and I kept sleeping in the same bed, but nothing ever happened. Aside from the times I'd stealthily inch closer, only for Scion to startle and tumble off the bed. While there hadn't been any significant progress, my lifespan had now been extended, so I decided not to rush things. Perhaps because her heart felt lighter, time flew by in the blink of an eye, and the day of the birthday banquet arrived before she knew it. Everyone came, showering the Duchess with compliments and wishing her a happy birthday. Your Grace looks truly beautiful today. I was so dazzled when I saw you just now. Living beside the one you love. Your Grace must be very happy, mustn't you? Indeed, you are at the peak of your affection. Truly admirable. I just saw the two of you, and you truly are a match made in heaven. She greeted the guests warmly. Thank you all for your kind words and blessings. As this is the Acid family's first banquet, there are surely many shortcomings. I hope everyone will be generous and overlook them. The ladies immediately flattered her incessantly. Oh, not at all. What shortcomings? This banquet is no less splendid than those of the Imperial Palace. I can immediately sense your Grace's exquisite taste. She found an excuse to leave. What a relief. If everyone feels that way, then I am much more at ease. Please enjoy yourselves. I still have to go and greet a few other guests. Only then did they show embarrassment. Oh, dear, of course. Guests from the Imperial family are also attending. We were truly thoughtless. We are fine, Your Grace. Please go ahead. Layla's steps were somewhat heavy, as she was truly busy.
Anyway, it's enough to just show that I'm still well. Now, surely no one will gossip about divorce or remarriage anymore. The balcony door suddenly opened. It turned out she wanted to go out for some fresh air. It was unclear why Layla sighed. The words of the lady from earlier kept echoing in her head. She said living with the person you love must be very happy, right? Well, she was indeed living with the person she loved. No, absolutely not. The more Layla thought, the more dejected she felt. If they truly loved each other, it would be impossible to share a bed and have nothing happen. Nothing ever happened. Instead, they both became even more cautious and reserved. Why was that? Was someone about to be devoured or something? Why was it so difficult? She had a bit of alcohol in her, and it was clear he liked her too, so why did it have to be so complicated? So, do you have an invitation? Her face. Was it all because of her face in the end? Is being beautiful so great? Was he trying to teach her the cost of having a beautiful face? Donovan appeared behind Layla. Was she perhaps upset about something? She froze on the spot. This voice. Count Donovan. He too was surprised. You recognized me immediately, didn't you? Donovan did not recognize her identity. To be recognized by a beautiful woman like you is truly an honor. Meeting like this is fate. If you have any difficulties, I am willing to listen.
Layla was a little confused. How did you get here? He's making himself at home.
Donovan replied, I just opened the terrace door and walked in. As for the banquet, I arrived by carriage. Doesn't that sound exciting at all? Layla asked, do you have an invitation card? Donovan sneered.
The invitation wasn't sent to me directly, but I obtained it through someone else. For a figure like me, Count Donovan, not to receive an invitation must surely be some kind of mistake. Layla decisively told Donovan to leave. I don't know how you managed to get an invitation from someone else, but now please leave this place immediately. He was still defiant. Who are you, young lady, to dare order me to stay or leave? I'm only showing you a little respect because you're pretty. Who do you think you're talking to? She didn't want to argue with Donovan. Young lady, you're the one who doesn't know who I am, yet you're behaving so disrespectfully. You must have arrived late. It seems you haven't even met the Duke and Duchess yet, have you? He grabbed Layla's wrist. You little brat, are you being insolent with me? The glass fell to the ground and shattered. Donovan openly disparaged her. It seems a country bumpkin like you knows nothing of the power of Count Donovan. If you don't apologize to me immediately for your recent insolent attitude, then both you and your father will regret it.
Layla's wrist was firmly gripped by him, her limbs trembling with fear as she thought to herself, what should I do now? Should I scream for help? What if no one comes? Should I risk it, hold on to him tightly, and fall together? I still have the bracelet the priest gave me. Even though I'm scared, I definitely won't get hurt. Oh right, I might as well test the bracelet's effectiveness while I'm at it. Layla's train of thought had just ended when Count Donovan's patience completely vanished. Now, say that again. What did you just say? His growling gaze suddenly made her feel suffocated. His breath was too close, feeling like insects crawling from her wrist, spreading all over her body. Exactly like before, as if she had returned to that time. Her body couldn't move. I have to scream, but her throat.
While Layla's mind was still blank, unsure how to handle the current situation, another firm hand unexpectedly grabbed Count Donovan's wrist. It was none other than Scion. After being unceremoniously thrown to the ground by him, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, who dares? But before he could finish his words, Scion forcefully stomped on Count Donovan's hand once more, making him cry out in agony. His hand clenched into a fist, his gaze, sharp as a knife piercing through one's heart, fixed directly on him. I don't recall sending you an invitation, so why are you here and standing next to my lady? Realizing the identity of the person before him, Count Donovan immediately stammered an explanation. Duke Acid, wait, Duke, I truly had no idea. I saw this young lady alone and simply assumed she wasn't married. Not letting him say more, Scion simply stomped hard on his hand again. Count Donovan was speechless, unable to say anything further, and lay sprawled on the ground in pain. At that moment, Scion's steps changed direction. He slowly walked towards Layla. In contrast to his terrifyingly fierce expression from earlier, Scion was now incredibly gentle. I'm sorry, I'm late. I should have come a little sooner.
A faint blush touched her face. Layla softly replied, It's not too late. Thank you for coming, Scion. I want to go back to my room to rest. Could you take me back? Scion, of course, couldn't refuse his wife's request. He quickly scooped Layla's petite body into his sturdy embrace. Of course, I'll take you back. With Scion's attention, Layla no longer felt afraid. She must be truly exhausted from the panic. She softly said to him, Scion, I want to get some sleep. Beneath the moonlight and starlight streaming through the window, a soft and warm voice asked, How is Layla? Is she all right? Scion slowly approached Count Cecile from inside the room and replied, Yes, she's resting now. She was panicked and exhausted. Hearing this, Cecile couldn't contain his joy and exclaimed, Thank goodness. As soon as I return, the first thing I'll do is recall all investments from Count Donovan's house. What a lunatic. But have things progressed between you and Layla? At this question, Scion immediately turned his head, averting his gaze.
After a long silence, he finally replied, looking a little disappointed, There's no way that's true. Upon receiving the reply, Cecile's expression didn't look too good. She fell silent, helpless. A few seconds later, a sweet smile unexpectedly appeared on her rosy lips. Cheyenne, it's thanks to all of you that I'm okay again. Until a few years ago, every time old memories suddenly flooded back, I felt such pain that I wanted to die. But somehow, at some point, that pain vanished, leaving only a sense of longing. It's because I met you. Meeting Layla, meeting the Count, meeting such kind people, that's how I was able to become who I am today. But at first, I felt so guilty, wondering if I deserved to escape that hell. Did I have the right to be so? But Scion, who has the right to say that we're not allowed to get better? Mother or father? Kian? Our siblings? No, they certainly would never do that, Scion replied softly, his eyes dimming after a few minutes of silent listening to Cecile's heartfelt confessions. Cecile also nodded firmly in agreement with his words. Yes, that will never happen. After all, I'm the only one who resented my own happiness and peace. So now I've allowed myself to be truly happy, not just okay anymore. Scion, I hope you find happiness too. I'll go ahead now, my brother. After Cecile left, Scion returned to his spacious room, where Layla was sound asleep on the small bed. He sat quietly beside her. Looking at Layla's adorable face,
Thoughts continuously flooded Sion's mind. Cecile, the reason I haven't been able to fully embrace Layla isn't just because of guilt, but also because Layla shouldn't be by my side. Cecile, didn't you once ask if I was like you? But no, I'm not like you at all. I myself am still living in hell. If one day Layla disappears, if there comes a time when she no longer needs me, then I could let go of this life at any moment without hesitation. Someone like me, a dark and terrible place like this hell, Layla shouldn't be dragged into, shouldn't fall down with me. I shouldn't have let that happen. Yet in the end, I couldn't truly push her away. I only pretended to push her away, pretended to run, but each time I only retreated just enough for Layla to still be able to catch up.
Finishing his thoughts, Sion didn't hesitate to blurt out a curse. I'm such trash. Another voice in the room suddenly spoke up. First you say you're not worthy, then you call yourself trash? Sion's entire body immediately went rigid. He stared in astonishment at the girl who had just woken from a deep sleep, Layla. Without waiting for Sion to say anything more, she stepped barefoot off the warm bed and walked up to him. Fine, let's assume you're not worthy. Let's assume you truly are trash, just as you say. But so what? Do you think I'm only allowed to desire things I deserve? Sion, even if you want it to the point of madness, even if you make every excuse to stay with me, do you really think that makes you trash? Sion, look, your heart is still beating. You're human. Even if you once sealed away evil gods, even if you become a hero, ultimately, you're still human, a human who still desires things they shouldn't have. Stunned by her relentless assault, Sion didn't know how to react.
Layla's soft voice spoke up again next to Sion's ear. I told you I'm fine, that you could be a little selfish, that I wouldn't mind. Or are you still deluding yourself into thinking I only like you fleetingly? Sion slowly shook his head. No. His brief answer left her utterly perplexed. So what's the problem? Sion's voice was a mere whisper this time. I'm scared, Layla. I'm scared that if you say you want to leave, I won't be able to let you go anymore. Afraid that I'll cling to you to the very end, dragging you down into this hell with me. Layla suddenly and forcefully grabbed Sion by the collar, her expression reproachful. Honestly, stop deluding yourself, Sion. He stared at her with wide, pensive eyes. Layla's fair and soft hand gently touched his thigh. I swear by everything I have left to wager right now, if one day I say I want to leave you, you'd rather kill yourself than hold me back. So stop tormenting yourself with such strange delusions.
Just do what you truly want. Facing her intense gaze, Sion's face instantly flushed red. Layla remained silent, as if waiting for some action or word from him. Sion's gaze unconsciously dropped slightly. His hand quickly reached out into the air, then gently touched Layla's silky pink hair. Finally, the two of them looked at each other with deep affection and delved into each other's incredibly sweet kiss.
This story is a tale from ancient times, from before I had even fully grown up. Back then, I often visited and played in a village of ordinary people, far from the habitat of my own kind. Now looking back, that village was nothing short of a large cage to me, a place where humans who looked similar to me lived together. Among them, there was a child named Ellie. The girl Ellie, with a radiant smile, greeted me with a compliment from the bottom of her heart. You are so beautiful. What is your name? She was the only human I ever grew fond of. Ellie and I quickly became friends. There's no rule that only equals can be friends. After becoming close friends, the two happily chatted under the large ancient tree. Ellie was the one who spoke first. When will you come again? Oh, but on days when I'm in pain, I can't go outside. Acilius, feeling puzzled, asked, Pain? Why? Ellie replied with a gentle smile, They just told me I have an illness, but it doesn't hurt every day, so it's fine. On the days you come, I'll try not to let myself be in pain, so please let me know when you'll visit again. Acilius fell into contemplation for a long while before giving an answer. I'm not sure, but I'll be there before long. Just like before, Ellie's familiar, gentle smile appeared on her lips. All right. I've grown to like Ellie. Perhaps I like her very much. Ellie is inherently a small species, her life much shorter than mine. I only hope she doesn't leave too soon. On another beautiful day, the clear blue sky made Ellie's voice resonate even more clearly. Acilius, Acilius.
Seeing Ellie's extremely happy face, Acilius was slightly surprised and stared wide-eyed. Ellie gently propped herself up and sat down on the lush green grass next to Acilius. She said, I'm not in pain anymore. The village elder has already given medicine to my mother. Hearing this, Acilius's eyes widened in surprise. She asked, Really? So from now on you'll never be in pain again? Ellie innocently wondered to herself, As long as I don't get any other illnesses, I guess so. Although it was just a rhetorical question, Acilius's heart was filled with joy. That's great, congratulations, Acilius said. Ellie quickly wanted to rush forward and hug Acilius.
Thank you, Achilles. You truly are my most precious friend, Ellie said. But before she could hug Achilles, she was stopped by Achilles' elbow. What's this? I exclaimed. Ellie, now cured, was overflowing with joy, and whenever I saw that smile, my heart would involuntarily flutter along. But that happiness didn't last long. A greater misfortune befell Ellie's life. As I passed Ellie's house, which was engulfed in flames, I saw the villagers dragging Ellie away as if they were about to kill her. Those cowards, how dare they, I thought to myself. Ellie's eyes met mine. Even in that chaos, she shook her head violently, as if telling me to run away quickly. After that, I don't remember clearly anymore. Perhaps I had completely lost my mind then. Loud screams, the strong smell of blood, the sight of those cowards scattering. That's all I remember.
When I truly came to my senses, only piles of corpses remained in the village. I was holding Ellie's wrist and running away. Running without a second thought, we eventually reached a cliff overlooking the village. Ellie stood precariously at the edge of the cliff, recounting what had happened. When her mother went to the market and never returned, Ellie went to look for her, and what she saw was her mother on a pyre amidst the crowd. Ellie strained to see over the crowd when she suddenly saw an acquaintance of hers shouting, "That woman bewitched me. She obtained that red earth medicine, which, given her circumstances, she couldn't possibly afford. She must have used deceitful magic. She must be a witch." The village chief had come to see her mother last night, asking if her mother truly thought that medicine was free. He had demanded to sleep with her mother and was chased away by her. I myself wanted to scream that it was all lies, but my body was frozen, unable to move. As I finally tried to speak, Ellie caught her mother's gaze. Her mother looked at Ellie and whispered, "Run, my love." That was all she could manage to say.
Allie, her whole body covered in fresh blood, was still continuing to recount the story to her close friend Achilles. From that moment, I ran nonstop, and when I came to, I was already home, foolishly trembling inside the house. Suddenly, the villagers stormed in, and everything after that, you've seen it, Achilles. Achilles unconsciously wanted to step forward as if to comfort Ellie's frozen soul. Everything's fine now. I've killed all of them. Contrary to Achilles' thoughts, Ellie slowly shook her head, saying, "No, it's not fine, Achilles. Mother died because of me. Perhaps fate had already decided it would be this way." A terrifying smile was waiting to appear on Achilles' face. "So I've taken my revenge, Ellie. Didn't I tell you I killed all of them?" Ellie's footsteps drew closer and closer to the cliff. "Achilles, I'm curious about something," Ellie quickly continued. "What is it?"
She silently looked down at the village, which was slowly being completely consumed by flames, and said to Achilles, "Will there ever be a day when the gods judge humans instead of humans judging each other? If the gods judged humanity's sins, then my mother wouldn't have died, nor would the villagers." Achilles' expression kept changing. "Ellie." Ellie slowly turned around, uttered her final words, then threw herself down. "If it weren't for you, I would have been judged like my mother, and even considered the child of a witch. Thank you, Achilles." The moment she threw herself down, Achilles seemed to freeze completely. "Ellie." I sank to the ground, trying to comprehend the situation, but it wasn't easy. Why did Ellie speak of the deaths of those wretched people with such pity? They had falsely accused Ellie's mother, even killed her. Shouldn't Ellie have been happy that they were dead? Unable to find a reason, I had to leave the tribal village as if exiled for committing a massacre. I traveled to various temples, seeking to create the world Ellie had spoken of, a place where the gods judged humanity. There, I met a man from the same tribe, in a similar situation. The man recognized me at first glance, living with others exiled from the tribe just like me. He said his goal was to awaken an evil god to change the world.
He was banished from the clan for his wicked deeds. Therefore, the deities wished to establish a new order themselves, where humanity would be judged. In the grand temple, illuminated by clustered candles, the voice of a clansman rose. "All preparations are complete. Oh, at last, I truly didn't expect to embrace this moment. Achilles, are you ready as well? Your blessed power will be a great aid to him in governing the world. Be grateful to become the vessel containing his power." Hearing those declarations, Achilles' eyes slowly closed. The mages in black cloaks standing around began the ritual. Then we shall proceed with the ritual, hoping everyone will fulfill their responsibilities in their respective positions. After those clear words concluded, the ritual was officially initiated by a leader. After only a few brief seconds, that person conjured a glowing red ember. The adjacent braziers were also quickly linked together. A magic circle was created from the latent power within them. A moment later, one by one, they fell to the ground in pain. The mage's face also transformed from old to young. "Achilles, that person, what do you mean?"
The body of the sorcerer had turned into a dried corpse lying neatly in a corner of the room. Another soul also appeared in this place. "What have you done to me?"
Facing the divine presence, Asilis calmly replied, I have summoned you to propose a pact. The deity asked her puzzled, a pact? Asilis leisurely stated her wish. Currently, you are in a state of having just been temporarily unsealed, but if you have a body to house your soul, you will not be sealed again and can enjoy freedom. The deity continued in its terrifying tone. Speak of a pact and then grant freedom? Do not waste meaningless time, you commoner. Just state what you desire. At this, Asilis's eyes not only brimmed with hatred, but also clearly revealed her personal desire. The content of the pact is very simple. It is the condition for you to enjoy absolute freedom. Become the ruler of this world. Govern all of humankind. As long as you adhere to this condition, this body will forever be your vessel.
Noticing her decisiveness and intense personality in her words and actions, the malevolent deity naturally couldn't refuse. You have truly done something interesting, you lowly wretch. Very well, I will take that mediocre body, while it is beginning to infiltrate her body. Asilis used her remaining memories to wonder if there would ever be a day when the divine would judge humanity instead of humans. It has arrived, right now, but only if you consider an evil god to be a god, Ellie. Amidst the extremely chaotic scene and fresh blood splattered throughout the royal palace, the officials and ministers continuously cried out in despair, Your Majesty, stay away from that woman. The emperor raised his voice and asked, Is there anyone else who opposes? Contrary to a few seconds earlier, the surviving people all seemed to see their future fate and respectfully bowed their heads, looking down at the ground. The emperor then said, No one? Everyone agrees? So what should I do next? Asilis, or more precisely, the evil spirit in her body, was smiling brightly and said, I want war, a great, resounding war of conquest.
At Duke Acid's mansion, in a room lit by warm candles, a slightly dry voice softly echoed, Please help me. The king has started to act strangely. Hearing the plea from the man from the palace, Sion, puzzled, asked, The king, what's wrong? He honestly explained the current critical situation, all because of a woman. Sion was somewhat surprised to hear this. A woman? The man from the palace began to describe the woman with everything he knew. She is a woman whose name and background are unknown. She approached the king. She seduced some and killed soldiers. After a private meeting with that woman, the king appointed her as an advisor. Since then, the king has devised insane plans, such as waging wars of conquest. All officials who objected died at the hands of that woman. After hearing his story, Layla's eyes widened in astonishment. An outsider seduced soldiers in the palace? The king allowed a woman he knew nothing about to be an advisor?
Upon receiving her question, the man's expression changed instantly. He lowered his gaze to the ground, his hands trembling intermittently. Initially, I thought His Majesty was merely humoring that woman to pass the time, but witnessing it firsthand, it seemed he was either hypnotized or manipulated. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have been able to maintain such a calm demeanor as the court officials died one after another. A questioning voice asked, Are that woman's hair and pupils crimson? He thought for a moment before continuing. No, her hair is indeed crimson, but her eye color is different. Her eyes seem not to belong to a human. Sion's gaze slowly turned towards her, as if some telepathic thread had connected the two of them. This sparked a premonition in him. Layla, you're also thinking of that woman, aren't you? She brought a hand to her mouth, rubbing it gently. Henry said the same thing. When enchanted by that woman, it felt like true hypnosis. But if the eye color is different, then perhaps it's not her. The man from the palace began to plead. Duke Acid, no, hero, please help me with this matter. Please, just one more time, save this nation. Layla's gaze briefly fell. Are you trying to ask Sion? No, Duke, eliminate that woman. He resolutely placed his hand on his chest as a guarantee, though he felt truly awkward asking one person to save the entire world. But if that woman wasn't stopped, war would likely erupt across the entire continent.
Layla also had no intention of objecting to this. She slowly turned her gaze to him. Sion, what do you think? Sion gave a very specific time frame. I will make a decision before tomorrow morning. Before long, night had fallen, under the incredibly ethereal sky. On their small bed, Sion held her hand and said, Layla. As if knowing what Sion wanted to say, she cut him off. I know. Of course you're going, aren't you? If it weren't for me, everyone would probably have set off already. The two exchanged intimate glances. I'm sorry for leaving you alone like this. It's okay. Actually, if war breaks out, it would be even worse. But if you still feel guilty, promise me one thing. At Layla's outstretched hand, Sion's eyes immediately filled with confusion.
Layla smiled at him and made her promise. You must come back. You absolutely cannot leave me. Sion's rosy lips suddenly curved into a radiant smile, one that had never appeared before. Sion slowly reached out his hand, responding to her still outstretched finger, completing the promise. I swear, if I ever leave you, it can only be to protect you. She smiled, looking at her husband. No matter how long you're gone,
Don't forget my face." He continued with sweet words. "My memory is very good. It's been that way since I was little. Everything I seen, everything I've experienced, I've never forgotten anything." At this, tears streamed down Layla's face. Painful images of Sion's past suddenly flooded her memory, making her only able to utter, "That for him?" Understanding her mood, Sion gently placed a fervent kiss on Layla's forehead. It was a blessing. "Because I remember everything about you, even the way you look right now, I will remember until my last breath." Moved, she called his name, Sion.
Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Soon after, Sion, unable to contain his emotions, leaned in and kissed Layla's soft lips. They both sank deeper into the sweet moment. The following morning, Sion, accompanied by Count Wiener, who had come to seek aid, departed for the imperial palace. From the moment Sion left, a sense of unease filled her heart. The worry that he might be injured or encounter misfortune constantly crept into her mind. She tried to suppress, to push down the worries that threatened to overwhelm her. Those accompanying Layla as she saw Sion off also offered words of comfort. "You don't need to worry, madam." Layla looked at Knight Taylor and responded, "Thank you, Knight Taylor. Sion is the one who sealed the evil god. Who could possibly harm him?" No matter how powerful the woman causing chaos in the imperial capital might be, she could not compare to a being born once every 1,000 years to save the world. That was certain. Over 10 days later, I had taken over Sion's duties at the ducal estate, living each day like that.
And then unexpected guests arrived. A voice announcing their arrival suddenly rang out. "Madam, guests from the Holy Temple have arrived." She quickly replied to her servant, "Yes, I'll be right there. Please show them into the living room." The young man with silver blue hair scratched his head slightly. "Forgive me, madam, but they said they need to see you immediately." It turned out that the unexpected guest Layla was referring to was none other than the high priest. He bowed in greeting. "Duchess, as this is an urgent matter, we could not wait. We beg your forgiveness." Layla stood up and walked towards the high priest. "It's quite all right, high priest. Father Holly, it's been a long time. But what is this urgent matter you speak of?" While she was still cheerful and composed, the high priest delivered a shocking piece of news to Layla. The seal of the evil god had been broken. Receiving this official report directly from the high priest and the father, her entire body immediately stiffened. "What? What are you saying? How could an evil god that was sealed away escape? Don't evil gods only awaken once every 1,000 years? So it should be another 1,000 years before it can awaken, shouldn't it?" The high priest nodded in response. "That is correct, but it seems someone intentionally broke the seal." Layla was astonished, unable to believe what she was hearing. "Is that even possible?" He began to recount the matter to her in more detail. "When we inspected the seal, we found that it wasn't entirely broken, but only partially. Someone has stolen the evil god's soul. According to our conjecture, they likely prepared a body to house that soul before making their move." Connecting with recent events, Layla speculated in surprise. A body to house a soul? Could it be? Noticing the strange expression on her face, the high priest gently asked, "My lady, have you guessed something?" She slowly uttered each word. "Sion has quietly entered the royal palace because a woman possessing peculiar powers has appeared, manipulating the king and intending to start a war. It is said she is so powerful that soldiers cannot stop her, and she even has the ability to hypnotize people." Upon hearing her answer, the high priest understood part of the problem. It was highly probable that woman was an evil deity. If the soldiers in the palace could not resist her, then she must be a supernatural being. Layla's eyebrows knitted together uncomfortably. "So you mean Sion has to fight the evil deity again? Surely you've brought some means to deal with this. Because he saved me, Sion now has very little life left to sacrifice." The high priest, too, was powerless, unsure how to handle the situation. "We can only hope that the evil deity residing in a human body will be weaker than in its true form." Layla felt a sharp pain, as if she had been forcefully cast into an abyss. How can that be? Just then, a servant's voice from within the manor announced, "My lady, guests have arrived. It's Sir Dolly and the chieftain of the Moon Tribe village." Layla brought a hand to her head and softly commanded, "Let them in." The door to the study slowly opened. Dolly stepped in, accompanied by 2 others, and awkwardly scratched his cheek. Greetings, my lady. I've come here at the chieftain's urgent request. He said he has something he wishes to instruct." "It seems I'm late." A moment later, in the cozy living room, Layla's hand, holding a teacup, trembled incessantly. According to the priests and chieftains, the priests said that the evil god's seal was partially broken, which is why they sought out Sion. Lord Ito also came to warn about the prophetic dream. In those prophetic dreams, Sion fought the evil god and ultimately died. The chieftain of the Moon Tribe nodded in fear. That's right. The child who had the prophetic dream recounted witnessing Duke Acid's death and the evil god dominating the entire world. Layla asked, "How accurate is the prophetic dream?" Dally spoke up, answering on behalf of Chieftain Ito. "If we do nothing, everything will unfold exactly as it does in the dream. That is also one of the abilities our tribe possesses."
Upon hearing this, Layla's entire body was once again overwhelmed with dizziness and exhaustion. The maid beside her quickly supported her by the shoulder. "Madam."
Layla waved her hand, indicating she was fine, and sat up straight. It's all right, Marie. I'm just a little dizzy. So, is there any way to save Zhang? Whether it's the Holy Temple or the Moon Tribe, any way will do. Please let us know. The High Priest sadly continued. Our role is only to teach the hero power when he awakens. As for sealing the evil god, we cannot interfere. We have repaired the broken sealing device. But if that's the case, the chief of the Moon Tribe also spoke up. Within our tribe, there is also no way to seal the evil god. As I said before, our tribe's prophetic dream only shows a future if nothing is done. It is so that we can change the predetermined future.
Lila slowly understood. So you mean the future where Sion dies can be changed? Ado nodded slightly. That's right, but you must find the method yourself. Her hand gripped the wooden chair armrest to maintain her last bit of composure. Lord Ado, that prophetic dream not only foretells Sion's death, but also the scene of an evil god dominating the world, doesn't it? So that means if we just leave things as they are, that horrific event will happen, won't it? He replied to her. Perhaps so. Lila sadly thought to herself. As expected, that's the only way. She gently spoke and made a request to the Moon Clan chief. Lord Ado, please help me. Please come with me to the Imperial Palace. At the Imperial Palace, a place shrouded in the darkness of an evil spirit's dominion, every corner was stained with fresh red blood, and even the doors were smeared with bloodstains. Sion stood alone, defiant and brave, silently gazing towards the balcony. Behind him, the bodies of soldiers lay scattered on the ground.
You stand before me bearing Azalus's body, yet it's the soul of a malevolent god that speaks. This soul, like this body, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Oh, hero, you make me want to tear you apart. Despite her sneering laughter and eerie voice, Sion remained cool and continued. I still had my doubts, but it turns out to be true. So you've resurrected again by borrowing that woman's body? Azalus delightedly extended her long, slender fingers toward Sion. This body isn't as bad as I thought. Now I can pull off a few more tricky maneuvers. Too bad they're useless against you. Sion, as if he had already guessed something, asked, You used that trick to hypnotize the king, didn't you? She quickly leaped down from the balcony. That's right, it's a convenient ability. As long as it's my words, they will all obey, even if it means suicide. This woman, just because she feared aging, wasted this ability on trivial matters. Isn't that hilarious? If this ability were used properly, even if not to rule an entire kingdom, one could at least dominate a small region. Perhaps it's only because I've never experienced aging that I say such things.
After hearing her empty words, Sion said with exasperation, Still talking too much. It seems bragging before a fight is also a skill that woman left behind, isn't it? The foolish laughter of the evil god spirit echoed in the silent void. Who knows, perhaps it is. Tell me, hero, do you intend to fight me? Asylas asked. You've already sacrificed your life to seal me away, haven't you? Sion calmly stared at his prey and replied. So what? She said smugly. Are you saying you want to die one more time right here? Surely you don't have any lives left to continue, do you? Sion retorted. Why does it concern you? Asylas continued. Descendant of the sky god, I ask, why must we fight? Faced with her strange actions and incomprehensible question, Sion's face immediately became stunned. What? Asylas again used her enchanting gaze to whisper her next words to him. Have you ever thought about why you and I must fight? Sion slightly lowered his face to the ground. With clear anger in his eyes, he said, I have no idea what nonsense you're talking about anymore. It seems entering a human body has driven you insane.
By appear, breaking the seal once every 1,000 years to destroy the world, and the descendant of the heavenly god will appear at the right time, confronting me to prevent the world's destruction. And so, through countless sunrises and sunsets, we fight ceaselessly until I am sealed away again, or the hero loses their life and can never awaken again. Until now, I had never questioned anything. No, it was too obvious, not worth thinking about. But the human who offered this body to me told me to become the ruler of the world, to govern humanity, not to destroy this world, but to seize control of it. Hearing that, a strange thought suddenly occurred to me. Why do I simply assume I should use this power only to destroy the world? In an empty world where I have destroyed everything, what exactly do I intend to do? Thinking this, she continued to press closer to Sion's body and spoke seductive words. That's right, hero, you're right. It must be because I've entered a human body that I'm having these crazy thoughts. So, answer me. Repeating these meaningless battles for thousands of years, isn't that madness? Not allowing Asylas's hand to touch his body for too long, Sion bluntly pushed her hand away. He also didn't forget to issue a profound warning.
The time I've patiently listened to you speak is truly wasted. Nonsense remains nonsense in the end. Being so rudely dismissed by him, she naturally couldn't accept it. What? Scion, not wanting to waste time with Asilis, ran a hand through his lustrous golden hair and made a demand. Get straight to the point. I don't have time to respond to your late-blooming adolescent nonsense. Upon hearing his words, the soul of the evil god residing in Asilis's body seemed to go mad. Aren't you angry? Your fate is to be a puppet of the heavenly god, to fight at the cost of your life for no reason at all.
I don't want to fight you, hero. We are the only beings who can understand each other. If I don't destroy the world, what reason would you have to fight me? Instead, let's rule this world together. You see it too, don't you? The one supposedly noblest in this country, what kind of person is he really? Just a fool who inherited that position from the previous generation. Don't you find it laughable that such a person rules the country? I hear he even bestowed a title upon you, despite not understanding his own standing. Ignore all her words. Scion made a request. I also want to ask something. Asilis happily agreed, telling him he could ask anything. He quickly posed his question. I came here and saw many dead people. Was that your doing? Despite her actions and crimes, Asilis replied indifferently. Yes, that's right. Scion frowned in confusion. With your abilities, you could have hypnotized them. So why choose to kill them? Is there a limit to your power? She calmly continued. You speak strangely. Do you use a sword to kill insects? Asilis's example left Scion momentarily stunned.
Seeing that he seemed not to understand, she explained bluntly, It's like annoying insects. There's no need to draw a sword. There's just no need to use power on trivial things. Just kill them, and it'll be quiet. This time Scion was unwilling to concede to the evil god's spirit for even another moment. He quickly drew his sword and pointed it directly at her. Indeed, nothing had changed at all. You remain unchanged. Scion's eyes glared. You asked if I was angry about becoming the heavenly god's puppet to fight, didn't you? Asilis nodded in agreement. Yes.
But Sion's answer completely defied her expectations. On the contrary, it's a good thing for me. After sealing you, my power didn't diminish. In my previous life, I used that power for revenge, and in this life, I've been able to protect those who are important to me. She began to feel disgusted upon hearing his words. Always with these confusing talks of previous life and this life, do you always have to fight me? Sion answered her without hesitation. That's right, you might see humans as insects, but I cannot, because both the beings I despise and the beings I cherish most, all of them are human. The evil god's laugh echoed once more. Knowing full well you'll die, yet still so foolish, aren't you? If that is your dying wish, then I shall tear you apart as you desire. At that moment, the power of both sides erupted, making the sky glow brightly. Sion resolutely took a battle-ready stance. As long as I can seal you, it doesn't matter.
With those words, both sides immediately rushed into battle with each other like true soldiers. Streams of light from swords and power were continuously unleashed into the sky. A large explosion occurred on the balcony of the luxurious imperial palace. On a narrow path, a carriage was slowly moving forward, followed by a commander. Suddenly, something appeared before Taylor, momentarily stunning him. Taylor halted the carriage, raised his hand, and waved to someone not far away. Then he gently stepped down from the carriage. Count Wayner, what brings you here? Layla also got down from her carriage to greet him upon his arrival. Count Wayner. He quickly stated his reason for being there. Duchess, because this matter is important, I will get straight to the point. Your Grace should not approach the capital. She looked at him with sharp eyes and replied, I know, that woman is an evil deity. Upon hearing this, Count Wayner's face clearly showed his astonishment. How could that be? No, that doesn't matter. Anyway, most people in the capital have already been evacuated. I only just left after everyone had been evacuated, Duchess. Duchess.
Layla understood this very well, but not a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. It's all right, I'll go to the capital. As for you, Count, please go and seek refuge. Count Wayner still tried to dissuade her from this decision. Madam, I understand your intentions, but the battle currently raging is not a human war. No matter who comes, they won't be able to help. Layla still adamantly refused to agree with his attempts to stop her. It won't be an obstruction. There are people in the carriage who can help Scion, so we absolutely must go. Hearing this, Count Wayner asked, feeling puzzled, People who can help? She looked at him steadfastly. They are priests serving the sky god, as well as mages and the leader of a mysterious tribe. He immediately turned to look at Taylor. What the madam said, is it true? Taylor nodded slightly in response. Yes. Layla's face grew increasingly tense, and she spoke solemnly. Scion has probably been fighting for a while now. Do you have a general idea of the current situation? Count Wayner fell into contemplation for a moment before replying. It's already the 4th day, and the situation doesn't seem very promising. Layla nodded and then started to leave.
Thank you, Count. There's no more time to hesitate. I'm leaving now. He bowed and said to her, Please take care of yourself, madam.
Amidst the sky roaring with thunder, Layla's anxious thoughts kept flickering in her mind. Scion, wait for me a moment, just a moment. On the Imperial Palace balcony, Scion, his body covered in fresh blood, was slumped against a large wall. Seeing his wretched state, the triumphant evil god's soul taunted. Still struggling to the very last, are we, hero? Despite his body being riddled with wounds, Scion still stubbornly tried to stand. The evil god continued, You look like you've reached your limit. Why not just give up and obediently accept the seal? Asilas paid no mind to his words. Don't be so boastful. You know perfectly well that even if you risk your life, the chance of successfully sealing me is only 50-50, isn't it? Even after being influenced by humans, I still can't comprehend why a mission arbitrarily bestowed by a god could be so important. Perhaps it's because this body isn't that of an ordinary human. Her words, laden with countless hidden meanings, made Scion utterly fed up. You talk too much. With that said, he immediately gripped the sword firmly in his hand, preparing to charge and fight the evil god's spirit once more. In Scion's eyes, a resilient and invincible light blazed. I have never valued the so-called mission. Ever since I awoke in the angel sanctuary, I decided to fight for Cecile, for the revenge I must exact. Fortunately, because Cecile is still alive, I saved this world, and also to eliminate Hildegard, that shameless one who still exists. If I were truly a good-hearted person, obediently following that world-saving mission, then I wouldn't have slaughtered every living being in Hildegard City. I also wouldn't have given Layla life without knowing what intentions the angels had in granting it to me. However, the life that could have been used to save the world, I used it to save Layla. Because for me, saving Layla right before my eyes was far more important than preparing for something that might not even come. Even now, it's the same.
Whether it was before the evil deity destroyed this world or when she brazenly ruled the kingdom as she pleased, he didn't possess such a strong sense of justice that he would sacrifice his life to prevent it. It was just that in a world ruled by her, Layla surely wouldn't be able to smile. The foolish and gentle girl, to the point where she could even love the enemy who had killed her many times, would surely think that the world had been shattered because she had received her life from him. But if he could protect this kingdom, if he could preserve this entire world, perhaps, once again, she would smile. These thoughts kept surging through Scion's mind, fueling him with even more intense fighting power. Even if he had to die, now, perhaps he should leave it to the gods. He didn't know if he would be able to seal her away first, or if his own death would come first. Layla, I want to hear that voice. As he was drifting in and out of consciousness, Layla's clear and gentle voice echoed in his mind. Scion, don't call out to me with such a worried voice, okay? I wish you would call me gently, like always.
No, if it's an illusion, then let it be Layla's warmth. Just as he was about to faint from exhaustion, Layla's familiar image suddenly appeared before his eyes, 2 streams of tears rolling down her cheeks as she continuously called his name. Scion! Scion seemed to calm down upon seeing the face he had longed for day and night in this ruined palace. Layla! And everyone, the high priest standing not far away, continuously clasped his hands, praying fervently. Oh my gods! Knight Taylor was also very worried about Scion's current condition. Your Grace. Scion used his last bit of strength to ask urgently. It's very dangerous. Why did you come here? Layla gently pressed her hands against Scion's chest. You fool, your heart is pierced. Do you know that? You'll be stopped from bleeding right away. Just bear with it for a bit, just a little. He still observed Layla's delicate and beautiful face with a dazed gaze. It doesn't hurt much, and it's not the first time. Scion's words made her feel even more heartbroken. Layla pressed her lips together, speechless. Before, I used to think it was fortunate that I couldn't remember the moment I died. If I had to fully remember that pain, I would surely go mad. However, while I forgot that pain and repeatedly went back in time, Scion fought against evil gods for me many times, enduring life and death struggles.
And choose death to save himself, endure all suffering, remember everything, and be ready to face the coming pain. How is that possible? Seeing the tears rolling down her cheeks, Scion, with a heavy heart, managed a radiant smile and comforted her. Don't cry. Layla, heartbroken and angry, thought to herself, even at this moment, you're still worrying about me? Scion called out softly, Taylor. Taylor quickly bent down beside Scion to receive his orders. Yes, Your Highness. Scion weakly and very carefully instructed Taylor, if after I die, the evil god awakens once more, take Layla and hide far away. Layla angrily warned in a loud voice, What are you saying, Scion? Scion's eyes gradually grew weary, losing all vitality. Scion explained to her, because I am very weak. Even if the ceiling fails, she won't be able to move for a while. So use that time to escape quickly." Layla wiped away her tears and shouted, "You'll protect me. You'll seal the evil god and be with me forever." Sion grew weaker and weaker. He laboriously raised his hand and grasped her warm hand. "Layla, I'm sorry I can't keep my promise, and I love you." As soon as Sion's confession left his lips, his hand fell in midair. Layla stared with wide eyes, stunned, as if she still couldn't believe the cruel reality. Her hand trembled, but she still wanted to touch his blood-soaked body. "Sion, Sion, Sion."
Amidst heart-wrenching cries of pain, yet no one answered. Knight Taylor supported her by the shoulder and said, "First we should return. It's not yet dawn, and we cannot leave Sion here like this." The high priest at that moment also spoke up, agreeing with Taylor. "That's right, my lady. The hero's soul will be cared for by angels." Father Holly suddenly called out, "High priest," causing him to look over in confusion. "What is it?" He opened his eyes wide, announcing to everyone, "The evil god's power is growing stronger. The seal has failed." Upon receiving this urgent news, the first thing Taylor thought of was the Duke's dying instruction. "We must flee immediately, my lady, quickly." But Layla bluntly pushed his hand away and refused. "No, Knight Taylor, I will not flee." He urgently pleaded with her. "Why are you like this? Don't give up." She calmly shook her head. "That's not it." Heavy raindrops continued to pour down, as if grieving for Sion's death. Layla gently approached the chieftain of the Moon Tribe. "Sir Ado, I have something I wish to ask of you." As soon as he heard this request, he realized something was amiss. "Ask of me. Do you mean to tell me something? Duchess, could it be?" Layla nodded, bitterly placing her hand on her chest and saying, "Yes, that's right. The life I received from Sion. I wish to return it."
Ido looked at her, bewildered. "Madam, your knight, Taylor, naturally disagrees with your actions this time. Don't speak such nonsense. If Sion were to live again, would he be happy? You are the one who understands that best, yet you still do this." Layla's gaze lowered slightly, and she interrupted Taylor. "That was Sion's life to begin with. From the very beginning, I shouldn't have taken it. I was too greedy."
Upon hearing this, the Moon Clan chief flatly refused Layla's request. "I'm sorry, but I cannot do that." She flinched and looked up. "Why?" Idol shook his head as he explained. "When the lady was saved, no one had to die. But now if the Duke is saved, the lady will lose her life. Even if life were to return to its rightful owner, we cannot sacrifice a living person." Everyone present wholeheartedly agreed with his decision. "We think so too. The hero and the angel would certainly not wish for such a choice." The high priest sadly bowed his head. "Let's go to the holy temple. Thanks to the barrier, we will be safe for now. First we must survive, then we can think about what comes next." Layla suddenly spoke up. "What comes next? What about those who will be injured or die before what comes next arrives? Will the what comes next that the high priest speaks of truly come to pass? Without Sion, is there any other way to stop that wicked evil god? Please speak honestly, don't hide anything." Upon hearing her, he seemed to awaken. Even if there might be no other way, the lady must not be sacrificed. "It would be better for me, a servant of God." But Layla fundamentally disagreed with the high priest's words. "No, high priest, I must be the one to do it. I am the hero's lady. The world that my husband saved is once again in danger. Even though there is clearly a way, I cannot turn my back simply to save my own life, nor do I wish to entrust this role to anyone else. Therefore, please no one stop me." Faced with her words, everyone fell silent, helpless. No one dared to utter a single word. She, however, continued to speak. "Right now, the evil god's seal is slowly breaking. If we delay any longer, truly nothing more can be done. Please help me, Sir Idol."
Facing her resolute and certain words, the chieftain of the Moon Tribe still hesitated as he asked again, "Are you truly sure you won't regret this?" Layla gently closed her eyes tightly, as if accepting her fate. "Yes, please do it quickly." He quickly acknowledged the command. "Understood. Then please, my lady, place your hand upon mine." As soon as Layla followed the chieftain's words, something strange happened, astonishing her so much that she opened her eyes wide. "Huh?" The high priest and priest Holly, seeing that special light, whispered to each other. That light just now was an angelic aura, so perhaps it would be best to verify it clearly. Saying this, priest Holly hurriedly approached Layla from behind and spoke to her. "Duchess, I apologize for the intrusion, but please try to look at the back of your hand. Do you see anything there?" She was momentarily stunned for a second, then tried to follow the priest's words. "The back of my hand? What? Oh, why? A pair of wings." Upon witnessing this sight with her own eyes, both the high priest and the priest understood everything. Heavens, I am witnessing a miracle bestowed by him. He has not yet abandoned humanity. Hearing the cryptic words from the two visitors from the sanctuary, Knight Taylor voiced his thoughts. What exactly were those wings? Ado slowly placed his hand on his chest and explained in detail to him.
It was the life imprint that the Celestial bestowed upon heroes when confronting the demon god. This also meant that the Celestial had granted the Duchess an additional life. Such a case had never been recorded in the annals. It could only be called a miracle. By then, Layla's mood had visibly improved. She said, "Sir Ado, this means that the Celestial is also watching over everything, so please don't worry about anything else. Let's save Sion immediately." The chieftain of the Moon Tribe also nodded in satisfaction. "It's time to begin. Hurry back, Sion. Everyone is waiting, just for your return." But before the ritual could be completed, the soul of the demon god reawakened after a short period of immobility. Asilis's body now looked incredibly withered. He growled, "You gnats, always doing useless things.
I will slaughter them all, shredding them into 1,000, 10,000 pieces, until no soul remains." Sensing that there was no more time to waste, Layla became more tense than ever as she faced the evil god's spirit. "Hurry, Lord Ado!" He quickly replied, "The ritual is complete, but when will the Duke awaken?" Their conversation grew increasingly urgent. "So now we just need to protect him until Sion awakens, right?" "That's right." But the evil god's laughter echoed through the air again, but this time it was closer, accompanied by specific actions. "What method do you intend to use?" Sensing the danger targeting Lady Layla, Knight Taylor rushed forward to protect her. "My lady!" Dally also immediately drew his magic staff to fight the evil god. He angrily gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "Damn it, it's too late."
Layla struggled to raise her arm to fend off the evil god's brutal blows. She was able to do so thanks to a latent power within her bracelet. Layla panted, instructing everyone, "Everyone, conserve your strength. I will use this angel-powered bracelet to resist to the fullest extent. If Sion still hasn't woken up by then, I'll be counting on all of you." All those around her chorused in response. "Understood, my lady." The evil god's spirit used its sharp talons to tear through Layla's protective barrier. It didn't forget to taunt. "How long do you think that cheap trinket of yours can hold up? Flies behave like flies. If you can't run, then just die." Indeed, Layla paid no mind to Asilis's jeers, but the bracelet could no longer endure. Sion still hasn't woken up? Is it because his body has too many injuries? Or is Sion, like me, in a long, deep slumber? I thought merely returning Sion's soul would set everything right. I was too naive in my assumptions. Everyone, I apologize. At the very moment Layla believed her life was over due to the bracelet's destruction, a surge of light, representing an angel, suddenly shot directly at Asilis's body.
Another hand reached out to support her shoulder. Layla's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the man holding her in his arms, softly calling out, "Sion." He smiled at her tenderly. "I'm sorry, I'm late. Just a little longer, Layla." Sion's revival held immense significance for everyone. Knight Taylor stepped towards him. "Duke." Sion looked at everyone and praised their spirit. "You've all worked hard. Lend me your sword." Taylor nodded and released his sword. Full of renewed strength, Sion promised Layla, "This time I truly will return right away." Not long after, when the country had been freed from the evil god's dominion, at the royal palace on a brilliantly sunny day, a brave and resilient statue of Sion and Layla stood, accompanied by her tales of the past. That story always stirred deep emotions in one's heart. This statue always looks magnificent. Thank goodness, every time I look at it, I feel a little embarrassed. Her daughter, with golden hair like her father's, asked puzzled, "Why? I'm proud that the truth of how you and father saved the world is passed down like this."
Layla gently smiled brightly at her beloved little daughter. "Thank you for saying that, Need, but it's not something just two people can do." Need covered her mouth and giggled. "I know, Need just saw Count Igathan always grumbling. He even said he wanted to engrave on his sword, lent by Taylor Igathan." Layla suddenly struggled to utter a few words. "Need, actually all this time, there's something I haven't told you." With her curiosity, the little girl naturally wanted to hear this story. "Yes, what is it?" Layla's hand began to clench a corner of her dress. Then she tried to gather all her courage to tell her daughter this. "Actually, at that time, you were already in my womb. I found out late, but perhaps I took away half of your life. No, perhaps that's exactly how it is, because people say that the life an angel grants each person is inherent from birth. My late discovery sounds like an excuse. Can you forgive me? Without asking for your opinion, I made a decision on my own."
But after Layla honestly explained the situation, she not only didn't express any blame towards Nide's behavior, but on the contrary, felt extremely proud. Oh, really? Was I really present at that historical scene? Faced with the little girl's joyful attitude, Layla couldn't believe her eyes. Nide! The little girl's eyes began to sparkle brightly, just like Layla's. "When I get back, first I have to go to the Knights Guild to brag. No, or maybe I should take the opportunity to go to the capital and host a tea party. Was I really there?" Thinking the little girl had misunderstood her meaning, Layla immediately wanted to explain again. "Nide, that's not what I meant." But Nide cut Layla off. "Mom."
Layla was stunned. The little girl smiled faintly, then leaned in close as if wanting to whisper to her, I have something I've never told anyone. Do you want to hear it? Layla also felt curious. Never told anyone? Nide nodded vigorously and replied, Yes, even Dad and Count Igathan don't know. Layla asked, puzzled, What is it? The little girl began to close her eyes to imagine and recount to her. It's about the strange dreams I sometimes have. In the dream, I'm in a dark, warm, and very pleasant space, a truly soft place. But soon, I start to feel someone's emotions being transmitted to me. That person desperately yearns to save someone. That emotion flows directly into me. They beg, even if they have to die, just please save that person. And I'm so sad I want to cry, so I also scream loudly, hoping that neither of them will die.
Then I woke up, and each time my heart felt warm and full of emotion. It's strange, isn't it? Just a moment ago in my dream I was so sad, but now I feel happy. I thought it was just a random dream, but after hearing Mom tell me, I now understand that the memories of that day keep repeating in my dreams. Is it because the angels are afraid I'll forget what I agreed to? Mom said that because she felt guilty towards me, she absolutely had to tell me, even if that dream was just a dream. It's okay. I assure you, Mom, I will definitely agree without any hesitation, because I'm the second person in the world who loves you the most. After hearing the perceptive little girl finish her story, tears streamed down Lila's cheeks, but not from the pain of the past, but from the happiness that settled in her heart. Thank you, Nide. A voice from not far away suddenly echoed. Lila and Nide looked in the direction of the sound and realized, Dad's here, the person who loves Mom the most in the world. Sion slowly approached the mother and daughter and asked with concern, Lila, your eyes are red. Did Nine make you sad? The little girl quickly denied it and pointed towards the statue. No, it's because of the statue. Actually, Mom just said that I was also there at that time.
Count Igor then suddenly burst out laughing with delight. Indeed, this statue must be destroyed. Wouldn't it be better to remake it based on the truth? False evidence cannot be left in history, especially when it's located right in the middle of the royal palace. Nide flashed a radiant smile and continued, If we arbitrarily destroy it like this, we might be punished. Let's not do that. Let's ask the Duke to make a new, accurate one. It just needs to be bigger and more lifelike than the statue. The two of them began discussing the story of the statue, completely forgetting about the presence of Sion and Lila. Oh, do we have enough savings? Of course, I am Duke Acid's young lady. Then, while we're in the capital, let's go find one right away. All right. They would probably have to stay in the capital for a few more days. Sion and Lila chatted happily with each other. No matter who they found, they wouldn't be as good as the royal sculptor, but that didn't matter much.
As if suddenly remembering something, he looked over and asked her, By the way, how did that go? About that? Layla looked confused for a few seconds before understanding what Sion meant. She replied, Oh, she said she had a dream. In the dream, I was very sad, begging that even if I had to die, I only wished to save you. And she replied that both of us would live, and even said that even if the dream wasn't real, she would still save me. Sion suddenly started walking. Are you feeling a bit more relief now? Seeing her nod, he happily exclaimed, That's a relief. With a hint of sadness in her eyes, Layla spoke up and asked him, Actually, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. Sion, how are you feeling? Do you still think I'm dragging you down to hell? Sion was flustered, unsure how to properly answer her question. He asked back, When was that? But Layla insisted on getting the most honest answer from him. She said, To me, that's important. Sion was silent for a moment, then let out a very heavy sigh.
After a long while, he finally spoke up to answer. No, it seems I was truly wrong. Back then, every time you brought me down, forgave me, loved me, all those moments, I felt like I was stepping into hell. Then at some point, I realized that where I stood wasn't hell, and perhaps I would stay here forever until you let go. Thank you, Layla. Receiving his somewhat cheesy words and surprisingly sweet gesture, Layla couldn't hide the blossoming smile on her lips. No, that's not what I meant, and the kiss was in the wrong place, too. Hearing her reminder, Sion fully realized it, too. You're right. Finally, Sion gently placed a kiss on her soft, sweet lips, accompanied by the most sincere declaration from the bottom of his heart. I love you, Layla. Thank you for watching today's video, and so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating story. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a happy day.